The Earth Federation has eradicated the insectoid species beyond the Milky Way and established a new calendar. Technological advancements and population surges ensue. Major corporate conglomerates fervently expand their extraterrestrial enterprises, extracting resources from various celestial bodies, thus heralding humanity's formal entry into the grand interstellar epoch. Yet, ultimately, Pandora's box has been unsealed. The insectoid species reemerges. The celestial beasts descend. Tian Xiao perished valiantly on the battlefield, only to be reborn 3 years prior, assuming the role of a humble miner at an off-world base. Chapter 1. The H3 Type Mining Craft. Awakening. Tian Xiao jolted awake from a harrowing nightmare. The searing pain of the celestial beast's claws piercing through his protective combat suit swiftly receded, yet the vivid imagery of blood gushing forth remained etched in his mind. A sheen of cold sweat covered his forehead. Gazing at the damp sweat stains in his palm, Tian Xiao felt ensnared within a dream saturated with the terror of death, under the oppressive grip of countless celestial beasts with forms as grand as skyscrapers. The entirety of a battalion, each soldier equipped with a complete C-class standard combat capability, has been annihilated. Recalling the scenes from his dream, where familiar yet distant figures were mercilessly crushed by the celestial beasts, Tian Xiao could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, flinging off the covers. The nanoscale molecular blanket was remarkably lightweight, yet its thermal retention properties were strikingly effective. Upon rising from the bed, his body temperature noticeably decreased. A precise voice echoed in his ears. "Master, the ambient temperature has decreased. Please take care of your self-protection." Tian Xiao furrowed his brow slightly. In his recollection, the chip indeed had the capability to regulate temperature automatically, preventing adverse symptoms such as colds or fevers due to thermal discrepancies. However, his physical constitution had long since deactivated this fundamental function. Rather peculiar. How should one articulate this? Tian Xiao turned his head to survey his surroundings. The environment felt both alien and familiar. He was no longer amidst the celestial beasts on the front lines. This place was exceedingly safe and tranquil. The spacious living area, measuring a standard 100 square meters, boasted a brilliant floor and spotless windows. The most eye-catching feature was undoubtedly the 21-meter-long, 3-meter-high alloy spacecraft, adorned with the H3 insignia and marked as number 3377, currently resembling a docile pup, nestled by the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the starry expanse. Such an ample living space was, in fact, prepared specifically for accommodating it. Tian Xiao immediately recognized the origin of his craft. The H3 Type Mining Craft, number 3377. Is this not the operational machine assigned to me by the subordinate company of Yunzhong Group, Feiying Company, after my graduation? Am I? Tian Zhao's pupils constricted slightly as the notion of rebirth surged in his mind. Indeed, after graduation, he had worked at a subsidiary of Yunzhong Group for 6 months, during which the assigned spacecraft, along with its serial number, was precisely 3377, H3. The smooth walls of the room reflected a familiar, yet somewhat youthful visage. The young man possessed an attractive countenance and a well-proportioned physique, his slightly handsome features contrasting with a pair of eyes that bore a sharp brilliance, currently clouded with profound confusion. How did I end up here? I should have perished. Qinglong, report the time. Tian Xiao commanded his steward. Qinglong was the name he had designated for his intelligent chip, which had served as a steward for 27 years, overseeing his daily life while also assisting in computations during work, study, life, and combat, a continuation of a relic from centuries past known as a smartphone. A measured voice responded. New calendar year, 777, month 7, day 7, time, 7:10 a.m. Self-diagnostic. Name, Qinglong, H2. Type national chip. Processing at 3.7 units per second. Current energy storage complete, fully loaded with 1,000 units of energy consumption. Tian Zhao's brow furrowed deeply. The H1 type is designated for minors. The H2 type national chip represents merely the initial standard for Earth's adults. Qinglong has indeed reverted to 3 years prior. As for himself, he had been reborn back to the new calendar year 777, month 7, day 7, 3 years ago. The disorientation of time and space rendered Tian Xiao incredulous. He had truly been reborn. Yet, as a soldier of the Earth Federation's C-Class Legion, endowed with a C2 level comprehensive combat capability, who had once served in a deputy battalion role for 3 days, Tian Xiao was seasoned. Approaching the floor-to-ceiling window, he gazed into the starry sky, inhaling deeply while seeking familiar celestial points of light, correlating them with their scientific names, all the while swiftly sorting through the tumultuous thoughts in his mind. This was a battlefield emergency comms technique. By concentrating and invoking stored memories, he could rapidly attain a state of composure. Each luminescent point among the stars delineated invisible patterns before Tian Xiao's eyes. Above the starry sky, an array of invisible star maps emerged, becoming increasingly rich and intricate. Tian Xiao gradually calmed himself, murmuring, "The celestial realm near the Pegasus constellation. Indeed, this is my first assigned workplace within the Yunzhong group, where I currently serve as a newly inducted miner." His gaze shifted downward. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows lay a brilliantly illuminated base city, with numerous standard living quarters resembling orderly squares. The towering buildings stood grand and magnificent. This base was initially designed to accommodate 10,000 inhabitants. However, to economize, the upper echelons of the Yunzhong group conducted a series of calculations and arrangements, ultimately deciding to have the personnel while increasing the miners' profit share by 3 percentage points, which not only boosted the miners' motivation and efficiency, but also halved the base's expenditures. His thoughts began to meander. He reined them in. Tian Xiao took a deep breath. His emotions had completely settled, and the memories of his past life vividly unfolded before him, as a multitude of recollections surged to the forefront of his mind. He remembered that his tenure as a miner in this company was not prolonged. Following a failed transportation mission, where casualties occurred within the security team and a vacancy arose, he was selected to join the security team, granting him access to the semi-combat H-6 type aircraft, thus elevating him from the ranks of an ordinary miner to a semi-combat position. Over the ensuing 2 years, he accompanied the company's transport ships across a dozen diverse planets, safeguarding the excavation teams while eliminating ferocious beasts, insectoid creatures, and some star beasts lurking in the depths of space, amassing substantial combat experience. Due to his commendable performance and significant achievements, he was chosen for the Earth's celestial army amid the resurgence of the insect and star races. Confronted with the relentless destruction of interstellar colonies by the voracious insects and the technologically superior star races, humanity faced a staggering number of casualties. As a soldier hailing from a non-military academy, alongside a band of like-minded brothers, he finally carved out a place for himself within the Earth's celestial army through tangible military accomplishments on the battlefield. The thought of those brothers who perished alongside him beneath the claws of star beasts filled Tian Xiao's gaze with a cold, resolute glimmer. Thankfully, they were all alive now. Qinglong. Tian Xiao's demeanor and tone shifted to become firm and authoritative as he commanded. Immediately display the current area map. Simultaneously, retrieve the work logs from the past 7 days. Extract the mission progress of the company on this planet. Yes. Although Qinglong was merely an ordinary national chip with average computational capabilities, it swiftly retrieved the required data, projecting it onto the wall in no time. Tian Xiao scrutinized the information closely. Mastering the memories of the next 3 years constituted a vast treasure trove. By adeptly utilizing this resource, he could accelerate the enhancement of the chip's computational capabilities, unlock greater privileges, harness more abilities, and position himself within the ranks of the Earth's celestial army earlier, allowing for the timely assembly of his former brothers to confront the invasions of the insect and star races. Chapter 2. The citizenship. The H1 level miner chip grants access solely to academic pursuits, restricted to subjects such as mathematics, physics, chemistry, literature, history, and the arts, prohibiting any engagement with illicit media. The H2 level national chip unlocks a plethora of resources, encompassing dynamic information across diverse fields, from culinary arts to aeronautics, gymnastics to astronomical cartography. The H3 level citizenship signifies full membership within the Earth Alliance, bestowing a multitude of privileges, including access to weaponry and the ability to wield it. The first 2 levels can be attained effortlessly with the passage of time, while the H3 citizenship has 3 avenues for acquisition. Firstly, through recommendation. Exemplary students with commendable records and no criminal history are prioritized for admission into military academies, thereby securing H3 citizenship. Secondly, within a decade of obtaining the H2 national chip, individuals with clean records and adequate physical fitness can apply to join the Earth Alliance. Upon successful evaluation, they may serve as ordinary soldiers, ultimately earning the H3 citizenship. Lastly, those without a criminal record who contribute over $1 million in taxes or donations can apply for citizenship, subsequently purchasing the H3 citizenship through legitimate channels to unlock its privileges. The first pathway is designed to cultivate talent for the Alliance. The second is a straightforward route for the general populace, while the final pathway serves as a backdoor for the affluent and powerful. Tian Xiao, having graduated less than 2 months ago at the age of 24, find himself with scarcely $1,000 to his name, devoid of wealth or influence. His performance during his academic tenure was less than stellar, and although he could apply for military service to obtain a citizenship, the prospect of being just another faceless individual in the ranks dissuades him. In an era of rapid expansion on colonized planets, the allure of becoming a miner seems far more promising than that of a mere soldier. Zoom in, Tian Xiao instructed, pointing at a specific dark spot on the map. Qin Long swiftly complied. The magnified satellite image revealed a deep pit, approximately 1,500 meters in diameter, its profound depths obscured from sight, resembling a gaping eye of the planet, staring into the abyss and sending chills down one's spine. Such deep pits are numerous on this planet, their existence indicative of regions rich in mineral wealth, marked by aggressive and exploitative extraction practices. Despite its seemingly modest surface area, the depths of this pit are likely hollowed out extensively, the scale of which remains unknown. Nearby, a dozen H-3 class aircraft hovered, entering and exiting the vicinity. This is due to the fact that large excavation machines are no longer suitable for operating in a wasteful mineral site where energy and time are squandered. Yet the remaining resources still yield substantial profits for the miners. This explains the presence of thousands of miners in the area, employing a strategy of fractional extraction, incurring minimal energy and labor costs while continuing to analyze and harvest the planet's resources for potentially overlooked treasures. In Tian Xiao's recollection, this pit would collapse within a month, a consequence of an impending thunderstorm that would unsettle its already precarious structure, causing the 1,500-meter-wide pit to expand to over 20,000 meters, resulting in violent upheaval and burying several miners who were working in the area at the time. These miners had ventured inside during the storm due to a serendipitous discovery of a lucrative vein at the pit's bottom, leading to overnight wealth for a few. It was rumored that this vein was worth over 30 million. Even after the company's cut, they could still net nearly 10 million in profit. This is it, Tian Xiao resolved, intent on intercepting this opportunity. Initially, news of this vein had been tightly controlled, only leaking out gradually as excavation progressed, leading to the tragic entombment of several miners who followed the rumor. 3 years have elapsed since, yet no remnants of the aircraft or the miners have been unearthed. Qinglong, Tian Xiao commanded, prepare 3 vials of nutrient solution. We are working overtime. As soon as the words left his lips, Qinglong reminded him, Master, you plan to take the day off today to stay at the base and prepare a birthday gift for Miss Wang Jingyi. Wang Jingyi? The name stirred a tempest within Tian Xiao's previously tranquil mind. The birthday. He recalled that Wang Jingyi was a classmate from his school, strikingly beautiful, who had recently joined the Yunzhong group as a rookie miner. During their early days, she had confided in him about her struggles to meet her quotas, prompting his empathy to flourish as he assisted her with her tasks, leading to whispers of a budding romance between them. However, this situation was short-lived. On her birthday, with his finances in disarray, he chose to bake her a cake as a gift. When he delivered it, he overheard her discussing him with a friend, recalling her words that stung like barbs. A toad aspires to eat swan meat. What future could a miner, too poor to afford a gift, possibly have? He should take a good look at himself. The cake he brought was discarded, leaving him with a bitter resolve to work even harder, clinging to the last vestiges of pride a poor man could possess. He later learned that she had taken up with a miner supervisor at the Yunzhong group and was living quite well. If not for Qinglong's reminder, he might have completely forgotten about their fleeting connection. Cancel the leave. Cancel the itinerary, he instructed Qinglong. The AI promptly complied and inquired, what shall we do with the cake in the refrigerator? Should I arrange for it to be delivered? No need, Tian Xiao replied, approaching the refrigerator. The cake, made just hours prior, may not have been exquisite but was crafted with care. He retrieved the candles and inserted them one by one. Qinglong then asked, shall I contact Miss Wang Jingyi to come over for the candle blowing? I can enhance the ambience to be more beautiful and romantic. No. As the final candle was placed atop the cake, Tian Xiao stated firmly, this cake is for me. Today is not the master's birthday. Indeed, he mused internally. Today is not my birthday. Yet, it marks the day of my rebirth. Chapter 3. The Safety Commitment Crack. Sizzle. With a unilateral decision to sever ties with Wang Jingyi, Tian Xiao stepped into the H-3 class mining aircraft designated 3377. The Yunzhong Group's mining machines are meticulously engineered for extracting raw metallic ores from geological layers, capable of traversing low Earth orbits and effortlessly navigating various deep pit mining sites, equipped with chips that possess formidable analytical capabilities and metal or detection functions, along with obstacle avoidance, signal processing, self-diagnosis, and extraction capabilities. A typical individual can adapt to the operations of the craft within a few days, proceeding with exploration and mining tasks with ease. Yet, It is solely a woman like Wang Jing, whose lofty aspirations revolve around finding a golden son-in-law, who would take half a month to find her footing. Oomph, a genuine ornament. Such a person would not survive 3 episodes when faced with the onslaught of star beasts or insectoid invaders. Alas, buzzing. The cockpit illuminated. It was exceedingly compact. Apart from the pilot's seat, the remaining space barely allowed for shifting and resting. Just as he settled in, the display screen ahead flickered to life. Lines of data sprang forth. Pilot ID 3377. Tian Xiao. Status, good. Age, 24. Muscle strength, 97. Muscle stress flexibility, 93. Biological energy, 100 units. Equipped chip, H2 model. Qinglong. Current load status, fully loaded, with 1,000 units of available energy. Following the self-check upload, Tian Xiao unhesitatingly issued the command. Craft, initiate self-check. Affirmative. A standard report resonated within the cabin. Pilot ID 3377 has completed charging, 1,000 units of energy consumed, hull integrity at 100%, circuit operational efficiency is excellent. Signal reception is good. Computational speed is normal. Multifunctional drill integrity at 93%, ready for continued operation. Self-check complete, status good, ignition can commence. During his initial months, Tian Xiao meticulously maintained the mining craft, understanding that it was the lifeline for every miner. Miners embark on their tasks unarmed. The most critical aspect is energy consumption, which relates to the craft's storage and operation, alongside the multifunctional drill, which determines the feasibility of resource extraction from the rock layers. Ignition, Tian Xiao commanded. The tempered glass floor-to-ceiling window of the living room slowly opened. A cold breeze rushed in, causing the temperature to plummet. The craft hovered steadily, silently gliding out of the living room, the process remarkably smooth. Ascending, 2 white waves of air sliced through the atmosphere behind the craft's wings. Outside, morning had dawned. Yet, the miners at the base followed their own rhythms. The craft gracefully sailed out of the base, adhering to the flight path laid out by Tian Xiao, heading towards the G46 area. The base bustled with activity. Outside, a scene of devastation unfolded. Rising 100 meters, Tian Xiao glimpsed through the cockpit window numerous pits of varying sizes and depths below, rendering the entire planet reminiscent of a sieve riddled with wounds. A frown creased Tian Xiao's brow, his mood heavy. These deep pits, inherently unstable and loose in structure, claim the lives of many miners each year. According to the Earth Alliance's statistics, over 1 million individuals go missing annually. Regrettably, the Earth Alliance's Outer Domain Planet Protection Act has yet to be enacted, and the obligation for reclamation and restoration of planets remains unestablished. Consequently, the expansion of corporations is conducted with brutal disregard, violently exploiting resources while showing scant concern for the fate of a planet or the lives of miners. This negligence arises from the frenzied surge in colonization, where resource extraction has become increasingly reckless. A plethora of technological and genetic products has emerged, chip upgrades have proliferated, and the average lifespan of ordinary individuals has extended from approximately a century to over 300 years, leading to rampant population growth. Tian Xiao hesitated momentarily, casually inquiring, Qinglong, what is the current population of the Earth Alliance? Qinglong promptly responded, approximately 37 billion. Good heavens! This figure only accounts for those registered within the Earth Alliance system. Countless individuals have ventured into the outer star domains, severing ties with the Earth Alliance, with many preparing to establish their own nations. And a significant number have descended into the ranks of interstellar bandits. Cumulatively, this population has long surpassed 40 billion. Pilot ID 3377. While Tian Xiao continued to peruse current information, an unfamiliar voice crackled through the communicator. This is the base control tower. You have entered the G46 area. The G46 area is currently designated by the corporation as a medium-risk operational zone, with potential for landslides due to recent heavy rainfall, posing a risk of deadly mudslides and other hazards. Entry for operations is not advised. This message originated from the headquarters of the Cloudy Sky Corporation. The corporate base conducts real-time assessments of the weather and environment in every operational zone on the planet, rating them across 5 stages: safe, general risk, medium risk, high risk, and extreme danger. Safe and general risk zones allow direct entry, though such places typically yield no valuable resources. High and extreme danger ratings arise from magnetic storms, thunderstorms, earthquakes, or volcanic eruptions, rendering them temporarily off-limits. Medium risk areas are where miners frequently conduct their daily operations. Should one insist on entering the G46 area for work, A personal safety waiver must be signed. The corporate headquarters transmitted a rather simple declaration, stating that they had fulfilled their obligation for risk assessment and notification. Henceforth, any actions undertaken by miners in the G46 area, should an accident occur, would be unrelated to the Cloudy Sky Corporation. The corporation would not provide excessive compensation. During his 6 months with the Cloudy Sky Corporation, Tian Xiao had signed at least 170 similar safety waivers, with 10 days remaining for his rest period. Therefore, this is utter nonsense. A verbal recording was made to confirm his decision to venture into the G46 area, and the craft sped unimpeded toward the predetermined destination. The sheer diameter of the 1,500-meter pit was imposing. Tian Xiao recalled the adage, "When you gaze long into the abyss also gazes back at you." Qinglong, designate this pit as the extraction point, initiating analysis and detailed safety evaluation. Although Tian Xiao was confident that no incident would occur at this mine, basic operations must be conducted professionally. After all, the analysis would not consume excessive energy or time. Qinglong swiftly provided the assessment of the operational point. The current rock structure in the G46 area remains relatively stable, with no signs of falling debris or widespread soil cracking. All supporting surfaces are intact. 17 operational teams are currently working within the G46 pit, adhering to standard procedures. Everything is normal. External conditions indicate a north wind at level 4, with localized rain clouds expected to sweep over the G46 area in half an hour, potentially triggering rainwater influx and atmospheric pressure changes within the pit, impacting the craft's visibility and balance. Danger assessment. Medium risk. Medium risk. As anticipated, while Qinglong reported, Tian Xiao manually maneuvered the craft into the depths of the pit, aligning it with the direction of the vein containing the metallic ore. The 30 million value vein lay just ahead. Unfortunately, 3 bright lights flickered within, indicating ongoing excavation work. Has someone gotten there first? Let's take a closer look. Chapter 4. H7 Level Purple Mineral. A small craft plunged into the dark abyss of the mine pit. Surroundings turned eerily silent, akin to entering a shadowy realm. Even with Tian Xiao's military resolve, he couldn't suppress a chilling sensation. The craft's sides illuminated with vivid red lights. 2 luminous beams pierced the darkness, penetrating the deeper recesses of the pit tunnel. In a tunnel exceeding 100 meters in width, 3 bright lights blinked, flashing 12 warning signals, buzzing as they drilled into the rock layers. These were 3 other H3 model mining machines from the Cloudy Sky Corporation, albeit with earlier IDs. One bore the ID 246, another 099, and the last 712. The trio evidently formed a clandestine team. Within the Cloud Group, the base is indifferent to the miners forming cliques, as long as daily tasks are fulfilled and no disturbances arise. Tian Xiao, however, is more discerning. Upon noticing the numbers painted on the 3 mining drones, memories flooded back of the fateful night when these very individuals struck it rich after discovering a vein. What he did not anticipate was that these 3 had already infiltrated this location at dawn, seemingly having uncovered something and commenced their mining operations. But that was not plausible. The H3 mining drones, while possessing comparable detection capabilities, have limited scanning ranges. Even seasoned miners like them would hardly be able to discern items buried deep within the strata, let alone require a month to mine through the rock layers. A sharp realization struck Tian Xiao. There was likely something amiss here. He adjusted the direction of his drone, which then pivoted, its beams shifting as it turned back from the tunnel. However, before departing, he stealthily activated the pocket-sized drone aboard, which rolled down to the tunnel's edge, its tiny mechanical arms gripping the ledge as it advanced towards the trio of mining drones. Tian Xiao did not venture far after exiting the tunnel. Instead, he opted to deactivate his lights and warning signals, hovering in the abyss of darkness. The screen displayed footage relayed from the drone. This diminutive drone, capable of static movement, leaps, and flight, is typically employed to explore perilous environments or conduct precise probing of rock fissures, showcasing formidable capabilities with crystal-clear visuals. The area being excavated by the 3 drones was soon detected by the drone surveillance. The footage revealed one mining drone tasked with illumination, analyzing the surroundings, while the other 2 operated multifunctional drill heads, fervently engaged in their work. Fragments of rock flew. Debris littered the tunnel, creating a chaotic scene. Through the drone's shifting perspective, Tian Xiao observed that the tunnel sides were riddled with hundreds of holes, evidently the handiwork of these 3 individuals. Damn it, what was that drone about? Almost barged in here. They truly lacked decorum, exclaimed one voice from the 246 drone, clearly irritable. Another voice chimed in, Yes, I was nearly scared out of my wits. We painstakingly pinpointed this location, found the markers your cousin left behind, and accumulated some resources. If he had disrupted our work, it would have been a colossal loss. This cautious tone belonged to the 712 drone, hinting at a guilty conscience. No worries, a third voice emerged from the 099 drone. Exuding calmness, I just checked. Number 3377 is a newcomer, has been with Cloud Group for less than a month, knows nothing, perhaps unaware of the rules, or simply didn't notice us. Really no problem? Rest assured, everything we've mined is buried underground. It's impossible to discover without close inspection. That's good to hear. If we were found out, I'd have his heart on a platter. Honestly, nowadays, I fear newcomers who are too eager. Some dare encroach on what others have claimed. Whatever, let's continue, commanded the 099 drone, halting the grievances of the other two. The faint hum of drilling resumed. The flying debris pounded against the drone's exterior, cascading into the tunnel. Unbeknownst to them, beneath the drones, a minuscule drone, no larger than a fingertip, was capturing footage of their excavation site. After a while, a clatter echoed. Through the feedback from the drone, Tian Xiao distinctly observed a bluish-brown substance emerging from the rock cavity, astonishingly hard, causing the multifunctional drill head to jam. He could not resist leaning forward. Qinglong, what is this? In a sense, he was not a professional miner and did not recognize every type of ore. Yet, Qinglong was different. It was an encyclopedia, responding with ease. Master, this is H7, grade purple mineral, containing H5, grade clay ore. The latter primarily serves to shield against over a dozen forms of external radiation, often utilized in crafting the shell coatings of H7 to H9 grade spacecraft. Currently valued at around 2,000 per kilogram, the former approximately 10,000 per kilogram. Amidst this exchange, laughter erupted from the 246 drone. Haha, another chunk. This one weighs about 3 kilograms, worth at least 20,000. The 246 drone had successfully extracted the ore embedded in the rock, handing it to the observing 099 drone. Continue, urged the 099 drone, its tone slightly exhilarated. The intel left by my cousin is indeed useful. This area is riddled with scattered purple minerals, initially estimating at least several tons. We're about to strike it rich. Laughter ensued as the trio carried on. The drone footage revealed that the 099 drone did not deposit the purple ore into its craft. Instead, it lifted a slab of rock beneath. At that moment, Tian Xiao felt his heart skip a beat, accelerating rapidly. Numerous purple ore pieces filled a cavity, visibly exceeding 300 kilograms. This amounted to close to 2 million in funds, all payable to the base, which would instantly yield a profit of 600,000. In that instant, Tian Xiao grasped the truth. The so-called vein was entirely fictitious. The purple ore had been dispersed throughout the entire tunnel, a fragmented mine. The trio, 099, 246, and 712, had merely concealed all the purple ore within the tunnel, laboring for over a month, and subsequently extracted their accumulated or simultaneously, fabricating the illusion of discovering a vein, thus creating the facade of overnight wealth. Ingenious. For this ensured the suppression of information, preventing the base and other miners from discovering their activities, thereby averting competition. Yet, this false vein misled other miners, resulting in several individuals taking reckless risks amidst stormy conditions, ultimately leading to their entombment. One side represented paradise, the other, hell. Chapter 5. The Vase, Stars, and the Sea. As the trio of the 099 drone clandestinely mined their hoarded purple ore, Tian Xiao resolved to intercept them. He not only aimed to seize this batch of purple ore, but also intended to leak information about this location in advance, striving to curb the avarice of those at the base and spare those miners from an untimely demise. However, a mere 2 million in purple ore was insufficient. After careful calculation, Tian Xiao decided to wait 25 days before taking action, allowing these 3 seasoned miners to assist him for a while. In due course, he would perform a good deed anonymously. Leaving the drone for continued surveillance, Tian Xiao meticulously navigated his craft through the depths of the G46 pit. Mining, in its essence, possesses nuanced intricacies. Tian Xiao, like many newcomers before him, had once meandered aimlessly with his mining machine, relying on luck, only to find little or by day's end, expending energy without reward, and incurring losses while maintaining the drill heads. His capacity for learning was exceptional. He deduced that successful mining necessitated an understanding of soil assessment, analyzing rock strata, and excavating in areas with promising signs of ore, thus enhancing success rates while minimizing energy expenditure. Mastering the art of extracting ore at minimal cost not only allowed him to meet the daily quotas set by the base, but also enabled him to earn extra allowances from other newcomers. Over the course of a month, he managed to save approximately 8 to 10,000, a respectable sum within the ranks of miners. Although the 3377 mining vessel is piloted by a newcomer, the individual's experience in excavation rivals that of the 3 seasoned miners aboard the 099. Tian Xiao has resolved not to disturb the trio engaged in the extraction of purple ore. His immediate priority is to accomplish his daily tasks. The miners of Yunzhong Corporation are compensated daily, allowing them to invest in nutritional meals and maintain their mining vessels. He intends to amass wealth gradually, starting with smaller earnings. Tian Xiao swiftly attunes himself to his role, rekindling the professionalism and expertise of a veteran miner, utilizing Qinglong's analytical computations alongside his own experience. He meticulously explores the rock layers adjacent to the deep pit, occasionally extending the multifunctional drill to trace lines upon the strata, assessing their density and texture. Qinglong, mark this section, he instructs. The exterior is resilient, while the interior resonates. This is a typical ore cavity. Shall we commence excavation? Qinglong inquires. Tian Xiao shakes his head, stating, not yet. We must first analyze the structural integrity of the rock layers to ensure that their support remains intact. He is acutely aware that the stability of the deep pit in Zone G46 is precarious and will be entirely buried within a month, rendering it an abandoned mine. Thus, he exercises extra caution. Following his directive, Qinglong soon presents the findings. The excavation will not jeopardize the structural support of the rock layers, provided the area and depth of disruption do not exceed 100 meters. With determination, Tian Xiao commands the multifunctional drill to begin excavation. The mining vessel quivers slightly as the conical drill rapidly spins, extracting copious amounts of rock powder from the layers. On the operational platform, the drill's temperature begins to rise sharply. A smile graces Tian Xiao's face. Indeed, it is an ore cavity. A seasoned miner once advised him that, beyond theoretical knowledge and mining literature, many nuances in a real operational environment can reveal vital information about the presence of valuable minerals within strata. Every natural ore formation is unique, often exhibiting remarkable toughness. When a drill encounters more resilient rock, the effort required to penetrate it increases, leading to a faster rise in temperature compared to drilling through ordinary layers. Most individuals would remain oblivious to this phenomenon. Only those who are truly observant would recognize and cultivate such insights, gradually widening the gap between themselves and the average miner. After a period of drilling, he pauses for water cooling maintenance. Minutes later, he resumes his work. The energy consumption of the mining vessel continues to decrease as Qinglong diligently monitors the structural integrity and internal conditions of the rock. Approximately 45 minutes later, the drill seems to strike something substantial. Tian Xiao methodically begins to polish and cut around the opening, gradually revealing the true nature of what lies within. A sizable chunk of black raw ore, roughly 2 meters in diameter. Good news, Qinglong exclaims. This is H4 grade scale iron ore, suitable for crafting the outer shells of H4 grade vessels. While its value may not be exorbitant, its size is considerable. We can expect to earn at least 3,000 from this single piece. 3,000 credits equate to half a month's wages for an ordinary miner. With 30 million in purple or nearby, Tian Xiao certainly does not become overly excited about the prospect of 3,000 credits from the scale iron. However, this marks the first bounty from his rebirth as a miner, a promising start indeed. He smiles as he shatters the ore and sends it into the storage compartment of the vessel, securing his earnings. At that moment, a video call comes through, and Qinglong alerts him. It's Zhu Xiaotian. Tian Xiao pauses, recalling the name. He has heard of her, a girl from his school, known for her sweet appearance and close friendship with Wang Jingyi. It seems they share a deep bond, and Zhu Xiaotian has also joined the Earth Army, achieving the rank of camp leader, a commendable position for a woman. Without needing to inquire, Tian Xiao surmises that Wang Jingyi must have noticed his absence in congratulating her and encouraged her friend to check in on him. Checking the time, he realizes it is already 9:30 in the morning. He has been preoccupied all this time and has yet to send Wang Jingyi birthday wishes and a gift. She must be both puzzled and curious. Although he initially did not wish to engage with Wang Jingyi, the caller is Zhu Xiaotian, deserving of some courtesy. Upon connecting the call, the screen reveals the backdrop of the base headquarters, where a girl with bangs gazes at him with wide eyes. Tian Xiao, where are you? What day is it today? Have you forgotten? We're all waiting for you to celebrate Jingyi's birthday together. Everyone is already here. Zhu Xiaotian is visibly surprised to see Tian Xiao in the cockpit. I want TB attending Jingyi's birthday. Recently, I've been tutoring her, and my work progress has lagged considerably. The tutoring will serve as my birthday gift to her. From today onward, I need to focus on earning. What's wrong with you? Tian Xiao, are you and Jingyi having a falling out? Zhu Xiaotian senses something amiss. Tian Xiao smiles faintly, stating, my relationship with Jingyi is merely that of ordinary classmates. Yet the rumors outside have grown increasingly absurd. Some classmates even call to ask if I'm dating Jingyi. It's ludicrous. Do you honestly think we could end up together? Zhu Xiaotian falls silent. As Wang Jingyi's close friend, she understands her character well. Jingyi has high standards and a refined lifestyle, making it improbable for her to settle down with an ordinary, impoverished individual. At that moment, Tian Xiao continues, why would I sacrifice my ambition to conquer the vast cosmos for a mere decorative vase? Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaotian is momentarily stunned. Who am I? Where am I? Chapter 6, Self-Awareness. Xiaotian, did Tian Xiao answer the call? Where is he now? As Wang Jingyi approaches with her bag in tow, Zhu Xiaotian hurriedly shuts off the video function of her wristwatch. It is undeniable that Wang Jingyi possesses certain advantages. She is tall and beautiful, exuding an elegant demeanor, and has attracted numerous admiring glances from the miners at the base headquarters. Wang Jingyi stands before Zhu Xiaotian, noticing her flustered expression and inquiring, what is the matter? Nothing much, just Tian Xiao, Zhu Xiaotian replies, recounting Tian Xiao's earlier words while omitting the last statement. Upon hearing this, Wang Jingyi expresses a hint of disappointment. Did he really say that? Well, at least he has some self-awareness. Huh? Zhu Xiaotian is taken aback. Wang Jingyi smiles at her, saying, I have always appreciated his assistance. But as he stated, we cannot be together. I initially thought the rumors of our supposed romance were his doing. It seems I misunderstood him. With this revelation, Wang Jingyi appears relieved, remarking, this is fortunate. I was unsure how to clarify the misunderstanding with him, but since he has chosen to distance himself, it is beneficial for both of us. But aren't you two supposed to be good friends? Zhu Xiaotian questions, bewildered by her best friend's stance. He has willingly dedicated his time to help you out of your predicament. Is it truly worth jeopardizing your friendship over such misunderstandings? However, if we continue to grow closer, others will assume Tian Xiao and I are in a relationship. The significance of others' opinions is a question Zhu Xiaotian refrains from voicing. Wang Jingyi comprehends her sentiment but skillfully diverts the conversation, placing her hand on Zhu Xiaotian's shoulder. All right, today is my birthday. Let us not dwell on these unhappy topics. Let us go shopping, and tonight, someone is treating us to karaoke. Wang Jingyi remains unfazed by Tian Xiao's preemptive distancing, her spirits intact. Zhu Xiaotian glances back, inquiring, was that the person you just spoke with? Indeed, it is the logistics department's leader, Li. Wang Jingyi nodded, flicking her hair away from her forehead, and remarked, he graduated from the same school as us, 2 years ahead, with an annual salary of 300,000. Quite a decent situation. Zhu Xiaotian fell silent. Wang Jingyi had already begun to search for her next opportunity, or rather, her next stepping stone. For reasons unknown, she suddenly recalled the words Tian Xiao had just spoken to her. How could I possibly forsake the conquest of this vast sea of stars for a mere vase? Forcing herself to muster a semblance of energy, she followed Wang Jingyi. On Tian Zhao's side, Zhu Xiaotian's phone call did not affect his mood. He merely regarded Zhu Xiaotian as a potential ally for his future endeavors. Her ascent to the position of a commander in the Earth Army within 3 years signified that her will, capability, and talent were no less than his own. Should the opportunity arise, he hoped to bring Zhu Xiaotian into his fold. Mining continued unabated, drawing upon memories and experiences from his past life. Tian Xiao amassed a considerable amount of raw ore within a mere half a day, returning triumphantly. Upon returning to the base, he immediately headed to the logistics department to submit his haul. The logistics department was the busiest sector of the base, responsible not only for receiving the resources submitted daily by the miners and managing payroll, but also housing a vast supermarket catering to the everyday needs of the staff. A fleet of mining spacecraft hovered before 12 conveyor belts. The hatches of the mining vessels at the front opened, and miners disembarked, joining the logistics personnel in observing the conveyor belts. A circular pipeline extended from the rear of the mining spacecraft, through which the raw ore stored within swiftly cascaded onto the conveyor belts. Each piece of ore was assessed and valued by the logistics department, with numbers continuously fluctuating on the adjacent display screen, akin to a game. The final figure indicated the total worth of the raw ore, crystal clear. Miners received 30% of the profits. Naturally, if they exceeded their daily quota of over 1,000 in total ore value, the division was adjusted to 33%. The seasoned miners at the front had all collected over 1,000 pieces of ore, Yet the surplus was minimal, yielding just over 300 in daily wages. On another conveyor belt, a newcomer who failed to meet the day's quota faced a $100 penalty, receiving only $70 in wages. His pale complexion drew sympathetic glances from many as he exited. Such meager earnings barely sufficed for the maintenance of mining equipment. As it was Tian Xiao's turn to exit the cockpit, the conveyor belt began to churn. When a substantial amount of H4 grade scaly iron were uniformly spread across the conveyor belt, miners from other belts turned their gazes, envy and jealousy evident in their eyes. The vibration of the conveyor indicated that newcomer 3377 had indeed struck a significant haul. With thousands of pieces collected, his earnings for the day had already reached 4 digits. Tian Xiao stood with his arms crossed, silently observing the numbers scrolling on the screen beside the conveyor belt. The conveyor continued to roll, and the unloading pipe of the spacecraft emitted sounds as raw or tumbled forth. The figures swiftly climbed to 5 digits. At this point, the 12 staff members overseeing the conveyor belts, along with the miners awaiting their daily payouts, couldn't help but draw closer. Good heavens! It has surpassed 10,000. Impressive, brother. Where did you find this? In which zone? Bring us along. Tian Xiao did not rebuff the approaching miners, directly stating, "The task log for today is yours for 1,000. Take it back and analyze it for yourself. The profit is contingent upon your abilities." A sudden silence enveloped the crowd. Selling the day's task log? It was clear that 3377 was no mere novice. He exhibited the demeanor of a seasoned veteran. Just then, the value of the raw or on the conveyor surpassed 20,000. Yet, no one approached to purchase the task log. It was apparent that the or did not originate from a single location, rendering the task log devoid of value. Instead, one of the logistics supervisors, Li Ying, cast several curious glances in their direction. Although the Yunzhong group encountered numerous fortunate individuals daily, this young man appeared to be a newcomer, having just entered the industry. Upon reviewing his identity information, it was evident he was a junior from the same school as her. As the value of the goods on the conveyor gradually escalated to 27,000, it finally came to a halt. The staff member announced, "The total worth of the raw or exceeds 27,000. According to company regulations, your daily wage today amounts to 8,900, which has been credited to your account. Congratulations." "Thank you," Tian Xiao replied, leaving the logistics department in high spirits. Behind him, Li Ying initiated a phone call. "Hey Gao, do me a favor and retrieve the task log for newcomer 3377 from the tower. I'll treat you to dinner tonight and introduce you to a lovely girl. A friend of a friend, quite beautiful." Chapter 7. What great ambition. By the time Tian Xiao piloted the mining craft back to the hangar, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. After applying for energy supplementation and maintenance for the mining machine, he stood by the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, feeling an unusual sense of tranquility. An income of 8,900 was nothing extraordinary. He had witnessed substantial sums before, during missions with the security team. His daily earnings could reach 3,000, and capturing a low-grade specimen of a bug or star beast could yield over 100,000. He recalled one of the most perilous missions when the team acquired a half-destroyed spike dog, a mutated F3 level combat standard bug warrior, valued at over 10 million. At that time, he received a share of 2 million. Gazing down at the base building illuminated as brightly as day, Tian Xiao silently discarded the empty nutrient solution vial and proceeded to shower. In the mirror, his physique appeared quite standard. However, he lacked the impactful 8-pack abs and the coveted mermaid line, particularly the curvature of his back, which was entirely underdeveloped. It was high time to embark on a fitness regimen. Once he became a citizen, even if he could wield various weapons, without a sufficiently robust physique, he would be relegated to using basic firepower weapons, incapable of maneuvering mechs or combat aircraft. Moreover, the efficacy of combat suits would be severely diminished, rendering him merely a mediocre warrior. To genuinely attain the standards of a soldier, both muscle strength and muscle responsiveness needed to exceed 12 points. The adult standard is 10 points. The soldier's standard is 12 points. Biological energy is the product of muscle strength multiplied by muscle responsiveness. Tian Zhao's muscle strength was only 97, and his muscle responsiveness 93, resulting in a biological energy of 100 units. Compared to the elite whose biological energy often surpassed 1,000, with muscle strength and responsiveness exceeding 30, he was significantly lacking. With his current physical condition, he even fell short of some of the more distinguished security personnel at the base. Too immature. There are numerous ways to enhance physical fitness. A gradual approach with daily exercise could elevate him to a soldier's physique within 6 months. The expedited method involves injections. Gene enhancement injections, commonly priced at $1 million per shot, include the gene enhancement injection and the gene activation injection. These were affordable only for the affluent or those warriors who had truly transcended their circumstances and achieved financial independence. Additionally, there existed a method developed by the Earth Army, utilizing the pancreatic tissues and saliva of ferocious beasts, bugs, and star beasts, refined through rigorous processes before ingestion. This could yield effects similar to gene enhancement and sustain for an entire day. During this 24-hour period, the effects of exercise for the user would be amplified tenfold, or even more. Currently, this method has yet to be widely adopted within the military. Tian Xiao, invigorated by a surge of spirit, turned and departed from the living quarters. This represents the most suitable shortcut for his advancement at this moment. Coincidentally, he had employed this very method to hone his physique in his previous life. Miners seldom encounter ferocious beasts, insect beasts, or star beasts. However, various planets do possess some degree of such creatures. The base's security personnel, often idle, would take the initiative to hunt ferocious beasts, refining their combat skills while supplementing their income. Tian Xiao had once been a member of the base's security team, and thus was well-versed in this practice. He was even aware that some individuals within the security ranks had a particular penchant for collecting the corpses of ferocious beasts and insect beasts as trophies. As he exited the base building, he fortuitously encountered a group of people on the street outside. Among them were Li Ying, the logistics team leader whom he had met not long ago, his former rumored girlfriend Wang Jingyi, and Zhu Xiaotian, who he had seen through video calls. Alongside them were 4 men and 3 women, friends of Wang Jingyi, along with a tall, slender man sporting gold-rimmed glasses, Gao Chong, the tower liaison. Tian Xiao recognized him well, as Gao Chong had a notoriously poor reputation. Although he appeared refined, he was indeed a predatory individual, known for drugging girls with techniques involving chip interference and hypnotic substances. Numerous women at the base had fallen victim to his nefarious schemes. Ultimately, after his misdeeds came to light, he was expelled from Yunzhong Group and became a mercenary. Yet his nature remained unchanged, leading to his eventual demise at the hands of someone unknown. Tian Xiao observed Gao Chong standing beside Zhu Xiaotian, ingratiating himself with undue eagerness. Tian Xiao, Zhu Xiaotian, was the first to spot him as he emerged from the building, exclaiming and drawing the attention of everyone present, including Li Ying and Gao Chong. The two exchanged subtle glances. Gao Chong adjusted his glasses, subtly revealing his sharpness. Ah, look what we have here, our base's lucky star. So, you're also a friend of Jingyi's. Cool, mate. Shall we go sing together? Li Ying stepped forward with an invitation. Upon hearing this, Wang Jingyi, Zhu Xiaotian, and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. The one who achieved 27,000 in performance in a single day is actually you? No wonder you didn't show up for Jingyi's birthday. Have you struck it rich? But not showing up for a friend's birthday seems rather inappropriate. A few of Wang Jingyi's friends spoke with a hint of jealousy. As the protagonist of the gathering, Wang Jingyi felt quite awkward. She had just introduced Li Ying to her friends when she unexpectedly encountered Tian Xiao, who had previously avoided such social settings, her former rumored boyfriend, making the situation undeniably uncomfortable. Nevertheless, she mustered the courage to extend an invitation. Tian Xiao, we are all classmates here. Today is my birthday. You wouldn't deny me this small favor, would you? She wore a pitiful expression. Apologies, but I have other matters to attend to and one be joining you all. Enjoy yourselves, Tian Xiao replied, not breaking his stride as he walked past the group. Everyone stood in stunned silence, taken aback by Tian Xiao's unyielding dismissal, leaving Wang Jingyi's face pale and Li Ying's expression darkened. Gao Chong leaned close to Zhu Xiaotian and chuckled softly. Ah, what a blatant disregard for courtesy. What sort of friend is he? Zhu Xiaotian found herself at a loss for words. The moment Tian Xiao passed by, she understood that Wang Jingyi and he had indeed become inhabitants of 2 entirely different worlds. The circumstances had drastically changed. She could not fathom the reasons behind Tian Xiao's stark transformation. Had he discovered something? Or had something occurred? Zhu Xiaotian gazed at Tian Xiao's retreating figure, neglecting to respond. This scene did not escape Gao Chong's notice. A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes as he turned to stare in the direction where Tian Xiao had vanished, his expression stern, momentarily illuminated and shadowed by the ambient light. Li Ying had introduced him to Zhu Xiaotian, Wang Jingyi's close friend. Zhu Xiaotian was indeed quite attractive, possessing a unique aura that set her apart from other women. From the moment they met, he had already marked Zhu Xiaotian as his next target. However, seeing her captivated by another man soured his mood considerably. A mere newcomer, yet he carried himself with such audacity. Chapter 8. Reunion with Old Friends. Disregarding the group surrounding Wang Jingyi, Tian Xiao made his way directly to the training grounds of the base. Encountering Wang Jingyi and her friends was indeed unexpected and rather awkward. Nonetheless, Tian Xiao felt no discomfort. In the Earth's military, accustomed to the specter of life and death, the myriad gazes directed at him by Wang Jingyi's eclectic circle of friends held no significance. His singular focus remained to grow stronger. Within 3 years, he must command a combat capability exceeding Class C. Within 3 years, he must attain authority surpassing that of a regiment commander in the Earth's military. Why would he squander time singing with a woman he had long since severed ties with? However, Zhu Xiaotian and Gao Chong, being adjacent to Wang Jingyi, piqued his interest slightly. As he approached the entrance to the training grounds, he felt compelled to pause, pondering for a moment before instructing Qing Long to retrieve a number, which he sent to Zhu Xiaotian via text message. Once the message was dispatched, Tian Xiao felt he had done his part and proceeded into the base's training grounds. The training hall was rather desolate, with only 2 receptionists stationed at the front desk. "Hello, how may we assist you?" A young girl with an appealing appearance approached, bowing slightly with utmost courtesy and a sweet smile. Tian Xiao glanced at her name tag, Su Cheng, a familiar face. During his first visit to the training grounds, he had been playfully teased by the security team before finally realizing that this sweet-looking girl was, in fact, a biorobot, valued at 100,000 per unit. "I require access to your training equipment," Tian Xiao stated. Su Cheng replied with a smile, "Certainly. Our facility operates on a fee-based system at 50 credits per hour. If you agree, we can activate your access now and transmit all the regulations of the training grounds. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to consult with your steward." Very well. Tian Xiao navigated the access procedures with ease, entering the internal areas of the training grounds. The facility was expansive, boasting 36 floors, encompassing various high-intensity activities such as indoor skiing, surfing, parachuting, shooting, and combat training, with specialized biorobots available for practice. The most cost-effective option was combat training with biorobot companions. The training grounds tailored different levels of biorobots for their employees, a benefit provided by Yunzhong Group. However, the 50 credits per hour fee was not something an ordinary miner could typically afford. In contrast, security personnel at the base were semi-combatants, possessing citizenships, earning annual salaries ranging from 300,000 to 500,000 credits. They required specialized training facilities to enhance their physical capabilities, thus spending considerable time at the training grounds. Tian Xiao was aware that this group had secretly designated a floor in the training grounds for themselves, where they would bring in hunted ferocious beasts to barbecue and store. When a monthly supply ships departed, they would conveniently transport these items for sale at elevated prices. Upon entering the 36th floor of the training grounds, a biting cold wind swept through the elevator. A vast expanse of white greeted his eyes as he beheld the enormous ski slope. Qinglong swiftly adjusted the temperature control. As Tian Xiao stepped into the skiing area, he scanned the surroundings and noticed several tables set up on a nearby platform, where a group of individuals was boisterously indulging in food and drink. The training grounds were typically exclusive, particularly on the 36th floor. The sudden arrival of this uninvited guest immediately captured the attention of the 8 security personnel present, who turned their heads, their expressions alert and scrutinizing, exuding an air of superiority. With their authority, they swiftly identified the newcomer's identity. ID number 3377. A newcomer with considerable audacity. He seemed rather affluent, as well. A group of individuals gradually adopted a mocking demeanor. The personnel from the safety team possessed an inherent sense of superiority over the miners, for they were indeed a select few who held dominion over the miners within the base. Tian Xiao, undeterred by their aggressive and scrutinizing gazes, strode directly towards the group, casting a sweeping glance around the table adorned with an array of liquor bottles, predominantly empty bottles of wine and spirits, with a few conspicuous bottles of hard liquor placed prominently in the center. Without hesitation, Tian Xiao reached for a bottle of the strong spirit. This action instantly incited palpable discontent among the group. The 8 individuals swiftly turned their gazes icy cold, causing the atmosphere to nearly freeze. Unfazed, Tian Xiao uncorked the bottle and tilted his head back, pouring the liquid down his throat in one continuous motion. Gulp! Gulp! He downed half the bottle in a single breath, and the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. What was once cold disdain transformed into astonishment. One individual couldn't help but scratch his cheek, revealing an appreciative glimmer in his eyes. The leader of the security team, Luo Fei, chuckled and turned to his comrades, inquiring, "Whose little brother is this? Not bad at all when it comes to drinking. I wouldn't mind having a couple like him." Laughter erupted, and the atmosphere rapidly thawed. Engaging with a group of alcohol enthusiasts, starting with a hearty gulp of strong liquor, was enough to earn everyone's respect. The ice-breaking initiative concluded, and Tian Xiao had drained the entire bottle, exhaling a long breath laden with the scent of alcohol before placing the empty bottle on the table. With a broad grin, he clasped his hands together and addressed the group. "My apologies, esteemed brothers. Upon seeing such fine liquor, I simply could not resist. How much for the drink? I shall compensate. If I drink another bottle, consider the payment waived." Luo Fei reclined back in his seat, and the group once again displayed expressions of amusement. Is this really happening? Well then, Tian Xiao seemed to anticipate their reaction, raising his hand to seize a second bottle of hard liquor. "In that case, I shall not hold back. A fine bottle priced at 2,500. One must seize the opportunity to indulge." The group made no move to stop him, watching as the newcomer, brimming with audacity, gulped down the second bottle in one go. Their mockery entirely extinguished. "Excellent." Luo Fei could no longer contain himself, bursting into hearty laughter. This lad has some character. A true man of spirit. Work hard. And once you've saved enough, come join the security team. I, Luo Fei, will reserve a spot for you." Tian Xiao chuckled inwardly. Recognizing Luo's demeanor at the table mirrored his previous behavior. The others followed suit, urging Tian Xiao to take a seat with newfound enthusiasm. His audacity resonated well with this band of revelers. Or 5,000 worth of liquor. A toast among kindred spirits is never too much. Now, reeking of alcohol, Tian Xiao had solidified his camaraderie with them. "So lad, what is your name? Let us share a drink." A man with a ruddy nose, appearing to be in his 60s, revealed a set of yellowed teeth as he eagerly invited Tian Xiao to drink. Without hesitation, Tian Xiao reached for a third bottle of hard liquor. "Shall we drink from the bottle or from a glass?" He felt a slight warmth on his face, yet his spirits remained high. The crowd erupted. "What? He can handle it? Old Lu, if it were me, I'd drink with him." "Yes, let us drink." The onlookers clamored, genuinely reveling in the spectacle. They were equally curious to gauge the newcomer's capacity and to witness old Lu's potential embarrassment. Luo Fei, with a beaming smile, discreetly signaled, prompting a young man to rise and retrieve an unopened box of hard liquor from behind. The atmosphere intensified. Chapter 9. The Wounded Wolf. Among the 8 at the table, Tian Xiao recognized 5. Leading them was Luo Fei, the head of the base's security team, currently classified as H9 level combat strength, merely a step away from G level. Seated beside him was old Lu, the man with the ruddy nose, who appeared aged but was actually under 40. He had lost a kidney to the Zerg, causing him to age prematurely and significantly diminish his strength, placing him at the bottom tier of H3 level warriors. A notorious drinker, his capacity for alcohol was mediocre, merely sampling rather than indulging. Tian Xiao dared to challenge him precisely because he was aware of old Lu's limitations. He could barely finish a single drink in an hour, his only redeeming quality being that he never wasted good liquor. The keen-eyed young man brought a box of strong liquor to the table. The youngest security member, Chen Wuling, who had joined the team just before the new year and was Luo Fei's trusted aide, possessing commendable drinking skills and promising abilities. He was among the fastest to be cultivated within the team. Chen Wuling set down the liquor and addressed Tian Xiao. "Old Lu's health isn't great, and his drinking capacity is average. I'll join you for a drink. Let us finish a bottle together. Afterward, if anything arises at the base, I've got your back." With that, he flicked the bottle cap off with a snap and began to pour. Quite the formidable drinker. Chen Wuling's ability to hold his liquor and his sense of brotherhood were precisely why Luo Fei chose to invest in him. "All right." Tian Xiao stood up decisively. Seizing the third bottle of hard liquor, in the shared gaze of the crowd, he matched Chen Wuling drink for drink, gulping down the fiery liquid as if igniting his throat. Within less than 20 seconds, they both finished a 500 milliliters bottle of hard liquor. "Excellent." Luo Fei finally couldn't contain himself, applauding vigorously. Chen Wuling set down his empty bottle and clapped Tian Xiao on the shoulder. "A promise is a promise. We're brothers now. If you ever want a drink, just come find me. If any issues arise at the base, mention my name, and it'll be taken care of. Just invoke Luo Fei's name. I'm Tian Xiao, and I look forward to your guidance, Brother Luo and Brother Chen." Tian Xiao reciprocated the camaraderie. He knew he had passed the test. Gaining Luo Fei's approval equated to securing Chen Wuling's endorsement, rendering the opinions of the other members inconsequential. His affiliation with the security team was now established, allowing him to be present at any time. Despite currently possessing only an H2 chip, which did not meet the standards for combat personnel. Yet, even someone like Old Lu, who had lost a kidney, could remain in the security team. Adding another member posed no issue. Covered in sweat, Chen Wuling noticed the beads of perspiration on Tian Xiao's forehead. Are you all right? Do you need a place to rest? The others echoed their concern. For someone like Tian Xiao, who had downed 3 bottles of hard liquor in one go, recovery was not instantaneous. Anyone with a slightly weaker constitution might have needed hospitalization for gastric lavage. I'm fine. Tian Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Just drank a bit too quickly. I need something to settle my stomach. Brother Chen, do you have any food? Preferably some meat. He chuckled. Chen Wuling glanced at Luo Fei, who nodded with a smile. Get some hearty dishes for our little brother to welcome him. Understanding the implication, Chen Wuling turned and walked into the back room. Half a minute later, he emerged carrying a 2-meter-long, frozen beast. He tossed it onto the ground, while several others procured 2 Z-class firearms and a barbecue grill, enthusiastically bustling about. Old Lu sidled over, boasting, have you seen an H4 level wounded wolf? The bullet holes on its left flank? That's my handiwork. Following Old Lu Estruger, Tian Xiao indeed spotted several bullet holes on the rear of the wounded wolf. Impressive. The physique of an H4 level beast could easily withstand both hot and cold firepower below H4 intensity. Old Lu's ability to penetrate the wounded wolf's defenses indicated that his strength had not deteriorated too severely, at least not yet. Chen Wuling's display of the entire wounded wolf served to showcase the foundational strength of the security team and underscored their regard for the new member. Tian Xiao could not simply sit back and wait for the seasoned veterans to prepare the meat for him. Let me help. He volunteered, stepping forward. One of the elders casually handed him a Z-class firearm. Having followed Luo Fei for a year in his past life, grilling meat while drinking was a frequent affair, and thus he was quite adept at it, even more so than Chen Wuling. As the meat sizzled over the fire, he drew forth a small knife and expertly carved succulent morsels from the body of the Ripper Wolf, cooking them just enough before sprinkling on a hint of spices and presenting them to Rofiai. Boss Rofiai, care to sample my culinary skills? Without hesitation, Rofiai seized a thick strip of meat, disregarding the searing heat of the fat, and stuffed it into his mouth, savoring each bite. Rofiai's eyes widened with delight. His spirits lifted as he gave a vigorous thumbs up. Remarkable. Who would have thought that such talent could arise from one so young? Delicious. Chen Wuling and the others were taken aback, well aware that besides drinking and hunting, roasting meat was one of Rofiai's primary passions. Ordinary grilled fare seldom caught his fancy. Yet Tian Xiao's culinary prowess earned him Rofiai's praise. The flavor of the roasted meat surely could not disappoint. Eagerly, several individuals lunged for the meat strips, stuffing them into their mouths to relish the exquisite taste. Indeed, this is delightful. Damn it, Lao Lu, you need to stop ruining grilled meat. Compared to Tian Xiao's, your previous efforts were nothing short of sacrilege. Goodness, you truly excel in the art of roasting meat, Tian Xiao. Where did you acquire such skill? In no time, the tender meat that Tian Xiao had just prepared was completely devoured. Observing Tian Xiao deftly carving the meat with a single hand, his motions both practiced and agile, curiosity piqued further. The essence of roasting lies in its freshness and tenderness. Why just serve you with the finest cuts? Subsequent flavors may not reach the same heights. So I ask for your understanding. With a playful tone, Tian Xiao offered another platter of roasted meat. Very well. This flavor surpasses Lao Lu's by leaps and bounds. Chen Wuling remarked swiftly, and others echoed his sentiments. Indeed, this flavor is quite commendable. Tian Xiao, you're being too modest. Rofiai, you should recruit this lad soon. I sense he is naturally suited for our security team, proposed Lao Lu. Others nodded in agreement. Tian Xiao possesses a genuine character. His drinking habits reflect his integrity. He is a forthright individual, and I believe he would fit in well. Rofiai himself felt a tug of interest. However, the prospect of hastily bringing someone without a citizenship into the fold posed considerable complications, necessitating the leveraging of personal connections. After a moment's reflection, Rofiai continued chewing the grilled meat while scrutinizing Tian Xiao. Your physical prowess and chip still present a significant gap. For now, work within the base, save some money, and when you have amassed 200,000, I will supplement the remainder to acquire a citizenship for you. Rofiai was not lacking in funds. He needed capable individuals. Tian Xiao's knife skills and his nonchalant demeanor in the face of the Ripper Wolf were the primary influences behind Rofiai's decision. Chapter 10. The Heartbroken Young Man. Though Rofiai, the leader of the security team, wielded considerable decision-making power, his deputy, Wu Hao, was no pushover. He had been subtly competing with Rofiai, establishing his own faction and rallying support to challenge Rofiai's leadership. Wu Hao's abilities were comparable to Rofiai's, having reached H8 level, excelling in mecha control, fire control, and command, giving him little room to be overshadowed. Moreover, Wu Hao maintained connections with a minor leader within Fei Ying Corporation and had gradually assigned more than a dozen security personnel to his command. With a total of 36 members in the security team, Wu Hao had effectively seized control of half the personnel, leaving the remainder in a neutral position. This precarious balance placed Rofiai in a position of increasing vulnerability despite being the leader. Currently, Rofiai felt a strong sense of crisis and a dire need for capable individuals. This urgency was precisely why Tian Xiao had chosen such a direct approach to make his presence known. He believed that with Rofiai's character and insight, he would not overlook the opportunity presented, as it was equally advantageous for Rofiai. Additionally, Rofiai generated over $1 million in value each month by utilizing the security team's escort duties for transport vessels to smuggle goods. He would be inclined to invest resources to solidify his base and cultivate more talent to safeguard his interests as the leader of the security team. Rofiai's stance was within Tian Xiao's expectations. "Thank you, Boss Rofiai," Tian Xiao said as he chewed on a piece of tendon from the Ripper Wolf, rising to raise a toast. "I am honored by your recognition. I shall drink this bottle in your name." Rofiai relaxed, poured himself a drink, and downed it, extending a gesture of respect to the newcomer. Chun Wuling burst into laughter, playfully pushing Tian Xiao back into his seat. "Impressive drinking capacity. Come, eat. Don't ruin your health. Mainly, you cannot afford to get drunk, Tian Xiao. Your grilling skills are truly remarkable. Go on, you all wait a moment. Tian Xiao, enjoy a bit more for yourself. There will be plenty of time to appreciate your roasting in the days to come." Chun Wuling nudged Lao Lu and a few others aside. He himself was unsure why he felt an unusual closeness to this newcomer, whether in their interactions or in the tone of their exchanges, as if they had known each other for ages. "All right, please excuse me. I shall indulge a bit before toasting to each of you in turn." Tian Xiao understood the reason well. It was the resonance of kindred spirits. From the moment he entered the security team, he found himself getting along well with Chun Wuling and Rofiai. As he spoke, he continued his skilled task of carving roasted meat and sending it to his mouth. Rofiai initiated a conversation. "As a newcomer, what prompted you to come to the training ground and to audaciously come to our security team to drink?" Tian Xiao's sudden appearance and declaration of allegiance inevitably raised suspicions. The group awaited his explanation. To be frank, transitioning from the initial awkwardness of commandeering drinks to the current harmonious atmosphere left them all somewhat bewildered. Rofiai's inquiry helped to restore calm among them. Tian Xiao realized that if he did not resolve this issue today, there would remain a barrier between him and the others. He was well prepared, unfazed as he recounted the melodramatic tale of his life. It simply entailed investing considerable time and emotion, only to witness her with another man on her birthday. Resulting in my rejection, I sought a place to clear my mind, and fortuitously stumbled upon a gathering of drinkers at the training ground. Rofiai exchanged glances with Chun Wuling. Tian Xiao noticed this. With the authority of the security team, they had the right to access surveillance footage from various open areas within the base. He trusted that Chun Wuling had begun investigating his interpersonal relationships within the base. Chun Wuling did not disappoint. He swiftly sent a text to Rofiai. Tian Xiao's ex-girlfriend, Wang Jing, is currently celebrating her birthday with Li Ying from the logistics department. "Brother, I shall avenge you." Chun Wuling clearly did not regard the minor supervisor from the logistics department with any seriousness. Rofiai frowned slightly, but ultimately refrained from intervening. He wished to observe Tian Xiao's reaction. Tian Xiao leisurely extracted a white piece from the Ripper Wolf's innards and, in full view of all, placed it directly into his mouth. "Thank you for your concern, Brother Chun. There is no need to waste time on a woman who has changed her heart. Besides, I have come to terms with it. Such a woman is worth nothing. There are plenty of good women out there. I shall find another." Tian Xiao's response not only brought a smile to Rofiai's face, but also earned him nods of approval from the others. A man of understanding. That is the essence of masculinity. You are still young. Joining the security team will surely be more fulfilling than idling in the logistics department. Rest assured, we will take care of that Li Ying fellow. We will ensure you get your retribution. Sighing, they were all individuals of character. Tian Xiao kept his head down, wholly focused on the meat before him. The freshly extracted pancreas needed proper digestion. The pancreas of the tearmouth wolf is an organ that collects mutated elements, possessing the ability to eliminate negative pathologies. When the accumulation reaches a certain threshold, it can induce a qualitative transformation, significantly enhancing the physical attributes of the tearmouth wolf, and even leading to a form of innate mutation propelling it from H4 to H9 or even G level, albeit the likelihood of such a substantial breakthrough is less than 1 in 10,000. Tian Xiao diligently spread his saliva, enveloping every inch of the pancreas before he braced himself against the fishy taste and began to chew vigorously. The scene of him gritting his teeth elicited a measure of sympathy from onlookers. The confusion in Luo Fei and Chen Wuling's eyes dissipated as they observed him consuming the raw flesh and blood of the tear-mouthed wolf to dull his inner torment. What a man! Unbeknownst to them, Tian Xiao was striving to convert the nutrients within the pancreas into his own essence. After meticulously chewing until his jaws felt numb, a warm current surged within his dantian. The moment had come. Tian Xiao tilted his head back and swallowed the thoroughly chewed pancreas. The warmth in his dantian became clearer and more intense. Rising abruptly, he raised a toast to the other 5 security personnel present, clasping his hands in farewell to Luo Fei. Boss Luo, I'm off to find a place to release some of this alcohol's effects. That's fine. Luo Fei waved his hand. Drinking too quickly can lead to inebriation. It's good to let off some steam. The others at the table exchanged knowing smirks as they watched Tian Xiao step into the elevator. At the headquarters, a batch of biorobots have been specially prepared for the miners, capable of fulfilling daily physiological needs just like real humans. However, Chen Wuling soon realized that the elevator had stopped at the 15th floor. The 15th floor was not the biorobot service area, but rather the strength training zone. Has this kid gotten drunk? Is it his first time at the training facility? Surely he hasn't lost his way? Without hesitation, Chen Wuling accessed the surveillance footage of the 15th floor. The sight that met his eyes left Luo Fei and the others amused. There was Tian Xiao, his waist bound with a powerful harness, sprinting with all his might. Chapter 11, the betting begins. Haha, this kid, Tian Xiao, is quite amusing. I thought he was heading to the first floor to find Su Cheng. Could it be still a novice? Laughter erupted among the group, with some unable to contain themselves and banging on the table. Luo Fei and Chen Wuling were equally surprised to see that the man they had come to respect would release his drunkenness in such a manner. While most individuals would struggle to walk after several bottles of strong liquor, this fellow was managing to run straight on a heavily weighted training apparatus. After a round of laughter, old Lu initiated the betting. Come, let us place our bets. I wager Tian Xiao 1 tea last more than 3 minutes. He slapped down 1,000 yuan bill. Immediately, others chimed in. 3 minutes? This kid a novice, just a young bull? I bet he LLB down in 5 minutes. I bet he LLB on his knees in under 2 minutes. As more people placed their bets, most wagered around 5 minutes. At that moment, Chen Wuling interjected. I bet 10 minutes. 2,000. Old Lu and the others turned to him in astonishment. 10 minutes? This kid looks like he's about to collapse. And you dare to bet 10 minutes? Old Lu, you've struck gold, he chuckled, counting the money. 8 people had placed their bets, 7 of whom were already losing. Boss Luo, care to place a wager? Old Lu teased Luo Fei. Luo Fei, fixated on the surveillance footage of Tian Xiao sprinting under the weight of 50 kilograms, had shifted from amusement to uncertainty. The high-energy exertion of running under heavy load is an exceptionally taxing form of exercise. Even someone with a muscle strength of 12 and muscle adaptability could not endure for long. Yet, Tian Xiao, an ordinary individual, had already persisted for 2 minutes. The flesh and blood of the tear-mouthed wolf contained certain nutrients that could temper the body, so it was not surprising that he could withstand the alcohol's stimulation for 2 minutes. Utilizing all his limbs, the veins in his arms and legs began to surface, indicating he was on the brink of his limits, at any moment ready to be pulled back and halt his training. However, Luo Fei noticed details that others overlooked. As the leader of the security team, he had interacted with some Earth military personnel patrolling the stars and had experience with them. Even if those soldiers were not as powerful as him, their tenacity and intensity were etched in his memory. At this moment, Tian Xiao's eyes bore a striking resemblance to those individuals. Focused, sharp, overflowing with fervor. What was crucial was that, despite being on the verge of collapse, Tian Xiao managed to sustain himself for another minute, his form remaining unblemished, while the counter beside him began to register minute changes. The apparatus for heavy load running recorded the user's current weight and running speed, simultaneously displaying the user's muscle strength and adaptability. Luo Fei distinctly noted that Tian Xiao's muscle strength had surged from 98 to 99 and his muscle adaptability from 94 to 95. Luo Fei could no longer sit still. He disregarded old Lu's betting frenzy, fixated on the data displayed on the monitor, his gaze unwavering and increasingly serious. The atmosphere around him was filled with sighs of disappointment. Those who had bet 2 or 3 minutes were already out of the game. Old Lu was laughing as he collected the bets, but soon his laughter faded. 5 minutes passed. Old Lu had to call it quits. His kid is grit. Enduring 5 minutes of high-intensity running with a 50-kilogram weight was equivalent to running 1,000 meters, something even Old Lu could barely manage at his current fitness level. Yet, Tian Xiao was still going strong. All 6 had lost their bets, leaving only Chen Wuling. He laughed heartily, pocketing all the bets on the table. According to their Circle S rules, this pot of money was all his. A profit of 6,000. However, Chen Wuling soon noticed that the boss was still fixated on the monitor, watching intently. Boss, this newcomer is a promising prospect with immense potential. Luo Fei nodded in response, his body leaning slightly back, yet his gaze remained glued to the monitor. There was an unuttered thought lingering in his mind. The potential Tian Xiao displayed had already surpassed that of Chen Wuling. Although Chen Wuling, with an H5 ranking, could easily endure running with a 50-kilogram load for over 10 minutes, Tian Xiao's muscle strength was only at 99. At that moment, the small numbers on the monitor flickered again. 10 points. Muscle strength at 10 points. Muscle adaptability also surged to 96. Luo Fei felt his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Damn. In less than 10 minutes, his body S-speed had increased by 3 units. This is undoubtedly a military training technique. Luo Fei was unaware that his previously reclining posture had abruptly leaned forward, his breath growing hot and heavy. The others began to notice the boss's unusual demeanor. Wuling, you've already won. Let us shut it down. Luo Fei didn't give them a chance. Tian Xiao's potential had evolved from surpassing Chen Wuling to surpassing the entire security team. He needed to seal off any information regarding Tian Xiao. Wu Hao must not learn of his existence. Understood. Although Chen Wuling did not grasp Luo Fei's reasoning for ending the discussion as his confidant, he naturally followed orders without question. Retrieve a batch of raw or from my private stock and complete the handover with Tian Xiao, allowing him to join the security team early. 200,000 in funds would take an ordinary miner at least a year to accumulate. Luo Fei had initially wished to observe Tian Xiao's character further, but witnessing the immense potential he exhibited, he realized he could not delay any longer. Long nights breed many dreams. As swiftly as possible, Tian Xiao should be recruited into the security team. He will soon become as indispensable as Chen Wuling, aiding in the rapid consolidation of the group. An additional investment of 200,000 is hardly a concern. The 7 individuals exchanged glances, astonished that their leader was willing to dip into his own pockets. Although they were unaware of the unfolding events, there seemed to be no sense of resistance among them. Perhaps it was out of sympathy, or perhaps it was due to the tenacity displayed by Tian Xiao during his weighted sprints, or possibly it was the influence of the few bottles of liquor. Thus, the matter was settled. At this moment, Tian Xiao was on the 15th floor of the training facility, engaged in weighted sprints. The tearing energy from the wolf's pancreas was continuously radiating heat, while the mutated substances accumulated within the pancreas further stimulated his physique. Under the intense exertion, his muscles were rapidly depleting energy, yet simultaneously maximizing their absorption of these substances, affecting a swift transformation of his body. 10 minutes, Qinglong reminded him, as muscle strength reached 101 and muscle responsiveness soared to 98. His body was under immense strain and required rest. Yet Tian Xiao did not cease. This was due to Qinglong currently being only H2 level, akin to an ordinary civilian defending himself. Should he attain an H3 citizenship, he would grasp the greater content and permissions, understanding that breakthroughs only manifest under extreme pressure. Chapter 12. Zhu Xiaoyan's plea for help. Within his dantian, the wolf's pancreatic accumulated mutated substances continued to emit heat. Tian Xiao gritted his teeth, persisting despite the ceaseless reminders from his body, mind, and even Qinglong urging him to rest. His gaze instead sharpened and focused. True cultivation only began upon entering the Earth's Sky Army. It is only within the ranks of the Earth's Sky Army that one comprehends that the genuine path of cultivation has only just commenced. When a person reaches their limits, their body becomes akin to a vessel being stretched, gradually expanding to accommodate more through persistent effort, thereby growing stronger. The longer one endures, the greater the rewards, particularly after consuming the beast's pancreas, which continually released mutated nutrients, stimulating the enhancement of his physique while endowing his body with greater biological energy. At such times, willpower becomes paramount. The stronger the will, the faster the rise. After 3 kilometers of high-intensity sprinting, the data displayed on the instrument beside Tian Xiao had transformed. Muscle strength reached 103, Muscle responsiveness hit 10. Biological energy surpassed 100 for the first time, elevating to 103. The effects of the first use of the adenomatous tissue were remarkably evident. The extreme training methods of the Earth's Sky Army, combined with the stimulating effects of the adenomatous tissue, propelled Tian Xiao beyond the average adult's capabilities. 5 minutes elapsed. The training area was rife with the stench of sweat and alcohol. Tian Xiao, reeking of liquor, continued to push himself, each movement mechanical yet powerful. His body had long since reached its limits, yet the surging warmth from his dantian incessantly invigorated his physique, offering him a slight reprieve amidst his waning strength. Just when the sprint had reached 25 minutes, the elevator doors on the 15th floor opened, and Chen Wuling stepped in, halting before him. Casting a glance at the numbers displayed on the nearby instrument, he admonished the tirelessly laboring Tian Xiao, whose veins stood out. Do not torment yourself over a woman. It is not worth it. I'm fine, Tian Xiao strained to articulate, maintaining his breath and rhythm, forcing the words through clenched teeth. Stubborn mule. Chen Wuling shook his head, perceiving Tian Xiao as being ensnared and wounded by his emotions. Good news, Chen Wuling shifted the subject. The boss has decided to personally finance an additional 20,000 to assist you in acquiring a citizenship, facilitating your early recruitment into the security team. From now on, we shall fight side by side as brothers. Tian Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment. Do not be too surprised. The boss values talent. Once you begin earning commissions, you will need to repay him. By the way, I will discuss the handover arrangements with you tomorrow while I am out on patrol. We can meet then. Understood. Tian Xiao did not refuse, gradually slowing to a stop. Rest assured, I will repay what I owe the boss. Very well. Chen Wuling exchanged contact information with Tian Xiao before turning to leave. A smile crept onto Tian Zhao's face. Coming to the 15th floor for weighted sprints was a double-edged sword. Accumulating 20,000 was straightforward, but doing so without arousing suspicion was a challenge. Time was of the essence. He did not intend to mine gradually. Within 3 years, he aimed to seize every moment. As for the Xiao mine in Zone G46, he did not plan to extract it prematurely due to the exorbitant costs associated with enhancing his cultivation. The leap from H2 to H3 required millions. Ascending from H3 to H4 necessitated millions at each step, and breaking from H9 to G1 alone demanded tens of millions just for chip upgrades. The most troublesome aspect of bodily enhancement was acquiring 8 G1 gene enhancement needle, which was worth its weight in gold. Aside from the Earth's Sky Army having a sufficient quota, civilians wishing to obtain it must pay exorbitant prices on the black market, sometimes requiring double the funds. This was also the reason why Luo Fei had yet to break through to G1. Thus, the funds from the Xiao mine must be secured and judiciously allocated. Consequently, he could only extract a small amount of resources from the once mighty Luo Fei. Predictably, Luo Fei fell into the trap. This investment would not be a loss for Luo Fei. Among the 8 individuals encountered this time, there were 3 whom he had never seen before, for shortly thereafter, these 3 would perish due to an unfortunate incident during a transport mission. Luo Fei's group would dwindle from 8 to 5, with Wu Hao gradually supplanting their influence within the security team until Luo Fei resolved to enact change. Since Tian Xiao was set to join the security team earlier than anticipated, he would undoubtedly seek to ensure the survival of these 3 individuals. This is what is known as reciprocity. After Chen Wuling departed, Tian Xiao took a brief respite before ascending to the 36th floor once more. He was famished. He needed to eat more. This time, he indulged himself, directly grilling meat and savoring it, his mouth glistening with grease, before descending to continue his training. The power of the adenomatous tissue had not yet dissipated. Under such intense exercise, the adenomatous tissue could endure for at least half a day to a day, sufficient to yield the effects of a gene enhancement needle. However, this time, he refrained from allowing the instrument to display his physique's metrics. An hour passed. According to Qinglong's monitoring, Tian Zhao's muscle strength successfully climbed to 113 points, muscle responsiveness increased to 110, and biological energy rose to 122 points. Strong. After a brief rest, as he prepared to continue, Qinglong alerted him of an incoming message, the sender being Zhu Xiaotian. The content was startling. Help me. Just 2 short words. Tian Xiao furrowed his brow. Ultimately, something had gone awry. He removed the harness and swiftly ascended to the 36th floor. Luo Fei's group had already dispersed, leaving only Chen Wuling behind to clean up. Chen Wuling, grilling meat at the barbecue, smiled upon seeing him emerge from the elevator. What is wrong? Hungry again? Come here. Brother Chen, I need a favor. Track someone down. Tian Xiao presented the message, prompting Chen Wuling to hastily set aside the meat. Not a problem. Name, number. Number 3520. Zhu Xiaotian. Tian Xiao quickly added, if all goes well, the one targeting her is Gao Chong from the tower. A flicker of cold light flashed in Chun Wuling's eyes. That scoundrel again. Damn it. I wanted to deal with this piece of filth for ages. I have an idea of where he might be. Come with me. As a security personnel, Chun Wuling possessed a deeper understanding of the underbelly of the base. The two hurriedly stepped into the elevator, one following closely behind the other. Inside, Chun Wuling could not help but inquire, I know this Zhu Xiaotian, the new recruit. She is quite beautiful and seems to have a good rapport with your ex-girlfriend. What is up? You seem rather interested in her, targeting your best friend's circle. Quite impressive. Misunderstanding ensued. Yet Tian Xiao found it difficult to clarify that his admiration lay solely in Zhu Xiaotian's capabilities and could only take the blame. No need to feel embarrassed. I understand. When a moment arises, you should take the lead in this heroic rescue. It's best you handle it personally. Chun Wuling's sly grin revealed her seasoned nature. Chapter 13. A deadly avoidance after Tian Xiao departed. The atmosphere among Wang Jingyi and her companions remained decidedly awkward. After all, Tian Xiao was Wang Jingyi's rumored boyfriend. Or at least that was the public perception. Tian Xiao's apparent disregard only fueled speculation about their relationship, while also casting a shadow of conjecture over Wang Jingyi and Li Ying's connection. Li Ying was deeply uncomfortable. Fortunately, he called for Gao Chong, hoping that conversation would help alleviate the tension over time. Upon arriving at the karaoke venue, Li Ying's status was evident as he was greeted by everyone from the receptionist to the sales managers and the princesses encountered along the way. He regained a sense of ownership, as a lavish 9-tiered cake was ceremoniously wheeled in by a group of handsome men and beautiful women. A bouquet was presented to Wang Jingyi, prompting her friends to beam with enthusiasm. Compared to Tian Xiao, Li Ying was evidently more romantic and capable. A match made in heaven. Observing her close friend, who was nestled beside Li Ying with a bouquet in hand, Zhu Xiaotian's thoughts became muddled. Tian Xiao's profound words echoed in her mind. How could I forsake conquering the vast cosmos for a mere vase? In contrast to Li Ying's display of wealth and sophistication, Tian Xiao's assertions as a recently graduated student seemed to stem from a sour grapes mentality. Yet, recalling the text he sent her after their departure blurred her previously clear image of him. Be cautious of Gao Chong. Gao Chong, a friend of Li Ying's, was introduced by Wang Jingyi as an air traffic controller, frequently engaged in communication with them, holding a rank above that of the miners. However, how did Tian Xiao come to know Gao Chong? How was he aware that Wang Jingyi intended to introduce him? Zhu Xiaotian's demeanor grew noticeably composed. She yearned to call and inquire, but the lively atmosphere of the karaoke venue made it difficult to prioritize her friend's feelings. After waiting a while, seizing the moment when Wang Jingyi and Li Ying were engaged in a duet, Zhu Xiaotian excused herself to the restroom, exiting the private room. Throughout the evening, Gao Chong had been nothing short of a gentleman. A subtle smile appeared on his face as he glanced at the drink Zhu Xiaotian had consumed before he stood up, declaring, "Next is my turn." Zhu Xiaotian hesitated upon leaving the room. What if Tian Xiao inquired about this situation? How would she respond? Furthermore, Gao Chong had been courteous throughout the night, presenting no issues. After lingering in the restroom for a while, Zhu Xiaotian ultimately refrained from making the call and returned to the private room just as Gao Chong finished his song, raising his glass in invitation. As Zhu Xiaotian took a sip from her cup, she immediately sensed something was amiss. Her vision became slightly blurred, and her head felt heavy. She struggled to keep her cup steady. This was bad. Something was wrong. Zhu Xiaotian quickly realized that her drink had been tampered with. She attempted to alert the butler, but the chip was unresponsive, as if it had been disabled. Zhu Xiaotian slumped onto the sofa, and in her fading consciousness, she pressed a button on her wristwatch, selecting Tian Xiao from her contacts. "Help me." Her faint voice was detected and sent successfully. Then, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Gao Chong had been lurking in the corner, observing Zhu Xiaotian. As she collapsed without anyone noticing, a smirk of satisfaction crept across his face. The drug he administered would temporarily disrupt the chip's autonomous functions and analysis capabilities, including the automatic alert feature, rendering everything else futile except for a few simple manual commands he had preserved. Li Ying was also among those who noticed the situation. He exchanged a discreet glance with Gao Chong before approaching Wang Jingyi, saying, "Jingyi, let us dim the lights and cut the cake." "Sound good." Wang Jingyi, slightly tipsy, nestled into Li Ying's embrace, oblivious to her friend's plight. As the lights dimmed, no one noticed the absence of two individuals from the room. Gao Chong dragged Zhu Xiaotian to an adjacent room, chuckling at the girl with flushed cheeks. Indeed, fresh graduates are far more entertaining. Just as he was about to undress her, the door was suddenly kicked open with tremendous force. Bang! The door burst in, revealing the scene within to the outside world. Gao Chong was momentarily stunned. He looked up to see Tian Xiao striding in with confidence. "How dare you? You poor student ruin my plans." Though Gao Chong felt guilty, his audacity was remarkable. He knew he had to regain control of the situation swiftly. Otherwise, losing his job and reputation would be minor compared to the decade-long prison sentence for assaulting a woman. With a swift motion, he hurled a knife. Had Tian Xiao been an ordinary student, he would have surely fallen victim to this attack. However, after his rebirth, he had experienced life-threatening situations and anticipated Gao Chong's leg movement. He tilted his head and seized the opportunity. The knife embedded itself in the doorframe. In 2 swift steps, he closed the distance and unleashed a powerful punch. In typical confrontations, ferocity is paramount. In a narrow encounter, the brave prevail. With the knife missing its mark, Gao Chong sensed danger. Darkness clouded his vision as excruciating pain struck his eye socket, causing him to cry out and tumble backward, crashing into the table in the room. The commotion was too loud. The adjacent room fell silent at the moment of the door's destruction, and a crowd surged in to witness the spectacle, only to discover that the 3 individuals inside were all familiar faces. The sight jolted Wang Jingyi awake, akin to a bucket of ice-cold water. Her best friend, Zhu Xiaotian, lay unconscious on the sofa, appearing utterly defenseless. Li Ying, witnessing Tian Xiao raining down punches on Gao Chong, widened his eyes in alarm and rushed forward to intervene. "Stop! Are you insane? Who are you?" Someone restrained Li Ying, and he soon realized that the man beside him was none other than Chun Wuling from the base S security team. As a logistics team leader, he had interacted with Chun Wuling before. A chill ran down Li Ying's spine as he recognized the gravity of the situation. The presence of a security team made it impossible for him to protect Gao Chong. "They're my friends. They were drunk. It's all a misunderstanding." Li Ying desperately attempted to salvage the situation. Chun Wuling shot him a glance, tilting her chin toward Zhu Xiaotian, coldly remarking, "Whether it's a misunderstanding or not depends on what that young lady has to say." A cold breath caught in Li Ying's throat. It was over. Chun Wuling's involvement signified the security team's engagement. Given their responsibilities and authority, they could choose to intervene or not. However, it was clear that Chun Wuling was targeting Gao Chong. "Enough, Tian Xiao!" Chun Wuling shouted from within. "Don't kill him. It will be troublesome if there's no evidence later. Boss Luo is already on his way, and the rest will be decided by headquarters. Rest assured, at least a 3-year sentence is unavoidable." Tian Xiao paused slightly, still gripping Gao Chong's collar, who was now bloodied and bruised. With a cold smirk, Tian Xiao replied, "Don't worry, I'm avoiding anything fatal." With those words, Li Ying, Wang Jingyi, and the surrounding acquaintances all gasped in shock, their expressions akin to seeing a ghost. Chapter 14. Swift resolution. Is this Tian Xiao, the warm-hearted, helpful individual who graduated alongside them? With 2 swift punches, the corners of his jaw swelled once more. He had been meticulously avoiding the lethal areas. What venomous words were uttered? A group of people seemed to be witnessing the true Tian Xiao for the first time, scrutinizing him with eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Li Ying was equally bewildered. This was his 3rd encounter with Tian Xiao. Their first meeting was in the afternoon when Tian Xiao reported the day's haul at the logistics department. The impressive sum of 27,000 in raw was undeniably captivating, stirring a certain envy within him. This led him to refrain from mentioning the gossip surrounding Tian Xiao and Wang Jingyi when in her presence, maintaining an air of superiority during their second meeting. However, this 3rd encounter was truly shocking. A mere H2 level individual had pinned down and relentlessly pummeled an H4 level adversary. Tian Xiao's demeanor had transformed from that of an inconspicuous and easily underestimated new miner into a fierce figure standing atop the high ground, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who beheld him. Moreover, Tian Xiao was surprisingly acquainted with Chun Wuling, and they appeared to share a cordial rapport. While others were oblivious to the security team's circumstances, Li Ying was well aware. The security team was not only tasked with safeguarding the base, but also combating the remnants of ferocious beasts on this planet. And they were responsible for escorting transport ships, each member a hardened warrior who had battled the beasts, with salaries and authority surpassing his own. At that moment, a heavy-footed group hastily approached, led by the head of the security team, Luo Fei. What had transpired? Luo Fei parted the crowd, his sharp gaze sweeping over the situation inside the booth. Tian Xiao finally ceased his assault, casting aside the bloodied Gao Chong. Chun Wuling succinctly recounted the events. Wang Jingyi and the others listened intently. Zhu Xiaotian had been drugged, and her last text message had been sent to Tian Xiao. No wonder Tian Xiao had arrived so promptly. The few men and women present hung their heads in shame. As friends, they had failed to protect Zhu Xiaotian, almost leading her to disaster. Wang Jingyi burst into the booth. Xiaotian, are you all right? Wake up. Luo Fei stepped in, glancing at the disheveled Gao Chong, then pressed down on the nape of Zhu Xiaotian's neck. With a violent heave, Zhu Xiaotian expelled a torrent of foul liquid, her eyes slowly fluttering open. Wang Jingyi enveloped her in a tight embrace, her voice trembling. Xiaotian, you scared me to death. Upon regaining consciousness, Zhu Xiaotian saw Wang Jingyi and the others in the booth, a wave of relief washing over her. Ignoring Wang Jingyi, she weakly nodded at Tian Xiao, managing to utter, "Thank you, Tian Xiao. Captain, how shall we deal with this scoundrel?" Chen Wuling addressed Luo Fei with utmost respect in front of outsiders. "Take him to the security department for detention. Gather all witness testimonies and surveillance evidence, and upon the next return trip, transfer him to the judicial authority for prosecution." Li Ying's expression darkened. Luo Fei's words had sealed Gao Chong's fate. Although he had not directly participated in the incident, Gao Chong was, after all, a friend he had introduced. The wary and resentful glances from Wang Jingyi and her friends intensified. What a loss. He had invested a considerable sum in that 9-tier cake. Li Ying was engulfed in an inexplicable frustration. He could only blame Gao Chong for his incompetence, leaving behind a trail of evidence that would lead to his disgrace and imprisonment. The team under Luo Fei sprang into action, documenting evidence and escorting Gao Chong, Zhu Xiaotian, and Wang Jingyi, while also taking Tian Xiao along. The birthday celebration concluded prematurely. A chorus of regretful sentiments erupted among the group. They had not anticipated Gao Chong's true nature. A civilized beast. Thank goodness Tian Xiao had arrived in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Upon arriving at the security department, Chen Wuling and the others changed into their uniforms, conducting business with diligence, acquiring all testimonies and extracting the drug's components from Zhu Xiaotian's system. The evidence was irrefutable. Wang Jingyi remained by Zhu Xiaotian's side. Gao Chong was locked away in a dark cell, awaiting transfer. Chen Wuling grinned at Tian Xiao, saying, "You lucky fellow. Boss Luo just applied for a goodwill bonus for you from the company, and it was approved. You'll be receiving 50,000 as a reward. Don't forget to treat us. This was all thanks to Brother Chen's assistance, so when the bonus comes through, I'll host a feast for everyone. I was just joking, don't take it to heart." Chen Wuling waved his hand with a chuckle. "We still have some follow-up matters to attend to, so you may head back for now. And don't forget about tomorrow's handover." Tian Xiao gestured in acknowledgement and departed from the security department. At the entrance, he encountered Zhu Xiaotian, Wang Jingyi, and Li Ying. Wang Jingyi spoke first. "Thank you so much. Your timely arrival made all the difference." Tian Xiao disregarded her, instead fixing his gaze on Zhu Xiaotian. "I warned you to be cautious of Gao Chong. He is not a good person, yet you still fell into his trap. Be more vigilant. You may not always be so fortunate." With that, he turned and left. Tears of grievance cascaded down Zhu Xiaotian's cheeks. Upon regaining her senses and reflecting on the harrowing events, she felt a pang of fear. She was deeply grateful for Tian Xiao's timely intervention and his alert message. Had she not been vigilant, that desperate plea for help might never have been sent, and she would have ended up like the other victimized girls, lost and helpless, with even her chip steward unable to protect her. Wang Jingyi felt even more grieved. She had no idea that her seemingly innocent birthday celebration would almost lead to her best friend's peril. When she attempted to thank Tian Xiao, she realized he did not even acknowledge her presence. Well, no harm done is the best news. The hour was late. "Jingyi, you should stay with Xiaotian and help her rest. Let us hope she recovers soon." Li Ying was reluctant to relinquish Wang Jingyi. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Jingyi had already sentenced him in her heart. Li Ying surely understood what kind of person Gao Chong was. He had specifically introduced Gao Chong to his close friend. Li Ying was inextricably linked to this incident. While Wang Jingyi aspired to climb the social ladder, she was certainly not the kind of person with ulterior motives. "Leader Li, you should head back. I'll accompany Xiaotian." Wang Jingyi's tone was resolute, pushing him away. Li Ying felt utterly dejected. "Jingyi, I truly had no idea Gao Chong was such a person. I swear on my character." Wang Jingyi, alongside Zhu Xiaotian, had already turned to enter her residence. Once inside her room, Zhu Xiaotian turned to Wang Jingyi and said, "You should go back. I need some time alone." "Xiaotian." Wang Jingyi's eyes brimmed with tears. "I know I was wrong today. I shouldn't have introduced you to that beast Gao Chong, and I failed to take care of you. I truly regret it. Please forgive me this once." Chapter 15. Vice Captain Wu Hao, with the pancreatic body of the Ripper still partially digested, Tian Xiao returned to the training ground, resuming his weighted sprints. The events that transpired in the KTV were but a minor interlude for him, and his relationship with Wang Jingyi remained fragmented. As for whether to recruit Zhu Xiaodian into his team, he found himself hesitating. Women, in matters of decisiveness and ruthless judgment, often lagged behind men. A moment of compassion and uncertainty could pose a fatal threat at critical junctures. As he accumulated over 5 hours of high-intensity weighted sprints, Tian Xiao discovered through Qinglong that his muscle strength had finally ascended to 11. Muscle stress agility reached 107, and his biological energy approached 120, surpassing that of a typical adult by 20%. This marked the threshold between H3 and H4 level comprehensive strength. Coupled with the extreme training methods of the Earth's celestial military, his cultivation had indeed progressed rapidly, akin to undergoing a genetic enhancement. After enduring over 4 hours of intermittent high-intensity training, Tian Xiao felt a subtle resistance and cramping in his muscles. He promptly halted his exercises, realizing he had truly reached the limits of his physical capabilities. Continuing further would risk irreversible damage to his body. Ceasing his practice, he took the elevator to the 12th floor and sought the services of a biomechanical masseuse to relieve his muscle tension. Exhaustion soon overtook him, and he quickly succumbed to sleep under the skilled hands of the masseuse. Awakened by Qinglong, he learned it was already 5 in the morning. "Master, you have spent a total of 10 hours in the training facility, expending 500 Federation credits. The cost of cleaning your garments was 50, bringing your total expenditure to 550 Federation credits. During your rest, your muscle strength has increased by 0.1, and your muscle stress flexibility has improved by 0.2. Understood, Tian Xiao replied, unfazed. The soreness in his muscles had dissipated significantly, and his bioenergy had returned to its peak state. A testament to the prowess of the base's biomechanical masseuse in controlling and rejuvenating the human body. The process of alternating tension and relaxation had afforded his overworked muscles a welcome reprieve, ultimately yielding positive effects on his physique. The expenditure was well worth it. Rising, he swiftly donned his freshly dried attire, feeling invigorated and radiant. With 4 hours remaining before his scheduled rendezvous with Chen Wuling, Tian Xiao returned to the 15th floor, diving into a second round of training. This was his first experience with the pancreatic essence. The extent of nutrients he could absorb, given his average physical condition, depended entirely on his own efforts. After several hours of rest, he sensed a considerable buildup of heat within him, which needed to be processed promptly. Otherwise, his body would gradually reject it, ultimately excreting it through perspiration. The training facility was deserted in the early morning hours. Tian Xiao trained vigorously for 3 hours, drenched in sweat, until others began to arrive on the 15th floor. The first to enter was a member of the security team, clad in a crisp uniform, exuding a sense of agility and sharpness. Noticing the figure of Tian Xiao sprinting vigorously on the machine in the corner, the individual cast a sidelong glance before heading towards the strength training equipment on the opposite side. Following closely behind were 2 others, a towering figure, imposing and robust, exuding a palpable sense of pressure, and another, a wiry man whose cold gaze sent a prickle of unease through Tian Xiao, even from across the array of training apparatus. Tian Xiao recognized all 3 of them. He continued his workout undeterred. The leader of this trio was Wu Hao, the deputy leader of the security team, possessing H8 level strength, second only to the base commander and Luo Fei within the security team. The stout giant, known as Tai Xiong, was Wu Hao's right-hand man, boasting H7 level prowess and a physique superior to that of ordinary individuals. His strength matched Wu Hao's. The lean man, Zhao Jia, nicknamed Assassin, specialized in dagger combat and long-range sniping, also at H7 level. This trio formed a formidable triangle within the security team and represented the greatest challenge Luo Fei currently faced. Were it not for Chen Wuling's emergence later on, alleviating some of Luo Fei's burden, these 3 could have easily brought him down. In stark contrast to Luo Fei, who indulged in drink, Wu Hao was driven and ambitious, dedicating his mornings to training and improving his physical abilities, his intent to compete unmistakable. Truth be told, if Tian Xiao were not well aware of Wu Hao's true nature, he would genuinely consider engaging with him, especially in comparison to the still-developing Chen Wuling. The inebriated, wastrel old Lu, and the several other relatively mediocre individuals, who indeed paled in significance. As his thought crossed his mind, a shadow of disquiet crossed Tian Xiao's features. Wu Hao, too many unsavory deeds he had witnessed or heard about. Particularly since Wu Hao had taken the helm of a planetary base, his ambitions and desires had erupted forth, posing a far greater threat than that of an average individual. After approximately another 15 minutes of relentless training, he sensed the three individuals across the room observing him intently. Wu Hao, too, was an astute judge of talent. It was likely that he had already discerned Tian Xiao's identity. Wishing to avoid any unnecessary entanglements, Tian Xiao inhaled deeply, slowed his pace, removed the powerful harness, and made his way toward the elevator without a moment's hesitation. In the corner, the lean Zhao Jia sheathed his dagger and approached the area where Tian Xiao had been training. A conspicuous puddle of sweat lay beneath his feet. Zhao Jia activated a nearby device, previously shut off, and, after a few deft manipulations, he scrutinized the data displayed. Turning to Wu Hao, he remarked, H4, level strength. A promising prospect. Wu Hao, rhythmically lifting a weight of 150 kilograms, responded with a chill in his gaze. Last night, Luo Fei personally led a team to apprehend Gao Chong for attempted coercion. I heard the one who reported it was this newcomer. A trifling matter that Chun Wuling could easily handle, yet Luo Fei insisted on making a grand show of it, clearly to give this newcomer face. Yves inquired. And this kid seems to align perfectly with Luo Fei's preferences. He may very well be the next Chun Wuling. Zhao Jia approached and lowered his voice. Brother Hao, I've reviewed this kid's actions regarding Gao Chong. He's ruthless and capable, a real talent. Should I have a word with him? As a fellow member of the security team, he was already privy to the events of the previous night and understood many of the underlying details. Wu Hao maintained an even breathing pattern as he lifted, replying, regardless. Luo Fei is currently the head of the security team. Last night, he extended significant favor to this kid. What right do we have to engage with him? It seems unnecessary. Besides, for an H4 level to catch up, it will take time. By the time that day arrives, the position of security team leader will have changed hands. Wu Hao exuded confidence. Chapter 16. Zhu Xiaoyan transformation after another visit to the 12th floor for a thorough treatment from the biomechanical masseuse. Tian Xiao returned to the 15th floor 3 hours later to find that Wu Hao and the others had departed. He resumed his training. At this point, the peculiar nutrients from the torn pancreatic essence had been largely depleted, and after merely 2 hours of exercise, he no longer felt the internal heat. His muscle strength had plateaued at 118, muscle stress flexibility at 116, and bioenergy at 134. His strength was firmly established at H4. In terms of physical capabilities, H-level standards dictate that one must exceed 115 to be considered H4, and surpassing 120 signifies breaching the threshold into H5. Luo Fei, at H9 level, boasts a physical quality exceeding 14. However, to ascend to G level, one must elevate their physical quality to 16. For the elite class, enhancing physical quality by 2 points is relatively simple. A single vial of G-level gene enhancement fluid suffices. If necessary, 2 vials can be procured. H-level gene enhancement fluid costs around 1 million, with black market prices nearing 2 million, whereas G-level gene enhancement fluid starts at a minimum of 5 million, with limited availability on the black market. The method of utilizing the pancreatic essence from ferocious beasts has yet to be officially discovered, summarized, or promoted. Tian Xiao recognized that this was his greatest advantage since his rebirth. This alone would allow him to outpace his peers in growth. Therefore, it was imperative to join the security team to gain eligibility for missions that involved hunting ferocious beasts, thereby acquiring more pancreatic essences and higher-grade insectoid pancreatic essences. Upon leaving the training facility and returning to his quarters, Tian Xiao encountered Zhu Xiaotian waiting at the door. With her long hair styled into a neat bob, exuding an aura of competence and vigor, she promptly stated, Tian Xiao, I would like to request your assistance with something. Her words rang out with the clarity of a thorny rose reborn. At that moment, Tian Xiao experienced a powerful sensation as the memory of Zhu Xiaotian, dressed in civilian attire during their time in the military, converged seamlessly with the Zhu Xiaotian before him. A smile involuntarily graced Tian Xiao's lips. Zhu Xiaotian, indeed, a formidable spirit. After experiencing that incident, he awakened early. He had likely already surmised the purpose behind the visitor's approach. Indeed, Zhu Xiaotian articulated her intention. I wish to join the security team at the base. Among those who visited yesterday was Luo Fei, the head of the security team. It seems you have a good rapport with him, and I hope to receive your recommendation. Recommending you poses no issue. However, entry into the security team necessitates a citizenship. I sold a house my parents left me, donating it for a valuation of 1 million. My chip has now been upgraded to H3 level. I am now a citizen of the Earth Alliance, qualified to learn, access, and operate certain basic weapon systems. Zhu Xiaoyan's words left Tian Xiao somewhat astonished. Goodness, selling the house as if it were nothing. Her decisiveness rivals my own. No wonder she became a battalion commander in her previous life within a mere 3 years. Tian Xiao pondered. Zhu Xiaotian had acquired her citizenship more swiftly than he had. He was confident that Luo Fei would likely agree to his recommendation. Furthermore, Luo Fei was currently in need of personnel. No problem, Tian Xiao replied. Return for now, and I shall give you a response by tomorrow at the latest. Thank you. Zhu Xiaotian nodded, and before departing, she suddenly added, Tian Xiao, I owe you a life. She then turned and walked away. Tian Xiao stood there, momentarily stunned. He soon grasped her meaning and couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for my interference, you wouldn't have encountered Gao Chong, piloting the mining craft away from the base. Tian Xiao swiftly arrived at the location agreed upon with Chun Wuling. The timing was impeccable. Chun Wuling had also arrived. The security patrol craft, armed with weapon systems including wing-mounted cannons and small-caliber Gatling guns at both the front and rear, though somewhat outdated, could inflict lethal damage on the ferocious beasts of the planet, qualifying as low-cost, low-energy weapons suitable for an H-class patrol craft. This patrol craft, known as the Blue Bird at the base, was piloted by none other than Chun Wuling. Upon spotting the mining craft, numbered 3377, Chun Wuling executed a low-altitude dive without hesitation, firing off a couple of rounds from the cannons at the ground before departing without a backward glance. Chun Wuling was exceedingly cautious, as security personnel were strictly prohibited from unauthorized extraction of the group's mineral resources, with severe penalties for violations. Thus, he had concealed the items in advance, ensuring that even if someone discovered the presence of raw ore, it would not be his responsibility. Tian Xiao parked the mining craft near the small crater created by the cannon fire, keenly noticing a slightly ajar pit. Still using the same old trick. Tian Xiao mused as he operated the multifunctional mechanical arm to lift the surface debris, revealing chunks of raw ore ranging from H6 to H7 levels, all of considerable value. A cursory glance indicated a value exceeding 600,000, ample indeed. Quickly gathering the items, he made his way back to the base. In the logistics department, he encountered Li Ying, who seemed somewhat awkward upon seeing Tian Xiao, as Tian Xiao's craft began to deliver batch after batch of raw ore onto the conveyor belt. The evaluation instruments nearby surged rapidly, causing Li Ying's eyes to turn green with envy. Group 12 is all looking over here. The murmurs and gasps of astonishment were impossible to suppress. Damn, it's him again. He mined over 20,000 units of raw ore yesterday, earning nearly 10,000. Today's earnings are intentionally set to surpass 100,000. This kid struck it rich. What's 100,000? Look, the assessment has already exceeded 400,000. Another overnight millionaire. Though the logistics personnel had seen their fair share of luck, the feeling of it always falling on someone else was unbearable. Hello, number 3377. The value of the submitted raw ore is 648,000. According to company distribution regulations, your daily salary today is 216,000, and the funds have already been transferred. Thank you, Tian Xiao replied cheerfully, leaving the logistics department under the watchful gaze of many. Li Ying's face had turned a shade of green. Upon exiting the logistics department, Tian Xiao received a transfer from Chun Wuling. 800,000. 1 million was sufficient. Without a moment's hesitation, he proceeded to the administrative hall at the base headquarters to submit an application to the Earth Alliance for the freezing of 1 million assets in exchange for citizenship and an H3 chip. Such transactions could be processed immediately on any planet. The application was swiftly approved. Qinglong directly accepted the upgrade in the service hall. Chip functions unlocked. Chip authority unlocked. Chip computational capacity enhanced. Just as the certification and registration of his citizenship were completed, an invitation letter arrived from the security department of the Yunchong Group S subsidiary. Fei Ying Company, congratulations, number 3377, on successfully becoming a formal citizen of the Earth Alliance. The security department is currently seeking to recruit a security personnel. Upon the recommendation of the security department head, we invite Mr. Tian Xiao, who meets the criteria, to join the security department. Signed by Luo Fei. Chapter 17. Joining the security team at the headquarters of Fei Ying Company, within the security department, a massive screen was partitioned into thousands of smaller displays, showcasing satellite images from various regions of the planet, from the headquarters to major mining areas, and then to the densely forested pits harboring ferocious beasts, and finally to a scattered, quiet asteroid belt. The daily task of the security team was to patrol both the planet's interior and exterior. With a staffing of over 30 individuals, they could not adequately oversee the planet's defenses. However, after the large corporation's withdrawal, the safety of the planetary environment was generally assured, leading to infrequent, serious incidents. Thus, any minor lapses in monitoring were deemed inconsequential. At this moment, the deputy head of the security department, Wu Hao, stood before the massive screen, diligently at work. In truth, many tasks were not handled personally. The chip could autonomously manage numerous affairs, uploading all data and suspicious points. With computational capabilities in the billions per second, it could efficiently process surface data and intelligence, only escalating issues for manual handling in the event of unforeseen circumstances. Wu Hao was on duty today, requiring him to remain in the security department for at least 8 hours. Just then, a slender figure hurried over. "Brother Hao, may I have a word?" The newcomer was Zhao Jia, Wu Hao's trusted aide. Wu Hao signaled to 2 nearby security personnel and turned to follow Zhao Jia into an adjacent room. "Close the door," Zhao Jia said gravely. "A new recruit has just arrived at the security department, the one we saw this morning. Luo Fei personally recommended and invited him, and he has already reported for duty. Chen Wuling is in charge of his reception. I just checked. He has acquired an H3 citizenship, and his physical qualifications meet the standards, currently rated H4. So soon?" Wu Hao was visibly taken aback. He had some recollection of this newcomer, Tian Xiao, when they had encountered each other that morning. The newcomer had only possessed an H2 national chip. At that time, he had concluded that the newcomer posed no threat to his operations, and in his view, the individual's attempt to join should have been months away. Unexpectedly, Luo Fei had acted so swiftly. In less than half a day, the onboarding process had already been completed. How had he managed to gather 1 million alliance coins? Wu Hao inquired. Zhao Jia responded, "We've looked into it. This newcomer submitted 64,000 units of raw or today. No doubt, it's Luo Fei's doing. The remaining funds must have also come from Luo Fei's support. It appears we have pressured Luo Fei to the point where he is now personally investing in training newcomers." Wu Hao sneered. "Since Luo Fei is now serious, we must prepare ourselves early. He has held his position in the security team for 2 years and possesses considerable resources. If he were to break through to G level at this juncture, we would find ourselves in a very passive position. Rest assured, breaking through to G level is no simple feat," Wu Hao scoffed. "However, we must remain vigilant against Luo Fei's unwavering cultivation of Chen Wuling and this newcomer. For after all, Feiying is his stronghold. The next transportation mission is scheduled for 2 weeks hence, and it is certain that Luo Fei will personally oversee it. I too will not be able to escape. At that time, I shall devise a means to keep you at the base." At this juncture, Wu Hao ceased his discourse. Zhao Jia comprehended the gravity of the situation, a chilling and cruel smile gracing his lips. "Very well. I shall make the arrangements." The moment Tian Xiao received the invitation, he promptly arrived at the security department, where, under Chen Wuling's guidance, he completed his onboarding procedures and donned his official security personnel uniform. The mining apparatus in the living quarters was replaced by the H5 model patrol aircraft, the Tian Xiao. The security uniform was also of H5 grade, boasting temperature control capabilities to withstand water, fire, wind, and cold, in addition to offering active protection against stabs, punctures, and bullets. The butler Qing Long controlled the uniform, enabling it to predict and compute various environmental factors, entering a defensive state when danger was imminent. Due to the integration of a weapon system, Chen Wuling took some time to carefully instruct Tian Xiao on the safe usage of firearms and routine maintenance. Following Luo Laoda's directives, "You will join the security team and be assigned to my shift. I shall mentor you." Chen Wuling held a commendable reputation within the security department, expounding as he led Tian Xiao through the premises. "Our security team currently comprises 36 individuals. 6 are engaged with the life transport vessel, leaving 30 stationed at the headquarters. Including you, we are now a total of 37. Typically, we operate in teams of 5, with 2 assigned to monitoring and 3 to patrolling, rotating every 8 hours. Aside from Brother Chun, who are the other 3 in our shift, they're all present here." Chen Wuling escorted him to an activity room within the security department, where the remaining 3 were known to him. One was the veteran old Lu, his nose reddened from drink, while the other 2, having indulged in spirits the previous day, rose to greet him. "Lin Hu, Xiao Daji, you're all acquainted. Tian Xiao has officially joined us. He is now one of our own, so I trust you will look after him." Chen Wuling commanded a modicum of deference within the security department. "All right, Tian Xiao, once our next shift commences, I shall show you around," Lin Hu offered amicably. Chen Wuling declined. "No need. The boss instructed me to personally guide him for the next few days." "Very well. Until next time, Lin Hu replied, somewhat begrudgingly. Tian Xiao was well aware of Lin Hu's character. Although he too was of H5 grade and possessed commendable skills, he lacked the innate talent, disposition, and enthusiasm that Chun Wuling exhibited, which was why he had been surpassed. Xiao Daji was more straightforward and earnest. Gulme, let me take you to retrieve your firearm and engage in live-fire shooting. As security personnel, one must possess a degree of skill, especially since your recommender is Luo Lauda. You cannot afford to falter. Tian Xiao nodded, fully cognizant of the underlying implications. This was precisely why Luo Fei had entrusted Chun Wuling with his guidance. Should he falter, Luo Fei would suffer alongside him. In the days to come, Chun Wuling would remain closely by his side, familiarizing him with every nook and cranny of Fei and company, a privilege he had never experienced in his previous life. As for live-fire shooting, he was rather indifferent. The shooting range at Fei and company permitted only rudimentary and crude firearms, with minimal lethality, negligible recoil, and simple calculations, an obsolete method of attack. With a citizen chip in hand, anyone could swiftly transform into a sharpshooter. He would rather spend that time honing his skills on the training ground or seeking out solitary beasts to hunt. Of course, he could not express such sentiments. To integrate into the community, one must adhere to local customs. This was a fundamental rule within the security team. Being unconventional would only lead to ostracism, a lesson he had learned profoundly during his military service. Chapter 18, The Weapons Training Ground. The shooting range featured a single venue accommodating up to 50 trainees simultaneously, equipped with 4 types of weapons: the H-series lightweight handguns, shotguns, assault rifles, and sniper rifles. You may choose any weapon you desire and practice at your leisure. Once you master all 4 and achieve accuracy, I will take you hunting, Chun Wuling asserted, noticing Tian Xiao's lack of enthusiasm, which prompted him to pique his interest. It's a deal, Tian Xiao responded. What constitutes mastery? To master the 4 weapons, you must achieve a cumulative score of 100 rings with 10 rounds at standard distance, Chun Wuling replied with a smile. That is to say, all 10 shots must hit the target with precision. Tian Xiao glanced at the targets in the training area, which featured a moving beast target with a heart and head as the focal points, each bearing a 3-point target. Do you see? The red heart of the target represents 10 rings, while the head's red heart also signifies 10 rings. A slight deviation results in a lower score, and hitting outside the rings yields 0 points. We do not have fixed targets here. You will only be shooting at moving targets. Thus, this will test your ability to collaborate with your butler, as you must activate its computational capabilities. As Chun Wuling elucidated, he guided Tian Xiao to select his weapon. The chip's computational ability serves as your strongest shield and weapon on the battlefield. Your growth will not be determined by your physical attributes, but rather by the computational and collaborative capabilities of your chip. Tian Xiao understood this well. A slight edge in quality over the average person is insignificant. In the face of firearms, an H3 armed individual and an H9 armed individual would both succumb to a single shot. However, the firing speed of firearms cannot match the computational speed of the chip. The chip can react and alert its user upon detecting gunfire, even initiating active defenses during the transmission of sound, and commencing calculations in combat scenarios to advise the user on positioning and effective cover. Similarly, the user can swiftly detect and lock onto enemies with the chip's assistance, receiving various data support and attack recommendations. The significance of the chip is immense. Moreover, when the chip's computational power is sufficiently robust, it can control more advanced weapon systems or even manage the survival systems of an entire base. For instance, the Earth Alliance's S-Class series planet-destroying cannons and Shenlong battleships, while the former can mobilize and extract resources from an entire planet. It requires computational capabilities amounting to tens of millions of units, necessitating the coordinated activation of a military chip to execute a planet-destroying strike. The latter, with its vast scale capable of accommodating millions, is equipped with tens of thousands of combat aircraft and frigates, continuously consuming massive amounts of biological energy during transit, and also demands an exceptionally elite team to operate. The emergence of such weapons of war signifies the highest echelon of interstellar conflict. It is said that in the first year of a new calendar, during the battle to eradicate the insect race in the fairy star system, only B-class warships and weapons were deployed. Tian Xiao, why are you lost in thought? Chun Wuling's voice broke through his reverie. Tian Xiao stood before the weapon rack, casually picking up a gun, chuckling, it's my first encounter with a weapon, and I found myself distracted. You might want to start with the handgun. The shotgun has quite a fierce recoil, Chun Wuling kindly advised. Tian Xiao glanced down, realizing he was holding a shotgun that weighed nearly as much as a sniper rifle. The heavy metallic texture encased a large caliber muzzle, and the fist-sized bullets glimmered a striking red, instilling a sense of pressure. The shotgun has a short range but a wide impact area, making it particularly devastating at close quarters. It is a favored weapon for hunting fierce beasts, though its recoil can be quite jarring. Chen Wuling cautioned, laughing, "I didn't expect you to have such a wild side. I thought you would gravitate towards the assault rifle." Indeed, most individuals would prefer the higher capacity and adaptability of an assault rifle, as it offers superior versatility and handling. Tian Xiao set down the shotgun and heeded Chen Wuling's instructions, first grasping an antiquated silver Desert Eagle, its magazine capacity upgraded from 7 to 13 rounds. Beside it lay a submachine-style handgun, boasting an astonishing capacity of 50 rounds and a remarkable rate of fire, albeit lacking in stability. He had a preference for weapons with considerable recoil, bold and forceful. Effortlessly completing the loading action, he descended to the shooting window under Chen Wuling's guidance. Without a hint of emotion, Chen Wuling activated the training mode. The training ground instantaneously transformed into a desolate wasteland where a splitting-mouthed wolf, with a jaw divided into 6 segments, peeked out from the sloping terrain. The target had appeared. A bullseye? No. A slight smile crept across Chen Wuling's face. The concept of a target did not exist on the battlefield. Having already shown Tian Xiao a target, he must rely on the chip to manifest it. This was the first tenet he intended to impart to the novice, learning to engage in combat using the chip on the battlefield. In truth, Tian Xiao's instinctive grasp of the chip's application was already ingrained in his very bones. Qinglong, calculating the target's trajectory, analyzing the environmental wind speed, inputting the weapon's ballistic data, preparing to aim. All commands were issued within his mind. These concepts had long since seeped into his marrow. Although Qinglong was a basic model, it possessed a computational analysis capability of 5 units per second, easily accommodating the analysis of simple firearms and single-target shooting. He effortlessly kept pace. Pull the trigger. Bang. Oh dear. A miss. Chen Wuling chuckled, observing the novice's first shot, standard in form yet focused, go astray, entirely unsurprised. This was Tian Xiao's first encounter with a weapon. His initial integration with the chip, and he expected to hit the target? Did he truly believe that the splitting-mouthed wolf, moving at 7 meters per second and capable of a 12-meter burst in peak condition, was merely child's play? Such shooting training was grounded in the data presented by real combat. A slight deviation, and the ballistic trajectory could stray over 10 meters. In summary, if Tian Xiao wished to achieve perfect accuracy, he would need to invest considerable effort. Bang! At that moment, the second shot rang out. Chen Wuling noticed a slight delay in the splitting-mouthed wolf's movements, a clear indication it had been hit. Chen Wuling blinked in surprise. Could it be? Had the second shot found its mark? Bang! Tian Xiao steadily adjusted the gun's muzzle, his expression focused, and once again pulled the trigger. Blood erupted from the splitting-mouthed wolf. 8 points, the training ground announced. This indicated that not only had the shot struck the splitting-mouthed wolf, but it also registered on the target, inflicting a noticeable wound. Chen Wuling's eyes widened in disbelief. The first shot missed, the second shot tracked the target, and now, the third shot hit. Bang! The fourth shot fired. A gaping wound appeared in the splitting-mouthed wolf's heart, and it collapsed. The training ground reported 10 points. Target changed. Difficulty increased. Chapter 19, Shooting Talent. What the hell? Chen Wuling gaped, stupefied, as the scene shifted to a snowy landscape, where another splitting-mouthed wolf emerged. Its gaze more cunning and vigilant, searching for foes, its movements far more complex than before. If the previous splitting-mouthed wolf was of simple difficulty, this one was at least of ordinary difficulty. Bang! A shot erupted from Tian Xiao's Desert Eagle. Howl! The wolf's head was struck. Chen Wuling shuddered. 10 points. Target changed. Difficulty increased. The training ground announced. Chen Wuling was utterly flustered. Who am I? Where am I? What on earth is happening? This was not his first time bringing a novice into the training arena, but this was undoubtedly the most chaotic and bewildering experience. His carefully prepared lecture and earnest teachings evaporated as he watched Tian Xiao swiftly fire again, dispatching another splitting-mouthed wolf that had kicked up dust in its frantic escape across the desert. At that moment, Chen Wuling realized he had encountered a prodigy with a natural talent for firearms. Bang! Under the challenging difficulty, several splitting-mouthed wolves, employing various cunning tactics, all fell one after another, unable to escape their fate at Tian Xiao's steady aim. The highest difficulty for the splitting-mouthed wolves was indeed challenging. The Desert Eagle had been cleared. The 13 rounds in the magazine had not been fully expended. Chen Wuling was at a loss for words. Tian Xiao, unfazed, detached the magazine, returned the firearm, and then retrieve an assault rifle, skillfully reloading it in a standard combat shooting stance at the shooting window. In that moment, Chen Wuling experienced an illusion of standing before a seasoned soldier. The scene shifted yet again. The splitting-mouth wolf returned. Bang! The gun rose. 8 points. Bang! 10 points. Target changed. Difficulty increased. Chen Wuling was now numb. Although he too could achieve perfect shots, it had taken countless days and nights of practice to hone such a skill. Tian Xiao, however, with his first shot as a test, followed by a decisive second shot that took down the target, continued to demonstrate lethal accuracy, swiftly clearing the challenging difficulty and entering hell mode. A dozen splitting-mouth wolves lunged forth from the forest simultaneously. 60 seconds on the clock. An overwhelming sense of pressure surged forth. Tian Xiao stood resolute, maintaining a standard combat shooting posture, and as the splitting-mouth wolves revealed themselves, he steadily pulled the trigger. Bang! The slight recoil was perfectly managed, and without hesitation, he began to pull the trigger again. Bang! 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 Shells fell rhythmically to the ground, each sound crisp and melodious. 13 shots fired. 130 points. Hell mode cleared. The training ground announcement left Chen Wuling in a state of astonishment. Every shot from the assault rifle was lethal. There was no need to test the sniper rifle, nor would the shotgun's accuracy pose any issues. You, my friend, confess honestly, have you handled firearms before? Or perhaps participated in military service during your school days? Chen Wuling could no longer contain his disbelief, scrutinizing Tian Xiao as if he were a monster. Tian Xiao, while unloading the magazine, replied, "You've seen my file. I've never served in the military, just have a keen eye. So, this is your shooting talent? My heavens!" Chen Wuling was beside himself with excitement. He realized that the security team had struck gold this time. Brother Chen, should I practice with the shotgun and sniper rifle as well? Practice what? Chen Wuling retorted. You've already cleared hell mode with the assault rifle. Do you know only 4 people in the security team can achieve that? And you want to practice with the shotgun and sniper rifle? Come on, I'll take you to meet Boss Luo. Chen Wuling was immensely excited, eager to share this good news with Luo Fei. Just when he was troubled about how to counter Wu Hao, now he had a shooting prodigy at his disposal, like wielding a gun aimed directly at Wu Hao. The two exited the shooting training ground, and Tian Xiao chuckled to himself. His objective had been achieved. Time was of the essence. He did not wish to squander it in the shooting training arena. Now that he had gained Chen Wuling's approval, he hoped for a swift opportunity to engage with the ferocious beasts and acquire the second piece of the beast's pancreas. Indeed, upon finding Luo Fei, Chen Wuling excitedly relayed Tian Xiao's talent, invigorating Luo Fei. However, Luo Fei was more composed than Chen Wuling. While possessing exceptional marksmanship is commendable, it may not necessarily translate to flawless execution in real combat. Therefore, at the next shift, Wuling take Tian Xiao into the G33 area's forest to accumulate some practical experience. Yes, Chen Wuling replied, filled with enthusiasm. Tian Xiao had not forgotten the request from Zhu Xiaotian. Having encountered Luo Fei, he seized the opportunity to mention Zhu Xiaotian's entrusted matter. Luo Fei and Chen Wuling exchanged astonished glances. Zhu Xiaotian? The girl who was nearly bullied by Gao Chong yesterday? The girl, who has shaved her head and sold her property to donate a citizenship, is indeed intriguing. Yes, she is quite extraordinary. Luo Fei and Chen Wuling hold high hopes for Zhu Xiaotian. Very well, since she already possesses a citizenship, I can agree to let her join the security team. However, I have just recommended you, and continuous recommendations for newcomers may not be appropriate. The higher-ups may have reservations. Therefore, this time, I would like you to take the lead in the recommendation, Luo Fei said to Tian Xiao with a smile. Each security personnel has 1 recommendation quota, but it ultimately requires the approval of the team leader. Tian Xiao readily agreed. All right, thank you, Boss Luo. Be cautious when going out, and try to avoid drawing the attention of outsiders. Also, make sure to remind old Lu to keep the monitoring center from giving Wu Hao any opportunities, Luo Fei cautioned, as he did not wish for Tian Xiao's shooting talent to be discovered by Wu Hao. Understood. I will make the necessary arrangements, Chen Wuling replied confidently. After the two left, Luo Fei approached the grand floor-to-ceiling window and smiled. Shooting talent? What shooting talent? That foolish child Wuling. No matter how exceptional one's shooting talent, it is challenging to achieve lethal precision against the speed of a tearing wolf. Luo Fei perceived a deeper truth. Tian Xiao's true talent did not lie in shooting, but rather in the ability to utilize the chip effectively. By maximizing the potential of the chip, one could achieve great feats, just as demonstrated yesterday during a weighted sprint, where his physical capabilities rapidly improved. Or like today, where he swiftly mastered the shooting technique and achieved deadly accuracy. Indeed, an extraordinary individual has arrived. Wu Hao, if you intend to strike at me prematurely, eliminating those around me to seamlessly inherit my position as the leader of the security team at the Fei Company headquarters, you may find your aspirations thwarted. Chen Wuling's strength has already surged, nearing H6 level, and now with the addition of Tian Xiao, who possesses formidable chip abilities, a mere Zhao Jia cannot suppress them. Chapter 20, Bluebird 37. Chen Wuling took Tian Xiao to the designated area where patrol aircraft, Bluebird, were stationed. The Bluebird 37 would henceforth be Tian Xiao's vehicle. Aside from possessing a citizenship and precise shooting skills, the most crucial ability for security personnel is the capacity to patrol and safeguard the headquarters. Compared to precise shooting, the patrol aircraft holds greater significance. With prior experience in security from a past life, Tian Xiao comprehended better than Chen Wuling that among the essential skills required of security personnel, operating the patrol aircraft is paramount. Especially during shifts, security personnel must not only follow commands from the monitoring center, but also possess the ability to respond to emergencies, preventing threats to the headquarters and ensuring the safety of miners and the company's assets. Chen Wuling earnestly elucidated the importance of the patrol aircraft, the firepower of the cannon, and the collaborative effectiveness of the 6-barrel Gatling gun, as well as the classification of emergency situations. Every discharge of the cannon and Gatling gun requires permission. You cannot fire recklessly. If you injure someone, you will bear full responsibility, and even if no one is harmed, you must still account for the consumption of cannon shells and bullet chains. Generally, firing is reserved for dire circumstances. By the way, let me inform you, the price of grenades is not trivial. Each costs 500, and our Bluebird has a standard load of only 40 grenades. The machine gun has a capacity of 20,000 rounds, with a firing rate of 240 rounds per second. To deal with low-level ferocious beasts and insect beasts, the machine gun suffices, while the grenade launcher is prepared for unexpected situations. What constitutes an unexpected situation? Tian Xiao inquired cooperatively. It is essential to play the fool at times. Chen Wuling was quite pleased that Tian Xiao consistently engaged at pivotal moments, making their conversation flow smoothly. Mutated ferocious beasts, mutated insect beasts, high-level insect beasts, and encounters with audacious interstellar bandits require us to unleash our full firepower. Tian Xiao was well aware of the circumstances but continued to play along. I have heard of mutated ferocious beasts and insect beasts. It's a matter of probability. However, Brother Chun, high-level insect beasts should have been eradicated by the Earth's heavenly army in the first year of the new era. How could our security team still encounter high-level insect beasts? We encountered one, Chen Wuling said, his expression turning grave as he produced a cigarette, lit it, and sighed. I once thought like you, believing that high-level insect beasts had long been exterminated, leaving only some low-level insect beasts with abnormal adaptability lurking in the corners of various star systems, until he glanced at Tian Xiao. During one escort mission returning to the Tianma star system headquarters, we were ambushed by a swarm of high-temperature corrosive insects. The transport ship was obliterated, all cargo was lost, and a third of the security team perished, while the survivors fled in their aircraft. High-temperature corrosive insects are a diminutive F-class insect beast, possessing exceptional stealth capabilities and exceeding the speed of most aircraft. They typically reside in corroded meteorite nests and attack enemies by spewing high-temperature corrosive solution. Upon demise, they self-destruct, unleashing indiscriminate high-temperature corrosion within a certain radius, capable of eroding ordinary warships. Even ordinary aircraft, upon slight contact, will disintegrate within a short time. At this point, Chen Wuling cautioned Tian Xiao repeatedly. The reproductive capacity of insect beasts is formidable. After our transport ship incident, the Earth's heavenly army arrived swiftly, but our cargo and the fallen crew members vanished entirely, including the food aboard the transport ship. We have yet to locate this high-temperature corrosive insect. According to our calculations, their population will continue to swell, posing ongoing threats to our Fei Company's shipping routes. Therefore, we must remain vigilant. Tian Xiao silently nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Wuling patted his shoulder. Of course, you need not be overly anxious. Insect beasts are cunning. They are aware that the Earth's heavenly army is formidable and typically do not strike the same place twice. They may very well be 100,000 miles away by now. However, following our company's harrowing lesson, the company has approved a monthly allocation of training ammunition for every new security personnel for 6 months to enhance our combat capabilities. 20 grenades and 20,000 bullets each month. Chen Wuling smiled. So, you can practice with confidence. This expenditure will be reimbursed by the company, making it free of charge. After that, the two boarded the Bluebird. The Bluebird, far more striking and robust than the mining aircraft, exuded an air of grandeur, with its concealed cannon and six-barrel Gatling gun showcasing its might and sharpness. The Bluebird is an H-5 series aircraft, boasting superior flight speed and hull strength, along with enhanced energy consumption and chip computational capabilities. Having dealt with such machines for over a year in his previous life, Tian Xiao expertly checked the energy consumption and ammunition stock before completing the link with Chen Wuling. A split screen appeared on the display, and Chen Wuling smiled. "You're adapting quite well. For now, you will act as my wingman. I will be the leader, and you will be the team member. Along the way, I will gradually explain the precautions during patrols." Understood, Tian Xiao complied and completed the formation. Chen Wuling lit up, and the two Bluebirds simultaneously powered up, gliding out of the slowly opening passage before shooting into the sky with blue flames. The interior of the Bluebird is spacious, with a speed exceeding that of mining aircraft by more than double, and the chip's computational power reaching 10 units per second, double that of the Qinglong. However, Tian Xiao still allowed the Qinglong to take control of the aircraft. The reason is simple. He is accustomed to it. Nevertheless, he must expedite the upgrade of the Qinglong S level. H3 can barely manage the Bluebird, but in the future, to pilot higher-level aircraft, he must be better prepared. Chen Wuling said to Tian Xiao with a serious expression. The subsequent environment of the planet is overseen by the control tower and the monitoring center. Our primary duty during patrols is to inspect areas marked in red, which typically harbor ferocious beasts and insectoid creatures. Our mission is to eliminate any threats we encounter. As you are undoubtedly aware, the reproductive capabilities of these ferocious beasts and insectoid creatures are alarmingly potent. Neglecting them poses a significant risk to the headquarters and all miners. Tian Xiao's response was quite standard. Indeed, Chen Wuling nodded appreciatively. These ferocious beasts are cunning and alert. They tend to conceal themselves at the sound of our patrol aircraft. The planet's surface is riddled with deep pits and intricate terrain, and a moment's inattention could cause us to lose our way. Grenades are insufficient to breach the rocky layers of these pits and can easily damage the structural integrity. Thus, there are times when we must operate outside the patrol aircraft. However, our current task is to familiarize you with the cannon and machine gun fire control systems. I will guide you through the shooting practice. With that, Chen Wuling executed a dazzling cobra maneuver in the air, soaring into the distance. Chapter 21. Aerial Training at the Flying Shadow Company Base in the Monitoring Center. Lao Lu detected two Qingyao patrol aircraft, designated as number 28 and number 37. A security personnel under Luo Fei's command astutely picked up two signal sources during surveillance, subsequently tracking the two aircraft flying in the G100 sector, promptly identifying and reporting them. Lao Lu, clutching a silver flat flask, took a small sip of his drink and remarked, "Chen Wuling and the newcomer Tian Xiao. They just started today, instead of practicing at the training ground. They're already out piloting the Qingyao." What is that Chen Wuling up to? Having taken over the monitoring center, Lao Lu signaled for his colleagues to continue tracking. The two Qingyao aircraft in formation suddenly separated in midair. The number 28 patrol aircraft accelerated ahead, while number 37 circled behind before giving chase. From Lao Lu's experience, it was evident that this was a standard training mode. Chen Wuling intended to set a challenge for the newcomer. Sure enough, as they reached the limits of visibility, the belly hatch suddenly opened, and irregular rocks were flung into the air with a swift maneuver, each tracing different arcs as they fell in various directions. The action was crisp and decisive. It was remarkable that Chen Wuling personally led the training. Luo Lao was evidently placing considerable importance on this newcomer. Though Lao Lu wondered about his caliber, Lao Lu crossed his arms, observing intently. Everyone had experience with live-fire training in the Qingyao. It must be said that Chen Wuling demonstrated considerable ingenuity. The difficulty of the task he set for the newcomer was not trivial, showing no signs of leniency. The rocks flung into the air served as targets, taking approximately 7 to 8 seconds from launch to impact. However, the time available for calculations and targeting was reduced to 2 seconds. Considering the time it took for the machine gun to fire, the actual response time was minimal, only 1 to 2 seconds. In other words, the pilot had to complete calculations, lock on, and fire within 2 seconds. If it were merely a single target, this would be a simple task with the aid of the chip. Chen Wuling hurled out 8 rocks in one go. Tian Xiao was required to perform 8 calculations and firing actions within 2 seconds. It was Tian Xiao's first time piloting the Qingyao, and Chen Wuling presented him with such a challenging task. Hitting 2 would suffice as a pass. Meanwhile, Lao Lu's companions adopted a spectator's demeanor, stating, "In our security team, only Luo Lao, Deputy Leader Wu Hao, Tai Xiong, Zhao Jia, and Chen Wuling have managed to shatter 8 rocks. I can only manage 6 at most." Lao Lu remained silent. Given his current capabilities, his reflexes had diminished significantly, allowing him to manage only 2 rounds of attacks and shatter 4 rocks. As the two conversed, the Qingyao patrol aircraft undergoing the test had already squeezed the trigger mid-air, unleashing 4 distinct streams of fire. Just as Lao Lu was about to raise the flask to his lips, he froze in place. What was that? 4 streams of fire? His companions shared the same astonished expression. What the hell? 4 streams? Again 4. Lu Xuesong exclaimed, rising from his seat in excitement. In just 2 seconds, 8 streams of fire. This newcomer truly intended to take down all 8 targets in one go. The intensity of the fire was fierce and rhythmic. Regardless of whether the targets were hit, the sheer momentum sent shivers down his spine. Quick, check the results. Lao Lu hurriedly leaned towards the screen, trembling as he set the flask aside. What the hell? All targets hit. The 8 rocks flung into the air were completely obliterated by the machine gun's fire, exploding into a cloud of gray mist. Lao Lu swallowed hard. Lu Xuesong was rubbing his forearm, utterly astounded. At that moment, Chen Wuling's emotions were no less tumultuous than those of Lao Lu and Lu Xuesong. Observing Tian Xiao effortlessly shred the 8 rocks, achieving the level of a seasoned security personnel in rapid fire, only 2 words echoed in his mind. A prodigy. Could such shooting talent truly manifest in a patrol aircraft? At that moment, Chen Wuling began to vaguely realize something. This might not merely be a talent for shooting, but a more formidable understanding of the chip and an innate combat aptitude. Whoosh! The Qingyao swooped in a circle. Chen Wuling finally forced himself to regain his composure and firmly relayed the next command. Continue. He maneuvered the Qingyao again, swiftly ejecting 8 more rocks. Tian Xiao understood that the skills embedded in his very being were being unveiled. He felt no apprehension. Concealing one's abilities? For how long? A person's talent must be showcased. He had no time for subterfuge, nor did he intend to proceed methodically in his training. The Flying Shadow Company was merely a small pond, one of his stepping stones. Once he accumulated sufficient resources, he would depart. Thus, on Tian Xiao's screen, the precise ballistic trajectories of the 8 rocks calculated by the Qinglong appeared rapidly, along with reminders of the machine gun's trajectories. Just as the lock-on alert chimed, the trigger was swiftly pulled. The machine gun quickly locked onto the next target. In an instant, it achieved lock-on again and squeezed the trigger, unleashing 4 streams of fire. 6 streams. 8 streams. The Qingyao soared through the clouds of gray debris, hitting every target. This lad could undoubtedly enlist as an aerial combatant. In the monitoring center, Lao Lu and Lu Xuesong were left dumbfounded. Such sharp, precise attacks, coupled with perfectly timed movements, indicated that this boy was a natural-born aerial combatant. Chen Wuling continued, throwing more rocks into the air. He wanted to see how long Tian Xiao could maintain this performance. Due to the limitations of computational capacity, human biological energy consumption under absolute concentration was also a concern. Many individuals struggle to maintain prolonged focus. He was eager to discern whether Tian Xiao's concentration was merely a fleeting moment or indicative of a genuinely steady mind. If it were the former, he would need to train Tian Xiao's form. If it were the latter, that would be extraordinary. Chen Wuling was not a jealous person. Though he recognized that Tian Xiao's displayed talent far surpassed his own, he also understood that this aptitude exceeded even that of Luo Lao. The future of Tian Xiao held limitless potential. As Chen Wuling initiated his next move, Tian Xiao could only respond. Coincidentally, he too wished to discern the limits of his current state and chip level. The two Qingyao began their aerial contest, one setting the challenge, the other solving it. The sounds of rocks shattering echoed continuously, while the unilaterally unleashed streams of fire interwove powerfully, obliterating everything in their path. Eventually, the rocks left the hatch and shattered instantaneously. Chen Wuling was drenched in cold sweat. A mere azure bird managed to exude an overwhelming aura of ferocious aerial assault. In a monitoring center, both old Lu and Lu Xuesong were utterly dumbfounded, fixated on the screen before them, their eyes unblinking as if they were witnessing an epic space battle. Fearing that Chen Wuling might be shot down, completely oblivious to the presence of Luo Fei behind them. Chapter 22. Decisive Action. Chen Wuling had expended all the rocks in her compartment, while Tian Xiao had a third of his machine gun ammunition remaining. The practical training had concluded. Luo Fei's voice resonated through the monitoring center, reaching the pilots of the 2 Azure Birds. No need to practice with the cannons. Save some funds. You are to commence your routine patrol duties. With that, old Luo had spoken. Naturally, Chen Wuling and Tian Xiao complied, swiftly returning to formation. Unable to suppress her admiration, Chen Wuling remarked, Tian Xiao, are you truly not a graduate of a military academy? Has your record been altered? I just felt an overwhelming pressure, as if I were being pursued by an ace pilot. Look, I have goosebumps. She raised her hand to the screen for Tian Xiao to examine closely. Tian Xiao rolled his eyes. That's a bit exaggerated. How could I be that formidable? An ace pilot's computational ability and muscle memory allow them to draw multiple lines of fire simultaneously and obliterate numerous targets. I'm nowhere near that level. Those are Class A fighter jets, mind you. Just the machine gun mounts alone comprise 4 groups, and their chip processing power far surpasses that of the Azure Bird. You cannot compare an H-class patrol aircraft to an A-class ace fighter. Is that polite? Chen Wuling argued back, acknowledging that it was indeed true. The Azure Bird did limit Tian Xiao's potential. However, during his time with the Earth-S Sky Army, he had witnessed the prowess of Class A ace pilots, capable of unleashing multiple lines of fire in an instant, accurately annihilating over 40 insectoid targets within a city in mere seconds. Of course, that pilot ultimately perished. Within the Insectoid Legion, there existed advanced creatures adept in stealth, where a single electromagnetic storm could bring down all aircraft overhead. What's wrong? Even in your current state, what more could you desire? Have you not lamented enough? Let me tell you, had I your talent, I would not merely be an ordinary security personnel at a subsidiary. I could have been assigned to the waterways as a ship captain. Do you believe that? Chen Wuling exclaimed, completely captivated by Tian Xiao's abilities. Luo Fei interjected, all right. Tian Xiao's capabilities are to remain confidential for now. Such exceptional talent is a blessing, but if one fails to temper their brilliance, it may lead to trouble. This topic ends here. Continue with your patrol duties. Understood. Chen Wuling quickly complied. Luo Fei then addressed Tian Xiao. Wuling has promised you that if your shooting performance meets expectations, she will take you hunting for rift wolves. We keep our word. Signs of rift wolf activity have been detected in Zone B4. You are to handle it. The optimal landing point has already been marked for you. Wishing you safe travels. I look forward to your roasted meat tonight. Thank you, old Luo, Tian Xiao replied with a smile. Hunting ferocious beasts and acquiring their pancreatic tissues was currently his utmost concern. Let's go. The Azure Bird soared, swiftly heading towards Zone B4. The designated landing point, marked by the monitoring center, was situated in a sheltered area behind a slope, rendering it quite inconspicuous. Upon landing, Chen Wuling and Tian Xiao emerged fully armed from the cabin. Inside the Azure Bird, there were handguns, shotguns, assault rifles, and sniper rifles. Tian Xiao held an assault rifle in one hand and a shotgun in the other, with a Desert Eagle secured in a tactical holster at his thigh. Chen Wuling carried only an assault rifle and a Desert Eagle. The two exchanged a glance, moving forward in unison. The monitoring center continuously relayed the latest movements and positions of the Rift Wolves, providing precise coordinates. They were 2 kilometers away. However, they were moving toward each other. The Rift Wolves were approaching their vicinity. They merely needed to find a suitable ambush position to effortlessly take down the Rift Wolves. This was the advantage of having unilateral intelligence superiority. The duo found 2 rocks to take cover behind. Chen Wuling suggested, Rift Wolves are exceedingly alert, possessing keen hearing and sight. We cannot advance any closer. Let us wait here for an ambush. Agreed. Tian Xiao nodded, surveying the surroundings. He suddenly regretted not bringing a sniper rifle. This position was excellent. Had he known, he could have brought a sniper rifle and taken a clean headshot effortlessly. Chen Wuling shared this sentiment. Tian Xiao thought to himself that he was being overly optimistic. The distance was too great. The moment a gunshot was fired, the Rift Wolf would instinctively evade, significantly lowering the chances of a headshot. His plan was to inflict a penetrating wound on the Rift Wolf, as the blood would hinder its ability to conceal itself, ensuring its demise. However, he refrained from voicing these thoughts, recognizing that Chen Wuling was currently leading him, rather than the other way around. After waiting for a while, a gentle breeze wafted through. Tian Xiao's expression shifted. This is bad. The wind direction has changed. They were positioned in a sheltered area, shielded from the wind. Thus, the only explanation was that the wind had shifted to blow from behind them, placing them in the upwind position. Chen Wuling had yet to detect the subtle change in wind direction. At this moment, based on the intel relayed by Lu Xuesong, the Rift Wolf was less than 400 meters from their rocky concealment. The moment any human scent permeated the air, it would instantly alert the Rift Wolf. The target was about to flee. Tian Xiao felt a jolt of panic. The speed of the Rift Wolf was terrifying. Once it bolted, catching up would be impossible. They had finally found their prey. They could not let it escape. As if time had slowed, Tian Xiao seized a somewhat sharp stone from the ground and made a small cut on his thigh. Chen Wuling was taken aback. What's going on? Before she could comprehend the situation, old Lu's voice crackled in their ears. The Rift Wolf is accelerating. It has spotted you. Damn, it's not running away. It's charging toward you. ISNT, that courting death? Tian Xiao. In that moment of distraction, Chen Wuling saw Tian Xiao toss aside the stone, raise his gun, and emerge partially from behind the rock, the dark muzzle aimed at the silhouette of the agile wolf leaping toward them. Bang! The trigger was pulled decisively. Gunfire blossomed in the air, the acrid scent of gunpowder mingling with flames. The Rift Wolf's pupils rapidly contracted, realizing it had been deceived. But it was too late to turn back. Bang! 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 The gun quaked rhythmically in his grasp, and with each roar, shiny shell casings ejected from the chamber, producing a crisp metallic sound. The Rift Wolf was struck first in the chest and abdomen, followed by its head. A powerful force repeatedly penetrated the Rift Wolf's body, blood splattering everywhere. The final bullet struck its maw as it let out a pained howl, ultimately extinguishing the Rift Wolf's life. Chen Wuling had just emerged from behind the rock when she witnessed the Rift Wolf collapse, a mixture of exhilaration and shock coursing through her. Tian Xiao's earlier act of self-infliction puzzled her, and his swift gunfire had resolved the situation in the blink of an eye. She felt an inexplicable connection between these two actions. Just then, old Lu's voice rang in her ears. How did the wind change? Wow, you two were quite fortunate. Had Tian Xiao hesitated even a moment longer, that Rift Wolf would have escaped. Chen Wuling instantly grasped the entirety of the situation. Chapter 23. Zhu Xiaotian joins the team. The intact Rift Wolf was brought back to the base. That evening, Luo Fei gathered his trusted confidants for a meeting. Once again, it was in the grand hall of the 36th floor ski resort, where the barbecue grill had been set up. Tian Xiao cheerfully manned the grill, while Lu Xiusong stood by, assisting in the preparation of the meat, occasionally sampling the succulent, greasy wolf meat, recounting the day's events to the others. Wow, you guys have no idea what happened today. Tian Xiao was truly formidable, pursuing Chen Wuling with relentless fervor. His marksmanship so exquisite it could easily lead one to believe an ace pilot had arrived. You can boast all you want, but is it really that extraordinary? Among the few who shared drinks with him the previous night, there were skeptics. Skeptical? Just ask old Lu and Chen Wuling. The boss is here too, Lu Xiusong bellowed. With all this delectable food and drink, can't you keep your mouth shut? Luo Fei shot him an annoyed glance and solemnly declared, as for Tian Xiao, let us keep our knowledge to ourselves. If I hear anyone discussing this further and leaking information, I want to hold back. Lu Xiusong promptly fell silent, and the others exchanged glances. Luo Fei's words effectively validated Lu Xiusong's claims. Was this newcomer, Tian Xiao, truly that impressive? Enough. Tian Xiao is already one of us. Let's support him well. His talent is indeed remarkable, with boundless potential for the future. Today's patrol task is complete. Next time, he can commence independent patrol duties. Understood, Tian Xiao nodded. To return to the matter at hand. According to the tower's information, a meteor shower will occur in the C-25 area at noon tomorrow. We'll be augmenting the personnel on duty, so, Chen Wuling, take your team over there to confirm the number and details of the meteorites. Yes. Chen Wuling accepted the order. Meanwhile, Tian Xiao, unnoticed by everyone, stealthily extracted the pancreas of a ripjaw wolf and began to savor it. Although a few noticed, no one commented. Luo Fei turned to remind Tian Xiao. Meteorite falls happen frequently each year. The most crucial task is to check for any insects or beasts that may have followed the meteorites into our jurisdiction. We must also inspect the meteorites for any eggs, eliminating potential threats. This is your first time on such a mission, so pay close attention and learn. If you encounter any beasts, it will be an eye-opening experience. Luo Fei recognized Tian Xiao's talent. In his view, despite Tian Xiao's low rating, his overall combat capability and innate talent positioned him among the top 10 in the security team. His rate of growth was swift, and soon he could become Luo Fei's right-hand man. Don't worry, Boss Luo. I will diligently learn from Brother Chun and quickly adapt to the security team's work. Luo Fei smiled. The bounty for this ripjaw wolf hunt is 5,000. Selling it could yield around 40,000. Your team of 5 will share the spoils, and I'll hold onto your reward for you. Of course, if you need money for anything, just let me know. Everything is negotiable. Luo Fei's ability to gather a group of spirited individuals reflected his generous nature, which Tian Xiao greatly admired. By the way, the Zhu Xiaotian you recommended will join the security team tomorrow. However, we have a task, so let old Lu take her along to familiarize her with the monitoring center. Thank you, Boss Luo. Tian Xiao raised his glass. Zhu Xiaotian's joining the security team was indeed good news. The others wore various knowing smiles. Congratulations. Your current girlfriend is far superior to your ex. Come on, let us drink. Tian Xiao helplessly raised his glass. After countless toasts, the 9 of them finished off half a ripjaw wolf before dispersing. As usual, Tian Xiao ascended to the 15th floor, embarking on rigorous training to metabolize the accumulated mutated substances, employing extreme exercises to boost his physical condition. He increased his load from 50 to 60 pounds. After 5 hours, his limbs trembled slightly before he proceeded to the 12th floor for rest and massage. Although the effects of the pancreas were not as potent as the first time, once fully digested, his muscle strength rose to 129, and his muscle stress adaptability increased to 127. His biological energy surged to 164, propelling him directly from H4 to H6 in physical fitness. The pancreas of a ripjaw wolf. Under Tian Xiao's exploration, revealed effects exceeding 1,000,000 units of H-grade enhancement genetic fluid. This remained a secret to all. The next morning, upon entering the security department, Tian Xiao spotted Zhu Xiaotian in the lobby filling out paperwork, while the red-nosed old Lu, reeking of alcohol, was responsible for her reception. Zhu Xiaotian, holding her nose, could still catch the lingering scent of liquor from old Lu. Old Lu, unable to contain himself, caught sight of Tian Xiao and declared, Tian Xiao, you take over. I need to use the restroom. With that, he dashed away. He truly disliked attending to young women, especially those he couldn't touch. Tian Xiao. Zhu Xiaotian felt a wave of relief. Old Lu's presence was overwhelming. With half a day remaining until the meteor shower, Tian Xiao had nothing pressing to attend to, so he readily took over Zhu Xiaotian's reception duties. Follow me. Since that incident, Zhu Xiaotian appeared transformed, speaking less, her gaze filled with vigilance and scrutiny. Overly sensitive to many things. Upon entering the shooting range, Zhu Xiaotian suddenly seemed to find her purpose, her eyes glinting with determination. In his past life, Tian Xiao had trained several newcomers, typically wrapping up training sessions in 4 or 5 hours. Yet, Zhu Xiaotian completed 4 types of firearms in under an hour, even conquering the hellish difficulty mode of the assault rifle. Moreover, under her insistence, she relentlessly practiced for an additional 3 hours. Tian Xiao had no doubt that if she encountered a beast like Gao Cheng again, even if the opponent was at a higher level, she would take them down with a single shot. This girl exuded an intense, killing aura, driving the bluebird out of the base with Zhu Xiaotian. The cabin was filled with rocks this time. Zhu Xiaotian's initial score was 4 rocks, but she gradually found her rhythm, fluctuating between 5 and 6 rocks. By the time all the rocks were thrown, she had stabilized at 6, achieving a passing score. After the training session, old Lu's voice crackled through the monitoring center. All right, Tian Xiao. The target meteorites have entered the atmosphere. Have Zhu Xiaotian return quickly. I'll take her for the final leg. You remain on standby. Chen Wuling is en route to meet you. The meteor shower had commenced. Socialtian pailitid bluevirno. 38 as they departed. Soon, the radar screen displayed the figure of Captain Chen Wuling. Tian Xiao joined the formation. Once in formation, Tian Xiao discovered that the other 2 members of the team were Lu Xuesong and Xiao Daji. The 4-person team was tasked with managing the meteor shower that fell into the C-25 area. Chapter 24, The Meteorite Incident. At the headquarters, the monitoring center was bustling with activity. A large number of meteorites had fallen into the C-25 area, and aside from the regular patrol personnel and the temporarily dispatched security team, led by Chen Wuling, all other security personnel on the base had been notified to report to the security center and await orders. Wu Hao, Tai Xiong, and Zhao Jia stood beside Luo Fei, silently observing the monitor as hundreds of meteorites trailed their fiery tails toward the C-25 area. On another screen, 3 bluebirds belonging to the on-duty team had safely arrived in the C-25 area. In another direction, Chen Wuling's 4-person team was also approaching, with the black smoke clearly visible in the sky. Everyone's expressions were focused. On her first day in the security team, Zhu Xiaotian was witnessing such a grand spectacle, feeling both excited and thrilled, watching attentively and occasionally asking old Lu, Brother Lu, aren't meteorite falls quite common? Why is there such a huge mobilization? With the surface temperature of the meteorites being so high, how could any insect survive? Do you think these bugs are like cockroaches in the kitchen, easily burnt to a crisp with a mere flick of a match? Old Lu scoffed disdainfully at the remark. Even the most rudimentary of insect beasts possess an extraordinary tenacity for survival, particularly their saliva and bodily fluids, which exhibit remarkably peculiar properties. Let me elucidate. As long as one accumulates a sufficient quantity of their bodily fluids, they can traverse the atmosphere multiple times without issue. Although Old Lu's combat prowess had waned significantly, his extensive experience as a veteran security personnel was unmatched by most. As he spoke, he instinctively reached for the wine flask nestled within his bosom, only to notice the scrutinizing gazes of Tian Xiao and Zhao Jia, prompting him to huff in annoyance. He silently summoned his mental fortitude to quell the burning desire for alcohol while continuing to adjust the monitoring visuals, zooming in on the asteroid detection feed. Static crackled across the main screen, indicating interference. Electromagnetic particles were emanating from the asteroid. Old Lu reacted swiftly, retracting the camera while cautioning the security personnel in Zone C-25 to remain vigilant against potential impacts on their aircraft. The three Qingyao crafts lowered their altitudes in response, as electromagnetic forces can disrupt all electronic devices, and the Qingyao lacked electromagnetic resistance. Chen Wuling maintained a composed demeanor. All teams, lower your altitude. Central. Calculate the electromagnetic interference zone and determine the asteroid's landing impact point. We need to revise our proximity strategy. Luo Fei and Wu Hao nodded in agreement. Chen Wuling's thought process was clear. The Qingyao, affected by electromagnetic interference, could no longer approach for landing. Hence, it was imperative to ascertain the extent of the interference and formulate a new plan. Old Lu was not sluggish in his actions. The monitoring center's chip, a D-series responsible for the overall operations of the base headquarters, possessed formidable computational capabilities and quickly provided a response. New data was uploaded. The electromagnetic interference zone encompassed over 40 points, while there were more than 300 impact landing sites for the asteroid. Luo Fei furrowed his brows, and Wu Hao's expression grew grave. Something felt amiss. The extensive electromagnetic interference zones encircled the asteroid's landing points, forming a vast area of disturbance. Wu Hao spoke gravely. The regions where these asteroids are falling are quite intricate, featuring mountainous terrain, hilly landscapes, and deep lakes with varied elevations. If insect beasts are swept up in this, they could easily conceal themselves. I suggest we dispatch 2 additional teams for a search operation. His proposal was reasonable, but Luo Fei shook his head, opting not to adopt it. Given the uncertainty of the situation, hastily augmenting personnel may not be the optimal solution. Moreover, the area we need to search is extensive and cannot be swiftly completed. Our security team consists of just 30 members organized into 6 groups, and we have already committed 2. If we increase our manpower, who will handle the subsequent succession tasks? We must proceed with caution. Luo Fei's rationale was sound. He aimed to prepare for the ongoing search and identification efforts, ensuring that the other teams were ready to take over responsibilities, thus avoiding a wholesale deployment. This exchange marked a confrontation between the leaders of the security team, and Wu Hao ultimately conceded. Tian Xiao and Zhao Jia exchanged glances filled with helplessness and regret, while a faint smirk graced Old Lu's lips. Zhu Xiaodian observed this scene with confusion. Had Tian Xiao been present, he would have recognized it as Luo Fei's method of undermining Wu Hao. The descent of the asteroids indeed posed a perilous encounter with insect beasts. Yet, each asteroid fall also represented an opportunity for immense wealth. Even though the value of newly fallen asteroids had significantly diminished, the remnants after atmospheric entry could yield a plethora of rare materials, including metallic ores, far more accurately than conventional mining. With average luck, one could extract tens of thousands from a single asteroid. With extraordinary fortune, acquiring high quality or worth hundreds of thousands or even millions was not uncommon. Wu Hao's intention to deploy additional teams was driven by the desire for profit, as the resources from the incoming asteroids did not belong to Fei and Company, but rather all gains would be retained by the security personnel themselves. Luo Fei's refusal to dispatch more teams was a strategic move to tightly control this resource for himself. In that moment, Tian Xiao and Zhao Jia mentally cursed Luo Fei with fervor. Although Wu Hao maintained a stoic facade, he too harbored frustration, knowing that without the leader's directive, no one could act independently. This was also the reason he aspired to become the leader of the security team. As the meteorites continued to plummet to the ground, their relatively small size meant they would not inflict substantial damage upon the planet. However, the monitoring center's red alert blared to life, and a flurry of data surged forth. The main screen's periphery activated multiple subscreens, displaying images of collapsing rock formations in deep pits. Luo Fei and Wu Hao's expressions shifted dramatically, while Old Lu's demeanor grew tense as he swiftly commanded. The meteor shower's descent has caused shocks and disturbances to some unstable pits, resulting in significant collapses in the designated medium-high-risk zones, such as G79, A33, and J07 mines. Fortunately, there are no miners present in those areas. For safety's sake, immediately notify the base to halt all ongoing operations and evacuate all miners from the underground sites. Luo Fei responded promptly, and old Lu swiftly complied. A flicker of regret crossed Wu Hao's eyes. If Luo Fei could delay, even slightly, and casualties occurred, he could leverage that as justification to report to the company, thereby undermining Luo Fei's authority. Amidst the rising red alerts and pop-up screens, a subtle red data point emerged unnoticed. Among the 300-plus impact sites, one exhibited a slight deviation. The meteorite plunged into a deep pit, piercing through a not particularly thick rock face, vanishing amid the roar of the surging waves. Chapter 25, Memories Resurface Perilous Events. In Zone C25, as the meteorites had yet to make contact, the group found themselves in a state of bewilderment. Upon witnessing the extensive magnetic storm interference range reported by the monitoring center, alongside the calculated high-temperature environment and geological changes, Chen Wuling, Lu Xuesong, and Xiao Daji could not help but lament, damn, such a vast electromagnetic interference zone. How are we supposed to proceed? Indeed, the Qingyao cannot possibly fly through. Are we to search for meteorites on foot? Is this some sort of joke? With the Qingyao unable to approach, are we to dismantle these meteorites by hand? Damn it! Everyone was in a state of distress. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from a distance. Boom! The blinding flash struck, and a thunderous wave battered the Qingyao. Fortunately, the security team had been prepared, taking refuge on the nearby hillside to shield themselves from the initial shockwave. The ground trembled violently, causing the Qingyao to sway slightly. The chip's perception of external stimuli was completely overwhelmed by the resounding noise, and the intense magnetic storm disrupted communication between the Qingyao and the base. Explaining the spread of the magnetic storm, on Tian Xiao's screen, a countdown appeared. 15, 14, 13. This was the countdown to the end of the meteorite impact. Once the meteorite impact concluded, it would be time to act. As the countdown reached 0, Chen Wuling's authoritative voice resonated in everyone's ears. Action. Lao Liu, Lao Qiu. Pay attention, don't just think about riches. Be wary of insect beasts within the meteorites. Safety first. Understood. Quit nagging. Lu Xuesong and Xiao Daji responded, their tones brimming with excitement and eagerness. Despite the severe magnetic storm interference preventing the Qingyao from directly entering the crater's center, their enthusiasm remained undiminished. As every meteorite represented a monetary opportunity, Tian Xiao, you pilot the Qingyao and handle the reconnaissance around the perimeter. Chen Wuling issued another command. Tian Xiao understood this was a consideration for his first encounter with the meteorite event. Understood, Tian Xiao replied, and the Qingyao ascended steadily into the skies. From a lofty vantage point, the rapid separation of the Qingyao units 28, 17, and 22 unfolded, fanning out towards the periphery of the meteorite impact zone. On the opposite side, 3 additional Qingyao aircraft, belonging to a different squad, were also advancing toward the smoke-laden crater. Tian Xiao continued to ascend, his mission being to meticulously observe the evolving dynamics of the entire meteorite crater. Although the chip was incapable of detecting the interior of the crater, its implantation within the human body allowed for independent analysis through feedback from the retinal imagery. At this moment, Tian Xiao regarded himself as a mere tool, providing analytical data to the Qinglong. Before long, Qinglong had fully rendered the images following the meteorite impact, conducting analyses without hindrance. However, as he gazed upon the scene, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over Tian Xiao. It felt as though he had encountered this very sight before. The arrangement of over 300 fallen meteorites, the layout of the crater, the chaotic scene of severely distorted geological destruction. Where had he seen this? Furrowing his brow, Tian Xiao pondered. At that moment, 6 Qingyao units touched down, and Chen Wuling, along with 5 others, emerged from the cabin, fully armed and maintaining a standard tactical formation as they advanced into the crater towards the recently marked meteorites. Tian Xiao dared not lose focus, maneuvering the Qingyao along the edge of the magnetic storm's interference zone, thoroughly uploading the situation to the monitoring center. Communications were restored. Real-time data transmission to the target site was in progress. Chen Wuling and his team commenced their mission within the crater. Splendid, old Lu remarked while reporting. Unable to suppress his admiration, this kid seems to understand everything. In truth, it was not only old Lu who recognized Tian Xiao's crucial role in the data upload. The 6 security personnel on the front lines, including Luo Fei and Wu Hao, also grasped that Tian Xiao was compensating for the magnetic storm's interference with the monitoring center. Confidence returned to Luo Fei's demeanor, a sense of control emanating from him. On the main screen, as Chun Wuling and his team approached the outermost meteorites, they began their analysis. The smaller meteorites were swiftly identified and safely marked. The fallen meteorites had diminished in size, the largest measuring no more than 10 meters, while the smallest were merely the size of basketballs. The safely marked meteorites turned green, indicating that the mission was progressing exceptionally well. However, after completing a full aerial survey, Tian Xiao made a startling discovery. He finally recalled the scene. Indeed, he had witnessed it before. The meteorite incident had been under the purview of the security team, and as a mere minor at the time, he had never had the opportunity to engage with or comprehend the incident and its imagery. Yet, after joining the security team, he had undergone special training with other newcomers prior to encountering a meteorite fall incident, during which he had seen some cases of meteorite falls. One particular image mirrored the sight before him. This meteorite fall incident had claimed the lives of at least 2 security personnel, and in the ensuing 6 months, dozens of miners had gone missing, ultimately becoming a painful lesson for Fei Company, a mandatory lesson for all security personnel. As memories gradually crystallized, a chill ran down Tian Xiao's spine. 2 lives lost. If it were not for his presence, other security personnel would have likely been assigned in his stead. Tian Xiao's anxiety heightened. The 6 individuals approaching the meteorite crater were all part of Luo's faction. The death of even 2 of them would profoundly impact Luo Fei. Tian Xiao, who had maintained a good relationship with Luo Fei in his previous life, now benefiting from Luo's sponsorship to obtain the H3 citizenship, felt an obligation to intervene and prevent any harm from befalling these comrades. He had to take action. Recalling the details of the cases he had previously viewed, Tian Xiao focused intently. The culprits behind the deaths of the 2 security personnel were the insect beasts, which were also responsible for the disappearance of the miners. The cause stemmed from a meteorite exceeding 10 meters in diameter crashing into a deep pit, vanishing beyond the monitoring range, leaving no trace. Yet, after all the meteorites had been marked safe, the insect beasts were discovered. They ambushed the security personnel, who, caught unawares, were dragged away, leaving behind no remains. Consequently, Fei Company launched a comprehensive search operation, identifying a critical point, a meteorite that had been overlooked. The largest meteorite was missing. Tian Xiao seized upon this clue. Qinglong immediately analyzed all previously predicted meteorite impact locations and compare them with the current meteorites. With a command issued, Qinglong initiated its calculations. At a staggering speed of 5 units per second, accumulating billions of computations, Qinglong promptly correlated the current positions of all meteorites with their previously inferred locations, concluding that nearly all projections aligned perfectly. 2 meteorites, one large and one small, were unaccounted for, currently missing. Simultaneously, Qinglong calculated the impact positions and trajectories of these 2 meteorites, marking them with conspicuous red indicators, directing them towards a severely collapsed deep pit. Found you. Tian Xiao narrowed his eyes. The meteorite concealing the insect beasts could alter its trajectory due to their movements within, resulting in deviations from the expected landing site. The disturbances caused by the meteorite's descent, coupled with the interference from the magnetic storm, had led to oversights at the monitoring center. This was no mere coincidence. It was a deliberate outcome orchestrated by the insect beasts. In other words, these 2 meteorites were their targets. Tian Xiao's vigilance surged. The Qingyao maintained its altitude and velocity. As the 6-barrel Gatling gun stealthily emerged from the cabin, aimed at the area ravaged by the meteorite impact, he refrained from immediate action. The unseen insect beasts posed the greatest threat. Buried within the rock layers, they remained beyond the reach of cannons and Gatling guns. To confront the insect beasts, the interference from the magnetic storm must first be neutralized. Chun Wuling and his team had already taken action, while identifying meteorites for safety checks. They also scrutinized each meteorite for magnetic storm interference. Meteorites exhibiting such interference typically possessed inherent magnetic fields. Due to their diminutive size, the strength of these fields was limited. The simplest solution was to destroy these meteorites, compromising their internal structures to swiftly eliminate the magnetic storm's effects. As Chun Wuling approached one meteorite, he keenly noticed an unusual arrangement of the nearby sand and gravel. Grasping a handful of dust, he threw it into the air. The dust cascaded along a peculiar arc. This moment was immediately captured by Tian Xiao and the monitoring center. Chun Wuling raised his weapon and gestured vigorously to the Qingyao, then fired at the meteorite before him. With a rapid series of gunfire, the bullets struck the meteorite. The implication was unmistakable. Chun Wuling ordered the destruction of this meteorite. Tian Xiao had already prepared the ballistic trajectory simulation as the Gatling gun whirred to life. Chen Wuling decisively retreated 50 meters. With a deafening roar, the Qingyao unleashed flames into the sky. The ferocious bullets from the heavy machine gun traced two fiery lines, converging upon a single point, unleashing a torrent of terrifying power that effortlessly shattered the meteorite's exterior. Debris flew in all directions as the meteorite cracked open and subsequently detonated. Those witnessing the spectacle from the monitoring center were momentarily taken aback. While there had been precedents for using heavy machine guns against meteorites, few had achieved such ease in obliterating one. Nonetheless, they paid little heed to the rarity of the event. The internal structures of meteorites vary significantly. Some are resilient while others are comparatively fragile, thus defying generalization. As the first meteorite shattered, its internal configuration was compromised, and the monitoring center's old Lu swiftly discerned a breach in the previously unified magnetic storm's interference zone. Excellent. Proceed. Luo Fei, in high spirits, promptly commanded, locate and eliminate all meteorites exhibiting magnetic storm interference effects, then instruct Chen Wuling and her team to pilot the Qingyao for the task. The Qingyao is equipped with mechanical arms capable of dismantling and transporting the raw mineral resources within the meteorites. This batch of meteorites would soon be securely in hand. At that moment, an unforeseen incident occurred. Just as the first meteorite was obliterated, the main screen in the monitoring center suddenly illuminated with a crimson glow, the camera swiftly focusing on the central area of the collapsed pit. Amidst the chaotic debris, several grayish creatures, resembling ferocious beasts, abruptly emerged, scurrying like four-legged lizards across the Gobi's terrain, silently navigating the complex topography toward the nearby security personnel. These insectoid beasts had evidently been lying in wait for some time. Their choice of appearance was cunningly strategic. Positioned at the edge of the collapse zone, they were less than 500 meters from the security personnel, with numerous rocky pits providing ample cover. As they advanced, they remained out of the security personnel's line of sight. Buzz. Buzz. Insectoid beast detected. Insectoid invasion. The monitoring center's alarms blared as they detected the movement of these intruders through the data feedback from the Qingyao, triggering a red alert. The shrill alarm sent shockwaves through the crowd. Luo Fei's complexion turned pale, and he leaned forward, barking, "Tian Xiao, immediately intercept the insectoid beasts. Warn them." Wow! Tai Xiong and Zhao Jia first displayed expressions of shock, then exchanged glances filled with fervent resolve. Insectoid beasts. This meteorite fall has indeed summoned the insectoid creatures. A prime opportunity. If something were to befall Chen Wuling and her team, Luo Fei would effectively lose his right and left arms, and his authority and credibility within the security team would be called into question. Moreover, although they could contact Tian Xiao, piloting the Qingyao, he was merely a novice, lacking any experience in facing insectoid beasts. Furthermore, the communication between Tian Xiao and Chen Wuling's team could not be established through signals. They could only rely on gunfire to alert them. The insectoid beasts were advancing swiftly, just as Luo Fei urgently shouted that command. The insectoid creatures had already covered about 200 meters, leaving the 6 security personnel less than 300 meters away from them. Due to the magnetic storm interference, the monitoring center's chip alerts could not be directly communicated to the frontline security staff. The 6 personnel, including Chen Wuling, remained blissfully unaware of the approaching danger. Engrossed in analyzing the meteorites amidst the smoke, flames, and debris, their assault rifles slung casually at their sides. The insectoid beasts were akin to venomous serpents lurking in the shadows, closing in rapidly on their unsuspecting prey. The H-series insectoid creatures, when faced with H-level human warriors, had an equal chance of victory. However, at close range, even non-lethal insectoids could easily annihilate a small team with their speed, lethal claws, and innate ability to spray corrosive fluids. Now, 6 insectoid beasts stealthily approached the 6 security personnel, including Luo Fei. None believed that Chen Wuling's team had any chance of survival. The strength of the insectoid beasts far surpassed that of feral beasts. At such proximity, they would effortlessly shred human warriors' combat suits and drag their corpses back underground to nourish their eggs. Team leader, I'll lead a team for support. Wu Hao proposed again. At this moment, the main screen, previously overlooked, displayed the Qingyao, which had already unleashed its dual 6-barrel Gatling guns, producing a deafening roar as the bright, scorching lines of fire immediately captivated everyone's attention. Chapter 27, a stunning display. Insectoid beast detected. Insectoid invasion. Security personnel under threat. Inside the cockpit of the Qingyao, A crimson glow enveloped the space. Tian Xiao's face, illuminated by the red light, appeared sharply defined, his gaze keen, and his demeanor unusually grave and focused. The main screen had locked onto the 6 rapidly advancing insectoid beasts. The image of the creatures magnified, revealing their bodies exceeding 3 meters in length. Closely resembling lizards, elongated and flat, with robust limbs and claws capable of easily penetrating rock formations, their tails like double-edged swords, and their mouths exuding a faint green corrosive mist. H-level insectoid, lizard claw insect. Red alert. A flickering dark yellow light appeared above the heads of Chen Wuling and her 5 security personnel. Qinglong, calculate the insectoid's trajectory. Predict their movement path. Fire in 1 second. Tian Xiao remained remarkably calm and composed. At this juncture, it was too late to alert Chen Wuling's team. The hope of saving the 6 security personnel rested solely on his shoulders. Fortunately, Tian Xiao had made ample preparations. The 6-barrel Gatling guns had been on standby, their barrels aimed at the collapse zone ahead, and the Qingyao's altitude was ideally suited to cover the entire operational area. Although the number of lizard claw insects was somewhat surprising, their hunting patterns were easily predictable. On the trajectory calculated swiftly by Qinglong, the 6 targeted lizard claw insects moved precisely as planned, utilizing various obstacles and depressions to evade the security personnel's line of sight. The target movement trajectory was established. The machine gun's ballistic prediction was complete. Fire. Tian Xiao squeezed the trigger. As the fire erupted from beneath the Qingyao, it swiftly completed its target acquisition. The 4 streams of fire unleashed at an astonishing rate struck the creatures just as they became aware of the impending danger. A series of violent explosions of debris erupted from beneath, extending to their flesh. Hot, 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 hot. Crack. Blood and entrails splattered as the lizard claw insect's waist was shattered. Its body cleaved in 2 as it wailed in disarray. The heavy machine gun's firepower vastly surpassed that of ordinary assault rifles, even more ferocious than shotguns. As mere dozens of bullets formed a scythe of death, effortlessly claiming the lives of the lizard claw insects. 4 sides. 4 lizard claw insects were sent crashing to the ground. The sudden eruption of fire from the Qingyao immediately alerted Chen Wuling and her team. As they witnessed the blood-splattered impact point, the sight of the insectoid beast being cut down was harrowing, leaving the 6 with ashen faces. Damn, it's insectoid beasts. The group raised their assault rifles. 4 of them saw the close-range destruction of the insectoids. The other 2 spotted the lizard claw insects leaping forth from the depressions, suddenly accelerating toward them. Hot, 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 hot. The assault rifles opened fire. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Create distance to buy time for Tian Xiao. Among the 6 security personnel, 5 instinctively raised their assault rifles, while only Chen Wuling made the wisest choice. She understood clearly. At close range, ordinary security personnel stood little chance against insectoid beasts. The firepower of their assault rifles was utterly insufficient to take down a lizard claw insect. If they acted recklessly, it could lead to fatalities. However, with 2 ominous sounds of whistling through the air, 2 lizard claw insects erupted in flames beneath them. Boom! The sudden explosion sent the lizard claw insects flying through the air, the violent fire and force rendering their bodies nearly unrecognizable. The corpses crashed to the ground, lifeless. The timely artillery shells had precisely obliterated the last 2 lizard claw insects. The battlefield fell silent. Yet the 6 did not dare to let their guard down. Swiftly retreating from the meteorite pit, the azure bird soared gracefully through the sky, its gunpoint directed at the deep pit left by the landslide. Chen Wuling dashed out of the combat zone, swiftly entering the cockpit to pilot the azure bird into the air, launching indiscriminate attacks on the meteorites marked as containing magnetic fields. Boom! Boom! The power of the machine gun far surpassed that of heavy machine guns, capable of dismantling the structure of the meteorites. Chen Wuling was resolute. Having narrowly escaped death moments ago, he quickly recognized the grave error he had made as the team leader. His insatiable thirst for the raw ore of the meteorites had overshadowed his vigilance towards the dangers of the mission area, leading to a lapse in defense that nearly cost several companions their lives and could have jeopardized the entire operation. Fortunately, Tian Xiao had timely rectified everything. However, Chen Wuling found it impossible to forgive himself. The methods displayed by Tian Xiao were sufficient to raise the alarm on Wu Hao's side, a situation Big Boss Luo had consistently sought to avoid. The talents and capabilities of Tian Xiao had been revealed too early, presenting a significant risk. In the monitoring center, Luo Fei and others witnessed the entire process of 6 insect beasts being dispatched by Tian Xiao in one swift motion. A sigh of relief escaped Luo Fei as a smile broke across his face. The 6 security personnel had survived. Yet, the expressions of Wu Hao, Tian Xiao, and Zhao Jia turned exceedingly grim. Tian Xiao had just showcased formidable control, adaptability in the field, and the decisiveness and talent expected of a warrior. The 3 pondered. Even if they had been present, they might not have performed better. Tian Xiao and Zhao Jia exchanged glances, recognizing the seriousness reflected in each other's eyes. 1 Chen Wuling had not commanded their respect, but 2 Chen Wulings could undoubtedly pose a tremendous threat. The 6 had survived. Luo Fei had escaped calamity. With the conclusion of this meteorite fall incident, it was certain that Luo Fei's side would reap substantial resources from the meteorites, making future confrontations increasingly challenging. Despite Wu Hao's outwardly calm demeanor, his heart had already sunk. The more outstanding Luo Fei's subordinates became, the more secure his position within the Feiing company. This was not a scenario Wu Hao wished to witness. Intentionally provoking Wu Hao, Luo Fei cheerfully remarked, "Deputy Team Leader Wu, what do you think of the newcomer I recommended this time? Is he not exceptional? Exceptional? He is utterly remarkable." Wu Hao ground his teeth in silence. Yet, as the deputy leader of the security team, he had to deliver an impartial assessment. Indeed, a newcomer capable of making decisive judgments in the face of danger, turning the tide to save his comrades, is a rare quality. Team leader, I suggest we report to the company, commend Tian Xiao, and encourage all members of the security team to learn from him. What do you think? Learning is unnecessary. He is just a rookie, inexperienced and merely fortunate. However, a commendation is indeed warranted. He deserves a bonus. At this, he turned to Old Lu and commanded, immediately save today's data and send it to the company. I, Luo Fei, alongside Deputy Team Leader Wu, jointly recommend Tian Xiao for commendation. Understood. Old Lu glanced at Wu Hao, chuckling as he proceeded with the task. Meanwhile, Zhu Xiaotian remained oblivious, still entranced by the stunning display of 4 fiery lines and the impact of 2 machine gun grenades orchestrated by Tian Xiao. The 6 insect beasts had been effortlessly dealt with by Tian Xiao. In that moment, Zhu Xiaotian was struck by a fleeting illusion. It seemed the battlefield suited Tian Xiao perfectly. Once a mere minor, he had now truly unveiled his talents. Zhu Xiaotian couldn't help but recall Tian Zhao's words to her. How could I forsake conquering this vast sea of stars for a mere ornament? At that time, she believed he was merely donning a thick armor for his pride. Yet, after witnessing the recent spectacle, she found herself suddenly inclined to believe him. As Chapter 28, Crowdfunding H5, unfolded, with Chen Wuling unleashing a barrage of firepower, the machine gun grenades valued at 20,000 were expended, systematically destroying all meteorites that interfered with the magnetic field. The influence of the magnetic storm dissipated entirely. The monitoring center re-established communication with everyone. Luo Fei took charge, directing Chen Wuling to continue securing the area surrounding the landslide pit, while the others collected the carcasses of the insect beasts and employed mechanical arms to dismantle the meteorites. No one knew how many insect beasts remained underground. The layers of rock left by the landslide were exceedingly thick and would require extensive time to excavate. Their current task was to remain vigilant, clear the surrounding meteorites, and seal off the area. Without nourishment from flesh and blood, the insect beasts could not breed further and would be confined to this area. They could afford to take their time. With the arrival of 7 azure birds, all meteorites were marked as safe green zones. The scope of confinement steadily diminished. Chen Wuling personally oversaw the aerial operations, while the other 6 azure birds busied themselves with transporting meteorite resources. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Under Luo Fei's directive, Zhu Xiaotian was dispatched to assist in transporting the meteorites, effectively sidelining Wu Hao and his group. Tian Xiao understood that sending Zhu Xiaotian was Luo Fei's form of gratitude for his timely intervention. He estimated that over 300 meteorites could yield resources exceeding 20 million in value. Even if this wealth were evenly distributed among the 10 participating security personnel, each would receive 2 million. Zhu Xiaotian would receive her 2 million without effort. The 6 insect beasts were trophies of Tian Xiao's conquest. The company would reward several thousand for their remains, and selling them could fetch a considerable sum. After over 7 hours of labor, all meteorites were successfully transported. Only then did Luo Fei order a shift change. 2 patrol teams temporarily returned to recharge and rest, replaced by 2 teams led by Tian Xiao and Zhao Jia. The group departed with evident reluctance. The spoils had been thoroughly divided, leaving only the potential presence of insect beasts and the largest meteorite yet to be discovered in the landslide area. Their next task was to clear the landslide region and locate the meteorites and remaining insect beasts. Naturally, they were filled with complaints and reluctance, but duty was paramount. Tian Xiao and his team returned to the base headquarters, selling all the raw or extracted from the meteorites directly to the logistics department at market price, netting 23 million. Regarding the insect beast remains, Chen Wuling suggested they be gathered and sent back to the Earth Alliance headquarters in the Tianma system for sale. Well, they could fetch prices at least double. Tian Xiao agreed, but he had already extracted the pancreases from the insect beasts and preserved them with flesh and blood. The pancreases of the 6 insect beasts were indeed valuable treasures. With these materials, he had ample resources for enhancing his physical condition in the coming period, sufficient to propel him to H9 level in a short time. In the 12th floor of the training facility, with the assistance of a biomechanical massage therapist, Tian Xiao enjoyed a well-deserved 4-hour rest, achieving deep sleep to restore his mental state to its peak. He then consulted Old Lu regarding the current task progress in Zone C25. The progress on Tai Xiong and Zhao Jia's side was sluggish. Despite mobilizing a batch of miners to excavate the landslide site, the area was too vast, and they had only cleared less than 20 meters of rock, with over a kilometer still to reach the detected bottom. Old Lu shared 2 pieces of good news. Boss Luo deduced that the remaining insect beasts in the meteorite landslide area are few, posing a low threat. Therefore, he plans to reduce the patrol teams from 2 to 1, with a rotation every 8 hours. The next rotation will not occur until 16 hours later. You can take this time to rest well at the base. Additionally, the fact that you saved Chen Wuling and the other 6 has been reported to headquarters, which generously awarded you a bonus of 100,000. Now, his account holds over 2,400,000 yuan. After deducting the 1 million that needs to be returned to Boss Luo, he still has 140,000 remaining. Free from debt, Tian Xiao is naturally elated. What is Wu Hao's reaction on his end? Haha, just mentioning Wu Hao makes me chuckle. Old Lu discreetly shared a piece of news with him. The group following Boss Luo has collectively reaped significant rewards, while Wu Hao's crew, numbering over 10, received not a single cent, causing considerable discontent among them. They are voicing their grievances, and 2 individuals have already made clandestine contacts with Luo Fei, seeking to extricate themselves from Wu Hao's grasp. It's evident to anyone with discernment. Even Zhu Xiaodian, a newcomer, managed to claim a substantial reward of 230,000 yuan, while Wu Hao's followers not only gained nothing, but were also dispatched to do menial labor. Luo Fei is clearly intent on suppressing Wu Hao's faction. Previously, Wu Hao posed a genuine threat to Luo Fei, but now, with Chen Wuling's rise and Tian Xiao exhibiting formidable combat prowess, Luo Fei appears to have divine assistance. Due to the successful identification and recommendation of talent, he has also received special commendation from the company. Who could fail to notice that Wu Hao's influence is waning? Finally, Old Lu informed Tian Xiao. This meteorite incident might very well crush Wu Hao's faction completely. Tian Xiao feigned agreement, yet remained unconvinced. Based on his understanding of Wu Hao, he believed Wu Hao would not easily back down. Wu Hao is no ordinary individual. Tai Xiong and Zhao Jia also possess their own talents. This iron triangle once exerted tremendous pressure on Luo Fei. Luo Fei endured for a full 3 years. During that time, Wu Hao employed myriad tactics, both overt and covert, leaving others defenseless. Who would dare to challenge a leader like him? Concluding his conversation with Old Lu, Tian Xiao returned to his room, consumed a piece of mutant insect pancreas, savoring it thoroughly, and then ascended to the 15th level of the training grounds to commence additional training. The efficacy of the pancreas diminishes with each subsequent use. After the 3rd application and absorption of the mutated substances within, the enhancement values had become rather dismal. 8 hours of training resulted in the assimilation of everything, yielding a mere increase of 0.5 units. Muscle strength stabilized at 134, muscle elasticity remained at 132. It was foreseeable that this would only worsen, ultimately rendering the H-level pancreas entirely ineffective. Just as he prepared to depart the 15th level training ground, Chen Wuling entered with a smile. I figured you would be here. Chengu, is there something you need? Tian Xiao wiped the sweat from his brow and approached. Chen Wuling affectionately draped an arm over Tian Xiao's shoulder. The guys have been looking for you for quite a while. We've decided to pool together 1 million for an application for H5 level chip computing power. Furthermore, everyone is also preparing to contribute funds to help you upgrade to H5. Consider it a token of gratitude for saving our lives today. You mustn't refuse. Chapter 29. Internal Recommendation, Cloud Cup. Chen Wuling conveyed this good news to Tian Xiao, who did not decline. Within the security team, currents of ambition surged beneath the surface. Today, he had briefly showcased his talents, exposing himself to Wu Hao's faction, which would surely lead to future targeting. Chen Wuling and the others pooling 2 million for his chip upgrade signified their intent to facilitate his accelerated growth. He certainly would not turn down such an offer. Mutual support among comrades is only natural. However, if one solely focuses on personal gain while disregarding the contributions and risks of others, it would tarnish the very essence of camaraderie. Fortunately, those following Luo Fei tended to possess a sense of loyalty, and from Chen Wuling, they learned of Boss Luo's original intention for Tian Xiao to remain low-key, which made them all quite willing to contribute. Among this group was Zhu Xiaotian. Zhu Xiaotian was no fool. Having gained recognition in this circle through Tian Xiao, she was now compelled to face all pressures alongside it. Once the group gathered, they proceeded to the headquarters to complete the procedures for the chip upgrade. A total of 10 individuals. Tian Xiao incurred no expenses, directly elevating his H3 citizenship to H5, achieving a computational capacity of 7 units per second. Zhu Xiaotian expended all her savings and also reached H5, keeping pace with the security team. Thank you all so much today. Tian Xiao publicly declared as he exited the hall. I won't indulge in sentimental words. On the 36th floor, the night snack is on me. Tonight, we feast on lizard feet worms. Drinks around the house. All right, it's time to celebrate properly. Let's go. Zhu Xiaotian followed the group, witnessing Tian Xiao's other side for the first time. Once in the security team, Tian Xiao transformed, constantly standing in the limelight, radiating an aura of brilliance. When she experienced Tian Xiao's grilling skills, her conviction only solidified. However, Zhu Xiaotian could not comprehend why Wang Jing had initially overlooked Tian Zhao's merits. During the late-night feast, Luo Fei made an appearance. After a round of toasts, he forcibly dispersed the crowd, sending everyone away. In a few hours, it would be time for Chen Wuling's team to undertake their mission. Tian Xiao was left alone with Luo Fei. Luo Fei observed Tian Xiao intently for a while before speaking. Your ability to quickly adapt and devise countermeasures in such a volatile environment, as well as the speed and accuracy with which you switch weapon systems, has truly astonished me. You're a born warrior. Boss Luo, you flatter me. I merely stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity, Tian Xiao humbly replied. Luo Fei remained unconvinced. Individuals like you belong in the Earth's celestial army. Yet paradoxically, you're not suited for it. Tian Zhao's smile faded. Luo Fei's words were often lost on the average person. I would like to hear more. Your talent can only be maximized within the military. Unfortunately, the current Earth's celestial army faces virtually no enemies across the vast cosmos. Daily routines consist of conventional training. Moreover, there are too many military academies. Even the Tianlong Military Academy alone has established over 3,000 branches. The regimented lifestyle and training will inevitably stifle your growth rate. However, it is different here. Look, you've only been here for 2 days, and you've already acquired over 200,000, upgraded your chip, and have access to your own training grounds. Your combat talents can still shine, and crucially, your growth rate will far exceed that of the Earth's Celestial Army. Luo Fei, as the head of security at this base, possessed a depth of insight beyond that of ordinary individuals, fully aware of the choices Tian Xiao faced. His words were intended to encourage Tian Xiao to remain at Fei & Company, to stay within the security team. Tian Xiao understood. Luo Fei, with a cigarette in his mouth, continued to speak to himself. There are a vast number of recruits in the Earth's Celestial Army. Breaking out from within is exceedingly difficult. Some individuals spend 3 to 5 years merely to become a soldier, with those entering G level being exceptionally rare. However, the Yunzhong Group, above Fei & Company, oversees thousands of subsidiaries, with at least dozens to hundreds of new companies established each year, expanding deeper into the star regions. The demand for security personnel and talent is immense. You, like Chen Wuling and Wu Hao, have the opportunity to become the leader of a security team at a base, easily reaching G level. Why is Boss Luo telling me this? I just graduated. Tian Xiao blinked. I haven't thought that far ahead. Then from now on, give it some serious thought. You possess this talent. Don't let it go to waste. After saying this, Luo Fei clapped his hands and left, exuding an air of inscrutable wisdom. Tian Xiao naturally understood that Luo Fei had recognized his talent, which could not possibly be contained within the confines of the security team. Thus, he felt compelled to paint a broader, more promising picture to retain him. In truth, his aspirations aligned perfectly with those of Luo Fei. Remaining at the Fei Corporation to amass resources and enhance oneself would allow one to ascend to the Earth Federation's military as an officer based on merit alone, thus obtaining a superior starting point. Several hours later, an unexpected communication was received by the chip. Master, An unfamiliar transmission is attempting to connect. Who is it? It is officially authenticated as the Human Resources Department of the Yinchong Group, replied Qinglong. Tian Xiao was momentarily taken aback. The Yinchong Group? Why would they directly contact a mere subordinate like himself? Was it due to his elimination of 6 lizard claw insects on the battlefield? That seemed implausible. The Yinchong Group is a colossal entity with thousands of subsidiaries, boasting a workforce exceeding 10 million. They possess thousands of C-class transport vessels alongside various conventional combat ships, in addition to thousands of elite C-class personnel at their service. Furthermore, they have their own research institutions and a system for providing gene enhancement fluids. Would such a behemoth truly take notice of a newly appointed security personnel? Connect, Tian Xiao instructed, and Qinglong established the link. An official and courteous voice resonated in his ear. Hello, Mr. Tian Xiao. This is the Human Resources Department of the Yinchong Group. We have received an internal recommendation and would like to invite you to participate in the Yinchong Cup Dragon Slaying Youth Initiative to be held in 3 months. Upon hearing the term Dragon Slaying Youth Initiative, Tian Xiao felt his heart involuntarily constrict. The representative from the Human Resources Department continued. We will send the specific details and regulations to your inbox via internal email. You may consider whether to register for participation. This Dragon Slaying Youth Initiative is a large-scale event for internal talent selection within the Yinchong Group, employing a practical assessment method to identify and reward the most outstanding young individuals among the participants for promotion. You can find more information in the email. Please note that this Yinchong Cup Dragon Slaying Youth Initiative is not publicly disclosed, and accessing the email will automatically be regarded as your signing of the group's confidentiality agreement. Any breach of this agreement will be recorded. Please be aware. The Yinchong Cup, the Dragon Slaying Youth Initiative. In his previous life, he had encountered this term, renowned and resounding. Chapter 30, The Covert Talent Reserve War. Tian Xiao discovered an email from the Yinchong Group in his private inbox, detailing the background information regarding this initiative. Over the past few centuries, many corporations within the Earth Alliance have undergone frenzied expansion, continuously increasing their colonies and disseminating human outposts deep into the cosmos from the solar system. The Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy to the recently ventured Orion Galaxy, Earth has seized an ever-growing number of resource planets. However, during this continuous development and expansion, numerous major corporations, including the Yinchong Group, have uncovered traces of various ferocious beasts and insectoid creatures, alongside powerful life forms clad in energy metal exoskeletons, which they had never encountered before. As Tian Xiao read on, he was profoundly shaken and experienced a moment of enlightenment. The insectoid threat remains. The star beasts have emerged. It turns out that attention had been drawn to this long ago. The Yinchong Group's Dragon Slaying Youth Initiative was thus born, aware of the formidable threats and intelligent races still existing in the universe. Particularly realizing that the insectoid race had not been eradicated, the Yinchong Group, like other major corporations, began a vigorous recruitment campaign, drawing graduates and undergraduates from various military academies within the Earth Alliance. The goal? To amass a formidable military force that could be deployed in times of need. After all, the Yinchong Group is a massive corporation with a workforce reaching tens of millions, continuously battling on the front lines of development and expansion, even closer to various unknown threats than the Earth Federation's military. The upper echelons of the Yinchong Group foresaw potential future risks and thus commenced talent scouting over 20 years ago. They sought to recruit from military academies while simultaneously identifying and nurturing employees with innate talents within the corporation. However, the parameters were limited to individuals under the age of 30, as younger individuals exhibit the fastest learning and growth rates, requiring fewer resources for training. The email contained no records of past operations. The Yinchong Group promised that participants would undergo a brutally realistic practical assessment, with a high likelihood of receiving focused training opportunities for those who return alive, potentially leading to important positions. Exceptional performance would imply boundless prospects. The envisioned scenario was immensely enticing. Yet, what truly concerned Tian Xiao was the intelligence amassed by the Yinchong Group over the years. He suddenly realized that many high-ranking officials within the Earth Alliance must have been aware of the existence of star beasts long before. It had chosen not to disclose this information. This revelation ignited a flame of fury within him. If there had been more time for preparation, he and many soldiers of the Earth Federation could have been better equipped, preventing a total annihilation. A bunch of damn bureaucrats. Cursed capitalists. Tian Xiao clenched his fists, his heart ablaze with indignation, gritting his teeth. After a moment of effort to regain his composure, he noted the registration procedures and the final deadline at the end of the email. October 10th, 777 of the new era. At this juncture, Tian Xiao fell into silence. The olive branch extended by the Human Resources Department represented an extraordinary opportunity. Through this initiative, he could secure a crucial stepping stone, elevating himself to a higher position. He believed he could gain more intelligence regarding the frontline insectoids and star beasts. This opportunity must not be missed. With a sharp gaze, Tian Xiao resolved to participate in the Dragon-Slaying Youth Initiative, even though he was aware of the imminent dangers of this large-scale practical operation, and that unforeseen events could transpire during the initiative. Regardless, he had no intention of leading a mundane existence over the next 3 years. In the ensuing 6 days, the excavation operations continued. The security team rotated shifts, meticulously monitoring any anomalies in the fallen meteorite zone. During this period, no further encounters with insectoids occurred. However, only a small fragment of the meteorite had been unearthed. The largest piece had plunged to the depths of a pit and remained silent. The Feying Corporation dispatched 300 miners to work in shifts, yet they had only excavated a little over 300 meters. With the project progressing to less than 1/3 completion, there had been no tangible rewards. The security team found themselves on high alert, utterly fatigued. Nevertheless, everyone understood that failing to locate the meteorite and eliminate the threat would plunge the entire base into the peril of insectoid incursions, causing even greater repercussions and damage. 2 days later, Chen Wuling's team received directives from Luofei, shifting their focus away from the meteorite pit. It was time to engage in other tasks. Chen Wuling gathered the team for a briefing, relaying Luofei's instructions. Luofei said that in 5 days, it will be time for our Feying Corporation's monthly transport escort mission starting tomorrow. We will no longer patrol the meteorite pit area. That's good news. It's been dreadfully dull over there. Indeed, I haven't had a decent drink in days. Upon hearing this, the team perked up. Tian Xiao furrowed his brow slightly. According to the base's regulations, we must allocate a team each month to escort the supply transport ships to the nearby transfer base for a leap, which takes about 4 to 5 days for a round trip. You're studying diligently lately, Tian Xiao. Quite commendable. The transport missions typically lasted 4 to 5 days, and by the time they returned, there should be some developments regarding the meteorite pit. However, there was no alternative. The primary purpose of our base is to extract resources and transport them back, and that is our foremost task, which must be fulfilled. Chen Wuling also felt helpless. Then he announced, each transportation mission is personally overseen by the team leader, and this occasion is no exception. Old Master Luo will accompany Deputy Leader Wu Hao to escort the supply transport ship, delivering the resources amassed over the past month back to headquarters. Our responsibility lies in coordinating with the supply transport ship in low Earth orbit, facilitating the transfer of stockpiled raw mineral resources into the vessel. Tian Xiao nodded in understanding. This planet is ill-suited for large ships to dock. Thus, each transport necessitates the arrangement of smaller transport crafts to shuttle back and forth, which is rather cumbersome. He has come to realize that his squad's duty is to ensure the safety and security during the low Earth orbit transport. Naturally, this is not only to protect the transportation operation, but also to facilitate the transfer of their personal goods into the supply transport ship. Now, allow me to assign you your respective areas of responsibility, announced Chen Wuling. Zhu Xiaotian, you will temporarily oversee the ground handover and security tasks. The second segment will be managed by Old Lu, as the situation beneath the atmosphere is relatively stable. The third segment will be the responsibility of Lu Xiuesong and Xiao Daji. Finally, the last stretch, which encompasses the asteroid belt, will be jointly handled by myself and Tian Xiao. The group voiced no objections. Zhu Xiaotian and Old Lu are the weakest links and will require a bit of support. Tian Xiao, though a newcomer, is not regarded as one. Everyone has confidence in him handling the most perilous section. Chapter 31, The Arrival of the Vessel. Tian Xiao, our mission is relatively hazardous. There have been past incidents of security failures in this area, and I have forwarded the details to you. Please review them thoroughly and familiarize yourself with your responsibilities and some precautions, Chen Wuling advised Tian Xiao. The supply transport ship will enter low Earth orbit within 3 hours, and we shall depart in an hour to survey the designated location. Unlike the mining craft, the Qing Miao can operate beyond the atmosphere. However, unbeknownst to Chen Wuling, this newcomer possesses significantly more experience than he does. Tian Xiao has previously endured assaults from hordes of ferocious beasts on transport ships, faced brutal urban battles against hidden insect monsters infiltrating the vessel, and witnessed even more harrowing failures where a transport ship was obliterated, leaving a group to struggle for survival in low Earth orbit. In the depths of the cosmos, danger lurks everywhere, and myriad situations may arise. Tian Xiao understands that only through superior capability can one seize a glimmer of hope when peril strikes. Truth be told, he finds it quite unreasonable to assign a newcomer with no prior experience in escorting to a low Earth orbit defense mission. Among the security team, only Luo Fei, Wu Hao, Tai Xiong, and Zhao Jia possess the requisite computational capacity and physical fitness for the task. Moreover, only Luo Fei and Wu Hao, clad in genuine H-level combat suits, are adequately equipped to face various dangers. The others either lack sufficient computational abilities or do not possess the capacity for escape and resolution in specific environments. Yet at this juncture, the insect beasts and ferocious creatures are akin to rats in a sewer. Their operational scale and assault intensity generally low, and with a shortage of available security personnel, they can only select the best among a limited pool, a truly unfortunate predicament. After an hour of preparation, the six-member team, under Chun Wuling's leadership, soared into the sky in a triangular formation, dropping off Zhu Xiaotian, Old Lu, Lu Xuesong, and Xiao Daji along the way. Ultimately, only two remained, Chun Wuling and Tian Xiao, who broke through the atmosphere, arriving in the weightless realm of low Earth orbit. For safety belts, securely fastened Tian Xiao to his seat. The screen before him displayed a multitude of meteors, both large and small, hurtling towards them at an astonishing speed. The Qing Long had taken control of the Qing Niao's computations and maneuvering, deftly weaving between the countless meteors with fluidity. This is the advantage of an H5 level chip. The more powerful the chip's processing capacity, the more adeptly it can navigate such complex environments. The flight trajectories of numerous meteors, coupled with their own velocity, demand high computational speed and capability. An ordinary H3 chip would consume a significant portion of its processing capacity, leading to sluggish responses in the face of unexpected events. Reminiscent of computer CPUs from years past, less memory results in slower operation. Ample computational capacity and space allow for enhanced efficiency in processing speed. Tian Xiao glanced at the Qing Long's processing capability. With a computation rate of 10 units per second, it currently occupied 1/3 of its capacity, equating to 33 units. The craft had enough energy reserves for 33 hours of operation. The remaining energy and computational space would adequately handle low-intensity skirmishes. After flying through the asteroid belt for some time, the two Qing Yao crafts soared out of the complex asteroid field, emerging above the belt. The computational space of the Qing Long rapidly expanded. Unable to resist, Tian Xiao turned to gaze back at the resource planet. The magnificent expanse of the asteroid belt resembled a grand, swirling mudslide, entwining the colossal, earth-toned planet. This scene would captivate anyone experiencing it for the first time, leaving them in awe. However, Tian Xiao remained focused on observing for any anomalies in the vicinity. He did not forget his mission, to scout the low Earth orbit, assist the supply transport ship, and escort the small transport crafts. Upon reaching the designated rendezvous point, the next task was to ensure the surrounding area posed no threats. The two Qing Niao crafts, one to the left and one to the right, commenced their patrol. The patrol area spanned a diameter of 5,000 kilometers. 3 minutes later, 3 clusters of red light points emerged from the depths of the starfield. After another minute, the clusters increased to dozens of points, trailing behind a massive vessel over 1,000 meters long, silently emitting blue flames as it swiftly approached. The supply transport ship from Fei and Company had arrived. Tian Zhao's gaze immediately sharpened. The transport ship, exceeding 1,000 meters in length and cloaked in a somber hue, resembled a gigantic, flat transport rocket. 2 light strips extended from its underbelly, and as it decelerated, the rear doors gradually opened, releasing a stream of Qing Niao patrol craft that circled around the supply transport ship. The main vessel had finally arrived. The escort for the supply transport ship was also comprised of personnel from Fei and Company, members of the security team, yet each displayed a remarkable arrogance. Failing to acknowledge Chun Wuling and Tian Xiao, seemingly dismissing them entirely. It was not until the transport ship reduced its engine power by 90% that Tian Xiao heard the transmission. Low Earth orbit adaptive navigation activated. Number 28 and number 37, responsible for escorting transport craft 1 and 2. As soon as the words left the speaker, 2 transport crafts, each exceeding 50 meters in length, slid from the belly of the behemoth, sputtering flames as they adjusted their trajectories. Compared to the Qing Yao, the transport crafts possessed formidable power, their robust build exuding durability. Yet their agility was evidently lacking. Tian Xiao, proceed as planned, Chun Wuling instructed. The number 28 Qing Niao had already positioned itself ahead of the 2 transport crafts. Joining the formation, Tian Xiao wasted no time in swiftly following suit, advancing alongside the number 28. Chen Wuling was already at work, calculating a secure route for the formation. Beep. The route was confirmed. All formation members acknowledged. Tian Xiao received the shared action route from Chen Wuling. Confirmed. The transport crafts also completed their confirmation. The escort task appeared straightforward, yet the process of safeguarding the convoy was where the true danger and unpredictability lay. Tian Xiao sensed the atmosphere beginning to shift towards a more serious tone. Of course, not at this moment. In a state of being unburdened, the transport vessel would elicit no interest from anyone, including ferocious beasts, insectoid creatures, or interstellar marauders. They dared not assault the base or the supply transport ship, for the risks were far too great. Thus, they would only target small vessels when fully loaded. The return journey was the crucial moment. During this period, Tian Xiao remained vigilant and, while navigating through an asteroid belt, released a batch of drones, each no larger than a thumb, which swiftly settled among the nearby asteroids. The deployment was executed with utmost caution, drawing no attention whatsoever. A series of split screens gradually appeared on one side of the monitor. The drones were now in position. Chapter 32. Discovery of the Lizard Clawworm. They actually summoned 2 newcomers to oversee the escort mission in low Earth orbit. I cannot fathom what Luo Fei is thinking. If nothing goes awry, it may be fine, but if any mishap occurs, these 2 novices will undoubtedly jeopardize the transport vessel. In the command center of the supply transport ship, situated at the rear, 3 individuals, 2 men and a woman, all impeccably uniformed and slender, stood side by side before a massive screen, while behind them, rows of staff meticulously calculated and analyzed low Earth orbit intelligence. The foremost man was Captain Zhang Lian of the supply transport ship and also a senior executive at Fei Corporation. The screen before him displayed all the escort personnel information transferred from base. The profiles of 6 individuals were clear and concise. Chen Wuling, 26 years old, had been with Fei Corporation for less than a year and held the designation of 28. Lu Xuesong, 29 years old, had joined Fei Corporation 4 years prior. Designated as 11. Qiao Daji, 30 years old, had also been with the company for 4 years, designated as 12. Lu Gui, 35 years old, had been with the company for 8 years, designated as 3. Tian Xiao, 24 years old, had been with the company for 1 month and 7 days, designated as 37. Zhu Xiaotian, 24 years old, similarly had been with the company for 1 month and 7 days, designated as 38. The resumes were disheartening. In Zhang Lian's view, aside from Lu Xuesong and Xiao Daji, who were qualified for escort duties, the rest were either utterly incompetent or too inexperienced, forming a makeshift team. Chen Wuling, Lu Xuesong, and Xiao Daji could be considered normal. Old Lu, a liability. Could 2 newcomers, having only joined a month ago, shoulder such a significant responsibility? If Luo Fei continues to act so recklessly, he will eventually be ousted by Wu Hao. Unbeknownst to Zhang Lian, just days prior, Luo Fei had received commendation from higher-ups. The man and woman beside him, the deputy captains of the transport ship, responsible for security and logistics respectively, exchanged knowing glances and smiled. Captain, Luo Fei is not so oblivious. Having Chen Wuling personally lead the team indicates his earnestness regarding the escort mission. Nothing should go awry. Besides, this region is not particularly close to the front lines, and any lingering threats have long since been eradicated, so we can afford to worry a little less. Indeed, Captain. Look, you've sprouted a few gray hairs already. Luo Fei's ability to smuggle goods during the monthly transport missions suggests he has solid connections with the ship's higher-ups. Captain Zhang Lian shook his head with a scoff. When Luo Fei returns, I will have a stern word with him. Please don't, exclaimed the 2 deputy captains. What if Luo Fei brings back a few crates of wine as an apology? Will we drink or not? The 2 deputy captains lamented their grievances. The 3 continued to observe the escort progress. 2 Qingyao vessels escorted the transport ship into the atmosphere, then hovered nearby. The cargo from the base's logistics department was fully prepared. 2 long and wide tracks systematically conveyed all the packaged raw ore into the transport vessel. After a month of accumulation, there was a substantial amount of raw ore. The transport vessel had made 3 round trips, but had only completed 1/10 of the transportation task. After several hours, the crew's spirits began to wane slightly. Chen Wuling, in the cockpit, stifled a yawn and wiped the corner of his eye, remarking to Tian Xiao, escort missions are like this, tediously repetitive. When you can't hold on any longer, just drink something to refresh yourself. With that, he produced a bottle of strong liquor he had prepared beforehand, took a hearty sip, and quickly sealed it again. Tian Xiao munched on nutrition bar. just as he was preparing to assist the fifth batch of the transport vessel returning to the supply transport ship. He suddenly noticed a cluster of drones he had placed on the asteroid had nearly simultaneously locked onto a particular asteroid. Before their eyes, a relatively large asteroid exhibited a sudden and significant rolling deviation. Such anomalies, amidst the countless asteroids, appeared quite normal. However, what truly captured the drone's attention was a lizard claw worm. The creature nimbly leaped onto another asteroid, then stealthily disappeared into its shadowy side. Whoosh, whoosh. A total of over a dozen lizard claw worms silently emerged from the larger asteroid, covertly laying a massive net along their return path, poised to strike. Unbeknownst to them, all of this was captured by the drone's cameras, and none of it escaped the watchful eye of the Qinglong, which meticulously locked onto their locations. Discovery of lizard claw worms. Level 2 alert. Qinglong signaled. The cabin was suddenly illuminated with a red light. Tian Xiao was immediately invigorated. The previously seized pancreases of the lizard claw worms had already been depleted, and he had been in dire need of more. He never anticipated that another batch of insectoid creatures would present themselves. Excellent. Another opportunity for profit. Tian Xiao promptly packaged the data he had monitored and sent it to Chen Wuling. Damn! Chen Wuling exclaimed, cursing. You little rascal, you truly are a lucky star. We almost became dumplings ourselves. Chen Wuling was full of astonishment. Tian Xiao inquired, shall we handle it ourselves, or enlist the help of the brothers on the transport ship and share the spoils? The transport vessel was also equipped with a firepower system, arguably more formidable than theirs. Not a chance. Chen Wuling gritted his teeth. The people on the transport ship haven't even acknowledged us thus far. They clearly look down on us. They're not going to reap the rewards of this easily obtainable merit. Huh. Just as I prefer, Tian Xiao chuckled. You take the left, I take the right. Half for each. All right. Maintain a safe distance. Chen Wuling agreed. With a signal, the two simultaneously deviated from their flight path. This scene immediately drew the attention of the officials aboard the supply transport ship. Indeed, the supply transport ship maintained visibility over all Qingyao and transport vessels, and the staff were systematically observing their surroundings. However, they were oblivious to the private communications between the Qingyao and the intelligence gathered by the drones. Their arrogance prevented them from communicating and sharing information with the security personnel below. Consequently, the sudden deviation of the Qingyao from their flight path triggered an alert from the chip system. A collective look of astonishment spread among the group. What is happening? The abrupt acceleration and deviation of the two Qingyao, along with their agile maneuvers, starkly contrasted with their previous smooth escort actions. Furthermore, the fire control systems had been fully activated. Hot, 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 hot. A barrage of gunfire erupted within the asteroid belt. The asteroids exploded, and the cannon's grenades transformed the once tranquil asteroid belt into a scene of chaos and smoke. Captain Zhang Lian, holding a cup of coffee, turned to witness the screen suddenly erupting in flashes of gunfire and the cacophony of cannon fire, exchanging bewildered glances with his companions. Immediately investigate. What on earth is going on? Zhang Lian's expression turned ashen. The escort team, engaging in close-range fire, had not relayed any information to their command center. A group of staff members broke into a cold sweat. Before long, the answer emerged. It's insectoid creatures. There are lizard claw worms concealed ahead of the escort team. They evaded our reconnaissance range. Reporting to the captain, the battle has concluded. 12 lizard claw worms have been completely annihilated by the escort squad. Designations 28 and 37 have returned to base. Chapter 33. Commendation, Temporary Orders. For the two pilots controlling the Qingyao, eliminating the lizard claw worms hidden behind the asteroids from a distance posed no challenge whatsoever. The drones silently seized a strategic position, aiding in the pinpointing of the lizard claw insect's location. The cannon shells cleared the path. Meteors exploded. Gunfire raked the area. Under the calculations of the chips, everything was seamlessly interconnected. 12 lizard claw insects were neutralized. Tian Xiao skillfully retrieved the corpses of the lizard claw insects he had dispatched. The blue bird returned to the fold. The three captains aboard the life transport ship, along with a cadre of staff, exchanged bewildered glances. What had just transpired? Was that all? A profound silence enveloped the ship. The fleet resumed its course. Zhang Lian hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to establish contact with the captains of the two blue birds. Number 28, this is Phantom number 3. Captain Zhang Lian speaking. Greetings, Captain. I am number 28, Chen Wuling. You performed admirably. Protecting the transport vessel is my duty. Chen Wuling replied cheerfully, maintaining a formal tone. Zhang Lian, filled with curiosity, inquired, I am quite intrigued. How did you detect those lizard claw insects? Reporting to Captain, It was the drones, Chen Wuling answered. Drones. Zhang Lian's realization dawned. The other personnel aboard also appeared enlightened. Make a note of that. As Zhang Lian instructed his subordinates, he praised Chen Wuling. Excellent work. Your vigilance and decisive actions have ensured the safety of the transport vessel. I will personally advocate for your commendation. I hope you remain humble and continue your efforts. By the way, the ammunition you expended must be replenished. Return to the transport ship for resupply. I've instructed the logistics personnel to prepare it for you. Understood. Communication concluded. The two followed the transport vessel into the interior of Phantom Number 3. The interior of Phantom Number 3 was vast. As a ship primarily designated for transport, 80% of its space was allocated for storing various resources. All incoming raw materials were placed in standardized storage areas. Upon entering, the Blue Bird docked to the side under the guidance of the staff, swiftly replenishing its expended ammunition. Then, a person who appeared to be a supervisor approached with a smile. Group Leader Lin. Chen Wuling quickly greeted him, clasping hands. It's been a while. Indeed, it has been some time. I heard you just taught us a lesson by taking down 12 lizard claw insects. Quite gruesome. Don't bring them back. I'll take them for 50,000 each. Tian Xiao recognized the newcomer, a logistical worker from Phantom Number 3, a lowly minion who later ascended to group leader. He remained silent, smiling behind Chen Wuling. The other party was indeed after those 12 lizard claw insects. Although the lizard claw insects on the front lines held little value, once transported to the rear, they could be transformed into delicacies or dissected into art pieces, fetching at least 300,000 each. A lucrative profit. 50,000? That one T do. Make it 100,000 each. I'll advocate for my brothers. Chen Wuling bargained with him. Group Leader Lin was meticulous. You didn't collect much of the fragmented meat. I'm at a loss here. How about we count it as 10 whole ones and settle for 1 million? 1 million is agreeable, but you must throw in 10 crates of fine liquor. Chen Wuling continued to haggle. After a round of negotiation, they settled on 1 million for the 12 lizard claw insects, plus 10 crates of liquor. Tian Xiao did not intervene. He had already had the pancreas extracted and securely stored. No one to stop. Tian Xiao surveyed the interior of Phantom Number 3, noting that Chen Wuling had completed the transaction with Group Leader Lin. The two boarded the vessel. The mission continued. In the following tasks, communication aboard both the transport vessel and the transport ship noticeably increased, with individuals occasionally exchanging a few words. Clearly, Chen Wuling and Tian Xiao's swift and decisive aerial combat tactics had won them the admiration of the crew. In any setting, it is customary for individuals to extend smiles to the strong and the valuable. This place was no exception. Back at the base, Luo Fei, Wu Hao, and others received a transmission from Captain Zhang Lian of the life transport ship, aware that Chen Wuling and Tian Xiao had brought honor to their base's security team. The former chuckled heartily. Those two have made over 2 million handling the meteorite incident, and now they've earned another 500,000 for escorting. I'm quite envious. Indeed, Wu Hao replied, his smile strained. The esteemed deputy leader of the security team felt a twinge of envy. Since the lizard claw insects had been dealt with, subsequent escort missions had unfolded without incident. After 2 days and nights of loading and transporting, the life transport vessel was finally filled and ready to set sail. According to protocol, Luo Fei and Wu Hao were required to lead the escort of Phantom No. 3 to the nearest jump point. As they exited the base, an urgent transmission from the headquarters of the Phantom Company reached Luo Fei. Upon reading the message, his expression darkened. The upper echelon of the Phantom Company had decreed, due to the potential presence of lizard claw insects lurking in the base. The leaders of the security team, both the captain and the deputy, could not all depart. Therefore, the security department decided to temporarily assign Wu Hao to remain at the base to command and ensure the safety of the facility. Captain Luo Fei, proceed as originally planned and escort Phantom Number 3 to the jump point for the escort mission. Luo Fei turned a glance at Wu Hao. This was undoubtedly Wu Hao's doing. Wu Hao maintained a calm demeanor, stepping back a pace and stating, I too received the headquarters temporary directive. I shall not partake in this escort mission. I wish the captain a safe journey. Luo Fei stood rooted in place, his expression grim as he stared at Wu Hao for a considerable time, before articulating slowly, in that case, I trust the deputy leader will manage the command. For the escort mission, I will assign Chen Wuling's team to participate. I hope all remains well upon my return. Wu Hao was momentarily taken aback. The escort team had already been established, and furthermore, Chen Wuling's group included 2 newcomers, one of whom was incapable. He feared they would be ill-suited for the escort task. Since the headquarters has decided to withdraw a key member as the leader of the security team, I naturally must make a temporary replacement to ensure the escort team is adequately prepared. This authority is mine. Luo Fei raised his voice. As for the escort personnel, I trust that the captain of Phantom Number 3 will have no issues, especially since Chun Wuling's team has just proven their capabilities. Wu Hao fell silent, his facial muscles twitching slightly. He had deliberately sought the opportunity to remain behind to deal with Chun Wuling and the newcomers who had recently aligned with Luo Fei. To his dismay, Luo Fei had taken both of them away. In that case, his remaining behind held no significance. Could he contend with the other members under Luo Fei's command? It would not achieve his aim of severely undermining Luo Fei. Rather, it would lead to a complete and open confrontation. Any act of insubordination, even with his connections at headquarters, would be difficult to justify. Chapter 34. The more talented, the more complicated. Unexpectedly, Tian Xiao's plan was thwarted for the first time, just as he had prepared to return to the base with Chun Wuling, intending to utilize the lizard claw insect's pancreas to further enhance his physical prowess. He received an order for the entire squad to immediately regroup with the captain and temporarily join the escort mission. What is happening? Tian Xiao inquired, perplexed, immediately seeking clarification from Chun Wuling. Having already received Luo Fei's notification and understanding the circumstances, Chun Wuling explained the details, allowing Tian Xiao to grasp the situation. Luo Fei was acting to protect them. Wu Hao had leveraged his connections at headquarters to remain at the base and oversee matters. To ensure stability, Luo Fei had taken his trusted aides, shielding them from potential suppression in the coming days. Life on resource planets appeared deceptively simple, yet the underlying competition was fiercely brutal. Wu Hao, having gained power, could issue orders that led them to their demise, leaving them powerless to resist. Tian Xiao felt resigned. Between cultivation and survival, he understood that the latter held greater importance. The group of 8 quickly convened aboard Phantom Number 3. The mood among them was buoyant. Departing the base to undertake our mission, a palpable excitement coursed through the team. Rofi declared, "This journey will span a total of 4.5 days. During this period, our objective is to remain on standby in the operational sector of the life transport vessel. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, we must be ready to take off at a moment's notice to conduct reconnaissance, patrols, assess enemy conditions, and execute combat tasks. Of course, throughout the duration of our mission, we shall receive additional remuneration, typically a daily allowance of 1,000. In the event of combat, that amount escalates to 5,000 per day. Any confirmed kills will warrant additional compensation, with spoils accounted separately." At this juncture, he cast a knowing glance at Chun Wuling and Tian Xiao, stating, "Wuling and Tian Xiao have already logged the elimination of 12 lizard claw bugs, which has been duly recorded in your mission logs. The company will bestow a reward of 100,000, while we will also tally daily bonuses amounting to approximately 60,000 per individual." The two beamed with delight, prompting others to express their admiration with enthusiastic thumbs up. No one could ever deem a bounty excessive. At that moment, the life transport vessel shuddered slightly. A neutral electronic voice emanating from the intercom. "All personnel, the vessel is about to set sail at full speed. All units, please assume your designated positions and stand by." The announcement was repeated thrice. Including Rofi, everyone settled into their respective Qingyao seats. Rofi occupied the number 1 Qingyao. The 8 Qingyao stationed at the operational exit of the base were aligned neatly, while the 6 accompanying Qingyao lingered at a distance, exhibiting no inclination to approach. Tian Xiao comprehended. These individuals had been deployed from the company's headquarters to accumulate experience and credentials. Although somewhat capable, they harbored a condescending attitude towards those stationed on impoverished resource planets, exuding an air of superiority. Once aboard the Qingyao, they instinctively established a group chat. Rofi included everyone in the conversation. The main screen displayed 8 faces, 7 men and 1 woman. Old Lu jested. "Here we go again, embarking on a prolonged 4.5-day retreat. Thankfully, we've made some progress. We finally have a beauty among us. It's far better to gaze at Xiao Tian during idle moments than to endure the sight of you lot of bachelors." "Indeed. Xiao Tian, care for a game of cards?" "Scram," Chun Wuling retorted, shooing away a few LSPs. Xiao Tian, who had previously worked as a miner, had often overheard the surrounding male miners uttering risque jokes, yet she remained oblivious to their remarks. Chun Wuling glanced around and noticed Tian Xiao had vanished after engaging in casual conversation with them, leaving the cockpit conspicuously empty. "Where's Tian Xiao? Did he fall into the restroom?" This inquiry instantly garnered everyone's attention. Although Tian Xiao was also a newcomer, his remarkable alcohol tolerance, grilling skills, and exceptional combat aptitude had rendered him an undeniable presence among the crew. Rofi, exercising his authority as captain, commandeered Tian Xiao's Qingyao. manipulating the internal camera to search for his whereabouts. After several adjustments, he located Tian Xiao, who was performing one-handed push-ups, his bare torso glistening with sweat. His back muscles formed a robust triangle, sharply defined and rhythmically undulating, his breathing steady and movements precise. Good grief. Tian Xiao, you're truly a prodigy. Torturing yourself in the cockpit. A workout enthusiast, are you? Lu Xuesong and Xiao Daji exclaimed in unison. Old Lu, clutching a flat flask, trembled. His nose nearly pressed against the screen. Tian Xiao, do you really need to be this intense? How are the rest of us, lacking your talents, supposed to survive? The room fell into a contemplative silence. Everyone was acutely aware of Tian Xiao's extraordinary abilities. Possessing both talent and diligence was indeed a source of despair for many. Chun Wuling and Rofiai responded with a sense of approval, merely advising Tian Xiao to be mindful of conserving his biological energy. Overexertion could hinder his performance during the forthcoming escort mission, especially in the event of unexpected encounters, as the physical strain of space combat could be immense. Understood, Tian Xiao replied, continuing his one-handed push-ups without pause. Xiao Tian silently gazed at Tian Xiao's nearly flawless triangular back muscles, her cheeks flushed, discreetly retrieving a book from the side to shield her view. Quite appealing. After completing 200 one-handed push-ups, Tian Xiao affixed a ceiling-mounted pull-up bar in the cockpit corridor, effortlessly leaping to begin chin-ups. Rofiai, controlling the camera, found the others' reactions unexpectedly amusing. Yet the pancreatic tissues of the lizard claw bugs had already been consumed, and wasting them was not an option. However, extreme military training methods could not be employed aboard the transport vessel. A slow and steady approach was required. Rest was necessary when biological energy dipped to 80%. Rofiai remained engaged, detailing various precautions for the tasks ahead. He noted that a fully loaded life transport vessel typically possessed moderate firepower, but it was not defenseless. The true threat lay with armed interstellar pirates, who could utilize their counter-reconnaissance capabilities to ambush transport vessels. These pirates represented the foremost adversaries of the transport ships, equipped with highly sophisticated computational chips and insiders, allowing them to traverse various star systems and target vessels they deemed valuable. They were akin to hyenas lurking in the depths of space, drawn to the scent of blood. Smaller enterprises, in particular, needed to exercise extreme caution during transport. Otherwise, they risked squandering resources and benefiting others. Fei Ying Company, a subsidiary of the Yinchong Group, boasted a considerable number of security personnel, and Fei Ying No. 3 had undergone special modifications, enhancing its armament systems. Though not a soft target, it still attracted attention from self-proclaimed formidable interstellar pirates, eager for an opportunity to seize resources worth hundreds of millions. At that moment, the vessel trembled slightly, followed by the sound of the power engines ceasing operation. Soon after, a red battle alarm blared through the operational chamber. Chapter 35. Fei Ying No. 3 comes to a halt. The command center of Fei Ying No. 3 sprang into action, bustling with urgency. The main screen displayed a vast expanse of space rather than navigational trajectories or other real-time information. The vessel's computational capabilities and power engines had succumbed to an inexplicable force, entering a complete state of stasis. Only internal anti-jamming devices could stabilize the chips and communication systems. Captain, we have sustained an assault from high-intensity pulse particles, causing overheating damage to multiple electronic components. The chip operation pathways are obstructed. We must conduct an immediate inspection, repair, and replacement of affected parts. How long will it take? Zhang Lian's face turned ashen, yet he remained composed, for this was not his first encounter with such a predicament. Conservatively, 3 hours. The crew members wiped the sweat from their brows. Immediately organized personnel to inspect and repair components damaged by the pulse particles. Simultaneously, instruct all fire control and combat personnel to assume battle positions and prepare to engage interstellar pirates. Notify the security team to deploy drones for external reconnaissance, gather intelligence, and prepare for potential confrontation. The rest, get ready to activate the vessel's defense mechanisms using biological energy. Zhang Lian, having experienced significant challenges before, remained unflappable as he methodically orchestrated the mobilization of all personnel aboard the vessel. Meanwhile, the security team faced a sudden blackout as the main screen transitioned to black. The Qingyao had also succumbed to the high-intensity pulse particle assault, its chips frozen. Moments later, the exterior of the cabin was illuminated by red alert signals. The transport vessel is under attack. Tian Xiao promptly ceased his workout and donned his combat uniform. Qinglong, take control of the Qingyao and activate the power engines. Tian Xiao had already secured a nutrient bar in his mouth. Who could have anticipated that their inaugural escort mission would be fraught with such calamities? Even interstellar pirates had made an appearance. Qing Long remarked, "The Qingyao energy storage system is currently inoperative. The activation of the Qingyao requires the bioenergy of the master. It has been detected that the remaining bioenergy of the master stands at 158. Under normal circumstances, this allows for 3 hours of flight. While computational tasks can only be sustained for 15 minutes, thus combat is not advisable. The current transport ship finds itself in a perilous situation. A combat request has been initiated. The master is advised to exercise caution in the use of bioenergy. Every combat aircraft is equipped with a conversion system, which can achieve remarkable results. This is the bioenergy conversion system. By activating this system, an ordinary person can take control of the aircraft using their own chip, piloting the vessel or ship. The more substantial the bioenergy foundation, the larger the aircraft one can command. Captain Zhang Lian of the Flying Shadow No. 3 requires a team of personnel to initiate part of the transport ship's defensive mechanisms. However, Tian Xiao, Luo Fei, and others possess lower chip levels and insufficient bioenergy, limiting them to piloting the H-series aircraft like the Qingyao. Knock, knock, knock. Just as the Qingyao's engine roared to life, someone outside began to pound on the cabin door. The voice of a staff member resonated from beyond. The captain commands, "The security team is responsible for deploying drones, scouting enemy positions, and gathering intelligence." Communication now relied primarily on shouting. Tian Xiao was not surprised. The main screen flickered back to life, yet the operational data had come to a standstill. Activating the bioenergy conversion system consumes the pilot's stamina, ceasing the majority of functions. Only power, communication, and fire control systems remain operational, while functions such as refrigeration, fresh air, and temperature regulation are severely limited. The other 13 Qingyao aircraft have also been activated in succession. Luo Fei's voice echoed among the others. All members of the security team, report your bioenergy data. Communication no longer displayed visuals, only sound. Shen Wuling, 160. Lu Xuesong, 172. Xiao Daji, 177. Lao Lu, Mo Chamba Muiba. Lao Lu's voice sounded particularly weak. Losing a kidney has a significantly adverse effect on physical fitness. In these extraordinary times, it is a contest of experience and physical prowess. Tian Xiao reported, I-154. Zhu Xiaotian's data was the most dismal. Zhu Xiaotian, 100. She possessed the physical capacity of an ordinary adult with H1 strength, capable of piloting the Qingyao in combat for merely a few minutes. Luo Fei did not disclose his status, yet everyone knew that with his H9 strength, his bioenergy was at least above 200 points. Lao Lu, you have experience with drones. Team up with Zhu Xiaotian to execute this reconnaissance mission. You will scout enemy positions, and Zhu Xiaotian will deploy the drones. Move swiftly and return promptly, understood? Received. Lao Lu promptly agreed. Zhu Xiaotian realized that her assignment to the reconnaissance task was due to her low bioenergy, primarily to accommodate others who needed to be prepared for combat, which was the real gamble of life and death. The cabin door opened. 2 Qingyao aircraft shot out in succession. Lu Xuesong, Xiao Daji, provide cover. Luo Fei commanded. Tian Xiao wished to engage in battle, but restrained himself. The nutritional bar had already been chewed and swallowed, and the metallic taste in his mouth derived from the pancreas of the lizard claw insect. The bioenergy displayed on the screen surged from 154 to 160 and continued to rise. The pancreas, valued at hundreds of thousands to even millions, proved highly effective in restoring bioenergy. After all, one gets what one pays for. In such times, every increment of bioenergy could extend survival by several seconds. Perhaps it is those precious seconds that can save a life. Tian Xiao deeply understood this. As the second batch of Qingyao exited the transport ship and ventured into space, Lao Lu and Zhu Xiaotian's deployed drones rapidly relayed scenes onto the main screen of the formation. Although Lao Lu's physical condition had deteriorated significantly, he was still the most seasoned member of the security team, skillfully controlling dozens of drones that positioned themselves around the transport ship, providing a comprehensive 360-degree view. The remaining drones surged into the distance. Suddenly, a beam of fire shot from the depths of space, striking an insignificantly small drone with pinpoint accuracy. One image vanished. Following that, an increasing barrage of fire rained down from the depths of space, determined to obliterate the entire batch of drones. And indeed, the adversary succeeded. Every drone was shattered. There was no recourse. The drones moved at a sluggish pace. Had Lao Lu possessed the chip and energy of the Qingyao, issuing commands for dozens of drones to alter course and evade would have been a breeze. However, At this moment, executing such intricate calculations would rapidly deplete bioenergy. With the adversary's 20,000 bullets still in play, Lao Lu had to prioritize survival. Thus, the drones were deemed expendable. Yet, the enemy, emboldened, would not relent. Having dismantled all the drones, they now turned their sights on Lao Lu and Zhu Xiaotian. At that moment, Lu Xuesong and Xiao Daji arrived. The two had locked onto targets as the enemy unleashed fire. Tot 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 tot. A flurry of fire greeted them, providing cover for Lao Lu and Zhu Xiaotian's retreat. Chapter 36. The Star Pirates' Mothership. Zhang Lian stood before the main screen, composed and unruffled. Captain, the security team has engaged in combat with the Star Pirates attacking us. What is their number and scale? Currently, we have identified 2 modified Qingniao aircraft. The enemy's chips are intact, and their computational capability is formidable. If this drags into a protracted battle, I fear our 14 Qingniao will not withstand it. Oof. One of the vice captains gritted his teeth. They aim to use these 2 minions to exchange for our main ship's fire support. Captain, we cannot fall for their trickery. Indeed, our fire control system is our sole trump card against the Star Pirate mothership. Combined, we can only launch a maximum of 3 attacks. And they must all be directed at the Star Pirate's main ship. Should we exhaust the power of our fire control system prematurely, the Star Pirate's mothership will advance without restraint and board us at close quarters. The female vice captain's expression was grave. Zhang Lian was fully aware of all this. Thus, even though it would have been easy to destroy the 2 enemy-modified Qingniao, he could only watch as they soared through space, evading the fire unleashed by the 2 security personnel, attempting to deplete their bioenergy. Luo Fei was closely monitoring the battle situation. Upon witnessing the destruction of all outgoing drones and the enemy leveraging their computational superiority to engage in space combat, his heart sank. This is bad. No wonder these Star Pirates dare to confront Flying Shadow number 3. They come with ill intent. Luo Fei's expression darkened considerably. Lu Xuesong and Xiao Daji found themselves ensnared. Lacking a robust computational foundation, relying solely on past experience to execute evasive maneuvers to avoid the enemy's fire, thus preventing their craft from being torn apart. This placed an enormous strain on their bodies, causing their bioenergy to plummet rapidly. In a mere 30 seconds, both of their bioenergy levels had diminished by a third. Boss, Lu Xuesong and Xiao Daji cannot hold out any longer. I will go support them. Chun Wuling volunteered eagerly. What good will that do? Your bioenergy is even lower than theirs. Can you resolve their situation? Calm down. Watch closely, and when the 2 of them can no longer endure, I will personally step in to deal with them. Luo Fei rebuked darkly. Lao Lu, Zhu Xiaotian, replenish the drones and prepare for a second reconnaissance mission. I will ensure that these cowardly rats are unearthed. Luo Fei remained composed, instantly steadying everyone's nerves. Lao Lu and Zhu Xiaotian obeyed the orders. Luo Fei then reached out to the pilots of the other 6 Qingniao. Previously, I had no time for you. It was not due to fear of those behind you, but simply because it was unnecessary. In the current extraordinary circumstances, should anyone dare to undermine my authority, I shall relinquish my position as the leader of the security team without hesitation and obliterate you all with my cannon. Prepare yourselves to join my formation. When Lu Xuesong and Xiao Daji falter, I expect you to rally to my side for reinforcement. There was no immediate response from the other side. 3 seconds elapsed. Suddenly, Luo Fei's Qingniao soared into the air, its cannon extending toward the 6 opposing Qingniao. Disobeying command in the face of battle is punishable by death. Director Luo, please do not misunderstand. We are willing to follow your orders. The 6, witnessing Luo Fei's fervor, hurriedly formed ranks and surrendered their permissions. Tian Xiao was taken aback. He had not anticipated that even when he had not encountered Luo Fei personally, the veteran leader could exhibit such formidable dominance. Most of these individuals had connections at headquarters. Despite offending this group, Luo Fei had managed to maintain his position as the leader of the security team at Fei & Company without being ousted. It appeared that those in higher echelons were not oblivious to the situation. The leader of the security team must indeed be a decisive and ruthless character. Meanwhile, Lu Xuesong and Xiao Daji had exhausted their efforts, yet they remained under intense fire from the enemy, drenched in cold sweat, unable to lock onto their adversaries' vessels. Their biological energy plummeted below 50, and the physical strain increased, leaving them in a dire state. Let us go. As the maneuverability of the Qingniao diminished, Luo Fei led his small squadron of 7 out of the transport ship. Before departing, Luo Fei's command reached Tian Xiao, Chun Wuling, Old Lu, and Zhu Xiaotian. Old Lu, lead the deployment of drones. Chun Wuling, You and Tian Xiao will execute a flank maneuver from the opposite side of the transport ship, seeking opportunities to lock onto and destroy those two modified Qingyao. Luo Fei's aura was menacing, though the biological energy of Chun Wuling and Tian Xiao was not substantial. Their combat capabilities were remarkably high, particularly Tian Xiao's. The 9 Qingyao surged forth, with the firepower under Luo Fei's command sealing off all avenues, forming a dazzling cage of death. The two modified Qingyao, pursuing Lu Xuesong and Xiao Daji, finally began to feel the pressure. The barrage of fire ceased suddenly as they maneuvered desperately within the intertwined lines of fire. Meanwhile, a peculiar vessel, merely 100 meters long, was slowly approaching Feiying-no. 3 from a distance. On board was a massive radar-like apparatus, aimed directly at Feiying No. 3. Heh, it indeed proves useful. Though the high-frequency particle emitter is costly and can only fire once, it is a soul-seizing strike, incapacitating Feiying No. 3 while it remains defenseless. Truly worthy of a D-class weapon. In the command center of the vessel, 5 interstellar pirates wore expressions of triumph. On the massive screen before them, the two modified Qingyao executed frantic maneuvers, desperately avoiding the dense fire. The cost of modifying a Qingyao was 1 million. But to manipulate a group of them so effortlessly was well worth the expense. In no more than 2 minutes, the biological energy of those pilots would be entirely depleted. The security personnel on Feiying No. 3 total only 14. I am eager to see how Zhang Lian endures this. From their tone, it is clear that the panic of the modified Qingyao is merely a facade. They are not genuinely worried about any mishaps. Once a modified Qingyao breaches Feiying No. 3, all of its cargo will belong to us. That Qingyao carries high-explosive directional graphite explosives we specially prepared, capable of crippling all of Feiying No. 3's power systems and detonating the transport ship's storage compartments. At that point, no matter how Zhang Lian struggles, he will be powerless to prevent us from departing with all the goods, left to await rescue from the Earth Alliance. Continue approaching Feiying No. 3 and prepare for landing. Dispatch the order. Upon the successful completion of this mission, each one of us shall receive at least 2 million. So, everyone rally your spirits. In the ship's cabin, dozens of interstellar pirates clad in various combat uniforms, armed to the teeth with shotguns, exuded an oppressive atmosphere that was almost palpable. Chapter 37. The breakthrough emerges. The sound of gunfire echoed. The dense lines of fire from heavy machine guns seemed diminutive in the vastness of space, as 7 Qingyao and 2 modified Qingyao engaged in a frenetic aerial battle. Although the drones of Feiying No. 3 remained intact, their monitoring capabilities were inherently limited. The modified Qingyao cautiously kept their distance from Feiying No. 3, preventing Chun Wuling and Tian Xiao, who had stealthily infiltrated below deck, from finding an opportunity to engage. Chun Wuling positioned his hands on the triggers of both the cannon and the heavy machine gun. Yet without computational support, he lacked the confidence to pull the trigger. Too far. Even with battlefield calculations to anticipate the enemy's movements, the adversary's ships could detect their maneuvers and adjust trajectories to evade fire. However, each of their attacks consumed considerable biological energy. Chun Wuling struggled to find a suitable opening, his palms sweating with anxiety, unable to remain still. Tian Xiao felt similarly. With the flight ships rendered inoperative and unable to directly expend energy, their biological energy would only sustain them for a brief combat duration. Though he was somewhat confident in swiftly intervening to eliminate the 2 modified Qingyao, the true threat was not them. The main ship of the interstellar pirates had yet to reveal itself. This was merely bait cast by the pirates. Eliminating these 2 modified Qingyao would only prompt the emergence of a second wave. The interstellar pirates always operated as a pack. Since earlier, Tian Xiao had deployed all the drones. The drones spread out in all directions away from the battlefield, searching for the location of the interstellar pirates' main ship while gathering intelligence on other pirates. Time ticked away slowly. Tian Xiao felt increasingly anxious. The disadvantage faced by Feiying Company was glaringly evident. They had fallen into an ambush. The transport ship had powered down and come to a halt. All defenses and firepower were in a passive state, while a venomous serpent lay in wait in the shadows, ready to strike with lethal precision. Feiying Company had but one chance to act. Concentrating all biological energy was sufficient to destroy the interstellar pirates' main ship, as it was not particularly formidable at this stage. Yet, a single misstep would plunge Feiying Company into irretrievable ruin. The stakes were hellishly high. Taking a deep breath, Tian Xiao cast aside all external distractions, calming himself as he scrutinized the myriad messages relayed by the drones. At that moment, one of the members of Luo Fei's attacking squad made a crucial mistake. The enemy's biological energy plummeted, and the maneuvering speed of their vessel severely declined. One of the modified Tian Xiao, equipped with advanced ship processing capabilities, immediately seized upon this vulnerability, locking onto the Tian Xiao with its cannon. Bang! The targeted Tian Xiao, at that precise moment, executed a rapid ascent, subjecting the pilot to immense strain that exceeded their capacity. Buzz! The biological energy instantly dropped to zero, triggering alarms. Boom! The cannon shell exploded on the Tian Xiao's left wing. The vessel lost its wing without any defense or struggle, igniting as it plummeted with its unconscious pilot. The defensive line was breached. Chen Wuling could no longer restrain himself. I'm heading in to assist. Tian Xiao continued to observe and wait for an opportunity. Whoosh! The Tian Xiao sped into the battlefield to reinforce, re-establishing fire suppression on the opposing modified Tian Xiao, thwarting any chance for a counterattack. Luo Fei felt helpless. If only Wu Hao were here. The two seasoned warriors could have executed a more effective countermeasure. Unfortunately, the individuals he had brought this time possessed limited experience and capability, with much room for improvement. Rofi was engulfed by a sense of despair that felt utterly insurmountable. Lu Xuesong, Qiao Daji, and another pilot from the modified Tian Xiao all surged forth from the Feiying No. 3. The 14 Tian Xiao that comprised their entire security apparatus were now engaged. 2 of these aircraft were tasked with deploying drones. 11 had already encircled the vicinity, while another remained concealed below. Just 2 more minutes, and we would accomplish the task of disarming the entire security detail of Feiying No. 3. The modified Tian Xiao erupted with a cacophony of raucous laughter. The security team of the Yunchong group was hardly formidable. With just 2 of us, we neutralized the entire escort force of your security team. A bunch of incompetent buffoons. I told you, you ineffectual, bloodless entities are of no use. The duo publicly opened their communication channel, eager to showcase their current achievements to an audience. Remember our names. The ones who vanquished you are Long Jian and Long Chong from the Xinghe, Jifeng Tuan. What do you intend to do? Tian Xiao's eyes sparkled with intrigue the moment he heard the triumphant taunts of the enemy. They had willingly exposed their communication channel. What an unexpected delight. Qinglong, activate the computation system. Immediately analyze all feedback signals from the enemy's communication source to locate the most distant signal. Dispatch the coordinates to the nearest drone and send it forth. While the average person might not recognize that opening a communication channel could expose all their signals, Tian Xiao, as a member of the Earth's Celestial Army with extensive experience battling interstellar pirates, understood all too well that the mere act of modifying the Tian Xiao had effectively revealed the position of their mothership. True to form, Qinglong swiftly harnessed formidable computational power, instantly pinpointing all feedback signals and their precise coordinates from the modified Tian Xiao. Disregarding the signals from the modified Tian Xiao's allies, he identified 13 signals with erratic movements, emanating from 13 Tian Xiao, alongside Feiying No. 3. Additionally, there was a remarkably clear signal source hailing from 500 miles away within a deep chasm. The enemy possessed an exceptionally covert exterior with a coating designed to absorb various detection signals, stealthily advancing toward the battlefield. The interstellar pirate organization, Xinghe Jifeng Tuan, the mothership, previously absent from everyone's perception, was now locked onto by Qinglong due to the momentary arrogance of the modified Tian Xiao. 500 miles. This distance had already encroached upon the attack range of Feiying No. 3. Tian Xiao maintained his composure, orchestrating the drones to swiftly approach the interstellar pirate's mothership while discreetly uploading the acquired data to Feiying No. 3. In the command hall of Feiying No. 3, Zhang Lian and others had succumbed to despair. The interstellar pirates had yet to reveal themselves. The biological energy of the 12 Tian Xiao had plummeted. With the 2 modified Tian Xiao completing their mission, they were poised to obliterate the entire security team, thus threatening Feiying No. 3's mothership. At this moment, Tian Xiao No. 37 unexpectedly uploaded an image. On the main screen, amidst the inky void of space, a bizarre warship over 100 meters long emerged, bearing a massive, umbrella-shaped radar. Startling and surprisingly visible to all. Chapter 38. A single shot to the soul, toppling the mothership. Is this the mothership of the interstellar pirates? What is happening? Why would they reveal themselves now? In the command hall of Feiying No. 3, many rose in astonishment, their eyes wide with shock and confusion. It was data uploaded by Tian Xiao No. 37. Someone realized. However, doubts soon surfaced. The Tian Xiao lacks formidable reconnaissance capabilities. The enemy's coordinates are approximately 500 miles away. a distance beyond what Xiao number 37's personal chip could possibly detect. Could it be a ruse by the interstellar pirates? This deduction seemed plausible. Zhang Lian also suspected it was a scheme by the interstellar pirates, aimed at employing a false image to deplete Fang number 3's firepower and computational resources, ultimately allowing them to seize the vessel. Yet, this skepticism lingered in Zhang Lian's mind for only a fleeting second. He recalled the identity of the pilot of Xiao number 37, Tian Xiao, the newcomer who had swiftly eradicated the lizard claw worm during the escort transport mission. Following that, he had taken a keen interest in this newcomer, reviewing his records since joining the security team. In just half a month, Tian Xiao had achieved 3 remarkable feats. The first mission involved exterminating a ferocious beast, the tear-mouthed wolf. The second mission was the recent meteor crash incident, where he executed a textbook rescue operation, saving Chen Wuling and another small team of 6 security personnel, earning accolade from the headquarters of Fei & Company. The third mission was the escort task. Though his tenure was brief, his record was nothing short of impressive, connecting the dots with the sudden image upload and precise coordinates of the interstellar pirate's mothership. Zhang Lian felt a strong intuition that this information was, by all likelihood, accurate. If the interstellar pirates had indeed orchestrated a false image, the signals would have reached either Rofi and the front line or Fang number 3. Why would it be Xiao number 37? As the captain of Fang number 3, Zhang Lian understood that his decisions would impact the survival of everyone aboard. Yet at this moment, he had to make a decisive choice. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Lian resolutely activated his chip and issued the command. Fang number 3, initiate a comprehensive scan of the coordinates. Fire control systems ready. Upon detecting the mothership signal, lock on and unleash a saturated barrage. With the command given, Fang number 3's fire control systems sprang to life. The chip computations began to consume the biological energy of the entire crew at an alarming rate. Various detection waveguides rapidly scanned the vicinity of the coordinates. The main screen quickly displayed a plethora of signals. F-class transport ship, modified, 1D class high-frequency pulse main cannon, significant energy loss, the enemy's speed, the enemy's current coordinates, the enemy's trajectory. In an instant, Fang number 3 seemed to come alive. Everyone became extraordinarily exhilarated, their faces radiating genuine joy. It's real. Genuine signals. We have found it. The mothership of the interstellar pirates. Haha. A crowd erupted in cheers. A crimson light flashed. The command hull trembled slightly as the fully prepared fire control system automatically complied with the captain's orders and opened fire. On the battlefield, near Fang number 3, the 2 modified Xiao and the dwindling Tian Xiao simultaneously sensed a surge of intense energy waves nearby. Though surprised, the Xiao instinctively assumed it was Zhang Lian's intervention and prepared to retreat to the mothership. Meanwhile, the pilots of the 2 modified Xiao were struck with terror as they witnessed through the screens the once still Fang number 3 suddenly erupting with ferocious energy fluctuations. We must go. A barrage of heavy machine gun bullets tore through the air toward Fang number 3. A volley of cannon shells was unleashed. The pilots of the 2 modified Xiao desperately began to flee. This was not what they had anticipated. Fang number 3 was not supposed to fire. Bombarding a mosquito would not only fail to save Fang number 3, but it would also deplete their biological energy, rendering them incapable of resisting the Xinghe Jifeng Tuan, resulting in a loss of all cargo and potentially the E-class transport vessel itself. The modified Xiao fled in panic. Behind them, amidst the powerful energy fluctuations, beams of light surged into the abyss of space. Witnessing this scene, the pilots of the modified Xiao were utterly dumbstruck. How could this be? That the mothership. The mothership has been exposed. A blinding light sliced through the dark void of space, ultimately striking a tiny black boom. A circular flame suddenly erupted. The flagship was destroyed in a catastrophic explosion. The flagship of the Starlight Gale Squadron was merely of F-class caliber. Under the tremendous firepower of the Phantom 3, it was pierced through by a single shot, resulting in a series of chain explosions. The 2 modified Bluebirds stood in stunned silence, their faces ashen. The Starlight Gale Squadron was no more. They had lost their flagship. In the vastness of deep space, small spacecraft without a flagship would either exhaust all their energy reserves and succumb to cosmic dust, or the Phantom 3 had obliterated the pirate flagship with one shot. The command hull transformed into a sea of jubilation. Victory! The captain's wisdom shines. A group of staff members embraced each other, having risen from the depths of despair to the heights of elation. a true tale of survival against all odds. Zhang Lian beamed with joy, yet his gaze fell upon the split screen showing Bluebird number 37, which was quietly rushing towards the front lines to assist the other Bluebirds. The key to this turnaround lay in the intelligence provided by number 37. Everything had come to an end. Everyone began methodically repairing the overheated and damaged components. In his capacity as captain, Zhang Lian summoned all security personnel. Luo Fei, Chun Wuling, Lu Shuisong, and others all shared a euphoric sense of rebirth. They were unaware of how the captain had located the pirate flagship, holding Zhang Lian in high esteem, despite their biological energy being significantly depleted and utterly fatigued. They still answered the call. Captain. A group of them entered the special area arranged by Zhang Lian, filled with an array of delicious foods and fruits. Zhang Lian, accompanied by 2 staff members, greeted them with a smile. Welcome back, heroes. Among them was the security personnel who had been struck by the gunfire. His wound hastily bandaged, but not serious. You're the true hero, Captain. Luo Fei bowed respectfully. Zhang Lian smiled at Tian Xiao and said, in this battle, the greatest contributor is the warrior from your security team, number 37. Tian Xiao, step forward. Yes, Captain. Tian Xiao was prepared, standing tall and stepping forward. A collective look of surprise crossed the faces of the security personnel. They remembered that number 37 was the only one who had not engaged in frontline combat. Even old Lu had been deployed for drone assignments. Zhang Lian met their puzzled gazes and revealed Tian Xiao as contribution. The reason we were able to turn the tide in this battle was thanks to Tian Xiao, who helped us locate the pirate flagship and pinpoint its exact coordinates. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent in disbelief. Luo Fei was dumbfounded. Chun Wuling gaped in shock. Chapter 39, Deep Space Salvage. The method of locking onto and deducing the current connection signals of the enemy is a reconnaissance tactic reserved for military personnel with D-level authority or higher in the Earth Army. Tian Xiao found himself unable to explain to Zhang Lian and the others how he had deciphered the coordinates of the pirate flagship. He could only recite the prepared explanation he had in mind. Drones. He could only attribute everything to the drones. While everyone was engaged in battle, he had deployed drones that occasionally detected the pirate's location, but that drone had already been destroyed due to being on the attack trajectory of the Phantom 3. No one questioned him. Zhang Lian even conjured a plausible rationale. The pirates knew that our Phantom 3 was undergoing repairs swiftly. They had to complete their landing, control, and plundering tasks within 3 hours, which is why the flagship was daringly approaching the Phantom 3 to buy time and maximize their plunder. Especially after seeing all of you appear, they had completely abandoned their caution, giving Tian Xiao the perfect opportunity. Regardless, the fact that the Phantom 3 had survived and turned the tide meant that you all are heroes. When we return, I will commend the security team and reward you. Zhang Lian's words invigorated everyone, lifting their spirits with pride. Tian Xiao secretly sighed in relief. He feared that overly astute individuals might pursue his action logs relentlessly. Wait, the action logs. An idea struck Tian Xiao. Luo Fei had already turned to Zhang Lian. Captain, has the pirate flagship been completely destroyed? Did any pirates escape? Rest assured, we conducted a thorough reconnaissance scan and fire coverage during the destruction of the pirate flagship. There were no survivors among the pirates, Zhang Lian replied with a slight smile. I know you're concerned about the pirates' treasures and resources. You all should go rest well. Once the engines of the Phantom 3 are restored, we will move in and conduct a close search for their black boxes and action logs. Everyone's eyes brightened. Zhu Xiaodian quietly nudged Tian Xiao's right arm, lowering her voice to ask, are we going to stop and look for the pirates' action logs? Tian Xiao hesitated. Should I pretend not to know? Chun Wuling proactively explained. Every notorious pirate has a bounty on their head. The action logs of the pirate flagship contain the identity records of each individual, including all information uploaded to their chips and the various crimes they have committed in different places. If we submit this task log, we will receive their bounty. Old Lu grinned like a sly fox who had stolen a hen. Pirates are quite a menace. Each of them has a bounty starting at least at 100,000. These individuals are not weak, and they can acquire high-frequency pulse particle weapons. They must have numerous crimes under their belt, and the bounty will be substantial. We might just strike it rich. Tian Xiao rolled his eyes. Strike it rich? Dream on. The pirate flagship was taken down by the combined biological energy of everyone aboard the Phantom 3. There were hundreds of us. What is left to divide? As this thought flickered through his mind, he noticed Zhang Lian's gaze upon him. Zhang Lian smiled at him, saying, the bounty may not be much. But after the explosion of the pirate flagship, not everything could have been destroyed. Prepare yourselves. The resources we find will be 50% yours. And whoever locates the black box will receive a personal reward of 1 million. Zhang Lian seemed to see through his thoughts. If anyone can capture these two modified bluebirds, that is 1 million per person. I will not go back on my word. All right. The group became even more excited, except for the injured individual. Everyone else went to rest and recover their biological energy. 3 hours passed swiftly. However, everyone's biological energy did not recover as quickly. Luo Fei's only returned to 157, while the others remained below 100 points. Old Lu, Zhu Xiaotian, and Tian Xiao had fared better due to not engaging directly in combat and were nearing peak conditions. After 3 hours of rest, Tian Xiao had restored his energy to a full 194. The engines of the Phantom 3 were back online. A group of bluebirds had also completed their maintenance tasks, and their chips resumed normal operation. Everyone, Luo Fei announced to the assembly, the flagship has regained power and is moving towards the location where the pirate flagship was destroyed. Although our conditions are not ideal, we cannot linger for long. Therefore, the upcoming search mission is conditional. Those who have concerns may remain behind and decide for themselves. Our operation time is limited to 3 hours. After 3 hours, regardless of whether we find the black box, we must return to the fleet and continue our escort mission. The Phantom 3 halted. The cabin doors opened. Set off. Everyone boarded the bluebirds, commencing the search mission. In the depths of space, countless shattered components drifted, littering an entire starfield, with several large objects still visible, marred by gaping holes seared by intense heat rays, presenting a shocking sight. In the starry sky, remnants of human limbs and battle suits could still be seen. Tian Xiao skillfully maneuvered the Tian Xiao as the chip, now fully operational, began to compute and analyze the trajectory and inherent value of the debris. The salvage arm extended from both ends of the spacecraft, commencing the retrieval of nearby mechanical fragments, commonly referred to as space debris. While these remnants generally held minimal value, some components boasted impressive durability, with individual prices reaching into the tens of thousands. Yet, such trifles had long ceased to capture Tian Xiao's interest. What truly commanded his attention were the black box and the high-frequency pulse particle weapon installed on the vessel. The worth of the black box was self-evident, tied to a bounty for a nest of interstellar pirates that could amount to hundreds of millions. The D-class high-frequency pulse particle weapon, in itself, required materials of D or even C-class strength for its construction, with the weapon's chip valued even higher, often in the hundreds of millions. Acquiring any single piece could propel one to new heights. Regrettably, he had overestimated the situation. The high-frequency pulse particle weapon, nearly equivalent to half the size of the main ship, had been decimated under relentless bombardment, leaving behind a gaping hole where the chip had once resided. Upon viewing the imagery retrieved by the Qing Long, Tian Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. The chip was gone. Such a waste. With no other recourse, he resigned himself to scavenging the surrounding space debris while simultaneously searching for the black box. Given its diminutive size and robust construction, the black box had a high probability of survival. Particularly favored by interstellar pirates, it was often concealed in peculiar locations, such as freezers or armories. At that moment, a metallic silver pipe crashed against the hull of the Tian Xiao, producing a dull thud that piqued his interest. Quite heavy. Chapter 40. The Black Box, the Emails. The impact sensation prompted the Qing Long to swiftly relay the external conditions to the screen. The Qing Long quickly provided a suspicious hypothesis. Ordinary pipes, when torn apart and cast into outer space, would rapidly distort and struggle to maintain their original form due to their large size and light weight. However, this particular pipe not only retained its shape, but also exhibited an incongruous weight, raising significant suspicion. The mechanical arm swiftly grasped the expelled pipe, tearing open its silver metallic casing, revealing a small corner that cloaked a dark, enigmatic metallic object within. Tian Xiao reacted promptly. The black box. He immediately commanded the Qing Long to cease further tearing of the silver shell and to transport the item into the cabin. His heart raced with urgency. He had no intention of surrendering the black box just yet. It still held other potential uses. Qing Long. Immediately connect to the information interface of the black box and synchronize scans to extract the data. Understood. The Qing Long complied. The black box contained not only the personal information of the interstellar pirates, but also their past flight logs, operational records, and chat histories, alongside some related communication signals, including various moving black market strongholds. These black market locations were typically established by individuals or organizations operating in gray areas, serving both corporate groups and mercenaries while simultaneously providing intelligence to the Earth's military. Their identities were shrouded in mystery, yet their influence was substantial. The Qinglong swiftly completed the full replication of the intelligence contained within the black box, while allowing the Qinglong to continue methodically collecting nearby space debris. Tian Xiao meticulously examined the contents of the black box. The information was extensive, encompassing star maps, flight logs, and trivial chatter. Distilling anything useful from such a wealth of data proved challenging. Nonetheless, Tian Xiao was undeterred. He first cataloged all individuals' identity information and subsequently identified the captain of the Starry Gale Squadron, Captain Air. This captain was a formidable entity with a comprehensive strength reaching D-class. A notable feat in this era, yet tragically perished under mysterious circumstances due to hardware deficiencies. As Tian Xiao perused the captain's logs, communication records, and dialogues, he swiftly uncovered valuable intelligence. Firstly, the opposing vessel stopover star domain was not far from the Feying Company base, requiring at most a 2-day journey. Furthermore, it was revealed that they had paid over 90 million for a D-class high-frequency pulse particle weapon from the black market. Most critically, the captain's inbox contained 2 emails. One detailed the course route of the Feying No. 3 and various parameters of the entire ship. The other, received mere hours prior, contained information on all members of the security team. Upon reaching this point, Tian Xiao's expression darkened significantly. The security team roster had been determined on short notice. The only individual capable of promptly disseminating this email could only be a member of the Feying Company's security team, a traitor from within. Tian Xiao now comprehended the identity of the perpetrator, though he had not anticipated that this individual would conspire with interstellar pirates to usurp Luo Fei and secure the position of security team leader, thereby cultivating a formidable adversary for the Feying Company. Such a person must not be allowed to remain. Truly a case of self-inflicted doom, unworthy of survival. As the 3-hour mark approached, all Qingyao returned to the Feying No. 3. Tian Xiao surrendered the black box and successfully claimed a personal reward of 1 million from Zhang Lian, eliciting envy from the onlookers. Most others garnered rewards ranging from 300,000 to 700,000. However, Zhu Xiaodian struck fortune's favor, discovering a jewelry box amidst the space debris containing a gold coin appraised at 130,000, thus becoming the luckiest beneficiary of this search operation. The only enigma that perplexed everyone was the complete silence of the 2 modified Qingyao. The Feying No. 3 set sail once more. The subsequent journey unfolded without further incident. 2 days later, they arrived at Crescent City. In low Earth orbit, a massive space station stood, flanked by a dozen large transport ships. Hundreds of small aircraft buzzed in and out in a steady stream. The captain of the Feying No. 3 applied to enter the jump sequence at the stronghold, while Luo Fei, accompanied by Chan Wuling and others, disembarked from the transport ship, preparing to board the flight vehicle that would return them to the base. The craft they were about to board was specialized for small-scale transport in deep space, with a speed rivaling that of the Feying No. 3. However, prior to their departure, they had half a day to rest and resupply in Crescent City, a benefit provided by the company. The group of 8 boarded the flight vehicle bound for Crescent City. This G-class Seahorse craft was remarkably sturdy, fast, and spacious, accommodating up to 100 passengers, specifically designed for the security personnel of various planets heading to strongholds. However, it was also quite rudimentary in other respects. Luo Fei, well acquainted with the area, exchanged a few words with the pilot before the pilot decisively closed the hatch and activated the engines, stating, "We have little time." Returning to the group, Luo Fei maintained a composed demeanor. "I have sent you a dossier containing a map of Crescent City and some key locations. Please digest it promptly. Our departure time is in 5 hours. You must be at the assembly point I'm marked 4 hours from now. Latecomers will have to pay 100,000 for a charter back to the base. Is that clear?" "Understood," the group replied in unison. The Seahorse plunged into the atmosphere. As the clouds parted, the landscape below unfolded before their eyes. The group was captivated by the sight. From their aerial vantage point, Crescent City shimmered with lights. Towering skyscrapers stretching endlessly, reminiscent of a bustling metropolis on Earth. Compared to the Feying Company base, this place exuded genuine prosperity and vibrancy, with a multitude of aircraft navigating the skies in orderly fashion. Tian Xiao's reaction was notably subdued. Crescent City was a place he had visited numerous times. Here lies an expansive base, meticulously constructed by the Earth Alliance and vigilantly safeguarded by the Earth Air Force. Crescent City is not merely equipped with a transit hub and a division-level armed defense force. It also boasts its own research center and various smelting factories. Furthermore, it serves as a metropolis with a resident population exceeding 10 million, adorned with fashion elements that rival many cities of the Earth Alliance. In Crescent City, individuals are granted 3 hours of leisure to procure their daily necessities, such as gourmet delicacies and cosmetics. Naturally, there are also items related to combat attire and munitions. Tian Xiao glanced at the meager fortune accumulated from salvaging space debris in black boxes. 3,250,000. Truly impoverished. As a professional soldier, equipped with an H-class ship and an H-series aircraft, his substandard security combat attire was as drafty as it was simplistic, lacking even a custom weapon. What could such a sum achieve? It would be wiser to find a suitable place for cultivation and absorb the lizard clawworm's pancreas. Chapter 41. Training Hall of Crescent City. Goodness. Tian Xiao, must you be so mundane? Crescent City. This is a bustling metropolis. Rather than shopping, we could at least find a bar to enjoy a drink, and perhaps even share a bed with a charming lady. After disembarking from the seahorse, Chun Wuling did not venture off on his own. At Luo Fei's behest, he followed Tian Xiao, only to be taken aback when Tian Xiao made a beeline for a training hall, seemingly intent on squandering precious time on weightlifting. His skin prickled with indignation as he reproached, "Even if you don't care for yourself, consider Brother Chun. I've been cooped up at the base for months. I'm not forcing you to stay with me," Tian Xiao retorted obstinately. The lizard clawworm's pancreas, worth hundreds of thousands, was too valuable to waste without proper digestion. As they spoke, they arrived beneath the sign of Crescent City's largest training hall, where 2 rows of welcoming attendants bowed in greeting. Chun Wuling was at his wit's end. "Fine. If you insist on lifting weights, go ahead. I'll return here in 3 hours to find you, so don't wander off." He resolved to visit a bar in hopes of striking lucky. Tian Xiao waved him off and entered the Crescent Training Hall. As the largest training facility in Crescent City, its scale and amenities were far superior to those at the base. The weighted sprints featured assistant robots that could precisely adjust according to the user's condition. Of course, the cost was steep, 500 for an hour of training. Not long after Tian Xiao commenced his training, an announcement echoed within the hall. "Congratulations to member number 7482 for successfully passing the G-Class Training Hall's primary survival base, earning a reward of 100,000. As soon as the words were spoken, a dynamic image appeared on a screen in the hall. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Within an octagonal cage, approximately 50 meters in diameter, a spotted iron-backed leopard prowled, its paws producing a sharp metallic scraping sound against the cage's metal floor as it lunged toward a man positioned in the center. The man, unfazed, exerted force with his feet, leaving a slight imprint on the surface, and like an arrow released from a bow, he surged forward, emitting a powerful roar. His gaze was sharp as he narrowly avoided the iron-backed leopard. With a pained howl, the leopard lost its balance mid-air and crashed to the ground, rolling several meters away. The underground combat technique, Tiger's Roar. The underground melee technique, Heart Extraction. Tian Xiao was instantly captivated by the breathtaking confrontation displayed on the wall. With his keen eye, he discerned that the man had unleashed 2 combat techniques in the fleeting moment he dodged the ferocious beast. Tiger's Roar was a fierce vocal technique capable of delivering a devastating auditory impact, precisely aimed to potentially rupture an enemy's eardrum, thereby destabilizing their balance and resolve. Heart Extraction, a finger technique that could easily pierce through an enemy's flesh, delivering a lethal blow. Such combat skills were commonly encountered in the military, but were reserved for the elite. Tian Xiao was astonished to encounter a master of close-quarters combat within the Crescent Training Hall. The hall's publicized information also drew him into reflection. Indeed, some unconventional training methods were present, akin to an underground gambling ring. In addition to underground fistfights, there were also life-and-death confrontations between humans and ferocious beasts, and between humans and insectoid creatures, brutal and blood-soaked. However, participating in such battles required a deposit and a signed death waiver, which absolved the venue of any responsibility in the event of an incident. The deposit was to ensure fairness in the gambling, necessitating honest reporting of one's abilities. Victors in these contests would receive a reward. Naturally, one could also wager on their own matches, enticing more participants to join the bets. Tian Xiao had previously played here. At that time, having already attained C-class comprehensive strength, he had vanquished several ferocious beasts and insectoid creatures, amassing a considerable fortune, only to find himself blacklisted by the training hall thereafter. Recalling those days, a smile crept upon Tian Xiao's face. Just then, he overheard a conversation among other members using the training equipment nearby. A G-class beast dispatched so easily. Earning 100,000 is quite simple. This guy obviously exceeds G-class strength. He's likely already at F-class. Of course, in a same-level melee challenge, who could possibly defeat a ferocious beast? The prize starts at a minimum of 5 million. I heard the odds for the match have reached 10 to 1. Tian Xiao's heart stirred. 10 to 1? Wasn't it merely 3 to 1? When he had previously challenged in the Crescent Training Hall, the odds for same-level challenges were only 3 to 1. Wait. Tian Xiao quickly realized that many martial arts techniques in the military had yet to be widely disseminated, and the enhancement methods for the beast and insectoid pancreas had not become common knowledge. The physical capabilities of individuals were generally inferior by at least one major realm compared to 3 years hence. This was the present odds. Suddenly, Tian Xiao felt a surge of fervor within. Holding 3,250,000 in hand, paying a 100,000 deposit, and placing a 3 million bet at 10 to 1 would yield a staggering 30 million with a mere flip. Such a reckless notion was swiftly dismissed by Tian Xiao. Stop dreaming. It's impossible. He was well aware of the Crescent Training Hall's background, a group operating in the gray area, intricately connected with black market strongholds and possessing deep ties within the military, seemingly in close association with numerous interstellar pirate organizations. Had it not been for his position within the Earth Air Force and the formidable officers under his command, he might not have successfully extracted over 50 million in gambling funds from the training hall years ago. Now, as a mere security personnel from the Feiyin Company with H-class strength, could he expect to leave the Crescent Training Hall with tens of millions in gambling funds unscathed? Luo Fei lacked such clout. Those harboring such thoughts were merely dreaming of a fairy tale from 1001 Nights. Nonetheless, having arrived, Tian Xiao could not simply turn a blind eye. In the Crescent Training Hall, all members were permitted to engage in prize betting. By entering their membership number and wager into the current betting pool, the outcome would be determined by the current odds, reliant solely on perception and luck. In this regard, the Crescent Training Hall had a commendable reputation and would not renege on its agreements. Tian Xiao promptly contacted Qin Long to access the Crescent Training Hall and activate the current betting scenarios. After paying 1,000 to unlock the privileges, all the betting options were meticulously laid out before him. Crescent City was bustling with activity, and the audience was plentiful, with matches occurring nearly every 15 minutes. Upon entering, the current odds for both competitors in the match are clearly displayed. A mere 1,000 can be wagered, with no upper limit. Chapter 42, Bet 1, Win 12. In the underground gambling arena of New Moon City, each round attracts a considerable number of bets. A portion of the stakes comes from habitual gamblers, while another segment is contributed by local hunters, who proactively place their bets on their own to anticipate greater returns. In summary, the underground gambling scene is substantial, with nearly every match boasting a funding pool exceeding 10 million. When encountering particularly formidable hunters, the financial stakes can rapidly escalate to over 100 million. Tian Xiao meticulously scrutinizes the combatants' roster. In New Moon City, he can only remain for a maximum of 4 hours, yet the available betting options are fewer than 20. As a reincarnator, he chuckles after surveying the choices. An advantage emerges. Among these hunters, he recognizes several familiar names. These individuals are not regulars in New Moon City, but will eventually become renowned elites in the Earth's celestial army in the years to come. For instance, Wang Qiushan, who is about to face the Terror Wolf, currently possesses an H9 level combat power, yet in 3 years, he will ascend to become a deputy division commander of the 332nd Division of the Earth's Celestial Army, boasting a C8 level strength. Remarkably, this is an H-level duel, and many have overwhelmingly placed their bets on the Terror Wolf, with stakes reaching 54 million against 3,400,000, compressing the odds to 1. Wang Qiushan's odds, however, soar to 112. No one holds faith in Wang Qiushan's chances. Even though his overall strength is evaluated as H9, with potential to energy level, he lacks the capability to combat ferocious beasts without weaponry, even against an H5 level Terror Wolf. Tian Xiao hesitates not. He places a 1 million wager on Wang Qiushan, instantly elevating the odds to 110. The opposing odds, however, remain largely unaffected, with the betting on the Terror Wolf continuing to swell. Soon, the match commences. In the underground octagonal cage, the Terror Wolf is shackled and brought into the arena. On the opposite side, Wang Qiushan, clad in combat attire, steps into the octagonal cage voluntarily. The Terror Wolf, with its robust limbs and sharp claws, showcases its 6-part maw brimming with menacing flesh spikes, an alarming sight. The chains binding it clatter as they fall, echoing heavily within the cage, imparting a palpable sense of dread. Wang Qiushan feels the pressure, pressing against the metallic mesh of the cage, his gaze obscured. Yet, Tian Xiao notices something peculiar in Wang Qiushan's actions. His fingers are piercing through the mesh, drawing blood. In witnessing this, Tian Xiao comprehends the fierce determination that propelled this individual to become a division-level powerhouse. The precision of his calculations is remarkable. With a resounding clang, the final chain falls, swiftly retracting from the octagonal cage. Whoosh! The terror wolf vanishes from its spot, having caught the scent of blood, its prey, nearby, reeking of fresh blood. An injured target. The terror wolf's wariness diminishes, and its misjudgment of the prey's capabilities costs it dearly. With a swift swipe of its claws, Wang Xiaoshan unleashes an astonishing burst of speed at the moment the terror wolf lunges. He propels himself against the metal mesh, evading the claws while simultaneously seizing the terror wolf's forelimbs, exerting sudden force. The terror wolf, akin to a vehicle skidding off a cliff during a drift, rends its own face with its claws, leaving deep gashes and dislodging 2 segments of its maw onto the ground, blood flowing profusely. The terror wolf is injured. This is a true gamble of risk and reward. Onlookers might merely perceive the spectacle, but those in the know discern the intricacies. In that singular strike, Tian Xiao feels a surge of exhilaration. Fierce. Wang Xiaoshan is indeed formidable. This effect can only be achieved through impeccable calculations and physical prowess, with movements perfectly synchronized, akin to a robot executing precise algorithms. My word, such a fierce individual exists. Others in the training facility, equally astonished, were clearly witnessing this underground match. The terror wolf is wounded. How did he accomplish this? With odds of 110, the betting has been closed. Why didn't I place even a small wager? Their lamentations echoed. The terror wolf, now wary, begins to retreat. Wang Xiaoshan, however, does not pursue as a triumphant hunter would. Instead, he withdraws to the vicinity of the metal mesh, quietly observing the terror wolf as the pool of blood beneath it gradually expands. At this moment, Tian Xiao realizes the outcome is inevitable. The terror wolf, in a state of confusion, harbors immense caution, oblivious to the fact that this is precisely Wang Xiaoshan's intent. Though the terror wolf retains some fighting spirit, the longer it lingers, the more blood it loses, and its strength declines severely. It has no chance left. Indeed, mere minutes later, the profusely bleeding terror wolf grows weak and unsteady. Wang Xiaoshan, no longer hesitating, charges in to conclude the battle, announcing the final result as the victor. A smile graces Tian Xiao's face. 1 million at odds of 12 to 1. A windfall of 12 million. In an instant, he becomes wealthy. With this fortune, he can promptly upgrade his chip, matching his strength with that of Luo Fei. However, such a course of action is ill-advised. Qinglong, Tian Xiao commands. Transfer 2 million immediately to the New Moon City training facility to secure a lifetime membership, granting access to remote consultation privileges. Additionally, allocate 1 million as a reward for the victorious Wang Xiaoshan, a share of the spoils. Understood, Qinglong replies, executing the transactions. With 3 million now expended, Tian Xiao continues his training, assimilating the pancreatic essence of the lizard clawworm. Shortly thereafter, a team of elegantly attired receptionists from New Moon City approaches, pushing a beautifully arranged platter of fruits and pastries. Bowing respectfully, esteemed Mr. Tian Xiao, we have arranged your lifetime membership. Your presence here is the highest recognition of New Moon City. According to the privileges of lifetime membership, remote consultation access has been automatically granted. Furthermore, we have arranged for a dedicated training partner, Yo-Yo, who will provide personalized guidance in fitness and training. Should you have any further requests, please do not hesitate to communicate with Yo-Yo. We are here to serve you. The receptionists exhibit exceptional courtesy. Yo-Yo is a charmingly designed bionic robot, proficient in yoga, martial arts, fitness, health maintenance, and physiotherapy. Tian Xiao is quite satisfied with the services afforded to lifetime members. However, it is evident that the intent of the New Moon City's reception extends beyond mere hospitality. One of the receptionists steps forward. Mr. Tian Xiao, may we be so bold as to inquire if you have any plans for upgrading your chip or acquiring weapons and armor? The New Moon City training facility has certain channels for procurement at slightly lower prices than the market. Chapter 43. Consumption Ubiquitous. The receptionists of New Moon City do not persist in their inquiry, but instead bow and take their leave after a gentle reminder, leaving space and choice in Tian Xiao's hands. He is genuinely unaware that the New Moon City training facility discreetly engages in such transactions. However, upon reflection, it seems logical that they would prepare for the urgent needs of talented individuals, as they too can gauge the corresponding strength of those purchasing through them. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement. It must be said that those who manage to expand their business into space and establish a foothold in a large base are certainly not of simple character. Tian Xiao pondered for a moment. Then, following the guidance provided by the other party, accessed a concealed link within the privileges of his lifelong membership in Crescent City. This was a clandestine black market network, not openly acknowledged, offering a myriad of goods for visitors to browse and purchase. From specific rare metals and gene enhancement liquids to D-class transport ships, aircraft, weapon systems, and even entire teams of fully metallic skeletal robots. Everything imaginable was available. Yet, Tian Xiao's heart remained unperturbed. In his previous life, he had encountered Crescent City and was aware that it operated multiple mobile black market hubs. The reason these items could be sold at prices below market value was that many were tainted, seized goods, looted assets from interstellar pirates, or items stripped from a deceased. Such plundered items could not enter the Earth Alliance and would be reclaimed. They could only be consumed in secrecy. The items taken from the dead often included biological chips, which could be recaptured or directly devoured. For instance, the H2 national chip could absorb the H3 citizen chip, thereby granting access to all permissions and computational capabilities of the H3 chip. Conversely, the H3 chip could slightly enhance its computational ability by consuming the H2 national chip. Though such enhancement was minuscule, the H-series chips in the black market mall were generally priced at $900,000 each, $10,000 less than the cost of an upgrade outside. However, the speed of external upgrades was rapid, achieving peak computational capability instantaneously, while the process of enhancing through the consumption of biological chips was considerably slower, necessitating the elimination of unnecessary memories and remnants from the previous owner, retaining only computational power, a process that would take at least 48 hours. Without hesitation, Tian Xiao procured an H6 chip, an H7 chip, an H8 chip, and an H9 chip, preparing to gradually elevate his chip levels upon returning to the base. His payment of $3,600,000 left his savings dwindling to a 7-digit figure. Tian Xiao then ventured into the combat suit specialty section of the black market mall. The combat suits here were all pristine and immaculate, appearing as if freshly manufactured. Yet he knew each bore the stains of bloodshed. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Tian Xiao had previously experienced the necessity of stripping down partially damaged combat suits from the battlefield to wear them himself, utilizing resources to their fullest. The mall offered H-series combat suits, which differed significantly from the semi-combat suits worn by security personnel. These were military-grade products, imbued with memory metal wires capable of forming various tools such as daggers, screws, and screwdrivers, while also providing formidable ballistic, stabbing, and piercing protection. Particularly during ambushes, the metal particles could coalesce to form shields, greatly enhancing the wearer's chances of survival, with computational speed and responsiveness far exceeding that of their current attire. An H-series combat suit was priced at $5 million. Without a military identity, one lacked the qualification and channels to purchase such gear. Yet here, it could be obtained for $4,500,000, with Crescent City conveniently offering modification and recoloring services. No one from the outside would investigate, and even if they did, they would find no leads. After careful consideration, Tian Xiao placed an order, specifying the style of his existing security combat suit. The regular military combat suits boasted superior functionality compared to those of security teams, offering enhanced battlefield adaptability, a legitimate necessity, especially for him. He had no intentions of joining the Earth's Sky Army just yet. A fully functional and highly secure combat suit would suffice for F-class operations. With $4,350,000 remaining, Tian Xiao decided against further browsing. Finances were tight, yet it was precisely this scarcity that made him scrutinize even more closely. A specially designed F-class high-voltage shotgun, with a market price of $12 million, could easily incapacitate a group of F-class ferocious beasts or insectoids. A specialized F-class anti-material sniper rifle capable of shredding F-class metal shells, equipped with drone-penetrating ammunition for reconnaissance and self-detonation missions, was valued at $20 million. The specially crafted high-frequency vibrating cutting knife could effortlessly slice through 5-centimeter thick G-class alloy shells, obliterating any combat suit, priced at $18 million. The Invisible Bluebird, powered by the H9 chip as computational abilities, cloaked in a stealth coating, armed with 4 cannons and a capacity of 100 rounds, along with 30,000 heavy machine gun bullets and 1,400 energy units, had a market value of $32 million. The black market offered a uniform 10% discount. Tian Xiao drooled at the prospect, silently calculating that to acquire a complete set of mature equipment, he would need to amass $200 million. And that was merely the starting point. This did not even account for the funds required to enhance from H-class to G-class gene upgrades. It was easy to aspire to be an ordinary person, yet to become someone extraordinary. Clutching his remaining $400,000, Tian Xiao commenced his training. Accompanying trainer Yo-Yo stood nearby, maintaining a sweet smile and providing professional encouragement. Before long, the chips and combat suits were delivered. Tian Xiao changed into his new combat suit in the changing room. The modified suit matched his existing one perfectly, fitting comfortably, and the 4 chips were tucked away in the inner pocket of the suit. Departing from the Crescent City training facility, he felt as though nothing had changed since his arrival. On the top floor of the Crescent City training facility, behind a one-way glass window, Wang Xiaoshan stood alongside a dignified middle-aged man with silver-streaked temples, both gazing down at the young man exiting the training center. This individual piqued their interest. A recent graduate, a member of a security team, who had the audacity to place $1 million as a heavy bet on his victory in their first match, despite their prior unfamiliarity. Wang Xiaoshan's wound had long since healed, and he donned a fresh and tidy Zhongshan suit, exuding an air of resolute strength blended with a touch of commercial sophistication. Possessing discernment and courage is one thing, but spending $2 million afterward to purchase a lifelong membership and tipping him $1 million revealed that this young man possessed a remarkable breadth of vision. He was not merely a luck-struck, fortune-seeking commoner. The silver-haired middle-aged man, who bore resemblance to Wang Xiaoshan, spoke with a calm yet authoritative tone. I have investigated his background. He has several records of commendable performance in real combat, having encountered ferocious beasts, insectoids, and interstellar pirates. He is almost a polymath, worth recruiting. Chapter 44. Taking action against Wu Hao. Tian Xiao remained oblivious to the fact that, although he had utilized memories from his past life to win a sum of money from Wang Xiaoshan's betting game, he was unaware that behind the enigmatic Crescent City training facility loomed the shadow of the Wang group. Wang Xiaoshan was one of the prominent figures of the younger generation within the Wang family, a potential heir. The breadth of vision he inadvertently displayed had already caught the attention of the Wang family, particularly Wang Xiaoshan and his father. Upon arriving at the assembly point at the Seahorse dock, everyone was gradually taking their positions. Among the 8 members of the security team, aside from Tian Xiao, everyone carried various bags and packages, giving off a sense of having just returned from a tough haul. Team leader Luo Fei was no exception. Upon seeing Tian Xiao, who was lightly equipped and empty-handed, Luo Fei couldn't help but glance at Chen Wuling, who reeked of alcohol and bore several uncleaned lipstick marks on his face. The latter quickly waved his hands in protest. It's not my fault. I advised him against it. He insisted on going to the training facility to lift weights, so I left on my own. Luo Fei was at a loss for words. The others exchanged glances, sizing up the weightlifting enthusiast. Crescent City. You might not have another chance to visit for months, and you just let it slip by? Old Lu exclaimed dramatically, incredulous. Luo Fei shook his head. Forget it. It's not a big deal. When you need something next time, I'll make sure to reserve a spot for you. With that, the group boarded the Seahorse. A chartered flight. Luo Fei was indeed quite extravagant. On the road, everyone found it difficult to refrain from showcasing their recent purchases. Old Lu had spent $500,000 on a commemorative edition Silver Star thermos, reputed for its extraordinary material that could automatically cool beverages to -10 degrees without freezing. Lu Xuesong had acquired a set of biological stimulants. When one's biological energy was nearly depleted, a single injection could swiftly awaken it, restoring peak condition within minutes. Luo Fei and Tian Xiao exchanged glances. Luo Fei nodded appreciatively. It was evident that Lu Xuesong had been influenced by the previous encounter with interstellar bandits, leading to a heightened sense of crisis that compelled him to procure the biological stimulants from Crescent City. Tian Xiao, on the other hand, felt a pang of regret for having forgotten to buy such an inexpensive yet invaluable item, often described as a small artifact for resurrection, particularly for those below Class D. Zhu Xiaodian had opted for a collection of books on tactical theory. Amidst their chatter and laughter, the group boarded the flight back to the base. The journey would last 48 hours. To pass the time, there were game rooms and a movie theater available. Tian Xiao, without hesitation, chose to return to his bluebird, where he had stored 4 pancreatic bodies of lizard claw insects. Once his muscle strength and stress flexibility reached 139, the enhancement from a single pancreatic body was negligible. Even with 2, it only marginally improved his physical attributes by 0.1. As the group disembarked from the flying craft, Tian Xiao's physical attributes had risen to 14 points, officially entering H9, surpassing Wu Hao. Upon their return to the base, everything appeared to be in order. Wu Hao, Iron Bear, and Zhao Jiao were already aware of the attack on Flight 3 by interstellar bandits and knew that it had successfully evaded danger, thanks to Luo Fei and his companions. Welcome back, Boss Luo. Wu Hao greeted them warmly, flanked by all the brothers from the security department, welcoming the triumphant return of their comrades. As they entered the atmosphere, Wu Hao extended his heartfelt congratulations. However, Luo Fei did not grant Wu Hao any leniency. The pent-up fury that had been brewing for days ignited at that moment. Attention! All security personnel. According to the intelligence intercepted from the black box of Flight 3, the interstellar bandits received an email containing detailed information about all security personnel just 10 minutes after our escort team boarded the flight. I have reason to suspect that there is a spy among us in the security department. All members of the security team, report to the security department immediately. Luo Fei's voice was resolute. He had a close relationship with Zhang Lian, and the emergence of a spy within the base placed a significant burden on him. Had it not been for Luo Fei's involvement in the mission that successfully dismantled the interstellar bandits' mothership, he would surely have faced severe consequences as the leader of the security team. Nonetheless, he was determined to root out the spy personally. In the security department, a somber atmosphere enveloped the group. All eyes instinctively turned to Wu Hao. Standing in the monitoring center, Deputy Leader Wu Hao sensed a growing distance from many of his colleagues. His expression darkened. The person most suspected of betraying the security team was none other than him. Luo Fei was poised to purge the spy, clearly targeting Wu Hao. The situation was unbearable for him. Luo Fei stormed into the security department, the weight of his hurried footsteps instilling a sense of dread among the assembled security team members. Who was still absent? Luo Fei entered the monitoring center and immediately noticed the discrepancy in numbers. Wu Hao responded, "Someone needs to keep an eye on the meteorite crater. Iron Bear and Zhao Jia are still there." His justification was sound. "All right," Luo Fei nodded, then exchanged glances with Chun Wuling and Old Lu. "Everyone, immediately upload all your records from the escort mission day, including your communications and movement data. Submit everything without a single second or frame missing. Otherwise, the consequences will be yours to bear." The group complied without hesitation. Wu Hao, sensing no abnormalities, followed suit. Luo Fei then instructed Lu Xiuesong, "Capture and store all surveillance footage from the security team on the day of the escort mission for analysis." "Understood," Lu Xiuesong replied. Daji Tian Xiao, head to Zone C25 and find Iron Bear and Zhao Jia. Ensure they submit all communication information accurately. Tian Xiao and Xiao Daji accepted the directive. Wu Hao furrowed his brow. Luo Fei's actions were notably swift and forceful. With such a display, his subordinates would inevitably waver. The accusation of colluding with interstellar bandits was no trivial matter, but what could he do? Luo Fei returned in triumph, having destroyed a mothership of interstellar bandits, and exuded an aura of decisiveness and authority that deterred any dissent, including Wu Hao. Of course, Wu Hao remained composed. It wasn't until Tian Xiao and Xiao Daji arrived at Zone C25 to meet Iron Bear and Zhao Jia that the situation escalated. Tian Xiao, eager to take the lead, addressed Iron Bear and Zhao Jia, "Please upload all communication, footage, and movement data from the start of the escort mission to today." Xiao Daji was momentarily taken aback in the Bluebird. Boss Luo only required 1 day's worth of data, yet Tian Xiao requested 5 days' worth. Was this lad attempting to deceive Iron Bear and Zhao Jia? Chapter 45, Hit and Ambushed. Indeed, Tian Xiao was attempting to ensnare Iron Bear and Zhao Jia. The individual responsible for contacting the interstellar bandits and sabotaging Flight 3 was undoubtedly Wu Hao. However, Wu Hao would never engage in such dirty work personally. Iron Bear and Zhao Jia were his proxies, handling his unsavory dealings. With their leader's return, a thorough investigation into the spy was underway. Iron Bear and Zhao Jia's assignment to Zone C25 was reasonable, effectively allowing them to avoid Luo Fei's scrutiny and gain some maneuvering space. Yet, Wu Hao could never have anticipated that Tian Xiao would escalate the demand. "Why should we provide you with 5 days of data?" Iron Bear roared in indignation. "All security team members only need to submit 1 day's worth of information." This fool was indeed quite honest. Tian Xiao sought exactly that response. Clearly, something had transpired during this period. In the monitoring center, they were closely observing the situation in Zone C25. Luo Fei, having caught the hint of Iron Bear's agitation, narrowed his eyes and strode to the front of the monitoring center, stating in a deep voice, "I am Luo Fei. I will reiterate, immediately hand over all your activities and footage from these past 5 days." As the leader of the base's security team, Luo Fei was not oblivious to Iron Bear's current unease. He resembled a hunter who had caught the scent of prey, his gaze sharpening as he fixed it on the Bluebird piloted by Iron Bear. He turned to Chun Wuling and commanded, "Prepare to disable the weapon systems of Units 15 and 16. At this pronouncement, all security team members gasped in shock. Iron Bear was undoubtedly concealing something, and Luo Fei had zeroed in on him. Wu Hao, wishing to defend the two, was suddenly met with Luo Fei's cold, unyielding gaze, causing the words to die on his lips. Sweat beaded on Wu Hao's forehead. Before he could devise a solution, chaos erupted in Zone C-25. I refuse to comply. Iron Bear bellowed. Luo Fei, you're openly retaliating, purging dissenters. I will report you to headquarters. I refuse as well. Zhao Jia suddenly chimed in, mirroring Iron Bear's defiance. We're not spies. What nonsense is this? If you have nothing to hide, simply upload your data. How could the security department possibly frame you? Xiao Daji sensed something was amiss, but couldn't pinpoint it. Tian Xiao held his breath, his gaze fixed intently on the movements of the two modified Qingyao aircraft. The Azure Dragon had already entered a state of combat readiness. He firmly believed that Tai Xiong and Zhao Jia were up to no good. Their vehement resistance to uploading data suggested that there were unspeakable secrets they were desperate to keep hidden. Frankly, he initially thought that neither of them would be foolish enough to leave incriminating evidence in his possession. However, their reactions had begun to sow seeds of doubt in his mind. These two inept individuals had likely concealed some unsavory dealings over the past few days, fearing exposure. Just as Tian Xiao was at a loss for how to deal with Wu Hao, he realized that Tai Xiong and Zhao Jia were themselves far from innocent. He certainly would not let this opportunity slip by. Today, he was determined to bring Tai Xiong and Zhao Jia to justice. With Luo Fei's support, Tian Xiao discreetly contacted Xiao Daji, readying to suppress any threats. However, at that moment, an unforeseen turn of events occurred from behind. Tot. A barrage of gunfire suddenly erupted from the rear of the meteorite pit. The cockpits of Tian Xiao and Xiao Daji were instantly engulfed in a crimson glow. Warning. Target locked by fire control system. Emergency evasion failed. Hull damage sustained. Boom. 4 rounds of cannon shells detonated on either side of the Qingyao. The attack did not originate from Tai Xiong and Zhao Jia. It came from behind. Damn. Tian Xiao felt the balance of the Qingyao severely compromised, with numerous dents and breaches appearing on the hull, shrapnel posing a grave threat to the aircraft's safety. Xiao Daji fared little better, as the Qingyao was rocked violently, its tail section shredded by the fire from heavy machine guns. The mining drones operating in the meteorite pit were caught in the sudden onslaught, scattering in panic to gain altitude and escape. The monitoring center was also taken aback. At this moment, they finally realized that near Zone C-25, 2 modified Qingyao were flying low and swiftly, approaching the meteorite pit. Star Pirates, remnants of the Star River Gale Brigade. How did they end up at the base? Luo Fei slammed his fist on the table, roaring, his eyes ablaze with fury as he fixed his glare on Wu Hao. Wu Hao, however, had regained his composure. How would I know? Perhaps it's because you, as the team leader, summoned us all to the monitoring center, giving them the perfect opportunity. It's also possible they've been lurking in low Earth orbit, waiting for you. Wu Hao, like a venomous serpent, dared to strike back even in this dire situation. Luo Fei had no time to engage in a verbal sparring match. Seeing Xiao Daji and Tian Xiao in peril, he immediately issued a command. Everyone except Wu Hao. Enter combat status immediately. Chen Wuling, lead the effort to encircle those 2 modified Qingyao. We must capture them. If anything happens to Tian Xiao or Daji today, I will flay both of them along with the informant alive. The final words were sharp as blades, radiating murderous intent that all security personnel present could feel. A group swiftly complied with the order. Wu Hao had become the prime suspect, left behind under Luo Fei's watchful eye. There was no other choice. Wu Hao was the second most capable member of the security team. If Luo Fei left the monitoring center, no one could keep Wu Hao in check. If Wu Hao were to engage in any clandestine activities, the base would be doomed. His only hope now lay in the security team successfully subduing those 2 modified Qingyao. To err on the side of caution, Luo Fei personally revoked the weapon system permissions of Tai Xiong and Zhao Jia, ensuring they could not utilize any of the Qingyao's weaponry. Witnessing this, Wu Hao feigned calmness, expressing false regret. Leader Luo, you actually suspect me? If you doubt me, that's one thing, but to not trust your own subordinates is another. Tai Xiong, Zhao Jia, and I are among the top 4 in the security team S ranking. By keeping us here, who will confront those 2 modified Qingyao? Star Pirates are a desperate lot, with Xiao Daji incapacitated. Can Chen Wuling and the others alone contend with a modified Qingyao? I advise you not to be overly selfish. Open your mind, prioritize the bigger picture, and restore weapon permissions for units 15 and 16. The safety of the base is paramount. Wu Hao spoke with a tone of earnest persuasion. Luo Fei clenched his fists tightly, struggling to contain his frustration. The presence of modified Qingniao at the base was something he had not anticipated. It was obvious to anyone that Wu Hao was intricately connected to the two modified Qingniao. The reluctance of Tian Xiao and Zhao Jia to upload data was undoubtedly tied to these aircraft. He conceded that he had miscalculated. He had not foreseen the extent of Wu Hao's reckless counterattack. Chapter 46. Abandoning and Seizing Aircraft Rat-tat-tat. The outer shell of the Qingniao was far too fragile to withstand the onslaught of heavy machine gun fire. A volley of bullets battered the aircraft's exterior, causing it to groan in distress, with sparks flying within the cockpit. Tian Xiao, caught off guard, was inundated with various warnings and feedback from the Azure Dragon. Surface damage exceeds 27%. Multifunctional arm damaged. Computational capacity reduced by 21%. Energy storage unit slightly damaged. Further strikes have led to damage exceeding 33%. Abandoned aircraft recommended. Risk of fire in energy storage unit detected. Cannon shell storage exposed. Risk of detonation. Power engine malfunction. Computational capacity reduced by 44%. Strongly advise abandoning aircraft. Strongly advise abandoning aircraft. The frustration within Tian Xiao was indescribable, yet the Qingniao's defensive capabilities were indeed lacking. With the power engine nearly incapable of achieving altitude or evading heavy machine gun fire, abandoning the Qingniao was the only prudent choice. Azure Dragon. Tian Xiao gritted his teeth and commanded, "Open the hatch." There were two means of abandoning the aircraft. One involved opening the hatch on solid ground and exiting. The other was to eject from the cockpit. In the face of the advancing modified Qingniao, ejecting would effectively turn oneself into a target. Click. Hiss. The hatch opened. Tian Xiao dashed out of the Qingniao, rolling behind a nearby boulder. The terrain near the meteorite pit was complex, replete with ample cover. Yet, Tian Xiao did not consider this to be a safe haven. The fire from the modified Qingniao continued to rain down, further damaging the Qingniao's hull, inching ever closer to a catastrophic explosion. A few mining drones also fell victim to the unexpected conflict, pulled down by the gunfire, spiraling to their demise nearby. Tian Xiao pulled back the rifle's bolt and disengaged the safety. As he exited the aircraft, he carried only an assault rifle. This weapon could breach the Qingniao's shell, but its lethality was weak, posing even less of a threat to the modified Qingniao. Yet, it was the only means he had to provide a semblance of security. He had to buy time until the security team could come to his aid. Tread. Tian Xiao moved swiftly between covers. Soudainement, a deafening explosion érupted. Xiao Daji's Qingniao was the first to suffer a catastrophic detonation. Fortunately, Xiao Daji had also abandoned the aircraft, though he sustained a broken leg upon landing. Now, he grimaced in pain, his expression dark as he stared outside, sending a message. Tian Xiao, are you all right? I'm fine. Tian Xiao's eyes were sharp as he quickly made his way toward the two other modified Qingniao not far away. These two modified Qingniao were brazen, drawing all the fire upon themselves while the Qingniao piloted by Tai Xiong and Zhao Jia remained untouched. The connections were all too apparent. Damn it, they wouldn't even pretend to act. Daji, relay my situation to the monitoring center and have the leader remotely take control of Tai Xiong and Zhao Jia's Qingniao to land them. Be cautious. Tai Xiong and Zhao Jia are undoubtedly spies and will not relinquish control of the Qingniao easily. Xiao Daji quickly grasped the situation. Tian Xiao was now less than 200 meters from the Qingniao piloted by Tai Xiong. Under the full throttle surge, H9's physical prowess rendered him akin to a cheetah racing across the Gobi Desert, swiftly arriving directly beneath the Qingniao. Luo Fei was not slow to act either. Prompted by Xiao Daji's reminder, he immediately took command of the number 15 Qingniao. The Qingniao began its slow descent. The hatch opened. It was within arm's reach. However, Iron Bear had already realized what was unfolding. Someone was attempting to seize the aircraft. The moment the Qingniao initiated its movement, Iron Bear rose from his seat, his towering figure blocking the hatch, gazing down with a look of rage and madness at the frenzied Tian Xiao. Yet, in the next instant, Iron Bear's expression changed. He noticed Tian Xiao's assault rifle slightly raising, the chip steward frantically warning, "Danger! Danger!" A chill ran down Iron Bear's back, yet he did not retreat. He was taking a gamble, betting that this newcomer would not dare to fire upon him. At. Gunfire erupted from the dark muzzle of the assault rifle. 2 rounds struck Iron Bear at the knees. Blood splattered. Iron Bear's legs buckled, and he tumbled out of the hatch. Tian Xiao showed no hesitation, leaping onto the solid mass of flesh and bounding inside. Qinglong, take command of number 15. Seal the hatch. Tian Xiao rushed into the cockpit, seamlessly taking control with authority. The modified Qingniao due to its distance, failed to detect that number 15 had changed hands, and its heavy firepower obliterated number 37 Qingniao. Boom! No. 37 Qingniao exploded in a fiery demise. The threat was neutralized. The two modified Qingniaos swept over the meteor crater, commencing their merciless slaughter against the swarm of mining aircraft soaring into the sky. For the Star River Gale Squad. For the captain. For vengeance. Those from Fei Ying Company deserve to die. D. The two modified Qingniaos engaged in a hunt across the heavens. Countless mining aircraft fell victim to their fiery onslaught. Crashing down, the base's control tower was in complete disarray. Everyone's faces had turned pale. A grave situation had arisen. In the monitoring center, Wu Hao witnessed Iron Bear's fall, his hands trembling slightly. Following that, he saw number 15 Qingniao ascend once more, propelled by a powerful blue flame, rapidly pursuing the two modified Qingniaos. This damned situation. Wu Hao's expression darkened. He never anticipated that a rookie, deprived of an aircraft, could seize one from Iron Bear's grasp in such a short time. This was a quality that many seasoned security personnel likely did not possess. Number 15 Qingniao launched an attack from behind one of the modified Qingniaos. For beams of fire forced the modified Qingniao into evasive maneuvers. Boom! Boom! Just as the modified Qingniao realized that no. 15 was an enemy rather than an ally and prepared to adjust its aim. Two cannon shells exploded nearby. A barrage of shrapnel struck the modified Qingniao, causing sparks to fly and severely affecting its stability in the air. Two beams of fire landed on the modified Qingniao at the opportune moment. Crack! The modified Qingniao emitted smoke, losing balance and plummeting towards the ground. Damn! Wu Hao's eyes nearly bulged out, unable to believe what he was witnessing. A rookie, facing two opponents, had managed to bring down a seasoned interstellar pirate. Brilliant! Luo Fei let out a triumphant roar, filled with exhilaration. While the two modified Qingniaos had crashed, the situation finally began to turn. However, Luo Fei quickly pondered a pressing question. If both interstellar pirates were to perish, how could Wu Hao be held accountable? Just then, a low voice emanated from number 15 Qingniao. On behalf of group leader Wu Hao, I extend my greetings to you all, thanking you for all that you have done for him. You may now perish. A seamless volley of fire erupted, with two shells ravaging the exterior of the second modified Qingniao, leaving it battered and teetering. Inside the modified Qingniao, a hysterical roar erupted. Wu Hao, you bastard! I helped you out. How dare you stab me in the back? The destruction of the Star River Gale Squad is all because of you. Upon hearing the voice from the monitoring center, Wu Hao's face drained of color, sweat pouring down. Chapter 47. The Disarmament of Wu Hao. Without sufficient evidence, Luo Fei indeed found it difficult to take action against Wu Hao. Yet, he never expected that Tian Xiao, with such ingenuity, would mimic Iron Bear's voice to intentionally provoke the pilot of the modified Qingniao, forcing this surviving interstellar pirate to reveal Wu Hao's culpability at the last moment. Luo Fei chuckled, turning to glare at Wu Hao. The H9 level security team leader's imposing presence flared up. Wu Hao, deputy leader, you will now have to provide a thorough explanation to the headquarters. No, Wu Hao exclaimed in panic, desperately defending himself. He deliberately bit me. Can't you hear it? Your trusted subordinate, Iron Bear, refused to upload data. The interstellar pirate deliberately refrained from attacking Iron Bear and Zhao Jia's aircraft. It's all a misunderstanding. Do you truly believe Luo is a fool? Will you continue to fall for your own tricks? Luo Fei advanced step by step toward Wu Hao. Today, no matter how eloquently you speak, I shall detain you on the grounds of your collusion with interstellar pirates and hand you over to headquarters for processing. Luo Fei, do not push your luck. Wu Hao yelled in frustration. I know you have long desired to eliminate dissent and turn the base into your own authoritarian regime. Do not think you can take advantage of this opportunity to smear my name. Whether it is slander or not, the headquarters will determine. Luo Fei had already cornered Wu Hao. Wu Hao attempted to resist. However, just then, several dark gun barrels emerged from the walls of the entire monitoring center, all aimed and locked on. The base leader had intervened. The base leader stood firmly with Luo Fei. Wu Hao, in despair, dared not move a muscle. In a flash, his wrists were dislocated, and in excruciating pain, he curled up on the ground like a lobster, rendered immobile. Luo Fei subdued Wu Hao and returned to the monitoring screen. Tian Xiao, having acquired the information he sought, did not hesitate to fire, obliterating the second modified Qingniao. These interstellar pirates were exceptionally ruthless towards their own compatriots. As brutal as ferocious beasts or insectoids, they adhered to their modus operandi of killing at sight. The modified Tian Xiao indeed possessed formidable maneuverability, and the opponent's combat capabilities were not weak either, but they paled in comparison before him. Master, it has been detected that the pilot of number 16, Zhao Jia, is attempting to lock onto our cabin. Hostility is strongly indicated. It is advised to eliminate. Qinglong alerted. Tian Xiao also took notice. On one split screen, the hatch of number 16 Qingyao had already opened, with Zhao Jia leaning against the hatch corner, the barrel of his sniper rifle steady, aimed skyward, unaware that Qinglong had been monitoring his every move from the outset. Tian Xiao swiftly collected the image of the opponent and uploaded it to the monitoring center. Luo Fei's voice reached his ears. Wu Hao has been subdued by me. Zhao Jia, you handle it. Based on this segment alone, he deserves to die. Luo Fei's cold words pronounced Zhao Jia's death sentence. Wu Hao, in a frenzy, was drenched in sweat, struggling desperately. It was futile. Tian Xiao harbored no goodwill towards those who colluded with interstellar pirates. Intentionally allowing the Qingyao to descend, he opened the cabin and stepped outside. Bang! Zhao Jia's face was filled with a fierce and resolute expression as he indeed pulled the trigger. However, Qinglong had long predicted the timing and trajectory of the shot. The moment Tian Xiao revealed himself, he shrank back, a hair's breadth off, and it would have been disastrous. The hatch of the Qingyao bore a freshly made scorching bullet hole. Bang! Tian Xiao re-emerged, half of his body visible, and with the assault rifle pressed against his wrist. He fired a shot into Zhao Jia's forehead. Thus, it was all brought to a definitive end. Iron Bear obstructed the path. Zhao Jia was assassinated. Under the command of Wu Hao, two of his most trusted subordinates had inextricable ties to the interstellar pirates. Even if the forces backing them were immensely powerful, they could not possibly assist Wu Hao in overturning his predicament. With a whoosh, Chen Wuling arrived at Zone C-25 with the entire security team, simultaneously coordinating efforts to collect the wreckage of the modified Qingyao while organizing a rescue operation. Is everything all right? Tian Xiao approached Xiao Daji, who grimaced and shook his head, grimacing as he tugged at his right leg. I estimate I'll need a recuperation break of 100 or so days. Thankfully, Wu Hao has already been suppressed. I can rest easy now, he said, a smile creeping onto his face as he spoke. Eliminating Wu Hao would solidify the security team's position entirely. Tian Xiao instructed Zhu Xiaotian to escort the personnel back while he and Chen Wuling approached the corpse of Zhao Jia, who had succumbed to a bullet in the forehead. The latter's eyes were wide open in disbelief, unable to comprehend that he had lost to a newcomer in a gunfight. Chen Wuling gently touched the back of his neck, tearing away a minuscule biological chip along with the skin. Chuckling, this must contain evidence of his sordid dealings with Wu Hao. I shall return it immediately. This time, Wu Hao must be nailed for inviting trouble. The two turned their attention to the final witness, Tai Xiong, who had already been subdued by Lu Xuesong, Old Lu, and others, wailing as they forcibly uploaded all the data from the past few days. After several hours of diligent work, they completed the search and rescue operation, leaving a few individuals behind to guard Zone C-25 before returning to report. Commander Lin, Boss Luo, the reporting location shifted to the command center of the base. With the highest authority, Commander Lin Su presided. Like Zhang Lian, he occupied a position of greater power, rarely concerning himself with the daily affairs of the base. However, given the gravity of the situation, he had no choice but to make an appearance. In stark contrast to Luo Fei's spirited demeanor, Lin Su's expression was grim. Two interstellar pirates utilized the stealth coding of the modified Qingyao to launch a surprise attack on us, catching us off guard. The base suffered the loss of 2 Qingyao aircraft, 27 mining drones, with 16 fatalities, 10 incapacitated, and 7 injured, including 1 death and 2 injuries within the security team. Both interstellar pirates were neutralized. Lin Su's countenance darkened further. The loss of over a dozen lives and more than 20 mining drones was a significant financial blow. As the month had only just begun, such a severe lapse was intolerable. This marks the first time our base has been invaded by interstellar pirates. Luo, as the head of the security team, how do you propose we handle this matter? He initially intended to shift the blame onto the security team, but considering that Luo Fei had just returned with his team and managed to stabilize the crisis, he refrained from voicing his reproaches. Luo Fei did not take Lin Su too seriously. While the highest authority of the base indeed belonged to the senior executives at the company headquarters, Lin Su was one who had not truly experienced combat and had risen through the ranks by virtue of wealth, an empty figurehead, rarely engaged in daily affairs. Akin to a puppet poised for a swift ascent. The base's routine operations still relied heavily on the security team leader. According to Tai Xiong, Zhao Jia, and the record from the biological chips of the 2 interstellar pirates, it was evident that Wu Hao had orchestrated the emails. The fact that the two modified Tian Xiao could infiltrate our base was also due to Wu Hao's coordination and cover. It was abundantly clear that Wu Hao, Tian Xiao, and Zhao Jia were colluding with the interstellar pirates, guilty by association. I have already submitted the entire chain of evidence to headquarters. A specialized investigation team will arrive in 3 days. Chapter 48, Promotion to Team Leader, Mining Heist. In contrast to Lin Su, Luo Fei appeared to be a more grounded figure. His actions were meticulous and well-considered. Before Lin Su could speak, he had already compiled and solidified the evidence chain, effectively confirming the culpability of Wu Hao and his accomplices while establishing contact with headquarters. Once the personnel from headquarters arrive, Commander, you shall be responsible for their reception and arrangements. Given your prestige and connections within the company, securing new personnel and mining drones will undoubtedly pose no issue. The excavation at the meteorite pit is nearing completion, and I must reorganize the internal affairs of the security team. I hope for your understanding. Very well. Lin Su donned an expression of grave responsibility for the base. However, you must ensure that no further issues arise at the meteorite pit. Rest assured, Commander. Luo Fei replied with a smile. Now that we have unmasked Wu Hao, this traitor, the matter of the Star River Gale team will be thoroughly resolved. We will keep a vigilant watch over the meteorite pit, and should any issues arise, I shall take full responsibility. Luo Fei made a solemn pledge. Lin Su smiled, reassured by Luo Fei's words. After a few more reminders, Luo Fei departed with the entire security team. Upon returning to the security division, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, especially among those who had previously followed Wu Hao. Each one bore a heavy heart, awaiting their fate. They recognized that with Wu Hao's downfall, their days at the base would become arduous. Indeed, Luo Fei acted decisively. He promptly confirmed that the 15 individuals who had previously aligned with Wu Hao had not collaborated with the interstellar pirates, and without hesitation, he disbanded them, relegating the former squad leaders to other leaders including Chen Wuling, Lu Xuesong, Old Lu, and Tian Xiao. The security team, once fortified by the iron triangle of Wu Hao, Tai Xiong, and Zhao Jia, now found itself diminished. 1 dead, 2 imprisoned and awaiting sentencing. Luo Fei's authority had never been higher. No one dared voice dissent. All acquiesced to Luo Fei's arrangements. Luo Fei's faction was all smiles. Tian Xiao swiftly rose from a newcomer to a squad leader within the security team, now overseeing a small group of 4 with a salary increase of 3,000. Although the raise was modest, his status had risen significantly, granting him more authority. Among those assigned to him were 2 who had previously allied with Wu Hao, Wang Yong and Li Kuei, as well as 2 others, the neutral Lu Fangyan and newcomer Zhu Xiaotian. After reorganizing the entire structure of the security team, Luo Fei addressed them. Wu Hao, Tai Xiong, and Zhao Jia have met their deserved fate for colluding with interstellar pirates and ruthlessly targeting their own compatriots, ultimately leading to their demise. I trust that you will take this as a cautionary lesson. Now, due to significant personnel and positional adjustments within the security team, we shall re-establish the routine operations of the base today. The 6 teams will maintain the 8-hour rotation schedule. Firstly, our immediate priority remains the eradication of the lizard claw worms in the meteorite pit, ensuring that the base is not at risk of invasion. Secondly, we must focus on the base's daily defense. After laying out the arrangements, a schedule for the 6 teams was drafted. The first team consisted of Chen Wuling, and the second team of Tian Xiao. Chen Wuling swiftly led her team to the meteorite pit to transition into their assigned task, while Tian Xiao, accompanied by his 4 team members, convened in a private room within the security division to hold an internal meeting. As a vice commander accustomed to leading a regiment-sized army, Tian Xiao established his authority with just a few succinct statements. Gazing at the 4 team members before him, Tian Xiao made a striking declaration. In our squad, apart from Zhu Xiaotian, who joined later than I did, the other 3 are seasoned security personnel. However, I have scrutinized your performance within the security team, and it has been utterly unremarkable, devoid of any distinction. Wang Yong, Li Kuei, and Lu Fangyan were all taken aback. Tian Xiao continued in a flat tone. Although my tenure in the security team has been brief, I've already received 3 commendations. 1 for rescuing individuals in a meteorite pit, another for annihilating all lizard claw worms during an escort mission, and the 3rd for assisting in the destruction of the interstellar pirates mothership during another escort mission. If all goes as expected, eliminating Tai Xiong and Zhao Jia, and destroying the 2 modified Tian Xiao should also earn me commendation from headquarters. Wang Dong, Li Kui, and Lu Fangyan were initially indifferent towards Tian Xiao. However, upon hearing him articulate the details of 3 commendations, particularly the final statement. A chilling revelation caused their hearts to race with trepidation. The formidable prowess of the interstellar bandits remained unknown to them. Yet they were acutely aware of the strengths of Tian Xiao and Zhao Jia. The injury and demise of these 2 H7 level experts unmistakably underscored Tian Xiao's capabilities. Under my command, I have but one edict. Compliance is non-negotiable. Failure to adhere will invoke my ruthless nature, devoid of mercy. At this juncture, Tian Xiao delineated the responsibilities among the trio. Zhu Xiao Tian, you will henceforth oversee the monitoring center, while the 3 of you shall maintain vigil over the meteorite crater. Upon completion of your duties there, you will be tasked with routine patrols. His pronouncement bore the weight of an undeniable command. Understood. The 4 responded in unison. At that moment, for reasons unbeknownst to them, an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from Tian Xiao felt more pronounced than that of their leader, Luo Fei. 8 hours swiftly elapsed. Tian Xiao led his team to fulfill their watch over the meteorite crater. With the destruction of the number 37 Qingtiao, he was temporarily utilizing the number 15 Qingtiao. Other miners had already been assigned to the crater, where over 300 miners had excavated to a depth of more than 270 meters. After conducting a reconnaissance, Tian Xiao departed the meteorite crater, concluding there was no need to waste time on the potential presence of lizard clawworms. However, another pressing matter loomed, one that required resolution: the Xiao mine. Miners numbered Duro 99 and his companions had labored there for over 20 days, amassing a substantial stockpile of Xiao ore. It was time to reap the harvest. As the security team's captain, Tian Xiao effortlessly incorporated these 3 miners, along with a dozen others, into the excavation task at the meteorite crater. Drawing them from the G46 zone, under the watchful eye of drones, the 3 miners left the G46 area, bewildered, and hastened to the C25 zone to execute their assignment. Seizing the opportunity, Tian Xiao ventured into the tunnel of the G46 zone. Beneath the rubble of rock slabs lay numerous depressions concealing varying sizes of Xiao ore. Tian Xiao paused, maneuvering the mechanical arm to plunder the Xiao ore without mercy. Days later, the largest meteorite at the crater's base emerged, prompting the dispersal of all miners. The trio from 099 hurried back to the G46 zone, nearly driven to madness. They had excavated Xiao ore for a month, and now, not a single fragment remained. Thieving scoundrels, they lamented, utterly despondent. Chapter 49. The Manifestation of Monetary Power. At the logistics department of the base, upon the conclusion of their watch, Tian Xiao piloted the Qingtiao to the logistics hub, justifying his arrival by claiming he had discovered a meteorite during his duties, and proceeded to unload 3 tons of Xiao ore. Unfortunately, it was once again the turn of the group leader, Li Ying, to oversee the duties. Li Ying had already learned of Tian Zhao's meteoric rise within the security team, having eliminated Wu Hao, Tai Xiong, Zhao Jia, and others, culminating in his promotion to squad leader. Upon witnessing the vehicle that once belonged to Tai Xiong entering the facility under Tian Xiao's command, he ingratiated himself, hastily establishing a conveyor belt specifically for the assessment of the Xiao ore's quality. Captain Tian Xiao, indeed, fortune smiles upon you. The H7 grade Xiao ore is highly sought after. This time, you have struck it rich. To be candid, Tian Xiao held a poor opinion of Li Ying. Nevertheless, adhering to the adage of not striking at those who wear a smile, he endured the interaction with considerable effort. Once the Xiao ore was thoroughly assessed, the sum of 27 million was promptly deposited into his account, bringing a smile to Tian Xiao's face. Say travels Captain Tian Xiao. Li Ying escorted him out of the logistics department, only to return to his post, rubbing his stiff cheeks. His piercing gaze swept across the room, causing all staff members to lower their heads and avert their eyes. Upon returning to the security department, Tian Xiao immediately informed Luo Fei of his bounty, transmitting 10 million directly. Out of respect for Luo Fei, who had provided him with guidance, Tian Xiao felt compelled to acknowledge this debt, as such news would inevitably reach Luo Fei's ears. It was unnecessary to create a rift over something so trivial. Luo Fei was astounded to see the 10 million credited to his account. After listening to Tian Zhao's account, he found himself at a loss for words. You truly are my lucky star. I was just fretting over how to upgrade my chip to G11, and now you've delivered 1 million directly to me. With this, my G1 chip is secured, and my ambitions are firmly in place. What ambitions? Tian Xiao feigned ignorance, well aware that Luo Fei had been aspiring for an elevation. As the leader of a base's security team, he was merely a stepping stone for Luo Fei. His ambitions were far greater. Currently, Feiying number 3 was merely a subsidiary of the Yunzhong Group, with 4 other bases operating and plans to establish 2 new resource planets within 2 years. Although these resources were remnants left by the Yunzhong Group, they held immense appeal for Luo Fei. A resource planet with over 70% of its resources already developed could sustain an entire nation's operation with the remaining 30%. Luo Fei aspired to become the highest authority of the base. However, there were explicit prerequisites for this position at Feiying Company: a minimum G-level chip, G-level physical fitness, a minimum of 3 years of work experience on a resource planet, and a reputation for loyalty and reliability. Apart from his chip and physical attributes, Luo Fei met all other requirements. In truth, he was just over 10 million short of qualifying for the role of the highest official at the new base. Tian Xiao's timely offering of 10 million was a godsend. Luo Fei smiled mysteriously. Some matters cannot be divulged now. You will understand in due course. Your 10 million indeed arrived at a fortuitous time and has been a tremendous help. You're too kind, Boss Luo. Tian Xiao replied, half seriously. Were it not for your mentorship, I would still be toiling as a miner, with no opportunity to seize such assets. I have an additional 17 million. Should you require more for your endeavors, feel free to ask. You, young man, truly a person of sentiment. Excellent. I was not mistaken in my judgment. Luo Fei laughed heartily. I will reach out when the need arises. Additionally, let me share 3 pieces of good news with you. Has the company's commendation been issued? How much is the award? Tian Xiao anticipated the reply. Are you still concerned about such trifling bonuses? Luo Fei chuckled. The company's commendation has indeed been released. Your discovery of the spy, your composure under pressure, and your successful downing of 2 modified King Dios have mitigated losses for the base. The company is prepared to promote you to the position of deputy leader of the security team, succeeding Wu Hao. What? Tian Zhao's heart soared with elation. He had not anticipated becoming the deputy leader of the security team. Yet, disbelief loomed larger. Despite his tangible contributions, Wu Hao's influence at the company headquarters was substantial. It seemed improbable that he would be granted such a position so easily. After all, the value of military merit often hinged upon the whims of those in power. Is this for real? Tian Xiao scrutinized Luo Fei. The latter explained with a smile. Initially, there were some reservations about appointing a 24-year-old newcomer as deputy leader, fearing it would be hard to gain respect. However, Captain Zhang Lian of Feiying number 3 ardently recommended you. After careful consideration, the company sought my opinion, and I acquiesced. What Luo Fei did not disclose was that he had agreed only after receiving the 10 million transfer. His original intention had been to promote Chen Wuling. Tian Xiao's audacious gesture of investing 10 million afforded him a new option. Luo Fei now considered that nurturing Tian Xiao could prove advantageous, as they might become mutual allies in the future. Thank you, Boss Luo. Tian Xiao understood that the authority of a deputy leader far surpassed that of a squad leader. Each month, when the team leader personally oversees the escort of the Flying Shadow number 3, the deputy leader either accompanies the team to Crescent City or remains at the base, managing all scheduling matters pertaining to security. Furthermore, the deputy leader possesses the authority to coordinate with the squad leader and is entrusted with management responsibilities at the base, holding direct communication privileges with headquarters. More significantly, the deputy leader is part of the management structure of the Flying Shadow Company, accumulating experience in this role that will facilitate a smoother transition to other positions in the future. Calmly, there is a second piece of good news to share. With an air of mystery, Luo Fei revealed, we have procured the materials and the technology for modifying the Bluebird from the biological chips of those 2 interstellar pirates. In order to prevent the base from facing further threats from the interstellar bandits and to avoid significant casualties, it has been decided to utilize existing resources to modify 2 Bluebirds. Upon hearing this, Tian Zhao's eyes sparkled. 2 Bluebirds to be upgraded. Undoubtedly, one would be Luo Fei's own number 001, the other, quite possibly, his own. Indeed, Luo Fei announced that the 2 slots for modification would temporarily be allocated to the number 001 Bluebird and Wu Hao's number 002 Bluebird, with the remaining Bluebirds to be upgraded in due course. This was undeniably good news. The modified Bluebirds would not only boast a more formidable payload capacity, but also an enhanced fire control weapon system, with an increased stealth coating that would augment their maneuverability and close-quarters infiltration capabilities. What is the final piece of good news? Tian Xiao inquired. Luo Fei, touching his nose thoughtfully, replied, the investigation team dispatched from headquarters, aside from taking Wu Hao and Tai Xiong, is also preparing to sweep nearby interstellar pirate strongholds. Our base needs to arrange for a team to bolster the action squad, and I have recommended you to lead it. Chapter 50, E-37 Sturgeon, a return. It is not uncommon for the base's security team to undertake external missions. However, this diverges somewhat from Tian Xiao's initial plans. He had not only become the deputy leader of the base's security team, thus assuming a supervisory role over Chen Wuling, Old Liu, and others, but was also about to commence leading an external combat mission. It felt rather abrupt. He was not yet adequately prepared for such a task. The routine tasks at the base were the most manageable and secure, posing minimal risk. However, external combat missions were an entirely different matter. They were dispatching an investigation team solely based on the intelligence from the Star River Gale Corps, naturally aiming to acquire some of the less easily transportable assets of the Star River Gale Corps. After all, the Flying Eagle Company was not particularly affluent at present, and all aspects of development urgently required resources and funding. This mission could proceed smoothly, but anything could happen. Tian Xiao did not lack the courage. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the base was now short of 3 formidable warriors, Wu Hao, Tai Xiong, and Zhao Jia. The only expert, Luo Fei, needed to remain at the base, leaving Tian Xiao to ponder whom he could take along for the mission. It was quite a conundrum. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Luo Fei meant well, hoping Tian Xiao could seize this opportunity to reap rewards from the stronghold of the Star River Gale Corps, thereby reciprocating the substantial benefits he had received. 2 days swiftly passed. With the meteorite crater fully excavated, all miners at the base returned to their normal routines, and the security team took turns maintaining order without incident. During this time, only Zhu Xiaotian would come to the 15th level of the training ground each day, seeking Tian Zhao's guidance on methods to enhance muscle strength and flexibility under stress. Tian Xiao did not refuse and allowed Zhu Xiaotian to train alongside him. Although lacking the aid of a pancreatic body, as long as Zhu Xiaotian could adapt to this military-style extreme training regimen, she would reap significant benefits. Zhu Xiaotian proved her mettle, as her physical condition indeed improved by 2 units in just 2 days. This brought a measure of comfort to Tian Xiao. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhu Xiaotian had displayed the resilience she had cultivated during her time with the Earth's Sky Army, and her future accomplishments would undoubtedly rival those of a company commander. Master, according to feedback from headquarters, the investigation team aboard the E-37 Sturgeon will arrive in Earth's orbit in half an hour. On this day, Tian Xiao was recuperating on the 12th floor when Qinglong's voice echoed in his ear, reminding him, "The captain of the Sturgeon has indicated that they will not land temporarily and requests that you lead the security team to rendezvous in low Earth orbit, from where the Sturgeon will head directly to the Star River Gale Corps stronghold." Understood, Tian Xiao replied as he rose, donning his combat uniform while instructing Qinglong to immediately relay the message to all members of the 2nd Squad, as well as to the 1st Squad, led by Chen Wuling. For this operation, the base planned to deploy 10 security personnel from both the 1st and 2nd Squads. While Tian Xiao was indeed the deputy leader, he also retained the role of captain for the 2nd Squad. 1 minute later, Tian Xiao piloted the already modified number 2 Bluebird, appearing above the base. 3 minutes later, the other 9 Bluebirds were in position. 1st Squad, all present. 2nd Squad, all present. Chen Wuling and Zhu Xiaotian reported. Naturally, Tian Xiao took command, organizing the Bluebirds in a formation, his serious yet handsome visage appearing on all main screens. Proceed as planned. Depart. 1 modified Bluebird and 9 Bluebirds swiftly ascended in a triangular formation, breaking through the atmosphere and entering low Earth orbit. Beep, beep, beep. The signal from the Sturgeon emanated from deep space. Before long, the Sturgeon, measuring over 300 meters in length, emerged from the darkness. Unlike the Flying Shadow number 3, the Sturgeon was considerably smaller but outclassed the main ship of the Star River Gale Corps. The bow featured a row of main cannons exceeding 300 millimeters in caliber, flanked by 2 close-in defense guns, with similar arrangements of main and close-in defense guns at the sides and rear, clearly indicating formidable firepower. On either side of the Sturgeon, there were no fewer than 80 large-caliber guns and hundreds of smaller-caliber gun emplacements. Nestled between the gun positions were 8 hatches, boasting astonishing armor thickness. Observing this, the members of the security team in formation were deeply astonished. The F-class close-in defense guns boasted a firing rate exceeding 30,000 rounds per minute. That was an E-class main cannon. Headquarters had actually allocated an E-class series attack vessel. How imposing and magnificent. Everyone was profoundly impacted, including Chen Wuling. This was the first time they had participated in a mission involving an attack vessel up close, each one revealing their naivety on the screens. Chen Wuling and Zhu Xiaotian noted that the only one who remained unfazed was Deputy Leader Tian Xiao. As the side doors of the Sturgeon opened, Tian Xiao maneuvered the squad to switch formation, entering the interior of the sturgeon in a line. Inside the sturgeon, there were already 20 bluebirds, along with 3 shuttle-like aircraft, quietly resting on the other side of the spacious bay. Seeing this, Tian Xiao instinctively directed the 10 bluebirds to line up in the left sector. All personnel stand by, he commanded, noticing the calm expression on the sturgeon. In stark contrast to the astonished whispers of the others, a wave of astonishment washed over the group. Unable to contain herself, Chun Wuling asked, Tian Xiao, have you been aboard the sturgeon before? No, Tian Xiao replied. Before coming here, I specifically studied the parameters of the sturgeon. That makes sense, the other said, relieved. As the hatch closed, a voice and image were transmitted from a No. 02 Bluebird. Tian Xiao, long time no see, I trust you are well. Captain Zhang. Tian Xiao recognized the identity of the speaker and promptly rose from the cockpit to pay his respects. I heard from our leader Luo that it was thanks to your strong recommendation that I was granted the opportunity to serve as the deputy leader of the base security team. Captain Zhang smiled and returned the gesture. Tian Xiao, you are a person of remarkable ability and talent. Even without my recommendation, your rise to prominence would have been inevitable. Moreover, I am not one to be comfortable with indebtedness. We all remember how you valiantly intervened to save the Feying No. 3. After exchanging pleasantries, they delved into the main topic. Zhang Lian stated, as you can see, this operation is entirely my initiative. According to the intelligence derived from the black box of the Xinghe Jifeng Corps, their lair hosts only a small contingent of armed personnel, alongside 3 moderately damaged Class F vessels and various cargo. Tian Xiao was slightly taken aback. The information within the black box was exceedingly complex and voluminous. And even with Qinglong's computational speed, less than 1/10 of its content had been analyzed thus far. Indeed, the chip of Feying No. 3 possessed extraordinary analytical capabilities. Having deciphered all the information contained within, 3 Class F vessels, even the most ordinary of them, would be valued at least 200 to 300 million. Thus, the risk of exploration was undoubtedly worthwhile. Chapter 51. The Sturgeon's Aggressive Assault. The Class E Feying No. 3 had been incapacitated for 3 hours during this mission, struck by a single shot from a Class D high-grade pulse particle weapon, nearly becoming a trophy for the Xinghe Jifeng Corps. Zhang Lian was awakened by the force of the blast. How he wished for his ship to be more resilient and formidable. However, upgrading the chip of Feying No. 3 or enhancing its defensive features required substantial resources and funding, which the Feying Company could not support. Zhang Lian had to rely on his own ingenuity and seek alternatives. The classification of Class F vessels was not particularly high. The minimum threshold in classification for aircraft is the H series, while for ships, it is the G series. Class F vessels are merely 1 tier above the G series threshold. Yet, even the most rudimentary vessel must possess the requisite weapon systems, life support systems, as well as structural integrity and chip clusters. A G-class vessel, spanning several dozen meters, would be valued at no less than 60 to 70 million. Even a damaged, rudimentary Class F vessel, provided its propulsion system remains intact, could fetch 100 million without issue. This was the reason Zhang Lian hastily assembled a team and personally led the adventure. Zhang Lian continued, shifting his tone. Those accompanying me on this expedition are all comrades from Feying No. 3, with strengths ranging from H to G class. However, 3 of them are brothers I met during my service in the Earth Army, each possessing F-class capabilities. Should formidable enemies arise, they will serve as our main force. Tian Xiao cast a glance at the 3 nearby shuttle-shaped craft, F-class silver shuttles, renowned for their speed and space combat capabilities, boasting past achievements against Class D vessels. They were among the elite of F-class ships. These 3 certainly possessed some merit. Having strong allies meant that when danger loomed, there would be protection. After a moment of contemplation, Tian Xiao inquired, the captain summoned us here with the expectation that our security team would undertake what mission? The planet we are to search is small in size, its resources nearly exhausted, and the previous base long abandoned, rendering it a desolate, uninhabited world. Your security team is tasked with ground reconnaissance, seeking the location of the Xinghe Jifeng Corps lair. As you are aware, these cunning individuals have hidden themselves in multiple locations, concealing their treasures quite deeply. Your drone reconnaissance skills are commendable. Be sure to utilize them well. Understood, Tian Xiao acknowledged. Based on the intelligence they possessed, the remaining armed personnel of the Xinghe Jifeng Corps were few, suggesting that danger might only arise during the search for them. Zhang Lian intended to use the base security personnel to mitigate their risks. although such tactics could easily cause discomfort and resentment among those involved. As a soldier, Tian Xiao understood their habit of exchanging minimal sacrifice and cost for maximum victory. Thus he could empathize with Zhang Lian's arrangements. Without a doubt, Tian Xiao promptly disseminated the mission assignments to the squad. The sturgeon surged towards its destination at high speed. Beep, beep, beep. The main screen of the sturgeon displayed a battered, desolate planet. The surface was riddled with craters and fissures, marred by scars left from heavy machinery's ruthless exploitation. Devoid of any signs of life. Wow, who excavated this planet? It's utterly ruined, unforgivable. The expressions of the Qingyao team were grave and solemn, evidently shaken by the desolation and silence of their destination. Yet Tian Xiao knew that such planets were innumerable within the Pegasus galaxy. Larger corporate entities, while still voracious, often refrained from excessive destruction, preserving some semblance of vitality on the planets they exploited, avoiding the destruction of essential resources such as water and volcanoes to prevent the planets from descending into self-exhaustion. However, many companies would stop at nothing to extract every last resource from a planet. This world was in dire straits. Yet a few years hence, the planet they currently occupied might not fare much better. Thus, attributing blame for this devastation was ultimately fruitless. Tian Xiao spoke. This planet is designated 8021 in the Pegasus galaxy. A detailed map and relevant geological structures have already been transmitted to you. Please record them and prepare accordingly. We are responsible for the preliminary reconnaissance. Although perilous, if we remain vigilant, we should encounter minimal issues. Tian Xiao. Chen Wuling could no longer contain herself. There may be armed members of the Xinghe Jifeng Corps here, and they likely possess fortified military measures. We are utterly unaware of their reconnaissance capabilities or the caliber of their firepower systems. Indeed, Tian Xiao replied without hesitation. The Xinghe Jifeng Corps has established 3 small fortified military bunkers on this planet, but their scale is minimal and cannot conceal vessels. There are personnel assigned to reconnaissance in those locations. Our mission is to investigate the labyrinthine concealed caves and mountain interiors nearby, seeking vessels and various supplies that the Xinghe Jifeng Corps may have plundered. A collective sigh of relief washed over the group. Their greatest fear was becoming cannon fodder for the mission. The Qingyao was quite vulnerable, and a single shell from a military bunker could easily shred it to pieces. As they spoke, the sturgeon had already come to a halt in low Earth orbit around the planet. Directly below lay one of the military fortifications. However, according to the sturgeon's scans, there were no signals emanating from below. It was utterly silent. Just then, a powerful energy fluctuation appeared at the bow of the sturgeon. In the next moment, the vessel trembled slightly as 6 beams pierced the atmosphere. Tian Xiao observed as Qinglong marked the locations of the 3 military bunkers, all under artillery fire. The mountains concealing the military bunkers were torn apart, revealing the dark, smooth alloy walls within. Zhang Lian acted decisively. Main cannon, clear the way. Startle the snakes in the grass. But this was not the end. The second round of artillery fire was unleashed. The surfaces of the 3 military bunkers instantly turned a searing dark red. With the thunderous roar of the third round of cannon fire, the side doors of the 3 military bunkers swung open simultaneously, and aircraft scrambled out in disarray, attempting to evade the cannon fire. Zhang Lian showed no mercy towards the armed members of the Xinghe Jifeng Corps. The small-caliber artillery unleashed a torrent of firepower, showering metal projectiles without restraint, swiftly sealing off the escape routes of 4 fleeing aircraft, reducing them to a kaleidoscope of fireworks in an instant. Boom! Boom! Following the pyrotechnics, the main cannon continued to bombard the military structures until their exteriors were completely obliterated, resulting in a series of catastrophic explosions. Thick smoke billowed upwards. The overwhelming firepower of the sturgeon left the crew astonished. The Qingyao team formed up and began a ground search. Zhang Lian, as command rang out. The hatch opened. 10 Qingyao surged forth in a single file. Chapter 52. Comprehensive Search. Whoosh whoosh. A multitude of miniature drones ejected from the underbelly of the Bluebird's fuselage. The drones, equipped with advanced computational prowess, rapidly established a split-screen interface that projected high-definition imagery, promptly recording the undulations of the terrain and various data, cross-referencing with initial intelligence, analyzing discrepancies, and seeking traces. 10 Bluebirds deployed 500 drones to conduct a thorough search around the vicinity of 3 military fortifications. The drones skimmed close to the ground, burrowing into any openings they encountered. Any cavern that could accommodate an adult would be swiftly infiltrated, searching for potential subterranean passages and shelters. The drone's radar systems could swiftly analyze the underground conditions. Upon confirming a dead end, they would immediately return. On the Sturgeon, a colossal screen displayed hundreds of split screens, each showcasing the intelligence feedback from the drones. The central screen illuminated the areas of the planet that had been thoroughly scouted. Green, as far as the eye could see, everything was green. No anomalies detected. The armed personnel of the Star River Gale Corps seemed to have been eradicated. After a considerable duration, the reconnaissance area continued to expand. The Bluebird squad had not uncovered any valuable leads. Zhang Lian furrowed his brow. Meng AI, take a team to search for the downed aircraft. Strive to find some clues among the bodies. Understood. Meng AI, a security personnel accompanying Zhang Lian, possessed G-level prowess. Click. Hiss. The hatch opened, and another batch of aircraft surged from a Sturgeon into the atmosphere. After a round of searching, there were no results. For aircraft had been completely destroyed, and the biological chips had not survived, yielding no clues. Subsequently, Meng AI scoured the 3 military bunkers, peering through the blast-riddled openings to observe the melted rocks and alloyed metal cavities within, shaking his head in despair. In such an environment, it is utterly impossible to find any leads. With no other options, Zhang Lian had no choice but to assign Meng AI and his team to the search mission, accelerating their efforts. After several hours, a tenth of the planet had been searched. The team briefly replenished with nutrition bars before continuing their search. Damn it! Where in the world are these accursed space bandits hiding their treasures? Zhang Lian paced anxiously in the command center of the vessel, his mindset slightly shifting. Each operation of a vessel incurred considerable costs. Moreover, this time he had employed main cannon-level firepower. Without any gains, his losses would be substantial. Just then, the Bluebird squad transmitted good news. Bluebird number 02 hovered near a massive pit, and a series of drones emitted faint glimmers, illuminating a ship over 300 meters long from a pitch-black abyss 300 meters underground, resembling a colossal beast lying dormant in the shadows. The first vessel had been located. Wonderful! Zhang Lian clenched his fists in a gesture of triumph, issuing commands with newfound vigor. Bluebird squad, maintain vigilance and eliminate any threats. Meng AI, lead your team to provide support and expand the defensive perimeter. Qin Kong, take the technical team and proceed to assess the condition of the vessel, with the primary task of activating the power system for repairs. The rest, monitor all surface anomalies closely. Zhang Lian remained alert. The more precarious the situation, the more cautious he became. The individual who discovered the first vessel was Tian Xiao. Drawing from his experience, he instantly recognized the ship before him as an F-class shark hunter, produced centuries ago, a hybrid transport and combat vessel, originally valued at around 300 million. However, Tian Xiao had already observed through the drones that numerous sections of the vessel bore the marks of gunfire, although minor repairs could ensure sealing. The exposed circuit boards were encrusted with thick frost, resembling a corpse long devoid of life. Several primary weaponry systems, including the main cannon and close-in weapon systems, had been dismantled. The drones ventured into the vessel's command center for a brief survey. It was entirely stripped bare. The primary chip cluster's location was empty. Tian Xiao silently shook his head. The interstellar pirates had transformed this ship into a parts depot, stripping away all usable components to either modify, upgrade, or possibly sell them. In his estimation, this vessel now held only scrap value post-disassembly. Indeed, when the assessment team arrived and surveyed the interior, they emerged despondent. Their prior excitement extinguished as they bombarded the Star River Gale Corps with a litany of curses, ultimately reporting back to Zhang Lian. The power system is completely destroyed. The weapon control systems have all been removed, and the chip systems are entirely gone. This vessel is merely an empty shell. With less than 20% of its structure intact, its overall value likely under 20 million. Transporting it back would incur significant additional fees, rendering it unworthy. Qin Kong's evaluation left Zhang Lian utterly disheartened. All teams returned to the Sturgeon for a brief respite before embarking on a second round of searches 5 hours later. Zhang Lian announced the end of the current operation. After a day of labor, the team was indeed weary. However, Tian Xiao understood that Zhang Lian's decision to conclude the search likely stemmed from other considerations. Upon returning to the Sturgeon, the Bluebird squad remained on standby in the combat chamber. Meng AI and Qin Kong rejoined Zhang Lian. Zhang Lian's expression was grave. This shark hunter is one of the 3 vessels captured by the Star River Gale Corps. Yet its current state diverges significantly from the intelligence we possess. Qin Kong, based on your observations, when were these components removed? Recently, Qin Kong replied without hesitation. Though only in his 40s, he was the head of the specialized mechanical maintenance team under Zhang Lian. He immediately conveyed what he knew. Despite the pervasive frost inside and out, the signs of mechanical freezing indicate that the Shark Hunter was disassembled recently. Apart from the chip systems, power systems, and weapon control systems, all were recently tampered with, and the methods employed were subpar, leaving behind damaged parts. At this point, he could not help but sigh. The Shark Hunter, originally worth over 100 million, now remained a hollow shell, devoid of value for extraction. Captain, Meng AI inhaled deeply before stating, I suspect that remnants of the Star River Gale Corps, upon learning of their captain and main forces being annihilated, recklessly dismantled and sold off all resources at their base. If this is indeed the case, the conditions of the other two warships are likely grim as well. Bang! With a resounding thud, Zhang Lian slammed his fist onto the alloy table. He urgently summoned reinforcements, fearing unforeseen events from the Star River Gale Corps. Yet, unexpectedly, he was still a step too late. Chapter 53, The Cannon Roars. The armed members of the Star River Gale Corps had been eradicated. The three vessels had yielded the first discovery. Progress was commendable. In no more than 3 days, our mission here would conclude. Uncertain of whether he would have the chance to partake in the spoils from the Star River Gale Corps during this assignment with Captain Zhang, the crew in the Sturgeon S aircraft hangar eagerly discussed the potential to seize some loot for themselves, hoping to reap some rewards. Lu Fanyan, Wang Yong, and Milky Way were nearly beside themselves with excitement. In the security team, Lu Fanyan was considered neutral, lacking familial ties and opportunities to earn extra income, making this assignment all the more enticing. Wang Yong and Milky Way, although they have reaped some benefits by following Wu Hao, are aware that what has slipped from Luo Fei's grasp, intercepted by Wu Hao, Tian Xiao, and Zhao Jia, consists merely of trifling rewards. In contrast, this time they face an assignment on an abandoned planet, brimming with infinite possibilities. On Chen Wuling's side, his subordinates are similarly contemplating whether they might seize the opportunity during the execution of the second round of search tasks to pilfer some spoils from the vessels, thus earning a little extra. After all, the materials on an F-class warship consist of F-grade metal. Even a small piece could be worth thousands. In comparison, Zhu Xiaotian, being astute, observed the reactions of the identification team and Tian Xiao and appeared less optimistic. The Shark Hunter now stands as merely an empty shell. The valuables within are precious to us, yet may hold no significance for Captain Zhang. Indeed, the current valuation of the Shark Hunter does not exceed 20 million. Should the remaining 2 vessels also be stripped bare, Captain Zhang risks incurring substantial losses on this venture. What do you think, Tian Xiao? Chen Wuling, being a trusted confidant of Luo Fei, is seasoned in such matters. Tian Xiao, initially reluctant to engage in their discourse, found himself compelled to respond to Chen Wuling's inquiry. When the cannon fires, fortunes are at stake. The Sturgeon, having traveled from afar and launched its full firepower, if ultimately left with only 3 empty shells, will indeed suffer a loss that leaves nothing to spare. The energy expended in the journey, the wages of the hired team, the debts incurred from old comrades, and the ammunition consumed by the Sturgeon S ineffective fire control system. All these are costs that Zhang Lian must bear. Furthermore, based on Tian Zhao's experience, it is likely that the space pirates have already dismantled the contents of the 3 vessels and disposed of them in the black market, leaving behind only the cannon fodder. The truly cunning have already absconded with their gains. In summary, Zhang Lian is almost certainly destined for loss. As expected, 5 hours later, during the second round of search operations, they indeed uncovered the second and third F-class vessels. Like the Shark Hunter, they too were empty shells, with all valuable items having been stripped away. Stand down. Zhang Lian could no longer remain seated, and promptly issued the command to withdraw. All personnel, return to the Sturgeon within 10 minutes. We prepare to set sail back to base. Zhang Lian chose to accept his fate. In the command hall, 3 steely men were consoling him. It's all right, Captain Zhang. Since we did not engage, we will refund half of your commission. Zhang Lian, apologizing and filled with self-reproach, remarked, space pirates are as cunning as foxes. Sensing danger, they simply move on. It was a folly on my part, blinded by the allure of resources. I should have dispatched someone to scout the situation. Well, let this be a lesson learned at a cost. Zhang Lian adopted a more relaxed mindset. Subsequently, he compensated the Qingyao team with a total of 50,000 alliance coins for their efforts. One must uphold the necessary decorum. The Sturgeon paid no heed to the empty shells of the 3 vessels and chose not to squander resources on transport, swiftly returning to base, efficiently conducting the handover while bringing back Wu Hao and Tian Xiao. Ultimately, Zhang Lian arrived with high hopes regarding the plan against the Star River Gale stronghold. only to return dejected. A hasty conclusion, lacking in substance. That evening, Luo Fei, Tian Xiao, Chen Wuling, and a group of 10 convened on the 36th level of the training ground, reflecting on the matter with a sense of melancholy. Brother Luo. Chen Wuling could not restrain himself from posing a question to Luo Fei. Is it costly for an F-class warship like the Sturgeon to embark on an expedition? Luo Fei remained silent for a moment. I am uncertain. The others exchanged glances of surprise. In their eyes, Luo Fei seemed omniscient, expected to be well informed about everything. Luo Fei glanced at them and took a deep swig of his drink. Becoming a captain, commanding a warship to soar through the depths of space and traverse the starry seas is a dream shared by all in our generation, myself included. However, to become a captain requires not only formidable computational abilities and physical prowess, but also a loyal and reliable crew. Each member must possess G-class physical and computational capabilities. As I have yet to break through to G-class myself, how could I comprehend the tribulations of becoming a captain? Luo Fei self-deprecatingly added, before becoming a captain, I must first ascend to the highest authority of a base. Only then can I aspire to climb higher. The group was profoundly moved by Luo Fei's words. They had not anticipated that the seemingly powerful leader of the security team faced such a chasm between him and the position of captain. Zhang Lian's status, strength, and connections far surpassed those of Luo Fei. While the group absorbed Luo Fei's remarks, he continued with a profound statement. My intention was to break through to G-class within 3 years and subsequently cultivate Chen Wuling, Lin Hu, Lu Xuesong, and Xiao Daji, enabling them to stand on their own and assist me in securing the highest authority of a base. Chen Wuling was my initial choice for the leader of the security team. Chen Wuling shuddered, a mix of excitement and disbelief washing over him as he lifted his gaze. However, I have always been concerned that Wuling may struggle to command a security team in such a short time. He is still quite young. Though his talents are commendable, it will be challenging for him to mature within 3 years. Chen Wuling lowered his head. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards Tian Xiao. Luo Fei's eyes fell upon Tian Xiao's face. Tian Xiao's emergence has altered my plans. After more than a month of interaction, I believe everyone has witnessed Tian Xiao's talent and resilience. He is a born warrior, with talents that even I cannot match. The group nodded in agreement. While they were somewhat taken aback by Tian Xiao's ascension to deputy leader, his feats of seizing the number 15 Xingyao, severely injuring Tai Xiong, and eliminating Zhao Jia, followed by dispatching 2 modified King Neos, undeniably astonished everyone. By publicly acknowledging this matter, Luo Fei effectively laid bare the unspoken tension lingering among them. Chapter 54. The True Intentions of Brother Luo. The eyes of the group fell upon Tian Xiao and Chen Wuling. Indeed, they had sensed that in recent days, Tian Xiao and Chen Wuling's relationship had noticeably cooled. However, being brothers, they were uncertain how to address it, despite Chen Wuling's efforts to convince himself to remember Tian Xiao's merits. After all, Tian Xiao had saved his life during the meteor pit incident, and his various talents and insights indeed surpassed his own. He had only been employed for a month. Chen Wuling had followed Luo Fei for over half a year, tirelessly supporting him, and was regarded by all as the rightful heir to Luo Fei's position, the indisputable choice for future deputy leader. Luo Fei's candid admission illuminated the fact that this was an opportune moment for Tian Xiao and Chen Wuling to mend their relationship. Luo Fei continued, his words striking. Wuling will continue to be the deputy leader of the base's security team, but before that, I intend to cultivate Tian Xiao, elevating him to G-class and then seeking to promote him. Old Lu paused in his drinking, his eyes wide with astonishment. Lin Hu and Lu Xuesong were equally bewildered. Why? Tian Xiao is our main asset. How could we possibly promote him? Wait, what does Brother Luo mean by promoting him? The injured Xiao Daji pinpointed the crux of the matter. Chen Wuling gazed at the leader with a face full of disbelief. Rofiai took a hearty gulp of liquor, his eyes sparkling with a remarkable brilliance. This is the opportunity that Tian Xiao has fought for himself. Years ago, leveraging my connection with Zhang Lian, I secured the position of leader of the base security team, thereby establishing a network of my own. During the last escort mission, Tian Xiao displayed extraordinary prowess, earning Zhang Lian's recognition and favor, leading to his special recommendation as the deputy leader of our security team. Furthermore, he has caught the attention of the higher-ups at the company headquarters. His future accomplishments are boundless, and he may even surpass me, ascending to the highest authority of some base. Everyone was taken aback. They had not anticipated Rofiai's high regard for Tian Xiao, nor his intention to elevate him to the highest position at a base. Tian Xiao was also somewhat astonished, but soon understood. Rofiai's public acknowledgement today was evidently aimed at firmly binding everyone's interests together, coalescing them into a more formidable force. Of course, he harbored another motive, to inspire Chen Wuling, Lu Xuesong, Qiao Daji, Lin Hu, and others. They must grow stronger to follow Rofiai onto his destined battleship and become his future foundation. Tian Xiao surveyed the room. Except for old Lu, everyone else appeared invigorated, visibly fired up and ready to embark on a grand endeavor. Only Zhu Xiaotian's demeanor was somewhat peculiar. She puffed her cheeks, her head bowed, seemingly lost in some unspoken wish. Chen Wuling's heart was fully unburdened, since even Rofiai acknowledged his lack of talent compared to Tian Xiao. Chen Wuling felt no pressure in accepting this truth. At the right moment, Tian Xiao deftly brandished the bone knife in his hand, tossing a scorching piece of roasted meat into Chen Wuling's palm. Ouch! Hot, hot, hot! Chen Wuling jerked back her hand in a flash, yet reluctant to waste the meat. She fumbled awkwardly. Laughter erupted among the group. Gulme, let us drink. Lin Hu rose, raising his glass. For Rofiai's captaincy goal, let us push Tian Xiao forward. Cheers to the future deputy leader, Chen. Lin Hu's boisterous howl ignited the atmosphere completely. The others stood up in response, shouting cheers. Rofiai seized a bottle of strong liquor. Cheers. Zhu Xiaotian raised her glass, her peripheral gaze landing on Tian Xiao's face. The latter had already downed nearly half a bottle of strong liquor. The atmosphere was incredibly lively. In the throes of drunkenness, others might suffer, but Tian Xiao seemed unaffected, observing his comrades being carried away by biological robots, taking a deep breath to forcefully expel the alcohol from his pores, and rising steadily to descend to the 15th floor to engage in strength training. This was a skill he had acquired under the Earth's Sky Army. In that army, the connoisseurs of drinking were numerous, with the strongest able to down 10 kilograms of strong liquor within half an hour. Later, Tian Xiao learned that this individual had fully devoted his chip's computational abilities to drinking, employing a set of breathing techniques to expel most of the liquor that should have entered the stomach through the pores, while the remainder was decomposed with the spice, causing no adverse effects on the body. Thus, Tian Xiao mastered the art of roasting meat and never faced a rival at the drinking table thereafter. 2 hours later, Zhu Xiaotian appeared on the 15th floor, stepping onto another heavy-duty running machine. Impressive. You've recovered so quickly, Tian Xiao smiled. Phew. Zhu Xiaotian kept her gaze fixed ahead, maintaining her breathing rhythm. Tian Xiao, how do you manage to drink without getting drunk? A personal secret. Interested in learning? We can talk when you reach H5 physique. Tian Xiao set a challenging yet attainable goal for Zhu Xiaotian. All right, Zhu Xiaotian readily agreed. Her muscle strength had already reached 107, with muscle flexibility at 106. In just 2 months, she could achieve H5. How about in the security team? Tian Xiao, now possessing H9 level physical attributes, could easily manage a rapid run with an 80-kilogram load while conversing with Zhu Xiaotian. Very well, Zhu Xiaotian replied. Everyone is quite considerate of me, and the salary is also high. At this point, she suddenly grasped the underlying meaning behind Tian Xiao as words, turning to look at him. Rest assured, I'm fine now. Fine naturally referred to the high-stress incident. Glad to hear it. Tian Xiao wasn't particularly concerned about Zhu Xiaotian's state. He simply learned a valuable lesson from Rofiai today. Although he knew Chen Wuling would respect and support his decisions, it was imperative to address any barriers in their hearts timely. Rofiai, having risen from the grassroots, possessed a keen understanding of human nature and circumstances. An old veteran is indeed an old veteran. Tian Xiao had always regarded Zhu Xiaotian as an exceptionally strong woman. Otherwise, she would not have penetrated the Earth's Sky Army to become a commander of a battalion. However, Zhu Xiaotian was also a girl who had grown step by step from ordinary beginnings. Human hearts are tender. Tian Xiao I Wang Jingyi have been inquiring about you during this time and wish to reconcile. Zhu Xiaotian's tone shifted. Tian Xiao was momentarily taken aback, staring at her. That vase? Why burn her up? Have you lost your mind? His barrage of questions cut off Zhu Xiaotian's subsequent words. Zhu Xiaotian stuck out her tongue and focused intently on her training. Chapter 55. Strange sounds from the G46 pit. Boom! A thunderous roar shook the heavens. Beneath the thick rain clouds, torrential rain poured down, incessantly drenching the G46 area. 2 bluebirds swiftly flew beneath the stormy clouds, and through the flashes of lightning. One could see that the vicinity of the deep pit had been transformed by the sudden downpour, creating cascading waterfalls of rainwater tumbling into the pit. Attention! All miners in G46, evacuate immediately. Repeat, All miners in G46, evacuate immediately. A continuous downpour of over 3 hours is expected in the G46 area. The danger level has escalated from medium to high, with the potential for localized geological collapse. All miners, upon hearing the order, evacuate the G46 area immediately. Zhu Xiaotian reiterated the announcement. Throughout, she continuously monitored the situation below the pit via the screens. Her voice, owing to her position in the security team, had grown increasingly resonant and crisp, akin to a resounding rose. Alongside Bluebird number 38 was the modified Bluebird number 2. As the deputy leader of the security team, Tian Xiao no longer needed to personally carry out patrol tasks. Such duties could be entrusted to his subordinates. However, given the adverse weather conditions in the G46 area, where several miners had perished in a previous life, he hesitated but ultimately decided to personally conclude the story of this place, bidding farewell to the largest mine pit in the G46 area. Since he had transported away 3 tons of purple ore, miners 099, 246, and 712 had been secretly pursuing inquiries with the logistics department about whether anyone had surrendered a significant quantity of purple ore. The logistics department, being rife with leaks, naturally would not conceal everything from him. The 3 were utterly disheartened upon learning that the individual who intercepted the purple ore was from the security team. They felt guilty, as the source of the purple ore came from their cousin who had previously cultivated the land. Their actions could potentially bring trouble to him. With no recourse, they could only swallow their grievances in silence. After Tian Xiao became the deputy leader of the security team, they dared not harbor any reckless thoughts. Attention, all miners in G46. Evacuate immediately. Team leader G46 should be deserted by now. After several rounds of patrol and announcements overhead, Zhu Xiaotian informed Tian Xiao. We can leave now. Not yet, Tian Xiao replied, unusually serious as he sat firmly in his seat, persistently urging Qinglong to repeatedly investigate the situation within the pit. The signal in the deep pit was already poor, and during a thunderstorm, it became even more restricted. The Qingyao could only pick up signals through close-range shouting. Zhu Xiaotian felt helpless and could only press on. At the monitoring center, Lu Fangyin and Li Kuei were munching on sunflower seeds while chatting. The team leader actually knows how to create opportunities for the two to be alone. Has he finally wised up? Look at the lightning. Look at the torrential rain. Li Kuei gestured animatedly. There's a scenario, a story. I believe the team leader must have a plan this time. Suddenly, someone interjected from behind. What plan? If there was really a plan, could Zhu Xiaotian be shouting endlessly over there? What qualifications do you 2 bachelors have to chatter here? It was Captain Shun. Lu Fangyin and Li Kuei immediately stood up in alarm, hastily tidying up the sunflower seeds. They weren't the only ones. Luo Fei had also arrived. I heard that a massive rain cloud has formed in Area G46 with continuous downpours. Our vice team leader Tian Xiao is taking it seriously and personally patrolling over there. I specifically came to see, he remarked. The 2 quickly made way for him as he took the main seat. Beneath the torrential rain, the outline of the Qingyao was barely discernible. Thick white mist billowed from the depths of the pit, and waterfalls cascaded down. Luo Fei's expression grew grave as he fixed his gaze towards the pit, saying, the rainfall is too heavy. It is indeed dangerous. There's a possibility of a landslide. Can we calculate and deduce the geological changes in Area G46? Chun Wuling shook his head. The torrential rain obstructs our vision, and we cannot obtain specific data. The accuracy of chip calculations is highly unstable, and the results would be significantly skewed, offering no reference value. Chun Wuling was correct. At that moment, Tian Xiao and Zhu Xiaotian were patrolling within the rain curtain of Area G46, the sound of rain striking increasingly fierce against their ears. The entire craft felt considerably heavier, with visibility and analytical capability reduced to less than 500 meters, making it increasingly difficult to discern the situation in the pit beneath the rain curtain. Master, the voice from Qinglong reported, the rain is intensifying. The Qingyao shell is under severe pressure. We must reduce speed, or else the external stealth coating will be damaged, and some internal precision components may suffer impact, leading to unpredictable dangers. Qinglong suggested a speed for Tian Xiao, who immediately complied. The costly stealth coating of the modified Qingyao could not afford any compromise. The Qingyao number 38, following the formation, quickly adjusted its speed as well. After decelerating, both Qingniaos were almost entirely submerged within the rain curtain, becoming even more elusive. At the monitoring center, their movements could only be tracked via radar. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from below. Both Tian Xiao and Zhu Xiaotian heard a deafening crash. The screen registered a disturbance. suspected to be caused by a landslide. Qinglong, now at H6 level computing power, processed information swiftly, analyzing with greater efficiency than number 38, and promptly provided his assessment. There is a 57% likelihood that a geological failure has occurred in the pit, resulting in a rock slide. 36% likelihood that accumulated water has breached a tunnel, causing a collapse, and the remaining 7% pertains to unknown factors. The landslide has finally occurred, Tian Xiao murmured. Zhu Xiaotian surveyed the pit and said, "It's completely unclear. Should we leave? There is no way any miners could be trapped here." Agreed, Tian Xiao nodded. Given the landslide, the largest pit in Area G46 would soon face a chain of collapses under the harsh conditions of the torrential rain, rendering further exploration meaningless. He prepared to depart. However, at that moment, another thunderous sound erupted from beneath the pit. The massive rock layers crashed down, creating a cacophony. Unfazed, Tian Xiao instructed Qinglong, "Plot a route back to the base. Prepare to set off." Understood. Qinglong adjusted its course. Just then a sharp, piercing roar resonated from the area where the rocks had fallen, piercing through the rain curtain and reaching the Qingyao above. In the cockpits of both King Neos, the pilots simultaneously revealed grave expressions. The next second, the cockpit lights flashed red, signaling combat readiness. Qinglong's voice rang out, "Warning, level 1 alert. There's a 99.9% chance that the sound just heard originated from an insect beast. The remaining 0.01% pertains to the sounds of a mutated ferocious beast." Chapter 56, Discovery of the Aberration. Tian Xiao was momentarily stunned. Zhu Xiaotian was left speechless. At the monitoring center, the warning from Qinglong had reached them, and Luo Fei, Chun Wuling, Lu Fangyan, and Li Kuei rushed to the main screen, exchanging bewildered glances. This can't be real. How is it possible for insect beasts to appear in such a place? Chun Wuling exclaimed, his hands on his head, goosebumps rising all over. The movement speed of insect beasts was already rapid. In such severe weather, the difficulty of tracking them was greatly increased, and the Qingyao had to fly extremely close to the ground at a reduced speed to catch a glimpse of the insect beast through the rain curtain. It was incredibly perilous. Up close, the corrosive saliva of the insect beasts posed a lethal threat to the Qingyao. However, the security personnel's duty was to eliminate any encountered insect beasts or ferocious beasts. This was their sacred duty and the reason for their existence at the base. Tian Xiao, this is the monitoring center. Luo Fei spoke up, reaching out to contact the patrol leader of Area G46. Tian Xiao and Zhu Xiaotian realized they were facing an emergency. Canceling the return plan without exterminating the insect beasts would be a dereliction of duty. Number 02, received. This is Luo Fei. As the leader of the security team, I command you to remain in Area G46 and root out any insect beasts that may be hiding there. We will immediately dispatch 2 teams to seal off Area G46. Luo Fei ordered. Understood. Tian Xiao knew Luo Fei was reminding him to remain diligent and avoid any mistakes. Dereliction of duty was a grave matter. He was equally perplexed. How could insect beasts appear in such a place? Could it be that the backflow of rainwater, leading to the impending landslide, was forcing the hidden insect beasts to flee? He then pondered another question. The miners who perished in Area G46, whose bodies had never been found. Could it be that they were not buried within this pit? At this thought, an unexplainable chill surged within Tian Xiao, sensing that the once vague danger of the pit had now intensified significantly. The torrential rain was extremely unfriendly to the Qingyao, which relied on speed and fire control for long-range extermination, especially for Zhu Xiaotian, who had only heard the sound of the insect beast but was utterly unable to analyze its location or determine its type or danger level, leaving her feeling helpless beneath the rain curtain. Luo Fei's command left her at a loss for where to begin. Zhu Xiaotian at that moment, Tian Xiao's calm voice reached her, providing her with a sense of assurance. "I'm here." Zhu Xiaotian focused on Tian Xiao. He coolly commanded, "Ascend 100 meters. You will act as my lookout. As Area G46 is on the brink of collapse, the insect beasts will surely emerge to the surface to escape. From now on, your task is to maximize your computational capacity, filter out the sound of the rain, and make every effort to capture the sounds of the insect beasts. Mark their movements based on sound and provide me with intelligence." Understood. Zhu Xiaotian immediately complied. The Qingyao soared into the air, hovering motionless above the pit. The calculations were extraordinarily challenging. The sound of rain was effectively muted, yet consumed an exorbitant amount of resources, occupying over 70% of computational power. With a consumption rate of 3 units of reserve energy per second, The task of collecting and analyzing sounds required an additional minimum of 10% of computational capacity. I cannot sustain this for long. At most, I have 3 minutes before my energy is depleted. Zhu Xiaotian reported her situation. Tian Xiao replied with a faint acknowledgement, then fell completely silent. The modified Xiao inherently possessed stealth capabilities, but beneath the torrential rain, it enjoyed a natural shield, free from the fear of detection. The downpour raged on relentlessly, although the insect beasts had fallen silent. The geological structure of Zone G46 had reached a precarious state due to the relentless battering of the rain, and landslides continued unabated. With another rumble, the previously quiet roars of the insect beasts erupted once more, albeit this time, they had evidently shifted their position. Tian Xiao sensed a subtle movement. The adversaries appeared to be quite vigilant. At that moment, a voice from the monitoring center broke the tension. The general location of the insect beasts is in the southeast direction of the deep pit, at least 400 meters away from their previous spot. They are being cautious, likely due to your and Zhu Xiaotian's continuous alerts, which have instilled a sense of wariness in them, knowing you are hovering nearby. If it weren't for the unexpected landslides nearby, forcing them to reveal their presence, we would not have discovered them. This made sense. Tian Xiao concurred with Luo Fei's analysis. Just then, 2 more areas succumbed to landslides. The situation in Zone G46 grew increasingly perilous. The insect beasts, hidden within the depths of the pit, were clearly restless. Amidst the rain, other sounds began to emerge, distinct from the patter of raindrops and the sounds of collapsing earth, swiftly captured by Zhu Xiaotian, who was diligently collecting audio data. Footprints were rapidly marked by her. Tian Zhao's eyes brightened. Terrain analysis. Predictive assessment. He slightly adjusted the angle of the aircraft, locking onto the target with the cannon and 6-barreled Gatling gun. However, he refrained from firing immediately. Team leader, Zhu Xiaotian exclaimed, her anxiety mounting as she observed the energy reserves plummeting due to the relentless data collection. I can barely hold on. The energy can last at most 30 more seconds. Persevere, Tian Xiao replied steadily. In his estimation, the insect beasts were moving swiftly, nearing the surface. He awaited their emergence from the depths of the pit, intending for them to reach the ground rather than be struck down into the abyss. An insect beast buried within the pit would be of no value to him. He required the pancreas within their bodies. As anticipated, the insect beast soon surged to the surface. The surface rock layers were not sturdy. The erosion from the rain had rendered the edges more pliable. The insect beast was hastily retreating from the pit, its sights set on another nearby deep pit. Tian Zhao's gaze sharpened. After the creature had traversed 100 meters, he decisively activated the engine. Blue flames erupted from behind the rain curtain, accelerating the aircraft and creating a powerful thrust sensation, swiftly propelling it above the insect beast. The probe beneath the cabin clearly projected the image of a monstrous creature, its body adorned with protruding spikes reminiscent of an alien form, onto the main screen. Its cold, dark physique exuded an aura of chilling ruthlessness, sharp and imposing. This is... Tian Zhao's pupils contracted slightly. This was not an H-grade insect beast. That tail, that shape a G-grade insect beast. The black serpent insect beast. As a name flashed through Tian Zhao's mind, the Qinglong had already compared the creature's outline with its database, retrieving specific intel. G-grade black serpent insect beast detected. Dongji. Qinglong warned in a somber tone. Recommend increasing altitude and widening the distance. The G-grade black serpent insect beast possessed astonishing speed, and it had already sensed the unusual velocity of the dark-hued aircraft as the Xiao approached from behind. With a sudden leap, the black serpent insect beast propelled itself off a nearby rock as the Xiao swept overhead, its elongated, sharp tail piercing through the modified aircraft's belly. Chapter 57. Ejection from the cabin. Engage. Amidst the thunderous roar, a monstrous figure clawed at the modified Xiao from below, casting a stark black and white silhouette against the rain. At that moment, Tian Zhao's mood tightened to its utmost. Just like humans, aircraft became exceedingly perilous once an insect beast closed in, with the risk of crashing looming ever closer. In such a situation, an ordinary pilot would contemplate escape methods to ensure their safety. Tian Xiao was different. The moment the modified Xiao's claws breached the cabin shell, he had already seized his assault rifle. Qinglong, ascend vertically. Understood. Qingluos executed a rapid ascent. The aircraft's nose performing a 90-degree vertical climb, its tail erupting with scorching blue flames, the terrifying kinetic energy providing an exhilarating thrust sensation. The black serpent insect beast, having successfully landed on the aircraft, was violently pressed against the cabin's underside, though its tail remained firmly grasped, producing a shrill, metallic screech. 2 seconds later, the black serpent insect beast reacted, its claws gripping the modified Tian Xiao's exterior, embedding deeply to stabilize itself, then swiftly climbing upward like a specter. Its long, sharp tail flicked with agility, puncturing the Tian Xiao's shell with chilling precision, sparks flying. Under normal circumstances, the Tian Xiao would have succumbed by now. However, the aircraft had undergone enhancements and modifications. Yet, the relentless impacts were enough to elicit anguished cries from the modified Tian Xiao. Unbeknownst to the monitoring center, they could not discern the events transpiring within the rain curtain, based solely on the diminishing structural integrity of the modified Tian Xiao and the increasing area of damage. They concluded that Tian Xiao had engaged in combat with the insect beast. Tian Xiao had no time to relay his intel. In mere seconds, the modified Tian Xiao soared upwards, gaining over 300 meters in altitude, distancing itself from the ground. Ejection from the cabin. Gripping his assault rifle, Tian Xiao issued a command that nearly caused Qinglong to hesitate. Eject? Abandon the craft. Qinglong did not hesitate. The front cabin door swung open, and a tremendous force surged from beneath the seat. The combat suit Tian Xiao wore automatically generated a mask, shielding him from the torrential rain and frigid winds. As the cabin ejected, he caught sight of a fearsome, cold-eyed monster clawing at the front of the Tian Xiao, its tail thrashing like an alloy weapon, puncturing the aircraft's underbelly with several holes. The sudden ejection operation momentarily stunned the black serpent insect beast, its movements pausing as it's cold. Dark eyes turned to gaze at him. In that instant, amidst the heavy rain, their eyes met. Tian Xiao felt a tingling sensation on his skin. Yet, the impact was far more severe for the black serpent insect beast. As Tian Xiao looked up, the muzzle of his assault rifle simultaneously unleashed a blinding flash. Hot-tot-tot! Hot-tot-tot! 2 rounds fired. At less than 20 meters distance, the bullets fired at close range struck with precision. The black serpent insect beast's eyes shattered instantly green. Murky fluid sprang forth from its compound eyes. 2 additional bullets penetrated its instinctively opening mouth, transforming its mucus-filled cavity from the acrid scent of gunpowder to a gusty void. The bullets perforated through its mouth, allowing the cold wind to rush into its interior. The black serpent insect beast was hurled downwards from the Tian Xiao by the overwhelming pressure, its shadow quickly engulfed by the storm. The tingling sensation dissipated. With a resounding pop, the parachute deployed. A powerful force yanked Tian Xiao from behind. Qinglong, control number 02. Rendezvous 50 meters directly below me. Yes, although the black serpent bug was struck down, it would undoubtedly not perish easily. Tian Xiao discarded his assault rifle and pressed a button on his seat. The seatbelt automatically disengaged, allowing him to plummet freely through the open hatch of the Tian Xiao, crashing heavily against the alloy walls of the cabin. Thud! Ignoring the slight numbness in half of his body, Tian Xiao urgently commanded, "Follow it. Stick close." Despite the danger posed by the black serpent bug, its strength had significantly diminished after sustaining injuries, rendering it no longer a threat, having endured considerable risk. With the modified Tian Xiao having undergone a catapult launch and sustaining over 9% shell damage, he could not allow the creature to escape after finally injuring it. Zhu Xiaodian was already powerless, having exited the battlefield due to depleted energy reserves. This was a plan Tian Xiao had meticulously devised from the very beginning. As the modified Tian Xiao dove in a straight line, it surprisingly reached the ground before the black serpent bug. The moment the creature entered the main screen, it crashed violently into the surface, its compound eyes destroyed, leaving it dazed and struggling to maintain balance amidst the torrential downpour. Rolling chaotically while murky green liquid seeped from the ground, producing swirling plumes of smoke. Before the black serpent bug could catch its breath, it was met with the immense pressure from the Tian Xiao's aggressive dive overhead. This time, the creature dared not strike back, turning to flee. Unfortunately, Tian Xiao was not about to grant it any chances. He pulled the trigger, and the heavy machine gun unleashed 2 streams of fire, relying on its combat instincts. The black serpent bug dodged the scorching blasts. However, the rocks directly ahead suddenly exploded. A powerful shockwave combined with sharp debris surged toward it, knocking it to the ground, where it rolled helplessly several times, ultimately landing right in the line of fire from the heavy machine gun. Crackle! The ground erupted beneath the black serpent bug. Blood splattered everywhere as it writhed in agony. Both legs were completely shattered, severely crippling its mobility. The modified Tian Xiao swiftly decelerated, hovering above the creature, as the heavy machine gun unleashed a relentless barrage. The black serpent bug's legs were pulverized, its tail thrashing wildly in a desperate attempt to evade the fire. Tot tot tot. Tian Xiao frowned slightly as a cannon shell exploded above the black serpent bug, the flames overwhelming it and leaving it disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, the heavy machine gun forcibly severed its tail vertebrae, followed by its head. The black serpent bug perished on the spot. A G-class beast, slain by Tian Xiao's hand. Qinglong, lower altitude and prepare for landing. Master, the surrounding rock formations are currently extremely unstable. Landing is not advisable, Qinglong warned. Less chatter, execute. Tian Xiao commanded. The flesh of the G-class black serpent bug was highly corrosive. If its pancreas was not promptly extracted, it would soon be entirely corroded away. The value of the pancreas from a G-class beast was 5 to 10 times that of an H-class. This particular black serpent bug had likely been lurking in zone G46 for an extended period, worth at least 7 to 8 million. Crucially, Tian Xiao's physical condition had now improved to 143, and the pace of his physical training was slowing down. He needed the G-class pancreas to rapidly advance to G-class himself. Thus, the allure of the black serpent bug's pancreas was even greater than 20 million. Chapter 58. Slaying the insect for its eggs. The modified Qingyao slowly approached the ground. Under the relentless rain, the surface, already strained by significant geological pressure, had developed numerous cracks, which expanded further under the bombardment of the cannon. It was no wonder Qinglong had issued a warning against landing. The proximity to the edge of the deep pit was perilously close, with the risk of collapse looming. Tian Xiao hesitated not a moment. Without waiting for the Qingyao to fully stabilize, he leaped from the cabin, landing beside the lifeless body of the black serpent bug. His combat suit automatically extended a sharp knife, which he plunged into the chest without hesitation. The body structure of the black serpent bug was highly aggressive. Its surface was riddled with small compartments filled with corrosive liquid. Any close-range attack that breached its defenses would trigger a retaliatory spray of corrosive fluid. This strike was executed with precision, perfectly wedged within the membrane, swiftly removing 2 sections of the exoskeleton to reveal the various organs within. With a whoosh, Tian Xiao sheathed the knife, his right hand darting into the exposed organs, emerging with a sweet potato-shaped object. This was the black serpent bug's pancreas. With the prize in hand, Tian Xiao briefly considered seizing a portion of the creature's tail as a trophy, but ultimately refrained after much contemplation. Returning to the modified Qingyao, Tian Xiao maintained a stoic expression as he piloted the craft skyward, then unleashed 2 cannon shells at the now invisible location of the corpse below. The collapse of zone G46 accelerated dramatically. The modified Qingyao soared through the air, the area echoed with violent, continuous crashing sounds, shaking the very earth amidst the downpour. The body of the black serpent bug was thoroughly engulfed. Whoosh! The modified Qingyao darted out of zone G46. And Qinglong finally received a message from the monitoring center. What happened? Tian Xiao, steady yourself. Zhu Xiaodian, where's your team leader? Luo Fei's tone grew increasingly frantic. 028. Have you arrived yet? Damn it. Tian Xiao quietly listened to the messages reverberating in the cabin. This was the intelligence from the monitoring center after the ejection sequence had been initiated, automatically recorded, but not promptly relayed to him. It was easy to imagine the shock and terror that spread among them upon learning that the pilot of number 02, Qingyao, had ejected and escaped. Luo Fei was agitated. Zhu Xiaodian had exited zone G46 due to exhausted energy reserves. Chen Wuling and the others piloting the Qingyao had not yet arrived. Everyone was oblivious to the situation unfolding in zone G46. They all presumed the vice captain was in grave danger. Until Tian Xiao re-established communication with the monitoring center to upload the status of the modified number 2. On the main screen, Luo Fei was seen bracing himself against the monitoring platform, his head bowed low until someone behind shouted that the vice captain was unharmed, prompting him to suddenly look up, bewildered. Luo Fei's first reaction was confusion. The number 2 Qingyao had already ejected its pilot. How could he still be standing there unharmed? This was the first time Luo Fei had seen someone standing in the cockpit, locking eyes with him. After a moment's hesitation, he regained his composure. Number 2, report the situation. He did not forget his responsibilities. As the security team leader, it was his duty to ensure the safety of the base. He needed to ascertain the whereabouts of the insect that had just attacked. Tian Xiao replied, unknown insect, after falling from a great height, was struck by the cannon and heavy machine gun, subsequently leading to a severe collapse in zone G46, where the beast was engulfed and is now unaccounted for. No, 2 shell is damaged. The cockpit seat needs realignment, and cannon and heavy machine gun ammunition requires replenishment. Number 38 has exhausted energy reserves. I hereby request to disengage from combat. Granted. Luo Fei sighed in relief. Number 238 Qingyao returned to base for repairs. The follow-up search operation will be arranged after the rain subsides, with the security team to proceed. It was an undeniable fact that No. 2's modified Qingyao had engaged in fierce combat with the insect. Given that the creature had fallen into the collapsed area, survival against the forces of nature was unlikely. Moreover, the current weather and conditions did not permit further search efforts. Understood, Tian Xiao replied calmly. Number 38, join the formation. We are returning. Number 38 has joined the ranks. Zhu Xiaotian reported. The two Qingnios burst forth from the rain-soaked region. One was unscathed. The other bore a shocking amount of damage to its exterior. Zhu Xiaotian gazed at the dismal state of the modified bluebird on the main screen and simultaneously beheld the team leader seated cross-legged on the cockpit floor, his hands trembling faintly at the controls. As a participant in this perilous battle, she was acutely aware of the dangers involved. Yet she understood that she could never truly grasp the immense pressure endured by Deputy Leader Tian Xiao. In such dire circumstances, one could only retaliate with reckless abandon. Staring at the azure sky outside, Zhu Xiaotian felt a profound heaviness in her heart. All along, she had believed that by joining the security team, she had transcended the role of a mere ornament. However, in this battle, she felt as though she were nothing more than a decorative vase, utterly ineffectual. Throughout the journey back, Zhu Xiaotian remained silent. Upon returning to base, she immediately rushed to the training ground. Tian Xiao and Gao Luo Fei, Lao Lu, and a group of others at the repair department. Everyone had heard the news of his use of the ejection device and came to check if he was injured. The moment Tian Xiao appeared unscathed, a collective sigh of relief washed over them. Thank goodness. As long as he was unharmed. You rascal. Ejected and still managed to return? In such a dire environment, you truly are indestructible. Come, let's touch you for good luck. The crowd gathered around, offering their unique forms of consolation to Tian Xiao. Approaching Luo Fei, Tian Xiao earnestly declared, I did not disgrace our mission. At least I did not bring shame upon our security team. It is a relief to return. Luo Fei appeared calm on the surface, yet within, he was tumultuous. Along the way, he had received data uploaded by Unit 2 and finally glimpsed the true visage of the insect beast, confirming it to be a G-class creature. G-class insect beasts, while not exceedingly rare on resource planets developed by major corporations, invariably cause significant casualties upon their emergence. The ambush capabilities of G-class insect beasts, as well as their threat in close combat, far surpass those of H-series creatures. That Tian Xiao had returned alive was nothing short of miraculous. What astounded Luo Fei even more was witnessing Tian Xiao's ruthless tactics against the black flood dragon insect beast after exiting the cabin. That was truly breathtaking. With a tactical rifle, he had injured the G-class beast, and then, upon returning to the cockpit, proceeded with a relentless pursuit that could scarcely be believed, even in textbooks. The downpour blurred the details, and throughout the ordeal, Luo Fei could see little clearly, yet the impact of every moment was undiminished. The only aspect he could not comprehend was why, in the end, Tian Xiao risked everything to personally slay the black flood dragon insect beast. Unlike the lizard claw insect, the black flood dragon bore no edible flesh or fat. Its formidable shell, corrosive liquid, and highly toxic organs rendered it devoid of any recovery value. Chapter 59, Significant Enhancement. Luo Fei did not witness Tian Xiao retrieving a piece of pancreatic tissue from the black flood dragon's body. Upon landing, Tian Xiao had deliberately evaded all surveillance, concealing the pancreatic tissue on his person. In 2 months, the time would come for the elite members of the Yunchong Group's subsidiaries and headquarters to participate in the dragon slaying youth operation. And he needed to hasten his efforts to enhance his physical capabilities, narrowing the gap between himself and the gifted youth from headquarters. A chorus of voices surrounded Tian Xiao, conversing animatedly for a while before dispersing. Luo Fei was not easily placated. He proceeded to question Tian Xiao on several matters. The ejection and counterattack process had been swift and decisive, a feat not merely attributable to talent. Luo Fei began to suspect that Tian Xiao had undergone specialized training at a military academy. The return from the air to the cockpit was also an experience beyond that of an ordinary newcomer. Noticing Luo Fei's determination to extract the truth, Tian Xiao reluctantly revealed part of his secret. Boss Luo, feel the material of my combat suit. Luo Fei complied, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. This is an H-series combat suit from the military. You are wearing standard military gear? This suit was worth 5 million. It turned out he and Wu Hao were the only ones in the security team who could afford it. He knew that possessing such a combat suit would afford some degree of protection even against G-class insect beasts. When did you acquire this? Luo Fei could no longer contain his curiosity. He recalled that prior to Tian Xiao's fortune with a batch of purple ore, he had certainly lacked the capital for such an expense. Tian Xiao, seizing the opportunity, recounted how he had wagered 1 million at the training hall in Crescent City, ultimately earning 12 million. Luo Fei was left speechless. Is that even possible? A payout of 12 to 1, and you managed to hit the jackpot? Your luck is extraordinary. What else did you purchase? Biological chips. I bought 4 in total, intending to use them on H9. Additionally, I acquired some gene enhancement fluid. Tian Xiao knew he needed to present some evidence to dispel Luo Fei's doubts about his abilities. He had instructed Qing Long to consume the second biological chip en route, and in a few days, it would reach H7 level. Claiming he bought gene enhancement fluid was meant to make his rapid physical improvement appear more plausible. Luo Fei's attention shifted, prompting him to inquire, "What level is your chip at now? What is your physical capability?" He was aware that Tian Xiao trained diligently every day and that his physical abilities should not be inferior to Chen Wuling's, but he was unaware of the specifics. This time, Tian Xiao did not shy away and candidly replied, "Chip level H6, soon to reach H7. Muscle strength 143, muscle flexibility 143, biological energy 205. Over 200. H9 physical capability. How many bottles of gene enhancement fluid did you use?" Luo Fei was taken aback. He remembered when he first met Tian Xiao. He was an ordinary adult with no citizenship, possessing attributes below 10 points and an overall strength of H2. In less than 2 months, he had ascended to H9. Tian Xiao was well aware that this transformation was thanks to the pancreatic tissues from the fierce beasts and insect beasts. Having consumed 3 pancreatic tissues from fierce beasts and no fewer than 10 from insect beasts was akin to having utilized several doses of gene enhancement fluid. If he had not reached H9, it would have been quite pathetic. However, he could only admit to using 2 bottles, paving the way for his future. Just 2 bottles to reach H9. Luo Fei's lips trembled uncontrollably, and his gaze drifted aside. He hesitated to say more. Saying too much would only lead to tears. After training for several years and using 4 bottles of gene enhancement fluid, he had barely managed to elevate his muscle strength and flexibility to H9. People are incomparable. What a disgrace. Indeed, Luo Fei could only force a stiff smile to encourage Tian Xiao. Reaching H9 with just 2 bottles of gene enhancement fluid indicates your exceptional talent. Your diligent training has yielded results. Well done. After a round of encouragement, he made an excuse to leave, seeking a place to drink. Tian Xiao passed the scrutiny successfully. Discreetly, he found a place to thoroughly consume the pancreatic tissue of the black flood dragon insect beast, returning to his quarters to begin training. The pancreatic tissue of G-class insect beasts, when used by H-class personnel, exhibited remarkably potent effects. Tian Xiao was concerned that if anyone were to casually glance at the data on the training equipment, witnessing a sudden surge in physical capability, it would surely lead to complications that he could not explain. He was not prepared for the exposure of the pancreatic tissue's secret. In truth, he did not believe he could withstand such a monumental event, so he opted to wait for official channels. Tian Xiao secluded himself in cultivation, while the modified Bluebird underwent repairs. Everyone assumed he was resting in his room, leaving him undisturbed. Seizing this opportunity, Tian Xiao quietly spent a day in his chamber, thoroughly experiencing the fierce potency of the G-class pancreatic tissue. His muscle strength surged from 143 to 156. The muscle stress flexibility has ascended from 143 to 157, surpassing muscle strength for the first time. This may be attributed to the accumulation of mutated substances within the black serpent beast, which are more inclined toward muscle stress flexibility or agility. In summary, only a final push remains to reach the coveted G-level physique, a mere 16 points away. Tian Xiao even harbors doubts about whether his current physical prowess has already surpassed that of boss Luo Fei. 24 hours later, the security team conveyed the news. Luo Fei's chip and physical attributes have officially broken through to G-level, and he has formally submitted an application to the company, aspiring to be included in the reserve sequence for the position of base administrator. Tian Xiao was taken aback, for based on his past experiences, he knew that Luo Fei had incurred significant resource losses during his various internal struggles with Wu Hao, only managing to officially break through to G-level 2 years later with a similar application. Now he has achieved this milestone 2 years ahead of schedule, closely linked to Tian Xiao's emergence. With Wu Hao apprehended, the base has swiftly become Luo Fei's domain. providing him with a stable backing and the additional 1 million he had contributed, facilitating his successful advance to G level as a natural progression. Simultaneously, there are two more pieces of good news. Luo Fei has uploaded the account of the patrol team S encounter with the Black Serpent Beast in Zone G46 to the company headquarters, formally recommending the current deputy team leader, Tian Xiao, to become the head of the base's security team, and suggesting team leader Chenwu Ling as the deputy head. The security department erupted in excitement, fervently spreading these tidings. Excellent news, Tian Xiao. I hear that base commander Lin Su has applied for reassignment and is preparing to board a ship. At that time, our team leader could very well become the highest authority at this base, with you and Brother Chun as the first and second in command of the security team. The atmosphere was jubilant, akin to a festive celebration. Tian Xiao blinked, pondering, what are you all thinking? Do you genuinely believe the higher-ups of the headquarters are merely ineffectual figures who would allow this place to become Luo Fei's personal fiefdom? Why would Commander Lin Su and the security team not see eye to eye if not for the purpose of mutual oversight and checks? Chapter 60, Recommendation Approved. As the deputy head of the security team, Tian Xiao felt it imperative to extend his congratulations to Luo Fei, who had bestowed significant support upon him. Despite knowing that Luo Fei's success was spurred by his own influence, he approached with genuine goodwill. Upon meeting, he observed Luo Fei's complexion glowing with vitality. His aura considerably strengthened, exuding a palpable sense of pressure. His gaze was sharper, radiating an air of burgeoning success. Congratulations, team leader. Haha, Tian Xiao, you've come. Thanks to the 1 million you provided, or else I would have needed another 6 months to accumulate resources, Luo Fei beamed, feeling closer to his dream of becoming a ship captain. Naturally, he was in high spirits, eagerly offering to pour tea for Tian Xiao. Tian Xiao, taking the initiative, grasped the teapot, prompting Luo Fei to finally take a seat. Old Lu and the others should have already informed you. I have officially applied to join the reserve sequence for base administrators. Zhang Lian has told me that the company is indeed considering taking over a resource planet that has been released by headquarters and is searching for base administrators who meet the criteria. Initially, I was in the second reserve sequence, but with Commander Lin's application for reassignment, it is likely that the vacancies for base administrators will double, and I can fill one of those slots. Luo Fei regarded Tian Xiao as an equal colleague, sharing insights he had not even discussed with Chenwu Ling. Tian Xiao's eyes brightened. Congratulations, team leader, on fulfilling your aspiration of ascending to the role of commander. The headquarters has received the documentation regarding your battle against the Black Serpent Beast. I, alongside Zhang Lian, have recommended you to take over my position as the head of the security team. Although your experience is relatively brief, your accomplishments are commendable and have caught the attention of the upper echelons. With your chip level at H7 and physical attributes at H9, you meet the requirements for the role. It is highly probable that approval will be granted. Having only been with the security team for a short period, less than 2 months, Tian Xiao felt uncertain. Luo Fei reassured him, do not worry. The position of head of the security team is well within your grasp. The company values the ability to unify and inspire, as well as personal capability. You are recognized by the security team and possess experience dealing with ferocious beasts, insectoid creatures, and interstellar bandits, with numerous accomplishments to your name. Moreover, you are currently the only individual in our security team to have eradicated a G-level beast. The higher-ups are astute enough to recognize that. With Luo Fei's encouraging words, I consider myself fortunate to be recommended. Even if the outcome is not as I hoped, it matters not. I shall work alongside my brothers to support the new leader and safeguard the greater good, Tian Xiao affirmed. That is all I need to hear. Luo Fei smiled. Though you are 2 years my junior, your maturity in handling matters surpasses that of Chenwu Ling. I trust you will look after him. While his talent may be lesser than yours, his character is commendable, and he will prove to be a capable ally. Rest assured, team leader, I share a strong bond with Brother Chun, and we will support each other diligently. Excellent. Luo Fei nodded, pleased. Just then, an email arrived simultaneously in the inboxes of both Luo Fei and Tian Xiao, signed by the headquarters of Fei & Company. This correspondence was directed to the base security team and base center. Tian Xiao opened the email, which was formatted impeccably, addressing the applications and recommendations from Lin Su and Luo Fei. The response was swift, yet the contents cast a subtle shadow over Luo Fei's expression. Commander Lin Su's application was approved. He was set to depart the base and board a ship as the deputy captain, embarking on an interstellar journey to accumulate experience for his future role as captain. Luo Fei's application was also granted, but the position he was assigned to was neither this base nor the resource planet that the company was poised to acquire from the Yincheng Group. Instead, Luo Fei was designated to oversee Resource Planet 77626, which was slated for connection with Fei Ying 2, taking on the role of the highest authority there. Although Luo Fei had achieved his objective, the outcome was less than satisfactory. The Resource Planet's development stage was closer to completion than that of the current base, with the number of miners dwindling to less than 2,000. This implied minimal profit and returns, significantly less than what was anticipated from the current base and the newly acquired Resource Planet. Like Commander Lin Su, Luo Fei too could only await an opportunity to board a ship and alter his fate. Tian Xiao was not surprised by this outcome. Recognizing that Fei Ying Company would not permit Luo Fei to manage the logistics and security of a base. As he continued reading, he discovered that Luo Fei's recommendation had also been approved, leading to the company's official appointment. Tian Xiao was to assume Luo Fei's current role as head of the base security team, while Chen Wuling was to be promoted to deputy head. As for Commander Lin Su's position, it had been decided that a personnel transfer from the company headquarters would be implemented. The atmosphere in the room shifted, becoming noticeably less exuberant. Luo Fei frowned, the joy on his face diminishing significantly. Although he had received a promotion, the destination was far from what he had envisioned. Having experienced similar situations before, Luo Fei quickly regained his composure and remarked to Tian Xiao, "Ultimately, I have been promoted to the head of a base. However, this also means I will become a target of vigilance for the security teams of other bases, as my responsibilities will be limited to overseeing the miners and logistics. Beyond that, my influence will be curtailed. My current greatest concern, paradoxically, lies with you and Chen Wuling, along with your band of brothers. Do you comprehend the reasoning behind this?" Tian Xiao shook his head. He had to shake his head. As a newcomer who had been promoted to the leader of the security team in less than 2 months, his remarkable talents were too conspicuous. If the internal competition within the company were to become aware of too much, it would be abnormal. Alas, Luo Fei sighed. Every base leader's primary aspiration is to gain control over the security team. With sufficient force at one's disposal, one can fully command a base, imposing order and discipline, and thereby elevate one's status far beyond that of General Lin. This is precisely why I wish to remain here, to work alongside you all. Tian Xiao nodded silently, yet inwardly mused. What a foolish notion. The individuals at the company headquarters, engaged in daily calculations and intrigues, grant the security team sufficient power precisely to avert such situations from arising. The new commander dispatched by the company undoubtedly shares a similar mentality to mine, seeking every means to exploit your vulnerabilities in an attempt to intimidate and subjugate you. At this point, Luo Fei's tone became particularly grave and serious. In the coming 3 months, do not afford him any opportunity to seize upon your weaknesses, especially you. Should any issues arise with the others, it would be a matter of sacrifice, and I could seek to recruit anew. However, if your Achilles heel is grasped, all my prior efforts will be in vain, and you will leave a negative impression in the minds of the company as higher-ups. Therefore, you must act with utmost caution, adhering strictly to the rules and regulations. Chapter 61. The Arrival of the New Commander. Luo Fei's admonition to Tian Xiao was succinct. Stability. Prioritize steadiness above all else. Once you acclimatize to the privileges of the security team leader and understand the base's regulations, what is permissible and what is not, you will be able to stand on equal footing with the base leader. Luo Fei had traversed this path, ultimately compelling Lin Su, the general, to retreat into seclusion, indifferent to external affairs. Tian Xiao expressed his understanding. Luo Fei nodded slightly. Tian Xiao, you exhibit a commendable level of steadiness in your actions. As long as you avoid any critical vulnerabilities and flaws, and continue along your current path, the new commander will find it impossible to exploit any weaknesses. It is merely that old Lu and the others tend to be somewhat indolent. No matter. I shall temporarily relieve old Lu of his duties as team leader and appoint Zhu Xiaotian to oversee him. Tian Zhao's suggestion received Luo Fei's approval. Old Lu, a man of declining prowess, had long ceased to exert himself. He was indifferent to his position and merely sought to drift through life, accumulating a nest egg. Relieving him of his position and offering a few words of guidance would suffice. Henceforth, I entrust these individuals of the security team to you. Luo Fei formally entrusted his band of brothers to Tian Xiao. Tian Xiao rose, nodding solemnly. Rest assured, Boss Luo, I will take full responsibility for these brothers. I eagerly await the day you rejoin us aboard the ship. Indeed, Luo Fei cast a reflective glance around, feeling a twinge of reluctance after spending several years here. The company's email had left everyone feeling quite despondent. A grand farewell banquet was held in honor of Boss Luo. The following day, he departed. General Lin Su did not leave until the new commander arrived and took his position the next day. When the new commander descended from a sea-horse-shaped aircraft, he appeared remarkably youthful, seemingly just graduated, around 24 or 25 years old. Tall and slender, he was followed by 4 individuals whose demeanor resembled that of bodyguards, immediately drawing a flurry of speculation and discussion. Whispers rippled through the crowd. He is so young. General Lin Su is 36, and we thought he was quite young. This one looks as if he has just stepped out of school. Indeed, no older than 25. A G level at 25, his future is boundless. The upper echelons of the base command center, the control tower, and the logistics department could not help but display their astonishment. Those few, are they bodyguards? Such a display. TSK. I wonder which high-ranking official's son from the company this is. He appears to be at least as formidable as those from our security department. I fear our company headquarters cannot afford such extravagance. Could it be that he was parachuted in from the group for gilding? Hey, have you all noticed? Apart from the team leader and deputy team leader from the security department who came to welcome him, the other members of the security team are conspicuously absent. What does it matter? The security department consists of only the team leader and deputy team leader as mid-level backbones. The others are mere ordinary staff. So their presence is not essential. But I recall, when General Lin Su arrived, our security department sent every single security personnel to greet him. 36 bluebirds were lined up for the welcome, and it was quite a grand occasion. Those speaking were from the base command center and the control tower. Tian Xiao stood at the forefront alongside Chen Wuling, remaining unfazed by the murmurs of the crowd behind them. The youthful commander, accompanied by his 4 bodyguards, first directed his gaze at Tian Xiao. You are the security team leader, Tian Xiao? The tone of his commander was imbued with a palpable air of condescension. Tian Xiao smiled slightly, extending his hand. Indeed, Commander Wang Yunfei, I represent the entire security team in welcoming your arrival. I have heard that your former team leader was quite disappointed for not remaining here. Does your security team genuinely welcome my sudden arrival? Those awaiting Commander Wang Yunfei discerned that his words seemed directed against the security team. No one dared to respond. Tian Xiao maintained his composure, his smile unwavering, replying, the rumors circulating outside are merely fabrications. Commander Wang, please do not believe in such slanders. Rumors, let us hope so. Commander Wang Yunfei did not shake hands with Tian Xiao. Instead, he gestured behind him, prompting a bodyguard to step forward and present a cigar, which he lit. After taking a puff, the acrid smoke was exhaled directly into Tian Xiao's face as he commanded, lead the way. This action instantly elevated the perception of Commander Wang Yunfei's arrogance to unprecedented heights. Chen Wuling's expression had turned quite grim. During his time with Luo Fei, he had never encountered anyone displaying such hubris. When had the security team ever been treated with such disdain? The individuals from the command center, control tower, and logistics department were bewildered. Although they were with the general, they understood the significance of the security team leader's role. A collective uncertainty hung in the air as they glanced around, unsure of how to defuse the situation. Tian Xiao remained motionless, but Chen Wuling could no longer contain himself. Clenching his fists in preparation to act, only to be swiftly restrained by Tian Xiao's firm grip on his shoulder. With a strength of 156, Tian Xiao effortlessly subdued Chen Wuling. The new commander has just arrived. Let us not be overly exuberant. Come, we shall accompany the commander to the command center. Tian Xiao's smile remained intact, disregarding Wang Yunfei's condescending posture and provocative actions. He understood that the other party was deliberately seeking to provoke a reaction, aiming to exploit his youthful impetuosity to expose a flaw and create an opportunity for confrontation. Such tactics were overly cliched. However, it must be said that they were indeed quite effective against the young. Chen Wuling was particularly susceptible to such provocations, nearly ready to unleash his fury upon the new commander. Alas, Chen Wuling remained unaware of the adage that a superior's authority can crush the subordinate. While he was indeed the security team leader and the second in command at the base, surpassing the general in security and armed personnel, this did not grant him the right to belittle the commander or show disrespect to his superior. Ultimately, the other party was his superior, the highest authority at the base. Engaging in physical confrontation or displaying disrespect toward the superior will be duly documented, and in serious cases, may even result in punitive measures. The opposing party will then be free to proceed with subsequent arrangements. Unfortunately, Wang Yunfei remains oblivious to the fact that he is not contending with an inexperienced youth, but rather a seasoned veteran who has navigated the treacherous waters of this realm for 3 years. a man whose fate has been grasped by the Earth's celestial army. Such tactics are exceedingly superficial. Before the assembled crowd, Tian Xiao, accompanied by Chen Wuling, took the initiative to lead the way for Wang Yunfei. Seemingly unfazed by his arrogant demeanor, a subtle change flickered across Wang Yunfei's countenance. The four bodyguards trailing behind began to reveal their growing apprehension. Chapter 62. The first round of conflict, this young man exhibits remarkable composure, entirely unaffected by provocation. Intelligence reports indicate that he is merely 24 years old, freshly graduated, and logically should not possess such astuteness and restraint. It is indeed perplexing. According to intel from headquarters, during field missions, he has displayed decisive action against ferocious beasts and insectoid monsters, exhibiting a strong sense of personal heroism. Otherwise, he would not have dared to confront G-class insectoids alone. The fact that someone with experience in single-handedly slaying G-class monsters can maintain his composure in such a situation suggests a significant discrepancy in the intelligence received. The vigilance of the four bodyguards towards Tian Xiao escalated sharply. Although Wang Yunfei continued to flaunt his authority, puffing on a cigar with an air of grandiosity and seeking opportunities to provoke the head of the security team, Tian Xiao remained unperturbed, methodically guiding him through the command center, followed by the control tower and logistics department. Chen Wuling struggled to contain her frustration throughout the tour. Tian Xiao's demeanor and poise not only thwarted Wang Yunfei's attempts to assert dominance, but also garnered deep admiration from other high-ranking officials present. The final stop for the group was the security department, which occupied an entire building, heavily guarded at its entrance. Upon reaching this point, Tian Xiao seemed to transform. He halted at the door and succinctly introduced the area. This is our base's security department, the daily operational hub for all security personnel, and our frontline stronghold. At this juncture, Tian Xiao turned to Wang Yunfei, extending his hand to obstruct his advance into the security building. Chief Wang, our tour concludes here. I have introduced you to several key areas. The remaining details will be reported to you by the command center, control tower, and logistics personnel. The security building is quite busy and critical, and we have taken time out of our hectic schedules to accommodate your visit. It is now time for us to resume our duties. Please, feel free to depart. The tone and demeanor of his speech shifted in that moment. Wang Yunfei's expression hardened, his brows knitting together like two daggers piercing Tian Xiao's visage. He had not anticipated this counterattack at such a moment and location. Newly arrived and brimming with confidence, he had assumed the role of the supreme authority at the base, unwilling to accept defeat at the threshold of the security building. His ostentatious display was intended to seize control over the base's security forces, positioning himself as the true highest authority, rather than a nominal figure. If he faltered here, his fate would mirror that of Lin Su. Wang Yunfei switched to a new cigar, exhaling a plume of smoke with an air of disdain as he addressed Tian Xiao. As the highest official of the base, do I not possess the right to inspect the security department? Is it truly fitting for the head of the security team to treat the base commander in such a manner? The security department is a frontline operational unit, and I bear full responsibility for any incidents that may arise here. This area is not open to non-security personnel, and only under exceptional circumstances would we invite the commander to intervene. We do not entertain visits otherwise, Tian Xiao replied courteously. Yet, everyone understood that the true contest between the commander and the head of security had only just begun at this moment. Tian Xiao's earlier displays of weakness had all been a prelude to this confrontation, timing and place perfectly aligned. Tian Xiao's response left Wang Yunfei at a loss for a counterargument. For the company headquarters had explicitly mandated that the commander must not interfere in the daily operations of the security team unless invited. This was a red line Wang Yunfei dare not cross, allowing Tian Xiao to personally lead the tour through the various departments of the base. If he were to enter the security building, could be construed as an invitation from Tian Xiao. At that point, Wang Yunfei could showcase his capabilities and intimidate the security department. Alas, Tian Xiao was not so easily deceived. Wang Yunfei, however, refused to concede. One of the bodyguards stepped forward. Since the commander is new here and wishes to see the security department, why must team leader Tian dampen the spirit? As he spoke, his hand swiftly landed on Tian Xiao's shoulder, intent on forcibly moving him aside. The moment he exerted force, he realized something was amiss. With a strength rating of 15, he found himself unable to budge Tian Xiao. The bodyguard's expression shifted slightly. The four bodyguards accompanying Wang Yunfei, though merely of H-level strength, all reached H9, with muscle strength at 15 points, holding a clear advantage over the H-level security personnel. If Wang Yunfei's first tactic was to exert pressure through authority, then his secondary strategy was to assert dominance through force. The bodyguard's actions, intended to belittle Tian Xiao, would inevitably strike at the young man's fragile pride. However, this plan faltered yet again. The bodyguard had evidently underestimated Tian Xiao, whose muscle strength surpassed his own and who donned the standard combat uniform of the regular army, possessing certain techniques for dissipating force. The hasty assault yielded no results. With a swift motion, Tian Xiao delivered a kick that sent the bodyguard flying several meters away. A nearly 200-pound man rendered incapacitated for a moment. Wang Yunfei's brows furrowed in frustration. Yet another plan had gone awry. The three bodyguards paled, hesitant to act. For at the moment Tian Xiao struck, Chen Wuling executed a tactical retreat, producing a desert eagle from seemingly nowhere, disengaging the safety. The ominous black muzzle rendered the three men paralyzed with fear, hesitant to make a move. Such audacity! The security building, a frontline combat department, holds the fate of the base's security in its hands. What give you the right to raise a hand against me? Without allowing Wang Yunfei to speak, Tian Xiao seized the moment. Chen Wuling maintained position. Lin Hu promptly gathered the team at the entrance and detained the troublemakers. Naturally, Wang Yunfei could not permit Tian Xiao to undermine him on his first day in office. If he couldn't even protect his bodyguards, how could he hope to navigate the base going forward? Chief Wang, there are no trivial matters regarding base security. Tian Xiao transformed entirely, his demeanor aggressive and commanding. Now is the time for the security department to address security affairs. Outsiders must not interfere. Then, the doors of the security building swung open, revealing a contingent of fully armed security personnel, armed with assault rifles and shotguns, filing out in formation. Lin Hu and Lu Xuesong led the charge, their expressions fierce and their strides heavy and urgent, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Following them were Lu Fanyan, Li Kuei, Wang Yong, and Old Lu, all of whom had monitored the entire incident through the surveillance center, cursing at the screen, nearly demolishing the walls of the security building in their outrage. Now, armed and ready, they were like a pack of wolves, eager to unleash their wrath upon anyone present. Damn it! How dare they bully our team leader? What does it matter if the new commander is here? What kind of scum are they? The group, weapons drawn, intimidated the three bodyguards beside Wang Yunfei, who found themselves paralyzed by fear, raising their hands in surrender. The ferocity in the eyes of these armed personnel was overwhelming, as if they would relish the opportunity to take down anyone who dared to cause trouble. Several individuals lunged towards the prostrate body of the security guard, delivering a brutal blow with the butt of a gun that sent blood splattering everywhere, rendering him unconscious with a muffled groan. Chapter 63. Abuse of Power. Team Leader Tian. This has gone too far. Wang Yunfei trembled with rage. Throughout his life, he had never endured such a humiliating defeat. Today marked the joyous occasion of his promotion. Yet he found himself in a disgraceful situation where his bodyguard was beaten to a pulp with a firearm, an affront to his dignity. At 24, his youthful fervor surged. But what strength could a 26-year-old possess? Wang Yunfei could not possibly endure the loss of face he suffered before the crowd. With a swift motion, he drew the desert eagle concealed beneath his uniform, pressing the barrel against Tian Xiao's forehead. Stand down, commanded Wang Yunfei with an authoritative tone. Gasps echoed through the assembly. Personnel from the command center, tower, and logistics department, who had been previously awed by the security team's decisive and iron-fisted tactics, now recoiled in fear at the sight of the highest-ranking official brandishing a firearm against the leader of the security team, their faces turning ashen. Let the gods fight. Yes, let begin. A throng of onlookers feigned pleas for restraint while secretly cheering for chaos, exclaiming, "Fire!" How exhilarating! The sentiments of the involved parties diverged starkly. The three security guards stood in bewilderment, tasked with safeguarding their boss's ascension and intimidating the leader of the security team. They had not anticipated being confronted with a weapon aimed at their opponent's head. Sweat poured from their brows as they realized that Wang Yunfei, the highest authority, would undoubtedly face disciplinary action for brandishing a firearm. It was over. On his very first day in office, he would receive a reprimand. The implications were dire, as this incident would undoubtedly be recorded in his file. Tian Xiao, unfazed by the desert eagle pressed against his head, remained calm, casually pushing the gun aside with his hand. While our security uniforms may be somewhat lacking, they still possess ballistic protection. No matter how swift you are, can you outpace a chip? It was only at this moment that the crowd began to grasp the gravity of the situation, their disappointment palpable. The security personnel's combat attire was designed to deflect bullets, rendering standard ammunition ineffective. All eyes turned towards Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei, who wore an expression of fluctuating emotions. In that instant of drawing the gun, Wang Yunfei had already regretted his decision, with no legitimate cause. The highest-ranking official had drawn a weapon against the leader of the security team, witnessed by a multitude. The company would undoubtedly impose punishment. A peculiar silence enveloped the scene. Supervisors from the command center and logistics department stepped forward, attempting to diffuse the tension. It's a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding. However, as they were met with the barrels of the security team's firearms, their advance was swiftly retracted. The crowd's gaze returned to Tian Xiao. The situation had escalated to this point. Wang Yunfei found himself trapped, having inadvertently placed the leverage in Tian Xiao's hands. Truly, he was worthy of being Luo Fei's successor. Tian Xiao's maneuvering was a testament to his prowess, surpassing even Luo Fei's previous encounters with Chief Lin Su. Wang Yunfei, a newcomer, was now mired in a quagmire. To be candid, Chen Wuling and the others felt a thrill of excitement. With their adversary on the ropes, they relished the opportunity to vent their frustrations. What should Tian Xiao do now? Perhaps he could detain the bodyguards and report them to headquarters, demanding Wang Yunfei's dismissal. He had long harbored a disdain for him. Yet, Tian Xiao refrained from agreeing to such drastic measures. Such actions would not only fail to rid them of Wang Yunfei, but would also irreparably alienate him and his supporters. Furthermore, the headquarters would become increasingly wary of him, perceiving him as a troublemaker, difficult to manage. This deal was far from advantageous. In an instant, Tian Xiao contemplated numerous factors. Today was supposed to be a day of celebration. With the arrival of a new chief at the base and his own promotion to leader of the security team, double happiness. They ought not to allow a trivial misunderstanding to mar the festive atmosphere. Chief, wouldn't you agree? The misunderstandings stem from the folly of those below us. Wang Yunfei, sensing an opportunity to de-escalate, hastily retracted the Desert Eagle. Put the guns away, Tian Xiao commanded, turning back to issue orders. Chen Wuling, Lin Hu, and the others simultaneously lowered their weapons, securing them. Tian Xiao smiled. In light of the chief's standing, I shall consider this incident as having never occurred. Deputy Team Leader Chen, please hand the individuals over to the chief. Understood. Although Chen Wuling was perplexed by Tian Xiao's nonchalant dismissal of the matter, a significant portion of his pent-up frustration had dissipated, and he complied, handing over the unconscious bodyguard to the 3 security personnel. The atmosphere relaxed entirely. Wang Yunfei had prepared himself to face the wrath of headquarters and the loss of a bodyguard, but upon witnessing Tian Xiao's effortless resolution of the situation, he felt a weight lift from his chest. Team Leader Tian, your skills are commendable. I admit, I underestimated you. Today, I owe you a favor. Let us maintain a peaceful coexistence, each minding our own affairs. Tian Xiao smiled faintly. Agreed. Through this encounter, Wang Yunfei realized the formidable acumen of the leader of the security team he faced. From initial compliance to his sudden display of strength, every move had been orchestrated to follow Tian Xiao's rhythm, including the location and timing of the counterattack. His actions, his strategies, seemed to be fully anticipated. The situation was firmly in Tian Xiao's grasp, leaving Wang Yunfei feeling cornered and on the verge of disaster. Wang Yunfei begrudgingly acknowledged his defeat. However, the youthful spirit within him could not easily accept being completely overwhelmed. By the way, he suddenly proclaimed, drawing the Desert Eagle once more from its tactical holster. Standard combat uniforms can indeed deflect bullets with ease, but this pistol of mine is a custom model, boasting immense stopping power and outfitted with specialized armor-piercing ammunition. It was a gift from Vice President Yen Qing, crafted by a master artisan to celebrate my graduation from the Tianlong Military Academy. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Yen Qing, the executive vice president of Feiying Corporation, the second in command of the company. For Wang Yunfei to have garnered such attention and effort from Yen Qing for a graduation gift indicated either a close familial bond or an even more influential background. Tian Xiao's pupils contracted slightly. He had not anticipated Wang Yunfei's connections. Indeed, he was a privileged newcomer. This was his unwillingness to concede. A final attempt to assert his authority and reclaim lost ground. Wang Yunfei adjusted his sleeve and continued, the H-Series is standard military combat uniform, along with the shotguns you wield, cannot breach my defenses in the short term. Chen Wuling and the others turned pale. This audacious individual was clearly flaunting his superiority. His combat attire surpassed theirs. His weaponry was superior, and his physical capabilities were formidable. Was he implying that he could single-handedly vanquish them all? Within the security team's communication channel, discontent simmered. Enough. Fall back. Having seen Wang Yunfei's display of bravado, Tian Xiao nodded and commanded a retreat. Buzz. Above the security building, a stealth-modified Qingyao aircraft suddenly disengaged its cloaking mechanism, eliciting astonished gasps from the onlookers as the lethal machine retracted its 4 mounted Gatling guns and turned away. Wang Yunfei, who had just managed to regain a measure of control, was now drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 64, A Wall Apart, Two Worlds. The intricate power struggle between the highest-ranking official of the base and the leader of the security team was fraught with twists and turns. Despite the brutal confrontation at the entrance of the security building, Wang Yunfei ultimately preserved his prestige and dignity. The performance of the security team leader during strategic contest was undeniably remarkable, a fact that has not escaped the notice of anyone. From the initial phase of restraint, through a vigorous counterattack in the middle to the final unveiling of the modified Bluebird, it became abundantly clear to all that the newly appointed leader of the security team possesses skills that rival those of his predecessor, Captain Loff. Faced with the highest authority of the base, who shares a close relationship with the executive vice president, Yin Xing, he not only adeptly countered the opponent's moves, but also effortlessly evaded their attempts to exert pressure through authority and force, effectively suppressing Wang Yunfei's brilliance and demonstrating his firm control over the security team's might. The events of that day quickly spread throughout the base. Almost everyone became aware of the intricate game of chess played between the base's leader and the head of the security team. That evening, Wang Jingyi, upon hearing the news, hurriedly knocked on the door of Zhu Xiaoyan's room. Since that incident, the bond between these once close friends had noticeably turned cold. Zhu Xiaoyan had not sought out Wang Jingyi since. It was now Wang Jingyi who had to take the initiative to inquire about her, subtly probing into Tian Xiao's situation. Wang Jingyi's relationship with Li Ying had also come to an end, with Tian Xiao joining the security team and subsequently recommending Zhu Xiaotian for the same. The friends around Wang Jingyi had become increasingly distant, leaving her feeling profoundly lonely. Particularly painful was witnessing Tian Xiao's rapid ascent to the position of team leader, then deputy leader, and now the head of the security team. Wang Jingyi was filled with regret. With a click, Zhu Xiaotian opened the door, but showed no intention of letting her in. "I'm on duty today and quite exhausted. Let us discuss this another time." Wang Jingyi, gazing at the short-haired, cold-faced Zhu Xiaotian, felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. The once close friend had become one of the backbone members of the base after her promotion to team leader of the security team. "I just wanted to ask, after your conflict with the commander, won't there be any danger? Focus on your own matters. The conflict between the security department and the base has nothing to do with you minors. Just go back," Zhu Xiaotian said before abruptly shutting the door. Wang Jingyi, her cheeks flushed, stood at the door, staring at the closed barrier, feeling a mix of disappointment and resentment. Just a wall apart. The two friends now inhabited entirely different worlds. After Wang Yunfei took office, he indeed adhered to his earlier promise of no longer interfering in the affairs of the security team, allowing both sides to maintain a mutual non-aggression pact. Following Loft's directives, Tian Xiao strictly enforced the duty rotation system within the security department, reducing the frequency and duration of drinking sessions, thus leaving no opportunity for the opposing side. Each day, he allocated at least 4 hours for high-intensity training, as the attributes had already reached G level. The benefit derived from the pancreas of H-level fierce beasts and insect beasts became increasingly negligible for Tian Xiao. He began to devise methods for the team to consume the pancreas directly, initially with only Zhu Xiaotian willing to try. Through a few wagers, he compelled Chen Wuling, Lin Hu, Lu Xuesong, Qiao Daji, and Lu Fangyan to reluctantly consume a piece of pancreas, and then push them into extreme workouts. To their astonishment, they discovered their physical fitness had rapidly improved by over 0.5, directly elevating them by 1 level. Chen Wuling's overall strength surged into H8. Lin Hu, Lu Xuesong, and other veteran security personnel also ascended to H8. Zhu Xiaotian advanced to H7. The overall competency of the security team had surpassed the standards of Loft's tenure. Unbeknownst to them, the benefits stemmed from the white pancreas within the fierce beasts, as they attributed their progress solely to the rigorous training methods, leading to a swift increase in the number of individuals committed to daily workouts. Tian Xiao, pleased with the outcome, soon faced a monthly escort mission. Tian Xiao received notification from Flight Shadow No. 3. They would arrive in 3 days. His team needed to prepare personnel for the escort and establish the base's defense strategies. He gathered Chen Wuling and the 5 team leaders. "I will personally lead this escort mission. Zhu Xiaoyan's first team will accompany me. For now, there are no anomalies at the base. Deputy Leader Chen will supervise. Lao Lu, Lao Lin, Lao Liu, Lao Qiu, Vimin Viga Line. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, Unless it is particularly urgent, you can wait for my return to address it. If it cannot wait, contact Lao Lof. Tian Xiao held no expectations for Wang Yunfei. The man was an enigma, and it was uncertain what schemes he might be plotting behind the scenes. Everyone's eyes lit up with understanding. Yes, we are aware. You can rest assured about the escort mission. The base will remain secure. Tian Xiao nodded. In his recollection, nothing particularly significant had transpired during this period. Wang Yunfei's issues were already known at the company headquarters. The lack of any punitive actions indicated that someone was suppressing the matter. He trusted that the top figure of Flight Shadow Company would not allow Wang Yunfei to overstep his bounds. This mission should be safe. Once everything was arranged, 3 days later, Flight Shadow number 3 arrived as scheduled. The captain was once again the familiar Zhang Lian. However, in the time since their last meeting, Tian Xiao had been promoted from team leader to the head of the security team, wielding power over more than 30 armed personnel. Ha ha ha, Tian Xiao. What a pleasure to see you again. Your recent promotion is largely credited to your recognition and recommendation, Captain Zhang. On this escort to New Moon City, can we find an opportunity to celebrate with a few drinks? I've heard about your drinking prowess from Lof. It's impressive. However, during the escort mission, let's postpone that. We can find a time to sit down once you board the ship. The previous failed raid on the Star River Gale's lair seemed not to have affected Zhang Lian significantly. Tian Xiao privately marveled at his resilience. A typical individual would have crumbled after losing several million. All right, we will find another time. As the escort mission commenced, Flight Shadow No. 3 surged toward the jump center of New Moon City. It then dawned on Tian Xiao that he held a lifetime membership at the training facility there. With too many affairs at hand, he had barely had the chance to explore the underground betting tables. Now, having absorbed all the biological chips, he planned to seize this opportunity to purchase a bottle of G-level gene enhancement liquid to elevate himself to G-level. With less than 45 days remaining until the Cloud Group's Dragon Slayer Youth Initiative, he needed to make the most of his time to bolster his strength. Chapter 65, Brother. You're not being professional. During the escort mission, encounters with interstellar pirates were quite rare. Last month, escort had successfully eliminated the Star River Gale and a group of lizard claw insects, marking a significant operation. This time, the escort was unusually smooth, arriving in New Moon City after 2 days of calm weather. After bidding farewell to Zhang Lian, Tian Xiao set the return schedule for his team, Zhu Xiaotian, and the others. With ample time, he decided to linger in New Moon City for half a day to accomplish tasks he previously could not. This was his first visit to New Moon City, and with limited financial resources, he had now accrued over 23 million after trading minerals and fierce beast resources, including 4 million in gambling fund from the previous sale of the Zhixiao mine. As the leader of the escort team, Tian Xiao disbanded the group and headed toward the street on the outskirts of New Moon City. Upon descending from the transport vehicle, he was met with a faint metallic scent that evoked a sense of suffocation. Ahead, a bustling thoroughfare was filled with people, each dragging large, durable metal suitcases equipped with small cold chain preservation systems, all packed with goods. The term big goods here refers to ferocious beasts and insectoid resources. This place is a hub for brokers and sellers from various planets within the Pegasus Galaxy, specifically catering to private, small-scale mercenary groups in search of valuable resources. Rare and peculiar plants, extraordinary stones, or unique items of special interest are nowhere to be found here. Instead, it is the ferocious beasts and insectoid creatures that are desperately seeking buyers to offload their resources. Due to the constraints of time, their values can vary significantly, creating a lucrative opportunity. Thus, in the outskirts of Crescent City, a unique circle has emerged. Despite the unappealing environment, with a faint scent of blood lingering in the air and an absence of high-profile clientele, every broker here possesses remarkable acumen. Engaging in the trade of ferocious beasts and insectoid creatures necessitates formidable analytical skills. Otherwise, a minor detail could lead to substantial losses, especially when overpaying for items that have already depreciated in value. The corpses of these beasts often weigh several thousand pounds and lacking physical prowess. One would find it impossible to transport them. Consequently, those conducting business here are typically of at least grade G status, as wealth can easily augment their confidence with a few well-placed injections. Tian Xiao, clad in combat attire, walked in, a common sight in this locale. As long as one did not enter while pinching their nose, everyone would regard them as an insider. If one could breathe freely and speak loudly, they would not dare to make arbitrary offers. Having previously slumbered in insect nests in his past life, Tian Xiao seamlessly blended into the surroundings, observing and searching for targets. Each metallic container was transparent on the sides, revealing the true appearance of the contents within. thus preventing the prolonged exposure of flesh to the air, which could lead to deterioration. The H-series ferocious beasts and insectoid creatures held little value for him. The G-series beasts, often priced in the millions, failed to captivate him either, primarily because the mutagenic substances within their pancreases had likely diminished significantly. Therefore, Tian Xiao remained patient and observant. As he passed a stall, he noticed 3 metallic boxes, 1 large and 2 small, containing the remains of species, evidently consisting of 1 adult beast and 2 juveniles. Their sharp beaks, pointed horns, and the prominent, brutal veins around their pupils conveyed an impression of ferocity that lingered even in death, making them an exceptional find. Numerous onlookers scrutinized the corpses. The preservation of their forms and their fierce presence, albeit only grade G, would make them striking additions to a company or a military academy. Tian Xiao overheard an inquiry from a nearby buyer directed at the broker. What was the date of death for these 3? September 1st, the seller replied nonchalantly, cigarette in mouth. The recent date indicated freshness. Such well-preserved specimens could fetch a high price and would be easy to sell. How much? Asked the buyer. 12 million for the large one, 3 million for the small ones. If you take them all, I can let them go for 17 million. Grade G beasts typically sell for only a few million. Selling the large one for 12 million and the small one at the price of a G-grade beast seems excessive. Don't you think? The seller grinned, projecting images of the beast corpses. If that is not suitable, gentlemen. Perhaps you'd like to see some ordinary grade G beast corpses I have? I can offer them at 3 million each, and more purchases come with discounts. Naturally, the buyers scoffed at the notion of those ordinary corpses. The 3 specimens before them were their true targets. Their interest lay in the intact ferocity and horror of the corpses, which represented the true value of the beasts and justified their willingness to bid. However, the seller was acutely aware of the beast's worth, and had set a high price. 12 million, an amount that most could scarcely afford. The 2 buyers shook their heads and ultimately walked away. Tian Xiao noticed a flicker of disappointment on the seller's lips, clearly taken aback by the buyer's retreat. Tian Xiao understood that the broker had ample room for profit. Any price under 10 million would likely attract a buyer. However, prices exceeding 10 million surpassed the ceiling for grade G beasts. Such is the nature of commerce. The final transaction price rarely satisfies both parties. How about 80,000 for the smaller one? Tian Xiao approached, pointing to the rightmost small beast corpse. The seller hesitated. 3 million, no bargaining. The ceiling for H-grade beasts is 1 million. You're pricing it at the median for G-grade beasts. Too greedy. Tian Xiao shook his head and pretended to leave. The seller grew agitated. Now, that is not fair, my friend. This beast is indeed H-grade, but it's no ordinary H-grade beast. What makes it so special? Tian Xiao retorted, disregarding the seller's attempts at persuasion. The underworld bull? Its population is hardly scarce. Over 40 million are known in the Pegasus galaxy. Is it difficult to hunt? Not at all. Their speed is merely slightly above that of H-grade lizard claws. How much skill can it take to capture one? Its post-mortem appearance may hold some appeal, but is that truly worth your exorbitant price? My friend, you lack professionalism. Tian Xiao's critique was well-reasoned and thorough, delivering each point like slaps to the seller's face, leaving him blushing with embarrassment, especially after the final remark. You lack professionalism. Coupled with the preceding data, it delivered a crushing blow. The broker, who had hoarded the beasts in hopes of selling them at inflated prices, felt a profound sense of humiliation, as if stripped bare and exposed. 80,000, I'll take it. Chapter 66. Double gravity training. Being a broker in Crescent City is indeed a commendable profession. The advantage lies in the vast profit margins. As long as you possess a silver tongue and can leverage the asymmetry of information, you can extol the virtues of your goods to dizzying heights, thereby manipulating the market prices. However, conversely, if you encounter a knowledgeable client who dismantles your offerings, leaving you unable to counter with sufficiently substantial evidence, you find yourself in a precarious position. In such a case, you must hastily sell your wares. For the speed at which information spreads can lead the surrounding brokers or clientele to learn of your conversation in an instant, causing the price of your goods to plummet. The owner of the underworld bull could only rue his misfortune. 80,000 sold. His only consolation was that he had acquired the beast at a low price, ensuring a modest profit. Tian Xiao wore a satisfied smile. Splendid. I'll take both for 160,000. Deal. The broker nodded. The exchange of currency and goods commenced. The broker inquired, what is your name, brother? Where do you conduct business? Heroes do not inquire about origins. Tian Xiao refrained from revealing his identity. All right, but can you tell me why you chose to buy 2 smaller ones instead of the grade G underworld bull? The broker pointed at Tian Xiao's combat attire. You don't seem to be short on funds. Can you shed some light on this? The larger one isn't off the table. It's just that the price I'm willing to offer might not be to your liking. Tian Xiao winked at him. The broker paused, then smiled wryly. How much can you offer? Speak frankly. Once you take the two small ones, I have little desire to keep the larger one. Provide me with a straightforward price, and I just might sell it to you. Without hesitation, Tian Xiao raised 5 fingers. 5 million. The broker's face turned pale. That is a bit too low. As I mentioned, you want to accept it. Tian Xiao pushed 2 metallic boxes, preparing to depart. At that moment, the broker, after a brief hesitation, called out to him, 5 million. I'll sell it to you. The originally priced 3 million for the minor netherbull beast had been sold for 800,000, a price that was nearly a quarter of the original. The major netherbull beast was valued at 12 million, yet could still be sold for 5 million, which seemed somewhat acceptable. Without a moment's pause, Tian Xiao settled the payment on the spot and proceeded to push 3 metallic boxes into a cargo aircraft. The netherbull beast had been well preserved after death. The mutated substance from the 3 pancreatic bodies had not diminished significantly, remaining at over 80%, worth at least 10 million. Acquiring the 3 netherbull beasts for 660,000 was indeed a lucrative deal. Tian Xiao consumed the pancreas of the major netherbull beast raw, then meticulously sealed the 2 minor nether bull beast pancreas, storing the metallic boxes at the training facility in Crescent City, and headed straight for the 23rd floor. At the Crescent City training facility, in the office on the highest floor, Wang Qiushan received a message from the chairman's assistant. Qiushan, the person you asked the staff to keep an eye on has returned to our training facility. The person I was monitoring? Who? Wang Qiushan had forgotten the details of his previous instructions. About a month ago, a lifetime member who placed a bet on your victory at odds of 12 to 1 and won 12 million. I believe his name is Tian Xiao. The assistant spoke in a very cordial tone. Wang Qiushan suddenly recalled him. He paused in his tasks, a nostalgic smile gracing his lips. I originally thought this lad, with a few million in hand, would return to our training facility to focus on other underground gambling matches. However, he has since gone silent, indicating he is not a gambler relying on luck and betting. Well then, which floor is he on now? Let me check. He is currently on the 23rd floor. The assistant replied. Wang Qiushan was taken aback. 23rd floor? How can that be? His training today also happened to start from the 23rd floor just coming out. The 23rd floor was specifically designed for individuals with G-level physical attributes, and those on the verge of breaking into G-level, featuring double gravity effects that an ordinary H-level physique could hardly withstand. Even he, just having recently broken into G-level, could only train there for a maximum of half an hour, equivalent to 4 hours of extreme training in the outside world. After thanking the assistant, Wang Qiushan immediately utilized his authority to access the surveillance footage from the training area on the 23rd floor. The vast floor-to-ceiling windows transformed into a cinematic screen, flawlessly projecting the scene from the 23rd training facility onto the opposite side of the office in a one-to-one display. There were only a few members using this floor, and Tian Xiao was one of them. Tian Xiao entered this level with the intent to fully absorb the mutated substances within the pancreas of the G-level netherbull beast. The heat within him surged like a furnace. Upon stepping into the 23rd floor and crossing a gravity warning line, he immediately felt his body slightly descend. His frame, which weighed barely 150 pounds, felt as though it bore the weight of an adult. Every cell in his body emitted a groan of overexertion. Double gravity. Finally, he could put it to the test, Tian Xiao mused inwardly. Simultaneously, he sensed the heat in his dantian accelerating under the pressure of this unusual gravity, flowing towards his limbs and bones, absorbing it into his body. The double gravity equated to an additional 75 kilograms of weight. Tian Xiao stepped onto the weighted sprinting machine, setting a traction weight of 50 kilograms, instantly feeling as though he were firmly anchored in place, with every movement requiring utmost effort. The pancreas began to be absorbed at an accelerated pace. Sweat began to pour profusely. Minutes passed, and Tian Xiao was drenched, finally adapting to the current weight, slowly transitioning from a leisurely stroll to a painstaking shuffle. At that moment, 2 individuals entered from outside and headed directly towards the training apparatus Tian Xiao was using. Noticing his earnest workout and the sweat cascading from him, they halted a few meters away. Tian Xiao paid them no mind. 10 minutes elapsed. Beneath him, a small pool of water had accumulated. 20 minutes passed. He felt as though each step was laden with lead, an unbearable heaviness. The strength and energy within him were nearly depleted, sustained solely by the relentless heat released from the pancreas. In the double gravity training facility, it had taken less than half an hour to push him to his limits. Once the half-hour mark passed, Tian Xiao released the traction harness. The 2 spectators approached him, Initiating a greeting. Hello, Mr. Tian Xiao. We are staff from Daon Auction House. We met earlier on Golden Street. Tian Xiao had already noted their presence and recognized them as individuals interested in the Netherbull beasts. Are you looking to purchase those 3 Netherbull beasts? Name your price. Tian Xiao got straight to the point, having already obtained what he desired. And knowing they were interested in the aesthetic of the Netherbull beasts rather than the pancreas, he thought, why not seize the opportunity for a profit? Chapter 67. A Scene of Ruin, the Star Sea Escort Ship. The 2 staff members from Daon Auction House held a relatively low status in Crescent City. Their role involved gathering items for auction within the city, akin to searching for needles in a haystack, even if an item fetched a high price. It was due to the auction house's exceptional channels and analytical capabilities, with their commission being minimal. Nonetheless, Daon Auction House indeed possessed impressive intelligence-gathering capabilities. Having left Golden Street only half an hour ago, they quickly discerned his identity and made their way to the Crescent City training facility, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. Tian Xiao was preoccupied with changing locations to alleviate his muscle fatigue and had no time for idle chatter. Name your price. The staff from Daon Auction House appeared taken aback, yet responded promptly. One of them nodded, smiling. We heard, Mr. Tian Xiao acquired the 3 Netherbull beasts for 660,000. We certainly wouldn't let you incur a loss. We'll add 100,000 to that price. How's that sound? That works. Tian Xiao summoned a biorobot from this level, authorizing them to retrieve his store metallic boxes. The 2 were elated. They hadn't anticipated Tian Xiao's swift agreement. Thank you, Mr. Tian Xiao. Here is the address of Daon Auction House. Feel free to visit us when you have time. We won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. They left their business cards behind. No need to see us out. The transaction of 760,000 was completed. Tian Xiao profited by 100,000 and received a G-level pancreas without cost. His steps considerably lighter as he allowed the biorobotic masseuse to complete a full-body muscle relaxation routine. Only then did he take the time to assess his physical attributes. The G-level Netherbull beast's pancreas had brought about significant changes within him. His muscle strength had increased to 167. His muscle responsiveness had risen to 166. Excellent. Both had surpassed the threshold of G-level. The efficacy of the pancreas had not completely waned, with approximately 1/3 remaining. He could still train once more. Perhaps he could directly reach the G3 standard. Just as Tian Xiao relaxed his body, replenished his nutrition, and restored his physique, Wang Qiushan, in the office on the highest floor, witnessed Tian Xiao's incoming funds and received the latest intelligence on him from the chairman's assistant. Tian Xiao, leader of a security team at a base belonging to Yuncheng Group's subsidiary, Feiying Company, H9, level comprehensive strength. The following details outline some of the notable activities Tian Xiao had engaged in over the past month, including the entire process of outsmarting the new highest authority of the base. Wang Qiushan rested his chin on his hands, observing intently. Upon finishing the final piece of information, his eyes brightened slightly. Interesting. He has crossed paths with Wang Yunfei. In an astonishingly swift ascent to G-level, Wang Yunfei's advantages have begun to dwindle, and it seems there may be no opportunity to subdue him. It is evident that Wang Qiushan is acquainted with Wang Yunfei. In fact, they share a distant familial connection. Given time, he is bound to emerge as a formidable figure. Wang Qiushan has reassessed his opinion of Tian Xiao. Regrettably, I am soon to embark on military service. Otherwise, I would not mind forging a friendship with you. Under the machinations of the Wang family, Wang Qiushan has secured his qualification to rejoin the Earth's celestial military, making future interactions with corporate entities increasingly improbable. All of this remains unbeknownst to Tian Xiao. Upon exiting, he proceeded to the 23rd floor for half an hour of intensive training at maximum capacity. After a round of conditioning, his physical abilities officially surged to 17 points, just surpassing the G3 threshold. He expended 8 million to procure a G-level chip from the black market in Crescent Moon City, promptly arranging for the Qinglong to devour it to enhance its performance before departing and commencing his return journey. During this time, he refrained from attending any gambling events. After all, he still held over 16 million in surplus. With 3 years of rebirth-related intelligence at his disposal, there were myriad lucrative opportunities, rendering it unnecessary to extract profits from the same source repeatedly. As he led the team back to the space station above the Crescent Moon City stronghold, they chanced upon a colossal vessel exceeding 2 kilometers in length, grievously damaged as it approached from the depths of space. Numerous logistical personnel clad in deep space gear were engaged in welding operations at the ship's compromised sections. A collective gasp escaped the lips of the onlookers. For in the center of the vessel lay two gaping holes, threatening to cleave the ship in two, with all hatch doors having fallen shut, leaving the ship gasping for its last breath. Is this a D-level warship? How could it be so devastated? What calamity has befallen it? A bandit attack, perhaps. Old Lu's eyes glimmered with excitement, his demeanor reminiscent of a spectator at a spectacle. Zhu Xiaotian and the others could not identify the type of warship. Tian Xiao, however, fixated intently on the battle-worn vessel as data began to stream through his mind. A D-level Star Sea frigate, the main battleship operated by Earth's military battalion. He had previously undertaken missions aboard the Star Sea frigate and was intimately familiar with its capabilities. At present, no space pirate has been able to effortlessly destroy a D-level battleship. Judging by the damage sustained by the Star Sea frigate, it had likely endured an assault from electromagnetic eggs of a creature classified as D-level or higher. These electromagnetic eggs strike with tremendous ferocity, their energy waves nearly undetectable upon detonation, yet they wield significant destructive power. Apart from delivering a lethal impact, the corrosive substance released upon the egg shattering poses a considerable threat to sea-level ships. The Star Sea frigate, having withstood 2 impacts from electromagnetic eggs, was still able to return to the Crescent Moon City stronghold, which speaks volumes of the captain's remarkable skill. Tian Xiao found himself pondering which of his former superiors could have helmed such a vessel. Though he mused, the Earth's military executes its duties with utmost seriousness. And the docking area for the frigate was swiftly cleared, with all vessels rerouting away from the vicinity. The entire star region was sealed off, and even a disruptive magnetic field was established externally. One could only hope they would not encounter such formidable entities. Otherwise, a single shot from such firepower could obliterate them. Old Lu clasped his hands in prayer, a lingering unease gnawing at him. "Let us place a wager," Tian Xiao proposed, prompting the 5 members of the first team to turn their gazes towards him. "Another one?" A chorus of weary expressions responded, their throats tightening at the thought. During this period, every time Tian Xiao initiated a wager, they were compelled to consume bizarre delicacies, resulting in instinctive reactions. "How long do you think it will take me to reach G level upon returning to the base?" In days, the closest guess wins, and the victor takes home 1 million. The losers, as per tradition. The mention of a 1 million wager ignited excitement among the group, as they eagerly participated, momentarily forgetting their discomfort. 30 days. I wager 25 days. 20 days. 18 days. 15 days. Zhu Xiaotian guessed the shortest duration. Tian Xiao, with an impassive demeanor, produced a small knife and sliced 2 portions of the Minotaur's pancreas into 5 pieces, placing them before the group, 1 for each of you. The others exchanged bewildered glances. "What does this mean?" Tian Xiao replied without a hint of emotion. "I predict that today, you have lost." Chapter 68. The Base Personnel Disappearance Incident. Accepting the consequences of one's bets is a virtue. Zhu Xiaotian, Old Lu, Lu Fangyan, and the others were left in a state of dismay. From the moment the wager was established, they had prepared themselves for the unfair treatment that was to follow. Upon returning to the base, Tian Xiao received unexpected news. During his absence, General Wang Yunfei had refrained from taking action against the security team. Instead, seizing the opportunity, he had somehow procured a G-level transport ship. Retrieving the 3 F-level ship hulls left behind by the Star River Gale Corps at their lair and relocating them to the periphery of the base, instructing the logistics personnel to dismantle them around the clock. This unexpected maneuver earned Wang Yunfei a measure of Tian Xiao's respect. Transporting the cumbersome hulls of the 3 ships was a daunting task, one which Zhang Lian ultimately abandoned. Yet, Wang Yunfei had quietly orchestrated the retrieval of these heavy vessels with great efficiency. The dismantled hulls could fetch tens of millions as scrap metal. Furthermore, the cost of a G-level transport ship is relatively low, easily manageable within a few million. In essence, Wang Yunfei had amassed over 50 million in resources for himself during this short span, though he could not dominate the security team or gain other tangible benefits. His astuteness was undeniable. With extensive connections and resourcefulness, he was indeed more adept at achieving results than the average individual. In contrast, Tian Xiao found himself reflecting on his own cautious approach. Team leader, as he contemplated this, Chen Wuling approached Tian Xiao, discreetly relaying another piece of information. "During the days you were away on escort duty, our base remained generally stable. However, 3 incidents of personnel disappearance have occurred." "What are the details?" Tian Xiao inquired. The 3 missing individuals were miners who had vanished while executing collection tasks, with no warning signs prior to their disappearance. The command center had monitored their communications for 48 hours without any return to the base, confirming their status as missing. "Have their life signs been checked?" Tian Xiao pressed, his brow furrowing. The disappearance of miners could have significant ramifications, impacting the security team's year-end performance evaluations, necessitating clarity on the situation. We have checked. Their life signs appear normal, but we are unable to establish contact with their chip managers to ascertain their precise locations. Chen Wuling replied, her expression growing grave. All indications suggest they may have been parasitized. A palpable tension enveloped the group as Zhu Xiaotian and the others turned pale. Parasitism. This ability is exclusively wielded by certain insect beasts. Those who are parasitized develop eggs within their bodies, leading to the removal of their biological chips and leaving them in a comatose state, effectively becoming a vessel for the larvae's growth. Such knowledge has been a staple of human education for centuries. Now, with Chen Wuling suspecting that the 3 missing individuals might have been parasitized by insect beasts, Tian Xiao understood the gravity of the situation. The presence of 3 larval insect beasts implies at least 1 mature insect beast. This is a dire circumstance. The creatures capable of parasitism are not numerous, with the minimum strength being G-level. The G-level black Jiao insect beast comes to mind vividly. The intelligence of parasite-wielding insect beasts surpasses that of the black Jiao, enabling them to access all the knowledge possessed by the host prior to parasitism, even operating mining machines and engaging in human communication as if they were normal beings. This presents a terrifying threat. The group regarded Tian Xiao with apprehensive eyes as old Lu cautioned. In the event that personnel at the base become hosts to parasites, it is imperative that we treat this matter with utmost seriousness, prioritizing it as an urgent crisis. We must avert escalation and prevent further individuals from being parasitized. Indeed, Lu Fangyan nodded in agreement. I have heard of certain insidious insect beasts capable of stealthily parasitizing numerous individuals within the base, ultimately leading to its downfall. Team leader, should we request assistance from above? Yes, let us seek aid, team leader. Regarding such formidable insect beasts, we all lack experience and confidence. Tian Xiao refrained from making an immediate decision. Instead, he pondered various pieces of information regarding parasitic insect beasts while pressing Chen Wuling for more details. For instance, the specific time when the first missing person disappeared and the last recorded appearance on the base as surveillance footage. He then inquired about the location where the missing individuals were last seen, as well as any commonalities among the 3 missing persons prior to their disappearance. Chen Wuling was momentarily at a loss. He could answer the first question, but regarding the area where the individuals went missing, he could not provide an accurate response due to the interconnected deep pits and weak underground signals. The last question had never crossed his mind. Ever since he realized the potential presence of parasitic insect beasts, he had consulted Luo Fei, who advised him to await Tian Xiao's return and conduct a thorough investigation of the entire base in conjunction with Wang Yunfei. Tian Xiao understood the difficulty he was imposing on Chen Wuling. He promptly gathered all relevant intelligence and surveillance footage for Qinglong to analyze. Extract the commonalities. Qinglong, having assimilated G-level biological chips, now possess computational capabilities of 30 units per second, with processing speeds exceeding billions of calculations. Soon, Qinglong provided answers. All 3 missing individuals were male, approximately in their 30s, and physically robust. This could be considered a commonality, as the more vigorous the host, the closer the larvae would be to maturation. The second commonality was that all 3 men went missing during the night. The final commonality piqued Tian Xiao's keen interest. It appeared that the 3 individuals vanished on the same day, and the location where they intersected was outside the base, specifically near the hulls of 3 salvaged ships. At this revelation, an astonishing thought surged within Tian Xiao. Could it be that the insect beasts entered the base along with these 3 vessels? Yet, how come those logistics personnel working aboard the ships did not report any missing persons? Wait, these individuals were unable to leave the base. Any signs of disappearance would immediately raise alarms. With this thought, Tian Xiao became increasingly convinced of his hypothesis. Drawing a deep breath, he rose and strode outside. Let us go. Accompany me to the exterior of the base to inspect the 3 ships that Wang has brought back. Team leader, are these foreign vessels the cause? Chen Wuling swiftly followed, pressing for clarification. Tian Xiao remained non-committal. We shall see for ourselves. Insect beasts adept at parasitism, having already initiated their actions, would inevitably leave traces behind. Team leader Chen, take control of the modified number 2 Qingyao and approach stealthily. The rest of you, arm yourselves. The group, fully equipped, exited the security building. Chapter 69, Traces. At the base's command center, the return of the security team leader naturally captured Wang Yunfei's keen attention. He had harbored concerns that Tian Xiao would seek trouble over the 3 salvaged ship hulls. After all, as the highest authority at the base, it was his responsibility and obligation to ensure its proper functioning, with the authority to manage affairs resting solely with the security team leader, who had the prerogative to extend operations beyond the planet. As Tian Xiao led a fully armed team toward the dismantling site of the ships, Wang Yunfei slammed his hand on the table. "Let us go. Let us see what our security chief is up to this time." "Chief, boss, look, the modified No. 2 Qingyao is in motion, piloted by Chun Wuling, heading to the dismantling site outside the base." The tone of the 4 bodyguards shifted. Ever since their initial encounter wherein Tian Xiao had firmly established his authority, their previous arrogance had waned, and they had grown increasingly cautious, especially regarding the 2 modified Qingyao. The activation of the modified number 2 Qingyao signaled that Tian Xiao was serious this time. Wang Yunfei halted, hesitating for 2 seconds before feeling an unusual tightness in his chest, instructing the chip steward to contact the security team leader. "Team leader Tian Xiao, I hear your escort mission has concluded. Was the journey smooth?" Noise was. "Just checking in and sharing some good news. I brought back 3 vessels from the Star River Gale Group stronghold, and they're currently being dismantled. Rest assured, we are now brothers in the same boat. You shall receive 50% of the share." Wang Yunfei had been chastised by his elders after his initial appointment for losing face, not for being overly ambitious, but for flaunting the gifts presented by Vice President Yan Qing, receiving a severe reprimand. The lesson was clear. A true person does not reveal themselves. Revealing oneself does not make one true. To leverage one's power in public is the lowest form of conduct. As punishment, the Wang family had cut off his supplies for 6 months. Wang Yunfei felt utterly distressed. Ultimately, to ensure his own growth, he had resolved to capitalize on the 3 salvaged ship hulls to make amends. The moment Tian Xiao took action, he panicked. Conducting affairs beyond his authority, especially during the security team leader's escort mission, was strictly prohibited. Such actions could lead to external incidents, such as internal vulnerabilities that might allow insect beasts to rise, or attracting the attention of interstellar thieves, thereby jeopardizing the base. Furthermore, it could provoke the interest of dangerous creatures in outer space. If Tian Xiao truly intended to escalate matters, the highest authority, having been in office for less than a month, would face severe consequences for repeated infractions, and the headquarters would no longer cover for him. Left with no choice, he resolved to appease Tian Xiao with a portion of spoils. Wang Yunfei chose to compromise, a remarkable feat given his status. Tian Xiao ended the communication. He had no intention of taking a share from Wang Yunfei. He understood the principle that a crystal-clear stream harbors no fish. Over the years, Luo Fei and General Lin Su had managed a tacit cooperation, refraining from interfering in each other's affairs. His visit to the dismantling site was not intended for confrontation. However, without concrete evidence linking the 3 ships to the parasitic threat, he felt no obligation to elaborate further to Wang Yunfei, merely stating it was to investigate leads concerning the 3 missing miners. Nevertheless, Wang Yunfei hastily made his way over. Outside the base, the area was remarkably flat. During the establishment of the base, all unstable geological structures had been meticulously avoided, leaving ample space. The 3 ship hulls stood in a row, a magnificent sight. Dozens of staff from the logistics support department were working overtime to cut and dismantle the vessels. Upon seeing the security chief personally leading an armed team, the workers began to slow their cutting operations, feeling somewhat apprehensive. The recent exploits of the security team leader had become the talk of the town, and no one knew whether he was preparing to confront the general again. Qinglong, utilizing the unique scent signature of parasitic insect beasts, began searching for traces of the creatures, scanning all personnel to ensure their chips were intact. Affirmative. Qinglong comienza de rapid calculations. Zhu Xiaodian, Tian Xiao commanded. The team meticulously scoured the 3 vessels, searching for any concealed chambers, subterranean tunnels, or any potential hiding spots, leaving no stone unturned. Understood. The first squad swiftly dispersed. As a command was relayed, Wang Yunfei arrived with 4 bodyguards. Team leader Tian, may I have a word? Wang Yunfei offered a congenial smile. The calculations from the Qinglong system had just concluded. Indeed, traces of the insect beasts were present. Within the ship's interior, there existed a highly discreet compartment, bearing inconspicuous claw marks. Upon cross-referencing with the database, it was confirmed that these were the claw prints of a G-class chameleon red lizard. The chameleon red lizard possesses parasitic capabilities, able to transfer its offspring into a host via oral transmission. Evidence had been established. Tian Xiao cast a sympathetic glance at Wang Yunfei, whose bodyguards felt a chill run down their spines, sensing an ominous turn of events. Commander Wang, my security team is currently engaged in a mission. Certain matters must wait until later. Just as Tian Xiao's words fell, Zhu Xiaodian and Old Lu reported their findings. Team leader, we've discovered some items. There are insect beast footprints here. A newly excavated narrow underground passage has been located. Footprints inside the passage suggest they were made in the early hours, less than 4 hours ago. Based on drone feedback, we found a deep pit, less than 3 kilometers in a straight line from the dismantling site. An increasing amount of intelligence was pouring in. All evidence pointed clearly outside the base. Tian Xiao instructed Zhu Xiaotian, immediately contact the security team and put all resting squads on high alert. Then he gestured to the sky. Team Leader Chun, execute reconnaissance on the deep pit located 3 kilometers northeast. Deploy drones for extensive search. The modified Qingyao No. 2 vanished without a sound. Old Lu, return to the security monitoring center and oversee our intelligence support. Understood. Wang Yunfei was in a state of disbelief. He finally realized that Tian Zhao's objective was not merely the dismantling site, yet it seemed to be intricately linked to him. What has transpired? Team Leader Tian? Wang Yunfei lowered his voice in inquiry. Tian Xiao turned and sighed. Commander Wang, I regret to inform you that the ships you brought back may be connected to the disappearance of the 3 miners. You must immediately instruct the logistics department to cease operations and vacate this area. Chapter 70. Expansion of the Scope. Wang Yunfei, a graduate of the Tianlong Military Academy, possessed a profound understanding of insect-beast countermeasures, far surpassing that of ordinary institutions. He was acutely aware that when a resource-based base is invaded by insect beasts, leading to missing personnel rather than fatalities, it signifies the presence of a particularly unique species. Parasitic insect beasts? Are you suggesting, Team Leader Tian, that you suspect parasitic insect beasts have landed alongside these vessels? Wang Yunfei, the highest-ranking official at the base with G-level computational abilities, quickly deduced the implications, his complexion paling as he pressed on. Do you have concrete evidence? I now suspect it is the chameleon red lizard. Tian Xiao displayed the traces identified by the Qinglong system and revealed a newly excavated underground passage near the dismantling site. Wang Yunfei's countenance grew increasingly grim. The 4 bodyguards were utterly terrified. They were responsible for scouting the Star River Gale stronghold and for retrieving the vessels. Yet they had failed to notice the parasitic insect beasts that had accompanied them. They bore the responsibility for the base's safety and for the 3 missing miners. In other words, their actions had violated the base's safety regulations. Given that this action was private and not sanctioned, the company would not only refuse to cover their actions, but might also pursue them for the damages incurred. Since it is indeed the chameleon red lizard, this pursuit will be jointly managed by the base command center and the security department. As the only G-level combatant at the base, I will lead the primary pursuit of the chameleon red lizard. Wang Yunfei sought redemption for his previous missteps. Tian Xiao nodded. You may participate, but you must adhere to my commands throughout. Otherwise, I shall not consent to your involvement. No problem. Wang Yunfei expressed his gratitude. Tian Zhao's willingness to allow him a chance for redemption was a significant gesture, especially considering it could have led to the complete loss of trust from the headquarters of Fei Corporation. Commander, do not overthink it. Our common adversary now is the chameleon red lizard. Regardless of the circumstances, we must extract this creature and its parasitic larvae. Otherwise, the entire base will be engulfed in peril and shadows, with everyone at risk of being parasitized. Understand. Wang Yunfei nodded solemnly. Rest assured, I will fully cooperate with your operation. Tian Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the modified Qingyao No. 1 deactivated its cloaking function, revealing its outline above the dismantling site and opening its hatch. Wang Yunfei's vehicle was a G-class Osprey aircraft, equipped with cannons, heavy machine guns, and tracking missiles. Rivaling the modified Qingyao, the 2 ascended into the aircraft. Wang Yunfei joined the formation. Meanwhile, the other 5 teams' 25 Qingyao aircraft had already swept over and secured the 3 deep pits located 3 kilometers away, with cannons and heavy machine guns at the ready. The atmosphere was tense. A profound silence enveloped the deep pits. No signs of biological activity were evident within the underground passage or the deep pits. What are we waiting for? Time is of the essence. Conduct a thorough search of every nook and cranny in this vicinity. Move out, Tian Xiao commanded, and all Qingyao sprang into action. The cabin doors opened. A small squad of drones was ejected from the cabin, spreading their wings. The intricate split screens swiftly appeared on the security monitoring center's display. Old Lu and the immobile Xiao Daji were tasked with analyzing and organizing the intelligence. Hundreds of drones swiftly surveyed every corner of the deep pits, conducting meticulous scans and analyses. The efficiency of the collective computations was astonishing. Before long, a startling discovery was made. Within these 3 deep pits, 4 underground passages were found hidden in inconspicuous corners behind rocks, interconnected. Remarkably, the last passage was directed toward the base, though it ultimately dead-ended midway. Wang Yunfei's apprehension grew with each glance. He was increasingly unsettled. It was undoubtedly the chameleon red lizard. Though small in stature, the chameleon red lizard possessed exceptionally sharp limbs, capable of easily piercing metal shells. With a strength rating of G7, ordinary subterranean rock could be easily excavated. However, the geological structure from this point to the base was relatively compact. They had not yet completed their work, likely startled by their movements, and retreated into hiding. Their current mission was to dig deep and flush it out. Wang Yunfei began to educate everyone on the chameleon red lizard. Its color-changing camouflage ability is formidable. It can conceal itself within rocks like an ordinary insect beast, even transforming into a common rock to evade standard search methods. Our drones and biological detection capabilities are insufficient to locate it. All eyes turned to Tian Xiao. He nodded in agreement. Indeed, he then cautioned, moreover, it seems to me that a solitary chameleon red lizard would not be capable of excavating an underground passage exceeding 10 kilometers in such a short span of time. After parasitism, the chameleon red lizard typically undergoes a brief period of weakness, making it improbable for it to achieve such extensive excavation in a limited time frame. Wang Yunfei's expression shifted dramatically. So, there are at least 2 or more chameleon red lizards within the base. The members of the security team could no longer contain their frustration. Damn it. What a troublemaker. How long has the team leader been gone? Just a few days. And chaos ensues. 2 G-class chameleon red lizards have appeared in the base, and if we're not careful, the 3 juvenile ones could multiply further. This is no trivial matter. I knew these people were unreliable. Though Wang Yunfei was the commander, he found himself unable to refute their grievances, merely enduring their venting. All right, Tian Xiao interjected, bringing an end to the collective discontent. At this point, we must prioritize dealing with the chameleon red lizards. Let us not waste any more time. Given their speed, we need to impose a complete lockdown within a 50-kilometer radius. Old Liu, mobilize a team from the logistics department to operate the mining machines and form a blockade. They will serve as our eyes. Understood. Tian Xiao continued issuing orders. The remaining teams will conduct ground searches, maintaining a high altitude, while drones will scan for any suspicious targets. Engage, if necessary. Yes. He then turned to Wang Yunfei, stating, the chameleon red lizards possess exceptional stealth capabilities, making them difficult to detect. We cannot rule out the possibility of them engaging us in a protracted battle. It will be prudent for you to return to the base and oversee operations. Return to the base. Wang Yunfei hesitated, but the weight of Tian Xiao's words compelled him to comply. I reviewed the data. The parasitic abilities of the chameleon red lizards are formidable. Should our lockdown plan falter, they may parasitize other organisms on this planet, proliferating their numbers. Eventually, all ferocious beasts could harbor their larvae, leading to a major catastrophe. I need the commander back at the command center to issue a complete work stoppage and to establish comprehensive monitoring across all areas of the planet, thereby creating our second line of defense. Chapter 71, A Risky Venture. In the face of the chameleon red lizard threat, the base had entered a state of heightened alert. All mining vehicles and aircraft were ordered to return to the base. Every personnel member was required to undergo a biological safety screening. Upon learning of the chameleon red lizard's presence on the planet, the atmosphere grew tense and anxious. Outside the base, the security team had implemented a 2-shift rotation, diligently monitoring and scrutinizing the most hazardous areas. Hundreds of drones conducted meticulous reconnaissance both inside and outside the deep pits, occasionally punctuated by the sound of heavy machine guns firing live rounds to eliminate threats. Half a day passed without a trace of the chameleon red lizards. It was as if they had vanished entirely. As night fell, visibility deteriorated. Wang Yunfei deployed double the number of mining aircraft for the search and lockdown efforts, commanding all participating vehicles to activate their lighting systems. Each aircraft illuminated the ground with beams of light, continuously surveying the terrain. Outside the base, the winds howled ominously, and the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. However, after a night of searching, still nothing was found. Wang Yunfei could no longer hold his composure. With the base at a complete standstill, the financial losses were staggering. The longer this dragged on, the heavier his burden of responsibility became. More critically, As long as the chameleon red lizards remained uncontained, they could potentially cultivate more larvae, amassing greater power and posing a significant threat to the base. Tian Xiao, piloting the modified Qingyao No. 1, had patrolled outside the base for an entire day and night without any success. Anxiety gnawed at him. The search radius had expanded to 100 kilometers, and the command center had tripled the personnel monitoring the planet's various sectors. If this continued, accountability for the base's predicament would inevitably fall upon them. After 24 hours, Luo Fei's private communication came through. His first words were, "So how's it going? Any sign of the chameleon red lizards?" Not yet. Tian Xiao suspected that Chun Wuling had leaked information. Yet, it was hardly surprising. The breeding of G-class chameleon red lizards outside the base posed a tremendous threat and risk to both the security team and the base. Over time, both the security department and the base commander would be held accountable. Chun Wuling seemed to be seeking Luo Fei's counsel and assistance. Honestly, if it were me, I would report to the headquarters for help. This mess stirred up by Wang Yunfei could be blamed on him, and at least you would earn credit for timely reporting during your escort mission, ensuring minimal repercussions for yourself. But Wang Yunfei is finished. Tian Xiao sighed. While I don't have much fondness for Wang Yunfei, he is, after all, a recent appointee from headquarters and has strong ties with Vice President Yan Qing. If possible, I would prefer to resolve this crisis myself. Luo Fei fell silent for a moment before responding, "You're right. If you can resolve this, it would certainly earn you Wang Yunfei's friendship and support from his faction." Yan Qing wields considerable influence as vice president, holding a rank above Zhang Lian, with the power to determine many matters, including the future head of the base and the shipping routes. However, this challenge is formidable. Do you have confidence in your plan? I have a preliminary strategy, though it is quite perilous. I wish to give a try. Tian Xiao narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp and resolute. Luo Fei seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and cautioned, "This is a G-class beast. You must exercise caution." "I understand. I am no stranger to G-class creatures." Tian Xiao replied calmly. "I've heard from Chun Wuling that you've attained G-class physicality, and your chips level should have improved as well. If you truly wish to test your limits, go ahead, but make sure to leave yourself an escape route." Luo Fei refrained from further persuasion. Tian Xiao was no longer the novice he once was. Every adult must bear the consequences of their actions. Tian Xiao was acutely aware of what he was undertaking. The infiltration and reproduction of the chameleon red lizards posed the greatest challenge the base had faced since its establishment. Wang Yunfei could very well face disciplinary action due to this incident, even with the backing of a high-ranking official like Yan Qing. Poor performance and excessive self-interest would provide ample justification for the higher-ups at Feiying Corporation to dismiss him. Too naive, too unprofessional. What does graduating from the Tianlong Military Academy matter? Tian Xiao mused. If he could leverage this incident to successfully mitigate the crisis, it would undoubtedly present an opportunity for him to shine. Luo Fei had already caught wind of the situation. Did the headquarters, including Yan Qing and the top brass, truly remain oblivious to everything unfolding here? Tian Xiao had his doubts. Team leader Chun, Zhu Xiaodian, join me on this mission. The rest will maintain vigilance and continue the search. Half an hour later, Tian Xiao descended from the aircraft, arriving near zone C-77. This area was a dense forest, a known hunting ground for the security team. At this moment, Tian Xiao, alone, carried 2 assault rifles and a heavy shotgun as he ventured deep into the thicket. His steps were steady. Tian Xiao's visor rapidly assessed the uneven terrain of shrubs and trees, the moving insects, and the rustling leaves, indicating that all was secure in the vicinity. Soon, he spotted claw marks on the ground. Following their direction, Tian Xiao quickened his pace. Thud, thud, he began to sprint. With a muscle strength of 17, and agility of 17, Tian Xiao exhibited explosive speed and power far surpassing that of an ordinary adult. Within the visor, Qinglong efficiently calculated all surrounding variables. 2 drones soared overhead, surveying the jungle for signs of life. Suddenly, a dark shadow burst forth from the underbrush, its 6-part mouth parts menacingly lunging at him. The visor's green display flickered to red, locking onto the silhouette and uploading the data. A rending wolf, an H-class beast. It had executed a textbook ambush, utilizing the foliage to conceal itself. In close quarters, Tian Xiao found himself tackled to the ground by the rending wolf, the two rolling amidst the trees. Bang! A shot rang out. The tear-mouthed wolf had a gaping, gruesome wound in its side, exposing the stark white of its bones. Amidst its agonizing cries, Tian Xiao swiftly rolled over and aimed a shotgun directly at the creature's head, pulling the trigger. Bang! Blood sprayed in a gory mist. drenching him entirely. The tear-mouthed wolf succumbed instantly. As Tian Xiao assessed his condition, he found his combat suit unscathed, though it was heavily tainted with the scent of blood. He cut open the creature's organs for inspection. No parasites were found. This place was secure. He then reached to extract the tear-mouthed wolf's pancreas, but halted mid-action. Executing a covert tactical maneuver with his hand above his head, a drone silently swooped down, embedding itself in a nearby underbrush. Its camera fixated on the carcass of the tear-mouthed wolf. Chapter 72. A sudden change in the skies. The drone's position was concealed. The corpse of the tear-mouthed wolf was an irresistible lure for the chameleon red lizard. Particularly enticing was the intact pancreas within the tear-mouthed wolf, which, devoid of proper protection, would gradually lose its valuable mutated substances over time. Tian Xiao's plan was audacious. He intended to use the tear-mouthed wolf as bait. The body would soon decay, rendering the pancreas worthless. Should the chameleon red lizard be nearby, it would undoubtedly take the bait. If not, Tian Xiao would continue his slaughter, exterminating every fearsome beast on this planet, leaving the chameleon red lizard with no living host to parasitize, thus hindering its ability to reproduce. Despite the plan's simplicity and brutality, it was indeed an effective method to control the proliferation of the chameleon red lizard. After hunting 7 tear-mouthed wolves across 5 locations, the security monitoring center's screen finally flickered to life. As dusk fell, a shadow adorned with thorns appeared, lightning fast, near the carcass of a tear-mouthed wolf. It seized the nearly 1,000-pound body with ease and dragged it into a concealed underground burrow. Unbeknownst to them, this scene was captured perfectly by the drone. The creature, covered in rugged patterns reminiscent of rock and thorny plants, possessed immense strength, its swift movements requiring less than 2 seconds to abscond with the body. Upon discovering this, Old Liu promptly sent a message to Tian Xiao. Team leader, E47 zone, the chameleon red lizard has emerged. He concurrently transmitted the captured footage. Buzz. The modified Qingyao pivoted decisively, speeding toward E47 zone. Within 5 minutes, the modified Qingyao silently appeared above the forest. Boom! A cannon shell was fired. Trees exploded, and a massive flame erupted. Bang! Bang bang! Tian Xiao acted with remarkable decisiveness. 40 cannon shells were unleashed, igniting the entire forest and transforming it into a charred wasteland. With cover eliminated, every movement on the surface became starkly visible to the Qinglong, rendering even the slightest rustle unmistakable. Tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Tian Xiao aimed at the direction where the chameleon red lizard had vanished, unleashing a torrent of bullets from a heavy machine gun that tore through the nearby foliage, revealing a dark entrance to an underground tunnel. The cabin opened, and a drone was launched. Whoosh! The drone entered the underground passage. Infrared scanning. Sonic detection. At long last, they had caught sight of the chameleon red lizard's tail, and Tian Xiao unleashed his full arsenal. The 6 members of the first security team rapidly arrived to help cordon off the surrounding area. Soon, the drone discovered the remains of a tear-mouthed wolf within the tunnel. But the chameleon red lizard had vanished. The drone traversed the body and continued to follow the underground passage, which connected to a nearby deep pit. Buzz! More drones swiftly intervened, initiating a widespread search. Tian Xiao couldn't believe that the chameleon red lizard could excavate such extensive underground tunnels in such a short time. The drones navigated through every crevice and, after 15 minutes, uncovered a segment of tunnel less than 50 meters long, showing fresh excavation marks. This discovery invigorated everyone. Tian Xiao immediately ordered the sealing of the deep pit. The chameleon red lizard must be hiding somewhere within. The first team complied, beginning to grid the various sections of the pit. Once the grid was established, 5 Qingyao formed a line, preparing to sweep the interior of the deep pit. Accompanied by the thunderous blasts of cannon shells, the chameleon red lizard, concealed within the pit, could no longer contain itself as the barrage approached, suddenly springing forth and dashing along the rocky walls. They found it. Target locked. It was finished, just when the team believed victory was assured. Zhu Xiaoyan's Qingyao suddenly erupted in a burst of flames, revealing the cockpit had been severed, exposing Zhu Xiaoyan's pale, wide-eyed visage. What was happening? Everyone was horrified. Only Tian Xiao reacted swiftly. At the moment the cockpit was breached and the heavy machine gun fell silent, the Qinglong issued a warning. Detected a mutated form of the chameleon red lizard, the chameleon demon lizard. Any ferocious beast or insect undergoing mutation could develop entirely new abilities, becoming even more formidable and challenging to confront. The chameleon demon lizard represented one potential evolution of the chameleon red lizard, granting it enhanced stealth capabilities akin to invisibility. The bewilderment and shock on Zhu Xiaotian's face were palpable. The Qingniao was destroyed, and she saw the sharp claws of the insect emerging from the severed section of the cockpit, a red glow enveloping the cabin. Zhu Xiaotian had never encountered such a situation and was at a loss for how to respond. In a split second, a loud bang echoed as the emergency hatch above the cockpit opened, launching her and the pilot's seat into the air. Tian Xiao, exercising his authority as team leader, manipulated the Qingniao at a critical moment. Zhu Xiaotian was even more confused. What was happening? Suspended in midair, her parachute deployed. Below lay a hail of gunfire. She could see the chameleon-red lizard racing wildly while witnessing her Qingniao plummeting into the deep pit without a backward glance. The chameleon demon lizard was nowhere to be seen. Boom! The Qingniao crashed and exploded, a column of black smoke billowing into the sky. By this time, Tian Xiao had calmly taken control of the remaining 4 Qingniao. The 4 aircraft ascended rapidly, dodging the chameleon demon lizard's next target. Madefo Qingniao no. One swiftly flew beneath the parachute, catching Zhu Xiaotian. Zhu Xiaotian hurriedly unfastened her safety belt and leaped into the cabin through the side door. Without a glance back, Tian Xiao sealed the hatch, locking onto a faint plume of dust rising from the ground on the main screen. Tot. The barrage surged forth. The 4 6-barreled Gatling guns roared with all their might, unleashing a torrent of fire that tore a gaping green hole into what appeared to be an empty surface. The chameleon demon lizard might deceive others, but could not fool Tian Xiao. From a moment the creature revealed itself, he had relayed commands to the Qinglong, meticulously observing every detail on the ground. While the chameleon demon lizard's invisibility was indeed potent, its claws presented a critical vulnerability. The small holes left by its rapid movements upon landing completely exposed its position. The fierce barrage of death rained down, instantly shredding the chameleon demon lizard into pieces. As the chameleon-red lizard emerged from the depths of the abyss, it was met with the harrowing sight of the dismembered chameleon demon lizard. With a roar of anguished fury, it opened its mouth, only to be shattered into fragments by 8 fiery projectiles that whistled through the air. Chapter 73. The Genetic Source Liquid. Maintain vigilance. Witnessing the destruction of both the chameleon-red lizard and the chameleon demon lizard, Tian Xiao's eyes glimmered with anticipation. He promptly delegated the modified Qingniao's controls to Zhu Xiaotian and opened the cabin door, descending directly onto the smoke-laden ground below. With a thud, he landed from a height of 10 meters, stabilizing himself before hastily making his way towards the remains of the chameleon demon lizard. The chameleon demon lizard was a successful mutation. It possessed a pancreas, yet the quality of the pancreas in any successfully mutated beast was entirely distinct. Particularly, their bodies would crystallize a potent genetic source liquid, which would continuously enhance their genetic mutation level. In the years to come, the Earth's Sky Army would witness the emergence of several formidable genetic talent warriors, empowered by this genetic source liquid, allowing them to significantly increase their muscular strength and agility for a brief period or to acquire a unique ability from the solidified genetic source liquid. For example, enhanced vision, heightened sense of smell, spiked armor, or biological energy doubling. These abilities would vary according to the inherent talents of the genetic source liquid's possessor. The chameleon demon lizard's genetic source liquid ability was invisibility, which was precisely why Tian Xiao was so eager to ascertain the status of its pancreas. However, through his meticulous calculations, he surmised that the Qinglong's firepower had largely evaded the pancreas's location, leaving a high probability of its survival. Indeed, amidst the remnants of the chameleon demon lizard, Tian Xiao retrieved a gray-brown, somewhat translucent, gelatinous pancreas from a heap of organs. At that moment, elation surged within him. Yet, just then, a rapid clattering sound approached from the side. Instinctively, Tian Xiao clutched the pancreas in one hand while raising a shotgun with the other, adjusting its aim and pulling the trigger. Bang! The enormous recoil was negligible for him, possessing over 17 points of muscle strength. Unperturbed, he observed as dozens of steel balls erupted from the flames, creating a transparent hole ahead. A small chameleon demon lizard wailed as it was sent flying. Despite its diminutive stature of less than half a meter, the chameleon demon lizard was remarkably fierce and agile. The moment the shotgun discharged, 2 other chameleon demon lizards lunged at Tian Xiao from behind. In a swift motion, he swung the shotgun stock, sending one of the lizards sprawling. A sharp sensation of piercing danger pressed in from the side. His combat suit swiftly contracted, forming a localized shield. Seizing the moment before the opponent's claws could breach his suit, Tian Xiao rolled on the ground and unleashed another barrage from his shotgun, riddling the last chameleon demon lizard with holes. Stop. I want alive, Tian Xiao gestured, attempting to prevent his team from exterminating the 3 chameleon demon lizard larvae. Alas, it was too late. The modified Qingyao and several other King Neos had been startled awake by the shotgun fire, and the heavy machine guns promptly locked onto the targets. The instant Tian Xiao distanced himself from the red demon lizard, 6-barreled Gatling guns roared to life. Tot 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 tot. The 3 injured red demon lizards were swiftly torn apart by the hail of gunfire. Instinctively, Tian Xiao recoiled. The 3 red demon lizards were reduced to mere clouds of bloody mist. It was over. The potential offspring of the chameleon demon lizard that could have cultivated the genetic source liquid had been obliterated. Such a waste. Tian Xiao's heart ached with profound sorrow. Only he understood how rare it was to encounter mutated insect beasts. Such occurrences were akin to being struck by a piece of gold while strolling down the street. Infinitesimally improbable. Moreover, these were larvae birthed by the chameleon demon lizard, with a slim chance of inheriting mutation capabilities. What happened, boss? Are you all right? Are you injured? The Qingyao descended in height, its crew concernedly inquiring about the situation. Tian Xiao gazed at the scattered remnants of flesh and blood, reluctantly removed his mask of anguish, and waved his hand to indicate he was fine. What else could he do? At this moment, those below were utterly unaware of the significance of mutated insect beasts and the value of the larvae. He could hardly blame them. His comrades were merely eager to save lives. Sigh. Tian Xiao carefully secured the sole remaining mutated pancreas and instructed Chun Wuling to gather the bodies of the chameleon red lizard and the chameleon demon lizard for retrieval. 3 larvae and 2 adults had already been extracted. However, one could not dismiss the possibility of other chameleon red lizards still lurking nearby. Zhu Xiaotian, lead the first squad to expand the search radius. Utilize drones to comprehensively track all footprints left by the chameleon red lizards, comparing them meticulously to identify any potential survivors. The second and third squads will maintain vigilance to protect the first squad during this operation. The fourth squad will execute routine patrols. The monitoring center will continue to oversee all locations. Having issued his commands, he boarded Chen Wuling's modified Qingyao to return to the base. He needed to promptly report the situation to higher authorities. Upon returning to the security department, Wang Yunfei was already waiting outside the security building. This time, he and his 4 bodyguards were unusually subdued, having awaited for some time. They had witnessed the entire confrontation between the security team and the chameleon red lizards and chameleon demon lizards through the command center. From Tian Zhao's frenetic assault and the trap deployment to the swift encirclement and suppression by the security team after the chameleon red lizard fell for the ruse. Zhu Xiaotian's cockpit had been suddenly breached by a bizarre, terrifying force, nearly costing her life, which had sent Wang Yunfei and the command center staff into a panic. Zhu Xiaotian, as the leader of the security team's first squad, would have borne the brunt of the responsibility had she perished, rendering Wang Yunfei's position precarious, with dismissal almost inevitable. Fortunately, both acted swiftly, and, at a critical moment, Zhu Xiaotian ejected from the cockpit, landing in the modified Qingyao's cabin. The subsequent series of decisive actions led to the chameleon demon lizard's dismemberment and the chameleon red lizard's destruction. Tian Xiao, having drawn out the 3 larvae, executed a seamless display of gunplay, granting the security team the opportunity to annihilate the larvae completely. Thank you, Team Leader Tian Xiao. Thank you, Team Leader Tian Xiao. Under Wang Yunfei's leadership, a group sincerely bowed in gratitude at the entrance of the security building. Those accompanying Wang Yunfei knew that the resolution of this incident had secured his position as the highest authority in the base. Even if he faced some repercussions, they would be bearable. Wang Yunfei's perception of Tian Xiao had undergone a complete transformation. His deliverance from peril was solely due to Tian Zhao's relentless efforts, and his gratitude was beyond words. Chapter 74, Biological Talent Skills. At the entrance of the security building, Tian Xiao stood prepared before Wang Yunfei and his 4 trusted bodyguards. If all went as expected, the insect beast that had infiltrated alongside the vessel from outside should have been entirely dealt with. Although absolute certainty was elusive, he believed he could provide a satisfactory report to the higher-ups. Commander Wang, it would be prudent for you to promptly report this incident up the chain. The invasion of G-class parasitic insect beasts is no trivial matter. 3 miners have perished. Operations at the base have been halted for over a day, and 1 Qingyao has been destroyed. There is no way to conceal this from headquarters. I understand, Wang Yunfei replied with a smile. In truth, whispers had already reached the upper echelons, warning me that I must address this matter promptly. I am acutely aware that this incident is unrelated to Captain Tian Xiao, as headquarters has dispatched a response team en route. If you genuinely wish to witness my dismissal, then doing nothing would suffice. There is no need for such fervent efforts. Tian Xiao was taken aback slightly. The response team is indeed on its way. This is truly in line with the leadership style of the head of Feiying Corporation. Wang Yunfei continued. Just moments ago, I, in my capacity as the base commander, uploaded the entire process of the security team's operation against the chameleon lizard to the company headquarters, and the response team has turned back. Upon hearing this, Tian Xiao let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, partnering with Wang Yunfei has its merits. This fellow wears his intentions on his sleeve, unlike those shrewd veterans, making them more troublesome to deal with. If a more formidable contender were introduced, it would require considerable effort and concern. That is indeed a relief. If the affairs of the base were to be handed over to headquarters, it would bring disgrace to the security department, and I, as the head of the security team, would also suffer loss of face. Tian Xiao spoke sincerely. Wang Yunfei chuckled upon hearing this. Furthermore, let me share some good news with you. What is it? Vice President Yan Xing of the company stated that, given your swift and decisive handling of this incident, demonstrating prowess beyond that of a base security team leader, you have officially been included in the reserve cadre for the highest leadership of the base. Congratulations. Then I must congratulate Commander Wang for displacing me, enabling you to effortlessly take control of the overall situation at the base in the future. Tian Xiao's smile faded. Wang Yunfei, sensing urgency, quickly clarified, don't misunderstand. I genuinely have no intention of pushing you out. You have been of immense assistance to me this time. I couldn't be more grateful. It would be counterproductive to create obstacles for you. Not only would those above view me unfavorably, but my own people would also think of me as unworthy. Since Commander Wang feels indebted, allow me to request a favor. For the position of head of the base security team, let Shen Wuling take the lead, and I propose Zhu Xiaodian for the deputy position. I will recommend this, and Commander Wang can co-sign. What do you think? Tian Xiao seized the opportunity to request this favor from Wang Yunfei. No problem. A minor matter. Wang Yunfei readily agreed. Tian Xiao's heart settled instantly. With his recommendation and Wang Yunfei's co-signature, the overall structure and position of the security team would remain unchanged, ensuring a smooth transition while continuing the legacy left by Luo Fei. For Lin Hu, Lu Xuesong, and Qiao Daji, a stable and reliable team would aid them in accumulating resources to challenge G-level. As for old Lu, it would allow him to steadily amass a little more capital. That was the extent of what he could do for them. Commander Wang, you are quite straightforward. Come, let's converse inside. Excellent. Wang Yunfei was pleasantly surprised. This was Tian Xiao's first invitation for him to enter the security building. He knew this also marked the first time he had finally gained Tian Xiao's recognition, becoming one of their own. Even if he was merely shown around the interior and then ushered out, Wang Yunfei felt a profound sense of satisfaction, as though he had regained the feeling of his initial appointment. On Tian Xiao's side, after sending Wang Yunfei on his way, he swiftly returned to his room. The mutated pancreatic tissue of the chameleon lizard still lay in his hand. This substance could not be left for too long. The methodology for utilizing the genetic source fluid within the mutated pancreatic tissue varied among different research institutes. However, the Earth Army's application was rather crude. Puncture, ingest. Tian Xiao squeezed every drop of the liquid from the mutated pancreatic tissue down his throat, and then submerged himself in a pool filled with water. Minutes later, his body began to heat up. The thermometer beside him indicated that the pool's temperature gradually rose from 38 degrees to 39, then 40. Tian Xiao felt a heavy, dizzy sensation in his head, as if it were too burdensome to lift. Damn it, where did I go wrong? I won't end up cooking myself, will I? After a few more minutes, the pool's temperature escalated to 45 degrees. Tian Xiao felt as though he were burning, dazed, and delirious. His entire being akin to that of a boiled shrimp, hot and flushed, his limbs too weak to move. Tomorrow, will headquarters receive the obituary of the security team leader who cooked himself? What a grave injustice. This was Tian Xiao's final thought before his consciousness faded. Subsequently, in a daze, he felt as though he had transformed into something else entirely. He dreamt that he had been boiled, his body evaporating into a wisp of white mist. Within the mist, a crimson body appeared, astonishingly generating a thin, transparent gelatinous layer at a remarkable speed. Azure veins, white bones, and blood-red flesh slowly vanished from the air beneath this translucent coating. Soon after, the body began to restore itself, resembling a bright red shrimp once more. Then, it began the process of becoming transparent for a second time. This cycle continued, bizarre and strange. After an indeterminate period, Tian Xiao finally regained consciousness. His first reaction was to touch his body, anxious to ascertain whether he had morphed into a monster. The sensation was normal. In the mirror, everything appeared intact. However, there seemed to be something indeed new within him. Azure Dragon. Self-check. Yes. Serial number 01. Tian Xiao. Pilot. Tian Xiao. Status. Good. Age. 24. Muscle strength. 179. Muscle stress agility. 179. Biological energy. 320 units. Current physical quality. G4. Equipped chip level. G1 type. Azure Dragon. Biological talent. G-level chameleon invisibility. Consuming 100 biological energy units allows for an invisibility effect in a non-combat state, lasting 30 seconds. Personal comprehensive strength assessment. G9. Upon seeing this, Tian Xiao couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, his face alight with uncontainable joy. Biological talent skills. I have finally acquired them. This is the stepping stone to power exceeding sea level. In my past life, I toiled for years, mastering only a few ordinary biological skills. Those who wield biological talent skills possess a strategic trump card, far superior to those with mere ordinary biological skills. Azure Dragon. Immediately set the biological talent skill as my personal secret, conducting encrypted computations for protection, denying any access to others. Understood. Chapter 75. Closed door training gunslinging technique. After ingesting the mutated pancreatic tissue, I was unconscious for a total of 12 hours. During this time, the security team concluded all comparative analysis work, confirming that all claw marks left in the underground passages originated from the now-deceased chameleon red lizard and chameleon lizard. The security team has disbanded. The incident involving the parasitic beast triggered by the chameleon red lizard has come to a close. 2 unread emails awaited in Tian Xiao's inbox. 1 was a public commendation issued by the company headquarters. Thanks to the collective efforts of the security team, this incident, which exceeded the team's response level, was resolved satisfactorily, preventing significant casualties and losses to the base, which greatly pleased headquarters. The level of the incident and the commendation were elevated by 2 tiers compared to usual. Not only was the security team publicly rewarded, but they were also granted an additional month's salary. The least received was 20,000 yuan. The most was Tian Xiao, who received a reward of 100,000 yuan. Furthermore, all team leaders and deputy leaders received additional commendations. Team leader Zhu Xiaotian, in her report, did not mention that her operation was a team leader's action, and thus she received an additional reward of 200,000 yuan from headquarters. Alongside compensation for the repair of Qingyao, Tian Xiao, having performed exceptionally in this operation, received a hefty reward of 1 million yuan and a modified weapon, the Desert Eagle, issued by headquarters. It is said that the Desert Eagle possessed by Wang Yunfei is of the same model. This Desert Eagle is exclusively outfitted with armor-piercing ammunition, capable of penetrating H-series combat suits, with a market price exceeding 5 million. The cost of a single bullet reaches an astonishing 2,000. It goes without saying that this was personally approved by Vice President Yin Qing. This also signifies that Yin Qing is conveying a gesture of goodwill. In another email, the company provided feedback regarding the joint recommendation of Chen Wuling and Zhu Xiaotian by Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei. As expected, the company has granted approval. However, due to the absence of a suitable position for Tian Xiao at present, this order will take effect after Tian Xiao assumes his post, still signed by Yin Qing. A smile graced Tian Xiao's face. The company also issued a disciplinary decision against Wang Yunfei. The 2 bodyguards under Wang Yunfei took the fall for him and were escorted back to headquarters for punishment. Wang Yunfei himself faced a 6-month salary suspension due to his lax management and was mandated to provide economic compensation to the 3 deceased miners, in addition to covering the maintenance costs of the Qingyao. The 3 vessels Wang Yunfei had painstakingly retrieved from the Xinghe Jifeng Squadron were suddenly halved in quantity. Nevertheless, overall, the headquarters still showed considerable leniency towards Wang Yunfei. Such a significant oversight at the onset of his tenure could have led to his dismissal had it not been for Yin Qing's protection, marking an indelible stain on his record. A minor financial loss is of little consequence. Checking the date, September 11th, 777 of the new calendar. Only a month remains until the commencement of the Dragon Slayer Youth Operation on October 10th. Tian Xiao's spirits lifted, with his relationship with Wang Yunfei having improved and the greatest threat to the base resolved. It was an opportune moment to hone his biological talents and relearn several standard combat techniques he had mastered in the Earth Sky Army. Returning to the security team, Chen Wuling promptly reported that the carcasses of the torn-lipped wolves used to lure the color-changing red lizards had all been retrieved and stored in the ice storage on the 36th floor of the training facility. Alongside the remains of the color-changing red lizards and the color-changing magic lizards, all properly secured. These specimens should fetch a high price in the market. Additionally, Wang Yunfei notified him that buyers had been found for the 3 vessels, and the payment had already been processed. They merely awaited the end of the month to deliver the goods. The promised sum of 30 million had already been transferred to his account. With money and power in hand, his strength was undeniably on the rise, embodying the true spirit of elation that accompanies fortunate events. That very day, Tian Xiao organized a grand feast, feeding the pancreas of the torn-lipped wolf to Chen Wuling, Zhu Xiaotian, Lu Xuesong, Qiao Daji, Lin Hu, and Lu Fangyan, aiding them in their quest to attain H9. For the following half-month, Tian Xiao entered a state of seclusion. Since Chen Wuling and Zhu Xiaotian had already received word from the company, they would take this time to acclimate. Tian Xiao dedicated himself to training at the facility. The ordinary skills of the Earth-Sky Army warriors are categorized into 4 main types. Firstly, there are firearm skills, notably gunslinger technique, which utilizes assault rifles to produce effects akin to melee combat, encompassing blocking and assassination, coupled with formidable computational and shooting capabilities. A novice can swiftly neutralize more than 6 targets in a short period, while those who master it can maneuver effortlessly among crowds, excelling in both ranged and close-quarter combat. Gun flipping technique allows for high-speed movement to create curved trajectories for bullets, targeting foes behind obstacles, proving equally formidable. Additionally, there are dual gun technique, modified gun technique, among others. The second category of ordinary skills comprises cold weapon combat techniques. The finger techniques witnessed at the Crescent Moon City training facility are among them. This is a form of hard qigong that fortifies one's body parts to a metallic toughness, and as physical attributes enhance, the skill's lethality simultaneously escalates. Upon reaching a certain realm, practitioners can engage ferocious beasts and insectoid monsters in direct combat. In his past life, Tian Xiao had also practiced finger techniques, but took particular pride in Thunder Elbow and Ghost Leg, utilizing the elbow for explosive power and the leg for unexpected strikes. The third category primarily revolves around medical skills. The final category remains somewhat enigmatic. Some claim it pertains to mental abilities, while others assert it involves computational skills, an area Tian Xiao has yet to explore. Currently, Tian Xiao is honing gunslinger technique, gun flipping technique, and ghost leg. In a shooting training ground, Tian Xiao stood alone, wielding dual desert eagles, the sound of gunfire reverberating continuously. Bang! Bang! The desert eagle's report is thunderous, and its recoil substantial. Yet in Tian Xiao's hands, the 2 desert eagles remain as steady as a rock. Shells swiftly ejected from the chambers, landing with a crisp clatter. Within moments, the magazine of the Desert Eagle was emptied. Tian Xiao's speed in reloading was akin to a phantom. Bang! Bang! The gunfire echoed incessantly, as if there had never been a pause, as though reloading was unnecessary. After exhausting 20 magazines, Tian Xiao exited the scene. The training ground reported the results. The custom scenario concluded with 300 ferocious beasts encountered, 37 injured, 221 slain, and 42 fled. The shooting accuracy stood at 86, with a lethality rate of 736 and a miss rate of 14, resulting in a grade of C. Tian Xiao approached the gun platform. I'll take another 20 magazines. The fee, 1,000. Without hesitation, Tian Xiao paid the dues, loading his tactical belt with magazines brimming with bullets, gripping the 2 Desert Eagles, and once more initiating a customized training scenario. Beginning anew, Tian Xiao found himself alone in a grassland, thrown into a pack of wolves. Bang! Bang! Tian Xiao unleashed a barrage, firing left and right. The torn-lipped wolves collapsing as blood erupted from their chests and heads, falling in their charge. Chapter 76. Aside from being somewhat unsightly, everything else is satisfactory. The gunslinger technique relies solely on ammunition. Tian Xiao even disabled the computational capabilities of the Qinglong, immersing himself in the visceral experience of life and death amidst the wolves. Devoid of the chip sade. Bang! Bang! Under the relentless assault of the wolves, Tian Xiao had to cultivate an instinctual response rather than become a puppet of the chip. The torn-lipped wolves were perpetually the most perilous adversaries. The bullets fired from the Desert Eagle invariably targeted the nearest of the torn-lipped wolves, one after another falling. Yet, an increasing number of torn-lipped wolves encircled him from all directions, pressing the attack. Tian Xiao recalled that half a month prior, while practicing the gunslinger technique, he could barely fire 100 rounds before being overwhelmed by wolves, leading to an early conclusion of his training session. Now, his speed in changing magazines had reached seamless integration. His mindset grew increasingly calm and collected. As another round of customized training concluded, the data showed little change. Tian Xiao resembled a machine, oblivious to fatigue and the need for rest, calmly exchanging magazines and embarking on a new training round. 10,000 rounds were soon discharged. As Tian Xiao departed the shooting training ground, his lethality rate had increased by 1 percentage point. This signified that through this training session, he had eliminated an additional 3 torn-lipped wolves. Following the completion of the 10,000 rounds of training, Tian Xiao promptly commenced his practice of ghost leg. Within the 18th floor training facility, the fists of 2 sparring robots were struck with thunderous resonance. Boom, 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 maintaining his offensive rhythm. Tian Xiao either delivered blows of such force that the sparring robots nearly flew away or unleashed strikes with such speed that the robots struggled to keep up. There was no other choice. The sparring robots were modeled after H-grade warriors, having fully assimilated the pancreas of the color-changing magic lizard. Both his muscle strength and responsiveness had surpassed 185, attaining the G6 realm. Based on the physique of G6, the trainee robot is subjected to the technique known as ghost leg, forcibly mobilizing biological energy, utilizing the most optimized breathing techniques and offensive skills. The resulting force can unleash an impact exceeding 900 pounds. The trainee robot is akin to being struck by a small bridge vehicle. Just days prior, Chen Wuling had contemplated attempting to train with the current robot, but after enduring several blows, he had not returned to the training ground as 18th level. With merely half a month remaining, I must expedite my efforts. Tian Xiao diligently practiced, placing significant importance on the mysterious and unknown actions of the dragon-slaying youth. On this day, an unexpected visitor entered the 18th level. The resounding impact immediately drew the attention of this individual, who discovered Tian Xiao fervently unleashing firepower upon the trainee robot. Tian Xiao, came Wang Yunfei's voice. Recognizing the identity of the visitor, Tian Xiao, whose muscular frame concealed explosive power, repelled the trainee robot while remarking, "The esteemed Commander Wang, the foremost commander of the base, has deigned to stroll through the training grounds." Training? Wang Yunfei appeared quite eager, donning his boxing gloves as he approached. Tian Xiao was aware of Wang Yunfei's prowess. A month prior, he had been superior. However, a month later, Wang's strength remained at G3, while Tian Xiao had surpassed him. Should the commander wish to test himself, it was only natural for a subordinate to risk his life in service to his superior. Tian Xiao assumed a defensive stance. Wang Yunfei tossed overprotective gear, instructing, "Put this on." Tian Xiao initially intended to decline, but reconsidered, knowing Wang hailed from the Tianlong Military Academy, possibly possessing various skills. Thus, he complied and donned the armor. "Here I come." Wang Yunfei charged forward with a swift step, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Tian Xiao staggered back a few steps, feeling a heaviness in his chest. The force of that punch nearly equaled his own. Wang Yunfei, indeed well-versed in close combat techniques, executed each movement with remarkable precision. The skillful build-up and release of power far exceeding G3. "Impressive, you've managed to hold your ground," Wang Yunfei exclaimed, seizing the opportunity to press forward. Again, Wang Yunfei, trained in both punches and kicks, unleashed a barrage of strikes with a speed that was at least equal to Tian Xiao's. In a mere 7 seconds, he bombarded his opponent 13 times, each strike landing with intent. This was truly commendable. Tian Xiao managed to deflect the blows, alternating between arms, legs, and absorbing the impacts with his body, maintaining a stable stance and effectively engaging the robot. Such combat techniques were taxing on biological energy. After 7 minutes of relentless assault, Wang Yunfei, having exhausted his biological energy, collapsed onto the ground, sprawled out. It's been ages since I've enjoyed myself this much. I didn't realize your defensive skills were so formidable." Wang Yunfei acknowledged Tian Xiao's dedicated training. As Tian Xiao removed the protective gear, he inquired, "What prompted you to come to the training grounds today?" "This isn't your usual style. In half a month, there's a competition, and I want to sharpen my skills. By the way, I'll need to entrust the base to you, as I'll be taking a break for a while." "For how long?" Tian Xiao was taken aback, scrutinizing Wang Yunfei with curiosity, pondering whether the competition he mentioned was related to the dragon-slaying youth operation. The timing certainly aligned. However, Tian Xiao felt it inappropriate to ask, as this operation was shrouded in confidentiality. Any breach could result in disqualification and repercussions. Wang Yunfei indeed refrained from elaborating, merely stating it was an opportunity arranged by his family, adding, "I don't quite fit in with this planet. I think it's best to leave. If I perform well in this competition, I might secure a chance to board ship. At that time, I'll offer you a chance to oversee this resource planet." "How about that? Quite a loyal offer, wouldn't you say?" "Indeed, That is quite generous, Tian Xiao responded, his mind increasingly convinced that the competition Wang Yunfei spoke of was indeed the dragon-slaying youth operation, an initiative conducted internally by the Yunzhong group, unrelated to the Wang family. Nevertheless, the prospect Wang Yunfei presented was enticing. The authority to manage the daily operations and security affairs of a resource planet would hold considerable power. However, despite the allure, it was merely a fleeting desire. Fei Incorporation would never permit such an event to transpire. Tian Xiao instructed the trainee robot to fetch 2 bottles of strong liquor. We've become somewhat acquainted through this sparring. If you depart so swiftly, I'll be left to face an unfamiliar adversary, and the ensuing scheming will be exhausting. What? Don't want me to leave? Wang Yunfei chuckled. Tian Xiao nodded. Now that I think about it, aside from your unappealing looks, I can tolerate everything else. Get lost. Wang Yunfei retorted with a laugh. But on a serious note, being a local tyrant on a resource planet may seem enjoyable at first, yet over time, it becomes rather dull. Finding a worthy sparring partner is a challenge. I remember when I entered the Tianlong Military Academy. My dreams were to conquer the starry expanse and confront countless insectoid foes. Yet now I'm nearly humiliated by a G-class insect. Tian Xiao chuckled softly at Wang Yunfei's ambitions. Wang Yunfei, sensing the jest, turned sharply. Are you mocking me? Tian Xiao quickly waved his hands. No. I merely recalled the image of you upon your arrival here, when the entire security team wished to rub your face into the ground. Who would have thought you harbored such lofty aspirations? That is indeed mockery. Wang Yunfei gritted his teeth. Tian Xiao shrugged. If you perceive it that way, I cannot alter your view. However, to be honest, it's rather impressive that amidst your cigar-smoking and tyrannical demeanor at the command center, you still hold such grand dreams. Are you serious? Tian Xiao laughed heartily. Damn. Wang Yunfei turned away, sulking and choosing silence. After a moment, he broke the silence. In half a month, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the company, including our group, will undergo a significant reshuffling, with a new wave of elite talents emerging. This will pose both a challenge and an opportunity for you. Tian Xiao understood that Wang Yunfei, leveraging his connections to the Wang family, likely had deeper insights into the situation, subtly warning him. He also recognized that when the Yunzhong Cup concludes, many elites would rise to prominence, securing crucial positions. What do you mean? Tian Xiao feigned ignorance, pressing for clarity. Wang Yunfei, speaking half-concealed, explained every year around this time, a new cadre of individuals emerges within the group. If you're interested in the history of the group, you might have some awareness of this. Moreover, after November, at year's end, the group will plan for the upcoming year's actions and deployments. Tian Xiao pondered this thoughtfully. Indeed, each year, major corporate groups forecast the future while gearing up for expansion. The influx of fresh graduates would inject new vigor into these companies, providing significant momentum. Wang Yunfei did not divulge everything, but cleverly shifted the topic to his current role as a talent reserve officer. Next year, many new ships will be commissioned. And during that time, various factions will be recruiting. A wave of capable individuals will be sought after, and since you've established a reputation within the company, perhaps you could board a ship alongside your predecessor, Luo Fei. Upon hearing this, Tian Xiao felt a flicker of excitement. Boarding a ship. This signified that he would be able to accompany the fleet, experiencing various encounters in deep space, facing formidable beasts, insectoid creatures, and interstellar bandits. He would also have the opportunity to confront powerful star beasts lurking in the shadows. I will keep an eye on it. Tian Xiao nodded, understanding that Wang Yunfei was genuinely considering him as an ally, hence the discreet warnings. Wang Yunfei continued, with your qualifications, the only thing left is the resume of the highest base commander. It would be best to strive for an arrangement within this month to take office. Otherwise, boarding the ship as the head of the security team will yield a significantly different starting point compared to entering as the highest base commander. Understood, Tian Xiao replied. Boss LaFaro has mentioned to me that entering the ship as the head of the security team only leads to the future competition for the highest position of deputy captain responsible for security, while only the highest base commander can aspire to the captaincy. As long as you understand. After finishing his words, Wang Yunfei rose from his seat. That's all that needs to be said. Thank you for your sparring. I must return to my training. I wish you good fortune. May you achieve victory as well. Tian Xiao smiled as he watched Wang Yunfei depart. Although Wang Yunfei's visit seemed like a chance encounter, Tian Xiao was aware that the other party intended to offer guidance and extend an olive branch. However, after spending some time together, Wang Yunfei was acutely aware that he could not recruit Tian Xiao, nor could he dominate him. Thus, he ultimately refrained from making his intentions explicit. Wang Yunfei possessed an entry ticket for the Cloud Cup Dragon Slayer initiative and was confident in his ability to emerge alive from it, potentially earning a significant promotion and the opportunity to directly assume the role of captain in the following year. Like Luff, Wang Yunfei also needed to gather various elites to forge a reliable team to strengthen his fleet. Tian Xiao, both in strength and cunning, was an exceptionally appealing candidate. Yet, Wang Yunfei hesitated to make a move. On one hand, it was due to Luff's arrangements. On the other, Tian Xiao's brilliance was too dazzling. And lastly, Wang Yunfei himself lacked sufficient strength and audacity. The two were destined to miss each other. Unbeknownst to Wang Yunfei, Tian Xiao had also received an entry ticket for the Cloud Cup Dragon Slayer initiative, and it was likely they would soon find themselves competing on the same stage. Wang Yunfei did not make his intentions clear. Tian Xiao, bound by confidentiality protocols, could not disclose anything either. Nevertheless, the inability to become the highest commander of certain base was indeed a thorn in Tian Xiao's heart. As time passed, the date of October 10th drew nearer. Tian Xiao understood that the company could no longer arrange for him to take a position at any base at this juncture. So he resolved to focus entirely on his training, diligently honing his marksmanship. After nearly a month of rigorous practice, expending over 20,000 rounds of ammunition and countless resources, Tian Xiao finally elevated the lethality rate of the Desert Eagle to 93. On October 7th, a startling email from the company sent shockwaves throughout the base. Commander Wang Yunfei and security team leader Tian Xiao were assigned to headquarters for specialized training, temporarily relieving them of all duties. The highest commander of the base would be temporarily filled by a senior official from headquarters, with Chen Wuling taking over as head of the security team and Zhu Xiaotian as deputy. There was no time for farewell gathering. On the same day, a flying vehicle landed at the base, whisking Wang Yunfei and Tian Xiao away. Wang Yunfei, bewildered, gazed at Tian Xiao, who was preparing to board the vehicle for vacation. Nearly choking on his confusion, many came to see them off, but the organization clearly had no intention of allowing them to divulge more, hastily shutting the cabin door. Inside the cabin, Wang Yunfei could no longer contain himself. Did you also receive an invitation? What invitation? Tian Xiao blinked innocently, continuing to feign ignorance. Wang Yunfei clenched his fists. I really want to take action. Tian Xiao ignored him, gazing out at the swiftly receding meteor belt, remarking, the organization seems to place significant importance on this Cloud Cup, arranging a Class D small aircraft to pick us up. Suddenly, Wang Yunfei understood everything, leaning back into the soft sofa and scoffing. You little brat, your strength and cunning are quite extraordinary, and you excel with insect beasts. It's truly unreasonable not to include you. The higher-ups of the organization are not blind. Who would have thought we'd end up as rivals? The organization never stated that acquaintances could not team up. Tian Xiao sighed. Wang Yunfei paused. Are you mocking me again? Chapter 78. 3 Days of Slumber. This sleep felt interminable. Tian Xiao was awakened by someone shaking him. Wang Yunfei rubbed his slightly throbbing head. How did I fall asleep? Tian Xiao, wake up. The vehicle has landed. We VE arrived. Tian Xiao opened his eyes, his expression grave. Damn it, I've been drugged. However, the assailants' methods were remarkably sophisticated. They likely used a combination of gas and food to create a reaction, rendering him unable to discern or analyze the situation, with no opportunity to struggle. Qinglong rescanned the cabin. The interior had been thoroughly cleaned, leaving no trace. Tian Xiao rose and followed Wang Yunfei out of the cabin, only to behold a medium-sized base city adorned with lights like a starry sky. A bionic robot clad in combat attire stood on the ground to welcome them, explaining, Gentlemen, you are participating in the Cloud Cup Dragon Slayer initiative to ensure that the mission location and identity information are not leaked in advance. We administered a mild sedative during the flight. The base has also deployed large-scale jamming devices to eliminate any possibility of information transmission, as well as to prevent any signal tracking. Furthermore, you will be resting in this base until the personnel have gathered. We will then transport you to the competition site. Allow me to guide you to your accommodations. After this, the bionic robot turned and led the way. Wang Yunfei followed without a change in expression. Tian Xiao glanced back at the D-class small aircraft shrouded in night, now preparing to depart. For some reason, he felt a flicker of tension and excitement rising within him. The careful selection of individuals, the D-class small aircraft picking up participants, the highly confidential flight en route. The Cloud Cup had indeed executed its confidentiality measures impeccably. The more effort the Cloud Group invested in this Dragon Slayer initiative, the more he understood that those who performed brilliantly in this mission would undoubtedly soar to great heights. gaining ample opportunities and resources. Lost in thought, Tian Xiao followed along. Wang Yunfei engaged in casual conversation with the bionic robot, inquiring about the number of participants, how many had arrived, how long they would stay, and whether this base still fell within the Pegasus Galaxy range. The bionic robot ignored him completely, leading them to a tall, dark building devoid of any signage. You may choose any room inside. Feel free to stay. The rooms are stocked with food, and a specific action time will be communicated later. With that, the bionic robot departed. Damn it, more arrogant than I am. Wang Yunfei, frustrated and receiving no information, began to vent his grievances. Tian Xiao looked up, gazing at the towering structure exceeding 100 meters, his expression revealing a unique intensity. Qinglong confirmed the jamming range. Apologies. Unable to calculate. Tian Xiao fell silent. In other words, this base indeed housed large-scale jamming devices, and they were currently unable to communicate with the outside world. That bionic robot was suspicious. Tian Xiao's mind raced. Qinglong, how can they inform us under the condition of large jamming devices in the base? High-frequency announcements, or temporarily disabling the jamming devices. The latter has vulnerabilities and is highly improbable, Qinglong replied. Tian Xiao nodded in agreement. At this moment, Wang Yunfei had already stepped through the entrance and turned back, noticing Tian Xiao lagging behind. What's wrong? Why are you daydreaming? He had fully accepted the Cloud Group's arrangements, absorbing and recognizing all the information provided by the bionic robot. Indeed, the inexperienced remained blissfully naive, having emerged from school without enduring the trials of life, often retaining a semblance of innocence. Tian Xiao had once experienced betrayal at the hands of a bionic robot and was acutely aware that the upper echelons of the organization were far from benevolent. Thus, upon entering any unfamiliar environment, his vigilance would instinctively heighten, leading him to scrutinize every incongruity with meticulous care. The robot had not explicitly forbidden them from exploring the base, so he contemplated a stroll through the city. What were we doing wandering around at this hour, instead of sleeping? Wang Yunfei grumbled, although he still stepped out. The base was illuminated, with numerous buildings aglow and a plethora of shops lining the streets, all operating 24 hours a day, staffed entirely by bionic robots. Priced at 500,000 each, these robots could tirelessly and efficiently manage the stores once programmed with simple information, far more reliable than living employees. Tian Xiao entered a convenience store, casually purchasing a carton of fresh milk, glancing at the date, and then noticed that the television screen behind the cashier was broadcasting news about an interstellar pirate attack on a major transport ship belonging to a conglomerate in the Orion system. With the date clearly displayed, he silently completed his transaction and left. They had been in a state of unconsciousness for 3 full days. Though somewhat slow on the uptake, Wang Yunfei was still perceptive regarding pertinent information. Upon exiting the convenience store, his expression shifted slightly. We've actually been asleep for 3 days. This is news from the Orion system, he exclaimed. No wonder the layout of this base appears so minimalist. The Orion system is the forefront of our Earth Alliance's expansion. The Yunzhong group has sent us to the front lines. Wang Yunfei finally caught on. At this point, he turned to Tian Xiao, seeking confirmation. Did you suspect something from the beginning, insisting on gathering intelligence? Isn't it quite normal to collect information in an unfamiliar place? Tian Xiao retorted, leaving Wang Yunfei momentarily speechless. He began to defend himself, claiming it was an arrangement from above, but paused, sensing the ineffectiveness of his excuse. Tian Xiao took a sip of his milk, slightly wrinkling his brow. Let us go. We need to gather more intelligence. Where to? Wang Yunfei struggled to keep pace. Tian Xiao offered no explanation, his earlier ease dissipating as he began to jog down the street, passing an array of dazzling shops while ignoring the astonished glances of passers-by. Ultimately arriving at a store dedicated to weaponry, where he pushed the door open and entered. Hello. We have detected that you are lawful citizens of the Earth Alliance and possess the right to carry firearms. This store can provide you with suitable merchandise. The clerk, a trustworthy-looking man with a square face, stood before a neatly arranged display of over 80 types of firearms, ranging from handguns to assault rifles, as well as submachine guns, shotguns, and sniper rifles. Wang Yunfei dismissed the ordinary weapons priced in the thousands or tens of thousands, for he wielded a modified Desert Eagle worth $1 million, with a magazine of armor-piercing bullets costing more than many assault rifles combined. Tian Xiao bypassed this and directly inquired, "Do you offer custom weaponry?" "Yes, but it requires a few days of waiting," the clerk replied with a professional smile. "Then that means it's not available now," Tian Xiao sighed softly. 2 Desert Eagles. For magazines. 1 assault rifle for magazines, 1 shotgun, and a standard shotgun shell chain. You should prepare a set as well. After listing the items, he turned to Wang Yunfei, asking what weapons he typically used. Only then did Wang Yunfei finally become serious. Give me one of everything you're buying. Though unsure of what Tian Xiao had discovered, he recalled the color-changing lizard and the chameleon-like monster infiltrating the base, realizing he had been just as oblivious then. 127,000 alliance credits. The clerk efficiently gathered all the weapons. After payment, he inquired if they wished to test the firearms in-store. Tian Xiao shook his head. Although the Qinglong is severely compromised, it still possesses basic computational capabilities regarding the objects before it. The components of the firearms are brand new, and the deviation falls within the factory's acceptable range. Do you have any Bio-Strongheart syringes? Yes, at 500,000 each. I'll take 2. Tian Xiao completed the transaction. The Bio-Strongheart syringes were compact, easy to carry. Although Wang Yunfei was uncertain of the circumstances, he also ordered 2, subsequently inquiring if they had armor-piercing ammunition. The response was a firm no. Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei participated in the Yunzhong Cup dragon-slaying youth operation, knowing they would soon resign, aside from a combat suit. All they had was a customized Desert Eagle, with the rest being company property. Upon exiting the weapons store, Wang Yunfei could no longer contain himself. Lowering his voice to send a message via his chip. What on earth is happening? We cannot be certain yet, but we can assure you that we are now at the front lines, and we have been unconscious on the spacecraft for 3 days. I understand. Wang Yunfei was perplexed. Tian Xiao took a deep breath and replied, I don't know if I'm overthinking, but being at the front lines without a spacecraft and insufficient ammunition leaves me feeling insecure. Furthermore, given the meticulous nature of the Yunzhong group, 3 days have passed. By now, the dragon-slaying youth operation should have commenced. Tian Xiao's words left Wang Yunfei utterly astounded. His eyes widened, and he vigorously shook his head. You mean, the operation has already started? The competition has begun? How is that possible? We're still at the base. Wang Yunfei was visibly agitated. Tian Xiao pulled him into a corner of a tall building, pointing to a second-floor level. Look for yourself. What? In the dimly lit environment, he could barely discern several rows of characters. Engineering, completion date. Wang Yunfei squinted for a long time before finally deciphering the text, and his pupils dilated in shock. The completion date was 3 days prior. His expression shifted dramatically. He quickly dashed to several nearby buildings to check their completion information. Indeed, the completion dates for all surrounding structures were the same day. What did this signify? This base was newly constructed. Was it a designated assembly point for the Yunzhong Cup dragon-slaying youth operation? Wang Yunfei dared not think further. Tian Xiao, however, was bold. He addressed Wang Yunfei. If it were merely an assembly point, there would be no need for such a grand investment. This base operates normally, with a comprehensive layout. It is unequivocally a genuine base. The financial, human, and computational resources required for this are exorbitant. If it were up to me, I would prefer to allocate a ship in space. It's also possible they are just using it temporarily, and once the Yunzhong Cup concludes, it will be officially put to use. Wang Yunfei hesitated to entertain darker thoughts. Tian Xiao ruthlessly shattered his perceptions. How do you explain the fact that the organization specifically placed us in the most discreet, yet fortified bastion building within the base? What are they worried about? Wang Yunfei was once again rendered speechless. Each base is equipped with 8 fortified buildings strategically positioned in all 4 directions to guard against invasions. Their resilience is formidable. They can withstand corrosive substances from insect beasts, resist frontal assaults from large creatures, and hold their ground for hours against the onslaught of fissure worms and high-temperature corrosive creatures, buying time for the base during urban warfare. The organization's choice to position them within a bastion building indeed carried an air of the extraordinary. The two said nothing more, burdened with an array of weaponry, as they returned to the ominous, shadowy edifice. Within the building, all doors were firmly shut. A red sign indicated restricted access, suggesting occupancy. The green rooms were available for permission requests. Tian Xiao swiped open a room on the top floor near the emergency exit, with Wang Yunfei residing next door, but in the next moment, he slipped over. I believe your analysis is spot on. This base indeed exudes an aura of strangeness. For the sake of safety, we should remain together. Should anything occur, we can look out for one another, Wang Yunfei asserted with confidence. Tian Xiao, however, ignored him, instead retrieving a nutrition bar from the room's refrigerator to replenish his energy. He was now reasonably certain that there existed an over 80% likelihood that the mission of the Cloud Cup dragon-slaying youth operation was to safeguard this base. Checking the time, it read October 10th, 1 a.m. Tian Xiao consumed 3 nutrition bars in succession, restoring his biological energy to its optimal state. Then closed his eyes to rest. Clad in battle attire, 2 Desert Eagles nestled in his tactical holster at his waist, an assault rifle in hand, and a shotgun and belt of ammunition slung across his sides. He opted to sit while resting to avoid any disruption. Wang Yunfei watched in a daze. At that moment, he felt as though, despite being a semi-military personnel graduated from a military academy, he was merely an amateur before Tian Xiao's expertise. As they turned off the lights, the two, fully armed, faced each other, creating a stark visual contrast against the brightly lit, serene base outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. Tian Xiao, Wang Yunfei, began softly. Sometimes, I truly wonder if you're the one who graduated from a military academy. However, having reviewed your records, I find your alma mater rather unremarkable. Yet your combat prowess and military acumen far surpass mine, akin to that of a true soldier. It's quite deflating to one's confidence. Wang Yunfei sensed an undercurrent of tension. Tian Xiao raised a hand in a gesture for silence, then pointed towards the window. Wang Yunfei swiftly cast aside his earlier doubts and scrutinized the outside world. The darkness beyond the window revealed nothing. Just as Wang Yunfei thought Tian Xiao was jesting, he turned to see Tian Xiao fixated on a glass by the window. The surface of the glass rippled slightly. Chapter 80. Full-Scale Invasion. Wang Yunfei's pupils constricted. The ripples on the glass, seemingly innocuous, were anything but normal in such a hushed environment. A second wave of ripples formed, followed by a third. The frequency of the ripples began to quicken. Wang Yunfei sprang to his feet, excitement and tension surging within him. Indeed, the crisis at the base had emerged as he had anticipated. Tian Xiao rose, gun in hand, and approached the floor-to-ceiling window to survey the entire base. Suddenly, several red dots burst forth from the highest building at the center of the base, followed by a chaotic eruption of flames in the air, forming a breathtaking barrage of fire. Boom! A dark mass collided with the fiery barrage, illuminated from within by the flames, resembling a black ovary, before erupting in a terrifying display of light and shockwave. A brilliant flash exploded above the base. Boom! The first wave of violent shockwaves violently shook the entire base. Nearby walls and glass shattered. Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes, their faces pale. Electromagnetic egg. D-class electromagnetic nightmare insect. As the two identified the assailants attacking the base's command center, another series of deafening explosions and blinding light ensued. Boom! 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 The command center was under relentless attack from the electromagnetic eggs. The terrifying light illuminated the entire base as if it were midday. In an instant, the newly constructed base lay in ruins, the overwhelming electromagnetic force extinguishing all lights. Several buildings near the command center were doused in a noxious corrosive liquid, emitting white smoke. Yet, under the command center's formidable firepower, it remained unscathed. The walls were robust, and inside, a diluting liquid began to spray out. The barrage of electromagnetic eggs jolted everyone within the base awake. Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei heard hurried footsteps within the floors. Tian Xiao did not rush to move. The enormous floor-to-ceiling window was battered by a powerful storm, riddled with cracks. Tian Xiao smashed the glass with the butt of his gun, witnessing several bluebirds swiftly appearing around the command center. Whoosh! The bluebirds swooped low, heading towards the direction of the incoming electromagnetic eggs. They could not allow the electromagnetic nightmares to launch a second round of bombardment. However, at that moment, one of the bluebirds suddenly snapped in half, and a shower of sparks illuminated a lithe figure. Qinglong. As the confirmation was underway, it was determined that the assailant of the bluebird was a G-class insect beast, the black flood dragon. Accompanying the black flood dragon was an F-class insect beast, the white phosphorus giant winged insect. Wang Yunfei also took note. A multitude of black dots appeared above the base. Upon ascending, the bluebirds had initially failed to recognize their presence, resulting in a significant number of black flood dragons descending upon them. Crack, crack, crack. One after another, the bluebirds were obliterated. Boom, boom. Explosions erupted as fiery masses either plummeted to the ground or collided with nearby buildings, intensifying the atmosphere of smoke and urgency in the ravaged base. Wang Yunfei was thoroughly bewildered, witnessing the multitude of white phosphorus giant winged insects approaching the base. His face turned pale as he shouted, "The command center is in danger. The command center must not fall. Insect beasts are invading." With D-class electromagnetic nightmares, the command center absolutely cannot be compromised. Otherwise, we will lose our ability to self-preserve. Tian Xiao, we must rush to the command center. Wang Yunfei attempted to charge out, but was yanked back by Tian Xiao. Wait, what are you doing? As he spoke, he met Tian Xiao's calm gaze. The white phosphorus giant winged insect is an F-class insect beast. The weapons in our possession cannot harm it. If we rush over, it would only lead to our demise. It is far better to remain composed and contemplate what we can feasibly do for the base. Wang Yunfei, too eager, suddenly remembered that this was not his own base. They were neither the highest-ranking officials here nor the leaders of the security detail. Lacking aircraft and effective weaponry against the insect beasts, their only assets were the low-grade military arms they had just procured from the armory. Tian Xiao released his grip. Wang Yunfei could only offer this much. The base was under attack. Honestly, he had anticipated something of this nature. However, he never expected the Cloud Group to go this far, deploying D-class electromagnetic nightmares and swarming F-class airborne insect beasts capable of suppressing the bluebirds. On the ground, numerous G-class black flood dragons awaited. Madness. This was a force capable of annihilating the entire base. The onslaught of the insect tribe persisted. Of dozens of bluebirds, only 12 managed to escape the assault of the black flood dragons, returning to the command center to establish a defensive line. A barrage of gunfire poured from the sky into the streets. Hot. The heavy machine guns of the command center roared to life, beginning their thunderous assault. The concentrated fire illuminated the night sky, as the white phosphorus giant winged insects attempting to breach the command center were met with a splattering of blood, turning tail in retreat. Yet, some white phosphorus giant winged insects crashed into the command center building, where gunfire erupted like fireworks. The firepower was formidable. For the moment, the command center remained intact. However, as Tian Xiao's gaze shifted to the ground, he observed numerous individuals armed with weapons rushing outside. A dark tide surged through the streets. A multitude of black serpentine insects descended, swiftly invading the streets and alleys at the periphery of the city, launching themselves directly into the nearby edifices. On the thoroughfare, gunfire erupted. Tian Xiao silently lamented, "How audacious these individuals are." With the base's lights extinguished, the environment favored the insects for combat. Any soldier emerging from cover to fire would surely meet their demise. Just as this thought materialized, a soldier downstairs discharged a shotgun twice at close range, only to be overpowered by a black serpentine insect leaping down from the second floor. Shadows swarmed around. The corpse inadvertently squeezed the trigger, resulting in a cacophony of gunfire, releasing all its ammunition in a series of staccato sounds. Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei had already positioned themselves at the window edge, rifles at the ready, aiming at a throng of ravenous insects on the street, yet hesitated to fire. There was no hope for rescue. The sheer number of insects was overwhelming. Nearby, several individuals suffered grotesque fates, their bodies left unrecognizable. Inside the base, the sounds of gunfire intensified, but within a brief span, they diminished significantly. Such is the brutality of war. In the absence of aircraft and more formidable weaponry, humanity found it exceedingly challenging to confront the insects at close quarters. Tian Xiao imparted a harsh lesson to Wang Yunfei, who finally grasped that his earlier reckless descent would have led to a fate akin to those below, inevitably fatal. At that moment, an announcement resonated through the room. The Dragon Slayer operation has officially commenced. Eliminate an H-class insect to earn 1 point. An G-class insect grants 10 points. An F-class insect yields 100 points, and so forth. Should the command base be destroyed, the mission will fail, and all points will be reset. All personnel will initiate escape protocols, striving to survive for 48 hours within a base overrun by the insect horde, awaiting potential reinforcements. Move forth, young warriors. Chapter 81. Nightmare Difficulty. Damn it. The base has been ravaged to this extent, and we are expected to safeguard the command center. With what? A mere pistol? Within the fortified building's chambers, everyone heard the broadcast from the Yunzhong group, instantly igniting an uproar. Contact the security team. Who do you think that last squad of Qingyao was? The security team has suffered immense losses, with only a fraction remaining to guard the command center. Another aircraft has been downed. This is a nightmare scenario. Despite their grievances, the participants in this operation were elite members from the headquarters and branches of the Yunzhong group. Some had already united to form a localized shared network to calculate the nearby insect population and distribution, preparing for action. Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei, from their elevated vantage point, overheard a conversation in the escape passage below. Formation. Lao Chun is number 1. I'm number 2. Fong Hong is number 3. And Zhao Han is number 4. Our objective is the aircraft on the rooftop. First, we must clear all insects on the roof. Move. The 4 swiftly ascended to the top floor, gathering near the security door. Wang Yunfei gestured to Tian Xiao behind the door, inquiring whether they should join these individuals. The firepower of the aircraft far surpassed their light weaponry. Tian Xiao shook his head. Following the electromagnetic egg explosion, the entire base was in disarray. He was uncertain whether insects had descended onto the roof. Moreover, a host of white phosphorus giant winged insects hovered above the base, their vision keen, making a rooftop ascent unwise. However, during the Dragon Slayer operation, he had no authority to dictate the intentions and plans of others. He could only wish them well. The security door opened, and the four dashed from the escape passage. The leader wielded a shotgun, while the other three brandished handguns, tactically advancing. The rooftop was deserted, devoid of any insects. The glass ceiling obscured the view outside, with the Qingniao stationed centrally on the rooftop, marked by a colossal insignia. Let us go. The four quickened their pace. Command Center. I hereby request the unlocking of Qingniao number 78 and assume control of the aircraft. The hatch opened. Excellent. The Command Center has granted automatic authorization for the aircraft. The four filed into the cabin. The power engines ignited, and the glass ceiling of the fortified building swiftly retracted. Quickly, ascend and approach the Command Center. The Qingniao took flight. Just 20 meters off the ground, a few individuals spotted several black dots hurtling towards them. White phosphorus giant winged insects. Open fire. Drive them back. The Qingniao executed agile maneuvers in the air, unleashing a barrage of cannon shell explosions, weaving a barrier of fire to deter the enemies. Truly, the elite selected by the Yunzhong group exhibited exceptional prowess. They managed to dispatch two white phosphorus giant winged insects and swiftly neared the command center. However, at that moment, a faint, anomalous sound emanated from the exterior of the Qingniao. Its maneuvers faltered as something tugged at it, causing it to spiral uncontrollably towards a nearby building. This is bad. Quickly, open the hatch. Eject. The cabin was engulfed in a crimson glow, the aircraft trembling. Alarms blared incessantly. Woo, 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 woo. The hatch would not open. Ejection protocols were not met. Prepare for impact. Boom. The Qingniao crashed onto the rooftop of a nearby building. Crack. A spider with 9 eyes, towering 2 stories high, effortlessly pierced the cabin with its razor-sharp limb. It withdrew its limb, torrents of blood cascading down. This was merely a microcosm of the battlefield. Following the opening of the fortified building's rooftop, a white phosphorus giant winged insect screeched above, its wings thrumming ominously. Immediately, an array of insects surged from all directions towards the entrance. Some insects, like the black serpentine ones, swiftly scaled the shattered glass walls, rushing into rooms upon spotting living humans. The gunfire within the fortified building escalated into a frantic symphony. The escape passage soon became congested, with everyone clamoring to ascend. Fighting while retreating, Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei found themselves wedged behind the security door on the rooftop, the cacophony of gunfire and the approaching footsteps resonating from within. While outside, the gale from the white phosphorus giant winged insect's wings roared. Wang Yunfei was sweating profusely. The group's arrangement was fundamentally a deadlock. He suddenly began to understand why every survivor who returned was granted a second chance. In such an environment, those who could endure would have tales to tell for a lifetime. They could not remain here. They had to devise a way to break free. The white phosphorus giant winged insect outside posed the greatest threat, simultaneously serving as the commander of the nearby insects. They must first neutralize it. Tian Xiao warned Wang Yunfei. The latter's eyes widened in disbelief. How do we deal with it? The white phosphorus giant winged insect. An F-class creature. 100 points is enticing. But dreams and capabilities are two different matters. The heavy machine guns in the command center had failed to bring it down, underscoring the creature's formidable vitality. The insect's weakness lies in its eyes. Use armor-piercing rounds. We'll strike together, you left, and I right. Before Wang Yunfei could respond, Tian Xiao thrust him forward, instinctively raising his desert eagle, aiming at the left eye of the white phosphorus giant winged insect that turned towards the door. Wait, is its left my left? No matter, I'll shoot both. Wang Yunfei swiftly pulled the trigger. Bang! At that moment, another gunshot echoed beside him. In the blink of an eye, as the white phosphorus giant winged insect turned, 2 figures burst forth from the security door, firing without hesitation. Bang! Bang! Tian Xiao fired once. Wang Yunfei discharged 2 rounds. The white phosphorus giant winged insect had both its eyes simultaneously perforated. The bullets obliterated its sight while simultaneously shredding numerous neurons. Although not fatal, the damage was sufficient to disrupt its equilibrium. The creature staggered and began to tumble towards the ground. Good grief, is that even possible? Wang Yunfei, initially in a rush to mount, had not anticipated that such a tactic would prove effective. Retracting the modified Desert Eagle, Tian Xiao stepped aside. Engage the rooftop shield. The once open rooftop shield swiftly closed once more. Wang Yunfei's eyes gleamed with excitement. At that moment, the fortress-like building truly became a bastion. Tian Xiao pivoted and returned to the escape passage. The shield may not hold for long. You stay here and keep watch. If any insects breach, eliminate them. I will descend to assist. Understood. Wang Yunfei nodded. The escape staircase was in utter disarray. Insects sporadically surged in from various floors, directly pushing into the escape corridor. Upon descending to his level, Tian Xiao witnessed a safety door being forcibly dismantled, with a black serpent insect rushing downward. Gunfire echoed from the floor below. Chapter 82. Steadfast as a Fortress. Bang! With dozens of steel pellets erupting from a gun barrel of 25 centimeters in diameter. A deafening sound reverberated through the escape staircase. The black serpent insect was forcefully pinned against the wall by the sheer strength of the barrage, blood oozing from numerous wounds. The powerful recoil was firmly managed by Tian Xiao, the gun's muzzle unwavering as he aimed at the insect's astonished and enraged mandibles, pulling the trigger again. Bang! The black serpent insect's face was a gruesome mess. The massive shell ejected from the gun. Bang! The thunderous gunfire merged with the echo, violently assaulting the eardrums. With a bloodied visage, the black serpent insect roared and charged at Tian Xiao. But it was futile. Bang! The impact of the shotgun was tremendously forceful. Tian Xiao offered it no opportunity to close in, relentlessly repelling it back. The staircase walls were riddled with charred bullet holes, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder. The black serpent insect howled in rage. The vitality of the G-class insect was remarkably resilient. Even at close range, it survived 4 shots from shotgun, instilling a sense of powerlessness and terror. Without hesitation, Tian Xiao aimed the 5th shot once more at the insect's head. Its skull had already caved in on one side. Finally, due to this shot, the black serpent insect lost all awareness of its surroundings, crashing into the wall, its forelimbs frantically slicing through the staircase railing and wall. Its sharp tail thrashing wildly, creating horrifying sparks against the surface. Tian Xiao swiftly drew the Desert Eagle. Bang! A bullet pierced through the black serpent insect's mangled brain. Brain matter splattering against the wall, which quickly began to corrode and smoke. The insect's movements became utterly rigid, and, after a full half-second, it collapsed to the ground as if bereft of support. 10 points secured. At that moment, footsteps echoed from behind. Tian Xiao sidestepped, catching a glimpse of a black serpent insect entering the corridor outside the safety door. It had undoubtedly been drawn by the recent gunfire, seeking to strike from behind. Before it could approach the safety door, a shotgun was thrust against its forehead. Bang! Dozens of steel pellets unleashed their explosive force upon the second black serpent insect's face, momentarily stunning it. Tian Xiao, with uncanny swiftness, swung the shotgun aside and drew the Desert Eagle, firing twice. Bang! Bang! The bullets penetrated through the ruptured forehead, one eliciting a geyser of blood, while the second pierced directly through the creature's skull. The several hundred pounds of the black serpent insect toppled backward, never to rise again. Tian Xiao exchanged weapons, darting into the escape staircase passage, leaping down to the lower level, the shotgun already back in his grasp, his movements fluid and seamless. At the staircase entrance lay 2 insect corpses and 1 human body. Within the corridor, a burly man was wielding the safety door's panel with great vigor, staunchly repelling the black serpent insect's assault, while the insect's tail, like a stiletto, continuously altered angles in an attempt to breach the defense. The opposing side was equally formidable, with 2 individuals taking cover behind the door panel and firing in a rhythmic cadence. One of the black serpent insect's legs was visibly injured, yet more of its kin were attacking from behind, with half of the door already pierced through by their tails. As Tian Xiao emerged from the safety door, he instantly captured the attention of the 3 brothers. Help! They had indeed heard the gunfire from the escape staircase and were aware of another presence inside, yet they did not expect Tian Xiao to emerge so swiftly. Responding to them was the muted thud of the shotgun. Tian Xiao slid forward, striking the black serpent insect at its tail vertebrae, causing it to turn around and charge at him from both sides. Be careful. Tian Xiao remained unflustered. Under the cover of the 3's gunfire, he pressed forward rather than retreating. Bang! The black serpent insect halted. Bang! It staggered back a step. Bang! Its face was a bloody pulp. Bang! Tian Xiao, unfazed, fired 4 consecutive rounds with the shotgun, steady as a rock. The distance between man and insect was a mere 5 meters. The shotgun was now aimed squarely at the creature's face. Bang! With tremendous impact, the black serpent insect's neural pathways sustained damage. causing its movements to become unsteady and erratic. Simultaneously, another black serpent insect finally burst forth from the door, appearing behind the three. They quickly braced themselves for the onslaught. Tian Xiao swiftly switched weapons and fired twice, dispatching the insect before him. Its massive form collapsed. The three, witnessing this, rushed from both sides to regroup. "Brother, lend me a gun," the burly man called out, still wielding the door panel. Without hesitation, Tian Xiao tossed his shotgun, complete with a chain of ammunition. "Over. There are 3 shots left in the magazine. Conserve them." "Got it." The burly man beamed with delight, swiftly reloading with a practiced hand. The other two, one wielding a Desert Eagle and the other an assault rifle, sought Tian Xiao's gaze. Tian Xiao tossed over a handgun magazine and a magazine for the assault rifle. "If you need to replenish ammunition, head to the elevator shaft. There's an armory beside the fortress building's elevator shaft, stocked with supplies. We just came from there. The insects have already attacked that area, and all the weapons inside have been destroyed." One of them spoke gravely. "Then let us go to the next floor. Each level of the fortress building contains an independent armory. We mustn't delay. Let us check it out." The four moved swiftly, keeping the escape staircase passage as their safest and most suitable battleground. Descending to the second level, the battle appeared particularly brutal, with 3 bodies dragged from the safety door to the nearest room. The door stood wide open, and 3 enormous gashes marred the large floor-to-ceiling windows, cold winds gusting through, revealing shadows of insects lurking outside. The burly man swiftly shut the door and took the lead. The other 2 adopted tactical positions, cautiously following as they began to move toward the elevator shaft. These 3 appeared to be acquainted with one another. Tian Xiao, now without a shotgun and armed with 2 Desert Eagles, took up the rear. The group moved quickly, remaining utterly silent throughout. At the end of the corridor, a turn revealed the elevator shaft. However, the sight that greeted them nearly made them lose their last meal. The elevator shaft had been utterly obliterated. Nearby lay 3 human corpses, alongside 2 bionic robots, their bodies partially dissolved by a potent corrosive liquid and a dead lizard-like insect. "Retreat to the next level." Without a moment's hesitation, the 4 of them complied. As Tian Xiao departed, he swiftly rummaged through the pockets of a bionic soldier's combat suit, acquiring a rifle magazine. Chapter 83, Requesting Fire Support. The quartet retreated into the emergency stairwell, continuing their descent. Tian Xiao seized the opportunity to contact Wang Yunfei. "How's the situation up top?" The latter replied promptly, 3 insect beasts have appeared on the rooftop, assaulting the protective shield. It can hold for another half an hour. What about your side? I located 3 companions, but the armory is in disarray. We're preparing to scour below for resources. Keep an ear on the stairwell. Notify me immediately if you hear any insect beasts, so I can rush to provide assistance." Understood. The call ended. The 3-member team ahead had already engaged the insect beasts. One lizard-like creature was effortlessly blasted into a pulp. As they exited through the safety door, a cacophony of gunfire resonated down the corridor, where surprisingly, over a dozen individuals were banding together to repel the insect beasts that were leaping through the windows. "Should we provide support?" one individual inquired. It was then that Tian Xiao noticed that the seemingly diminutive warrior was, in fact, a woman, her short hair barely 10 centimeters in length, giving her the appearance of a youthful beauty. Had she not spoken, he would have believed this to be a purely masculine battalion. The burly man appeared to be the squad leader, decisively shaking his head and turning away. "They are fortunate. They have scavenged weapons and ammunition from the armory. There's no immediate threat, but remaining here will only deplete their resources. We need to continue downward to gather more arms and ammunition. By the way, I am Lei Ao, and this is Ku Jingjing. This one here is called Glasses. How should we address you?" The other man, who wore gold-rimmed glasses, appeared somewhat exasperated by the nickname bestowed upon him by the leader and merely nodded. "Tian Xiao," he replied tersely, feeling that further conversation was unnecessary. The makeshift team swiftly scoured the mechanical storage on the 5th floor, finally stumbling upon an untouched armory. This level was remarkably clean, seemingly avoided by others. Tian Xiao glanced at the floor label, 13. No wonder, he mused. In many cultures on Earth, this number was regarded with superstition, often sidestepped when given the choice. He hadn't anticipated that the creatures would also shun this level. Upon opening the armory, they discovered 12 Desert Eagles, 6 assault rifles, and 6 shotguns, all stocked with 3 basic loads of ammunition. Though not abundant, it was sufficient for the quartet. Lei Ao shouldered 2 shotguns and 2 assault rifles, along with a tactical backpack filled with ammunition, totaling nearly 300 pounds, which he bore with ease. Tian Xiao took only a shotgun and filled a tactical backpack with additional magazines. The 4 of them swept away, all the weapons and ammunition from the armory. Tian Xiao, do you have comrades on the top floor? Yes. Join my team. We VE secured a drone to share intel, and together we can identify the insect beast weak points and break out of here. Lei Ao, however, did not choose to blindly rush to the aid of the upper level. Tian Xiao nodded in agreement, and in the name of the squad leader, he brought Wang Yunfei into Lei Ao's team. The combat suit projected a clear 9D image, rapidly displaying the surroundings of the bunker building. A multitude of insect beasts were scaling the outer walls, while more swarmed atop, frantically assaulting the protective shield. Within the building, the insect beasts were swiftly converging towards the gunfire, with 3 areas experiencing particularly intense fighting. Lei Ao is quite remarkable, Tian Xiao thought, as the latter, while processing the intel, had already seized a communicator within the building to contact the command center. This is Lei Ao. The No. 8 bunker is under siege by insect beasts. We require fire support. As he spoke, he operated the drone to upload the captured data to the command center. In the next moment, several fierce fire lines erupted from the command center. 2 of the assault points near the outer wall were met with heavy machine gun fire. Hot. Debris flew as the large-caliber bullets effortlessly shredded a group of black serpentine insect beasts. The remaining creatures scattered in terror, allowing the survivors on those 2 battlefields to breathe a sigh of relief. Lei Ao was taken aback. They dispersed so quickly? I expected the commander to issue some reprimands. Turning to his comrades, he declared, "We're fortunate. This building lacks a commanding insect beast, reducing our pressure significantly. Let us swiftly clear the remaining beasts inside and prepare to consolidate our forces for the breakout." The insect commander had already been dispatched by a joint effort of Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei at the outset. If a commander had been present, the tactical support Lei Ao called for would not have been so effortlessly achieved. Let us move. The 4-member team returned to the previous level. Here, the gunfire from the dozen or so defenders was beginning to wane, as they were unfortunately positioned behind the command center. With the arrival of the 4, the intensity of the firepower surged. The quartet, armed with shotguns, immediately blasted away 4 insect beasts attempting to charge in from outside. The cold wind rushed in. Boom! 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 The powerful impact of the shotguns sent the creatures flying out of the building. While not guaranteed to be fatal, the tide of battle had undeniably shifted. Tian Xiao did not linger on this level. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, he decisively withdrew, returning to the rooftop. The situation at the bunker had calmed. The moment to break out had arrived. However, Tian Xiao did not believe that clustering together was wise. A densely packed group would present a substantial target, potentially attracting more insect beasts, including airborne white phosphorus giant winged insects and commander-level creatures, which could spell catastrophic danger. Tian Xiao remained resolute in his initial purpose. The Dragon Slayer's endeavor was merely a mission. Upon reaching the rooftop, he noted that the number of insect beasts attacking the protective shield had escalated to 8, with numerous cracks now marring its surface. Wang Yunfei, rifle in hand, remained on high alert. How is it looking down there? Upon hearing Tian Xiao's voice, he asked without turning. The time to break out is ripe. We can abandon this position. Then why come back up? Just call me down. The insect beasts on the rooftop will breach the shield in no more than 5 minutes. Before we leave, I intend to eliminate these creatures, Tian Xiao replied. Lei Ao's team will serve as a distraction. We'll assist them by relieving their concerns. Wang Yunfei nodded in agreement. In such circumstances, aiding a comrade equated to securing one's own opportunity. He understood. Tian Xiao motioned with his chin. Open the protective shield. The already battered shield on the rooftop suddenly retracted from the center, causing the outside black serpentine insect beasts to tumble down. Retreat. Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei opened fire as they lured the creatures into the emergency stairwell. Chapter 84. E-Class Black Widow. The protective shield atop the bunker building swung wide open, allowing 8 black serpentine insect beasts to dash unimpeded into the escape stairwell. This scene was captured perfectly by the drone. The operator, the bespectacled man, adjusted his glasses and warned the squad leader, "Our rear is now compromised. Tian Xiao has opened the protective shield, and we have 8 black serpentine insect beasts above us." Lei Ao momentarily paused, then, through the shared data link, beheld the image of the black serpentine insect beast pursuing them into the escape stairwell. Tian Xiao intended to strangle the insect beast within the confines of the narrow space. Let him do so. Deploy the drone to continue monitoring the surrounding situation and calculate an escape route. Excellent. Jingjing. Take 2 brothers to the stairway entrance and prepare for support. If Tian Xiao cannot hold them off, You are responsible for establishing a defensive line to contain the insect beast within the passage. Understood. The pressure on Lei Ao was diminishing. With the absence of the insect commander, the creatures attacking the number 8 bunker were merely scattered entities. However, the gunfire and drones attracted an increasing number of individuals from within the building. Currently, more than 30 people had congregated around Lei Ao. Naturally, there were also some who had resolved to act independently, scouring each floor for usable weapons and ammunition. In the escape stairwell, the cacophony of shotgun blasts persisted. The black serpentine insect beasts encountered severe obstruction in the confined space. As they entered the safety door, one was shot through the skull and collapsed at the threshold, slightly hindering the advance of the following black serpentine insect beasts. Bang! Bang! Wang Yunfei wielded dual shotguns, taking advantage of the brief pause of the black serpentine insect beasts. Tian Xiao fully manifested the essence of the gun combat technique. The Desert Eagle found its mark, continually unleashing bullets into the open maws and wounds of the black serpentine insect beasts, shattering their neurons. In an instant, 2 more black serpentine insect beasts fell lifelessly. Wang Yunfei maintained a relentless barrage. Tian Xiao delivered the final blow. In less than 10 seconds, all 8 black serpentine insect beasts lay dead in the escape stairwell, their corrosive fluids rendering the surrounding walls and floor unrecognizable. A most delightful collaboration. Wang Yunfei was particularly exhilarated. It was his first encounter with such a scene, annihilating a group of grade G insect beasts at close range. Quite exhilarating. You go and re-engage the protective shield. I will descend to seek an escape route. Tian Xiao instructed. Wang Yunfei complied and rushed to the rooftop. Seizing the opportunity, Tian Xiao swiftly sliced open the bodies of 2 black serpentine insect beasts, extracting their pancreas to stow in his combat suit pocket. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he encountered Ku Jingjing and 2 other soldiers forming a defensive line with their firearms. They exchanged astonished glances. Tian Xiao halted and addressed Ku Jingjing. The insect beasts on the rooftop have been dealt with, and the protective shield can hold for a while longer. If you wish to break through, you must act swiftly. And you? Aren't you coming with us? Kiskiviko Yingying Inkuret. Tian Xiao shook his head. I am not accustomed to moving in large groups. This is where we part ways. Please convey to Lei Ao that we shall proceed ahead. Very well. Having witnessed Tian Xiao's prowess, Ku Jingjing understood that many individuals had their own inclinations and did not press the matter. The 3 of them rejoined their team. Li, Ao Heminus Sidinchi. At this moment, the glasses-wearing strategist had already devised a route, uploading the information to all team members' networks. The route has been planned. Avoiding the line of sight of the white phosphorus giant winged insect. We may encounter some insect beast attacks along the way, but they will be within our capacity to handle. Move out. Lei Ao did not hesitate in the slightest. Go. With a command, Lei Ao left 2 men behind to provide cover fire while the rest hastened toward the northern window, facing the unshielded corridor where the cold wind rushed in. Ku Jingjing and the other 2 followed Lei Ao without a blink, leaping out. In midair, they resembled ants. The 4 remained remarkably calm as they pulled the triggers towards the opposite side. The grappling hooks securely anchored into the wall of the adjacent building, propelling them forward. They stormed into the vacant floor, rolling to safety. The 4 swiftly established a defensive line in the corridor. The sounds of the grappling hooks embedding into the walls were continuous. A group of individuals emerged from the bunker building, following Lei Ao as they continued their advance. A drone hovered nearby, reporting the potential numbers and locations of insect beasts on each floor. After leaping over several skyscrapers, they approached the building housing the command center. Just then, screams erupted from behind. The group turned to see 2 squad members ensnared by a web-like substance, spiraling upwards and vanishing from sight. Lei Ao rushed to the window, only to witness the unfortunate duo landing on the rooftop of an adjacent building. A spider, the size of the structure itself, stood atop, biting the ensnared warriors in half, blood splattering profusely, with 3 sets of eerie, cold eyes gazing down upon their floor. E-grade Black Widow, Leo Guspid, articulating a name that sent chills down everyone's spine. E-grade Insect Beast, Black Widow. The adversary excels in stealth and assassination. The web of the Black Widow is remarkably agile, capable of easily ensnaring small flying devices and utilizing its formidable strength to draw prey closer. Glasses. Immediately upload the location of the Black Widow to the command center. Call for fire support, just as Lei Ao issued the command. The command center building erupted with 4 fierce tongues of flame, all aimed at the Black Widow on the opposite rooftop. The Black Widow's movements were not particularly swift. Under the barrage of heavy machine gun fire, it quickly oozed blood, emitting painful cries. However, the Black Widow's body was filled with corrosive liquid, causing bullets to shrink upon entry, making it difficult for the heavy machine gun rounds to pose a lethal threat. Furthermore, as the Black Widow sank lower, its legs rose like shields to guard its front, causing the barrage of bullets to strike like fireworks against an armored fortress. Clang, clang, clang. A concentrated fire ensued. Numerous shallow pits rapidly appeared on the Black Widow's legs. This scene was fully captured by the drone. The ferocity and resilience of the E-grade insect beast instilled profound terror in all present, including Lei Ao. Move! While the Black Widow is preoccupied, let us hasten towards the command center. Seeing that the Black Widow was not to be easily dispatched, Lei Ao urged everyone to resume their advance, accelerating their movement. However, as they approached the next skyscraper, white phosphorus projectiles were hurled into the command center building by white phosphorus giant winged insects. Boom! Boom! The central floor of the command center was instantly engulfed in flames. For heavy machine guns fell silent. The white phosphorus menace. Chapter 85, On the Brink of Collapse. The entire floor of the command center was transformed into a sea of flames. The heavy machine gun operators were taken out. This scene was clearly visible from all corners of the base. Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei remained at the number 8 bunker building, their hearts weighed down by the gravity of the situation as they witnessed the unfolding chaos. This is dire. During the suppression of the venomous widow by the command center, the white phosphorus giant winged insects seized the opportunity. The burning white phosphorus, accompanied by toxic gases, poses a lethal threat to those in the nearby floors. Wang Yunfei, having emerged from a military academy, was well aware of the classic tactical maneuvers employed against certain insect beasts. Tian Xiao gazed intently at the command center building, his expression grave. Personnel losses and breaches of floors within the command center had begun, indicating a deteriorating situation. Time was running short for them. Tian Xiao, you are correct. Even if we reach the command center building with our capabilities, we can at most contend with grade G insect beasts. We cannot defeat the white phosphorus giant winged insect, nor can we threaten the E-grade Black Widow, let alone the D-grade electromagnetic nightmare, whose location remains unknown. Wang Yunfei stared at the blaze engulfing the command center building, his eyes filled with confusion. What is this? Tian Xiao turned to Wang Yunfei with a smile. Captain Wang, who aspires to lead a fleet to annihilate billions of insect tribes, is finding this daunting. This is merely a minor situation. A minor situation? Wang Yunfei turned, fuming. The security team at the base has suffered casualties exceeding 70%. This signifies the complete annihilation of our external operational forces. The exterior walls of the command center are in ruins, with at least 10% of personnel reported injured. This indicates an urgent crisis in base security. We have lost air superiority and lack any reinforcements. We are even unaware of the precise strength of the Zerg. The balance of power between us and the enemy is fundamentally mismatched. How can we possibly wage this battle? Who claims there are no reinforcements? Tian Xiao calmly turned to Wang Yunfei and said, if this were our own base, where would we find hundreds or even thousands of elite warriors? Wang Yunfei was rendered speechless, unable to respond. Let me ask you again, Tian Xiao countered, if this were our base and you were still the commander, what would you do in this situation? Wang Yunfei contemplated, wanting to shake his head, but under Tian Xiao's earnest gaze, he began to think seriously, and his eyes returned to Tian Xiao's face. If I were still the commander, and you were the leader of the security team, the responsibility for the base's defense would fall to me, while the task of confronting and annihilating the enemy would seemingly be yours. Tian Xiao smiled. Therefore, I kindly request you to heed my command. Do you have a plan? Wang Yunfei's eyes brightened. Tian Xiao nodded. If we approach this solely from the perspective of the Dragon Slayer's actions to break the deadlock, the issue is straightforward. The organization cannot indefinitely deploy Zerg to assault the base. The Zerg have limits. We merely need to eliminate a sufficient number of H-level and G-level Zerg. What remains are fewer than 100 F-level white phosphorus giant winged insects and a few E-level Black Widows. Can the base truly fall then? Alternatively, if we eradicate all the white phosphorus giant winged insects, the Zerg will fight individually and will gradually be annihilated. The final option is to venture out and locate the electromagnetic nightmare bug, and before the enemy can accumulate a second wave of biological energy, we must eliminate it. With the firepower of the command center and the elite warriors still remaining in our base, I believe we can indeed prevail. Wang Yunfei listened to Tian Xiao's impassioned exposition of several strategies to save the base, Left astounded, you make it sound simple. Annihilating all G-level Zerg? Do you have any idea how many Zerg are currently within the base? Just the number of white phosphorus giant winged insects in the sky is staggering. Each task seems nearly impossible. Is that so? Tian Xiao replied with a rhetorical question. Wang Yunfei mimicked him. I assent it? He fundamentally did not believe Tian Xiao could accomplish all of this. The numbers of G-level and H-level Zerg easily number in the tens of thousands. The task is monumental. As for the F-level white phosphorus giant winged insects, they had succeeded in taking down one, but luck played a significant role. Regarding the E-level Black Widow and D-level electromagnetic nightmare bug, he dared not even contemplate it. Since the commander has decided to assign the task of repelling the external invasion to the leader of the security team, you will follow my orders for the upcoming operations. Tian Xiao observed as several heavy machine gun fire lines erupted from the two-story command center, driving back the white phosphorus giant winged insects attempting to close in for a new wave of assault. Seizing this opportunity, the suppressed Black Widows vanished once more. I can follow your lead, but you must tell me your plan. First, we need to seize a Qingyao. Tian Xiao had a specific strategy in mind. Although the Qingyao was merely a security-level combat aircraft, it was equipped with 6-barrel Gatling guns capable of easily dispatching G-level Zerg, posing a threat to F-level Zerg as well. Wang Yunfei entered a state of focus. Currently, the Qingyao at Fortress 8 has been destroyed. Due to the presence and pressure of the E-level Poison Widow and F-level white phosphorus giant winged insects, the other Qingyao in the remaining fortresses have not been deployed. As long as the protective shield remains intact, they should be preserved. We can attempt to infiltrate and seize a Qingyao. Another alternative is the security building, which usually houses several backup Qingyao. Both routes are not far. Inspired by Tian Xiao, Wang Yunfei also felt a surge of indomitable spirit. No need to go to the security building. It serves as an ammunition supply center and will undoubtedly be ambushed by E-level Poison Widows and F-level white phosphorus giant winged insects, which is too perilous. Tian Xiao pointed to a map near Fortress 8. My target is the nearest Fortress 1 and Fortress 7. Fortress 1 lies on a main assault route for the Zerg and bears the greatest pressure, so it has likely fallen, making the chances of finding a Qingyao there very slim. Therefore, our only option is Fortress 7. If the Qingyao there is no longer available, we will search along this route to Fortress 6. All right, Wang Yunfei nodded. I'll follow your lead. Without drones to assist in route planning, the two could only rely on instinct and adaptability to face the challenges ahead. They burst out of Fortress 8, needing to traverse 3 buildings and 4 streets. It wasn't too far, but on a battlefield where Zerg could leap out at any moment, it was a path of death. The nail gun fired from the window, precisely piercing through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the building opposite and embedding itself in the wall. Wang Yunfei and Tian Xiao rolled inside simultaneously. The sound of Zerg footsteps and shattering glass quickly filled the floor. A long, sharp tail shot in from the window, viciously embedding itself in the ceiling as a black serpent Zerg hung upside down, smoothly pursuing the two into the room. 73 points is not easy. Xiaoyi washes her face daily without water. A few teardrops of grievance suffice. Chapter 86. The Art of Gunplay. The black serpent Zerg possesses keen senses and aggression. Slipping into the room, coming face to face with Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei, who had just rolled to their feet. Bang! Wang Yunfei maximized the reflexes of a G-level warrior. With a swift push of his foot, the immense recoil propelled him backward, as dozens of steel pellets momentarily halted the charge of the black serpent Zerg. Bang bang! Tian Xiao's Desert Eagle also roared to life. At such a moment, he dared not hold back. With the situation on this floor unknown and only the two of them, it would be exceedingly difficult to break through the encirclement of a horde of Zerg. They needed to reach Fortress 7 as swiftly as possible. Gunplay. Timing was crucial. Just as a barrage of steel pellets battered the black serpent Zerg, 2 bullets from the Desert Eagles precisely penetrated its mouth, shredding the most crucial neurons in its brain. The black serpent Zerg tumbled backward and fell out the window. Wang Yunfei was unaware of the demise of the black serpent Zerg. Upon seeing it ejected from the window, he turned only to find Tian Xiao already charging into the corridor. The sound of footsteps rapidly descended the staircase, accompanied by the sound of sharp objects tearing through the walls. Go! Tian Xiao led the charge, gun in hand. Wang Yunfei raced after him, shotgun at the ready. Boom! A black serpent Zerg burst through the door from side room. Don't stop. Tian Xiao remained composed. Bang bang! He fired 2 shots backward. One bullet struck the black serpent Zerg's eye, the other its knee. The latter, disoriented, crashed against the wall and rolled away. Wang Yunfei let out a sigh of relief. Seizing the opportunity, The two sprinted through the corridor and burst into an open room. Outside the window lay the next building they needed to cross. Whoosh! The nail gun fired ahead. Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei were almost simultaneously pulled out into the air. In mid-flight, they could see dozens of Zerg below, all raising their fierce faces. Oh no! Wang Yunfei felt his heart sink. The hunting instinct of the Zerg was strong. Upon spotting movement overhead, they instinctively sprang into action, scrambling up the building with astonishing speed using both hands and feet. Run, run, run. Don't stop. We must not get bitten. Wang Yunfei shouted in midair. Dozens of Zerg began to climb the building, inciting the Zerg within to launch a frenzied assault. A portion of the insect beasts, utilizing both hands and feet, swiftly descended from the upper windows, clinging to the walls as they slid downwards. The two individuals, having just entered the building via a grappling hook, burst into the corridor, only to be met by a dozen insect beasts crashing through various windows. Suddenly, 3 black serpentine insect beasts, accompanied by 4 lizard-clawed insects, stormed into the corridor at the far end, where they were about to make their escape. Damn! Wang Yunfei's face turned pale. He quickly halted and turned to the emergency stairs. His instincts were correct. However, he failed to realize that the architectural layout here was vastly different from that of a fortress, and that the wall strength was far inferior. The escape route here could at best be considered a fire exit, easily breached. Tian Xiao had no time to dissuade Wang Yunfei. He communicated through the team, "Be cautious in the stairwell. I'll head to the office area." He had already discerned that the central part of this building was a vast office space, exceedingly spacious, and with a sudden thought, he sprinted, pursued by the insect beasts from 2 directions. Bang! Bang! As he moved, his desert eagle roared. The lizard-clawed insects fell dead along the way. Level H insect beasts were far too vulnerable at their fatal points. In the face of gunfighting techniques, they were but mere fodder. Yet, the black serpentine insect beasts had extraordinarily tough exoskeletons, enduring several rounds from a shotgun, proving to be rather troublesome. Crash! The black serpentine insects charged into the spacious office area, encircling him from all sides. Tian Xiao found himself precariously positioned. However, unbeknownst to these black serpentine beasts, the Desert Eagle in Tian Xiao's grip had undergone a transformation. One of the Desert Eagles had been replaced by a slightly larger handgun. Faced with 7 black serpentine insect beasts, Tian Xiao remained utterly unperturbed. Steadily raising his gun, he squeezed the trigger. Bang! 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 The gunfire erupted louder. The recoil more pronounced. The crisp sound of gunfire echoed through the office hall. With each shot, a black serpentine insect met its end, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. This was the modified Desert Eagle, utilizing armor-piercing rounds costing $1,000 each. In the blink of an eye, Tian Xiao adeptly adjusted his aim and fired 7 shots in rapid succession. All 7 black serpentine insect beasts fell. Wang Yunfei, having rushed in at some point, was just in time to witness Tian Xiao standing in the center of the office hall, surrounded by a chaotic scatter of desks and chairs, all strewn with the corpses of insect beasts. Holy crap! Every shot was a headshot. Wang Yunfei realized something was awry only after entering the escape route. He hurried out, missing the most spectacular moment. From the scene before him, he could still grasp the ferocity with which Tian Xiao had acted. Without hesitation, Wang Yunfei tossed his modified Desert Eagle along with a magazine to Tian Xiao. "Don't let it go to waste in my hands." Tian Xiao did not hesitate. Weighing the 2 modified Desert Eagles, one had 7 remaining rounds and the other 13. With 2 spare magazines, it was sufficient. At that moment, more insect beasts burst through the windows, their footsteps growing denser. Wang Yunfei's expression changed, anxiety setting in as he gripped 2 shotguns, aiming at the left corridor. A glint of madness in his eyes. Damn it, bring it on. Tian Xiao, now equipped with ample armor-piercing rounds, felt increasingly at ease, as if entering a customized training mode. With both hands raised, one gun aimed at the left, the other at the right. Bang! The first black serpentine insect, charging forward, revealed itself, and the gun fired. Armor-piercing headshot. Tian Xiao was decisive. There was no need to conserve ammunition in such a moment. Bang! Bang! The Desert Eagles fired simultaneously, sending 3 black serpentine beasts crashing down. Wang Yunfei finally witnessed the thrilling spectacle he had missed. Understanding Tian Xiao's intent, he fell silent with the shotgun, only pulling the trigger to unleash a burst of blood missed upon seeing a lizard-clawed insect. Bang! 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 Tian Xiao cominced a rapid barrage. Armor-piercing headshots. The black serpentine insects fell at the first sight of exposure. The lizard-clawed insects stepping onto the corpses of their predecessors, lunged forward only to be riddled with bullets before even getting close. Wang Yunfei and Tian Xiao worked in flawless unison. As bullets ran out, magazines slipped away. Clang! A tactical magazine sprang from the pouch, perfectly reloading. Tian Xiao did not lower his gaze. His arm trembled slightly as the safety was disengaged. He continued firing. Wang Yunfei was astonished by his swift reloading. Bang! Bang! More and more corpses fell around them. The sound of footsteps waned. When the last black serpentine insect fell, Tian Xiao's magazine held fewer than 10 rounds. They had annihilated all the pursuing insect beasts in under a minute. Wang Yunfei felt his arms ache from the shotgun's recoil as he swapped magazines, surveying the wall of insect carcasses in awe. I suddenly believed that with enough armor-piercing rounds, you could wipe out all the G-level insect beasts in this base. Tian Xiao rolled his eyes. If the weapon shop had armor-piercing rounds, he would have emptied it long ago. Chapter 87, Simulation Robots. Tian Xiao returned the modified Desert Eagle, but the magazine was empty. He extracted the remaining 8 armor-piercing rounds and loaded them into his handgun. Seizing a moment when Wang Yunfei was distracted, Tian Xiao dissected a black serpentine insect and chewed on its pancreas. During training, deviations in gunfighting techniques were permissible, so he had refrained from using the chip's Azure Dragon powers. However, in real combat, he could not afford any mistakes. His biological energy had already diminished by 50 points. Consuming the pancreas could replenish his biological energy. Wang Yunfei quickly checked around and returned. No weapons or strategic supplies on this floor. How is your condition? We only have one more building to go before reaching the 7th Fortress building. Let us move. Tian Xiao replaced his 2 Desert Eagles with ordinary ones, and the 2 of them calmly approached the window. After the recent battle, the number of insect beasts in the streets surrounding the building had significantly decreased. This was because this building held little value and was not within the main focus of the insect beast attacks or surveillance, nor was there an insect commander overseeing this area. The 2 successfully entered the 3rd building, only to find the situation notably different. Gunfire. Survivors were present in this building. The sounds of human footsteps mingled with those of the insect beasts, accompanied by gunfire and the hissing of corrosive liquid eating away at the ground and walls. In stark contrast, the gunfire from the neighboring 7th Fortress building had fallen silent. They stood at the doorway leading to the 7th Fortress building, gazing across through the floor-to-ceiling windows. They beheld a white, phosphorus, giant-winged insect flapping its wings atop the roof of the opposite building. Flames raged on 3 floors of the 7th Fortress building, thick black smoke billowing upward. The 2 exchanged grave expressions. The situation here was evidently dire. The white, phosphorus, giant-winged insect had already struck. The occupants of the fortress building must have met a grim fate. Even if any remain alive, their numbers were likely dwindling. Shall we go to the 6th? Wang Yunfei had already condemned the occupants of the 7th Fortress building to death in his mind. Tian Xiao shook his head. Don't forget, our objective is the Bluebird. The situation in the May 6th be similar to that of the 7th. It would be wiser to devise a strategy to eliminate the white phosphorus giant-winged insect in the 7th Fortress building. Use that trick again? Wang Yunfei raised the modified Desert Eagle. The problem is, we currently have no way to enter the 7th Fortress building right under its nose, let alone approach it without alerting the insect beasts. To the rooftop. Lure it over. Tian Xiao pointed upwards. Wang Yunfei understood his plan, a chill running down his spine. This was madness, provoking an F-level white phosphorus giant-winged insect. Yet, since the security team leader had spoken, he had no choice but to comply. This was a plan they had meticulously devised early that morning. Tian Xiao was responsible for formulating the strategy, while Wang Yunfei took charge of its execution. The duo swiftly located the survivors within the towering structure. 3 armed personnel were being pursued by 2 black serpentine beasts. However, the architecture of the building was quite intriguing. Resembling a labyrinth with staircases and corridors on either side, they were still holding their ground, buying time. To Tian Xiao's surprise, the 3 armed individuals were not humans, but rather advanced biorobots. The robots exhibited meticulous movements and rapid reactions, seemingly impervious to fatigue. Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei assisted them in vanquishing the pursuing black serpentine beasts, prompting the 3 robots to salute. Base Security Robot Team 11, awaiting further instructions from base. Wang Yunfei was taken aback. G-class security robots. I hadn't anticipated such advanced equipment at this base. The robot that spoke promptly elucidated at the frontline base. The configuration of security personnel is 3 to 10 times that of the rear resource base, with approximately 60 security robots allocated. So it was indeed, the situation at the front line changes daily. rendering the knowledge acquired at the academy obsolete upon graduation. Wang Yunfei felt a mix of astonishment and excitement. Tian Xiao, lacking the leisure to engage in idle chatter with the robots, promptly integrated them into the team as the squad leader, gaining command authority. The 3 G-class combat robots would prove invaluable on the battlefield, serving as either firepower or expendable assets for perilous missions. They were renamed 1, 2, and 3. The robots swiftly aligned themselves accordingly. Tian Xiao continued to issue orders, report weaponry specifications. 1 shotgun with 35 rounds, 1 assault rifle with 170 rounds, 2 Desert Eagles with 70 rounds, 3 drones, 1 stun grenade, 1 high-explosive grenade, and 1 alloy electromagnetic knife. The robot's weaponry configuration revealed some noteworthy aspects. In addition to the stun grenade and high-explosive grenade, they were equipped with multiple drones. Wang Yunfei was filled with excitement. With drones scouting ahead, their safety would be significantly enhanced. At that moment, a sudden, violent explosion reverberated outside the base. The intense shockwave from the explosion reached even those deep within the building, creating a palpable heatwave. Qing Long deduced, based on the direction of the explosion, it is inferred that the incident occurred at the base security building, involving the Bluebird, with the explosion being a munitions detonation. In short, the security building has been compromised. All Bluebirds at the base have lost their supply point. Without a supply point, firepower will be limited. The base cannot hold out much longer. Wang Yunfei turned to Tian Xiao and remarked, "You were right. There was indeed an ambush. Now, our only option is to seize Fortress 7, commandeer the Bluebird, and strive to salvage the base." 1, 2, 3 await orders. The bio-robots, possessing self-analysis capabilities, proactively responded. According to the bio-robots protocol, protecting the base is the highest directive. 1. Deploy the 3 drones for long-distance surveillance of Fortress 7. Analyzing the quantity and positions of the white phosphorus giant moths on each floor and identifying the floors unaffected by the toxic gas to provide us with real-time intelligence. 2. Release drones to monitor enemy activity in surrounding buildings and on the streets. 3. Follow me to the rooftop. Upon finishing his instructions, the 3 robots sprang into action. A wealth of information began to stream back. As Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei, accompanied by Robot 3, reached the rooftop exit, Robot 1 completed its analysis of the enemy situation at Fortress 7. On the opposite building, there remained only 57 insect beasts, comprised of 24 G-class and 33 H-class, presenting a low level of danger. Chapter 88. Exterminating Insects and Seizing the Bluebird. Tian Xiao pressed a button on his wristwatch. Beep. The countdown commenced. Robot 3 emerged from the rooftop, peering over the edge. The white phosphorus giant moth, highly alert, immediately pivoted to lock onto Robot 3, noticing the assault rifle it held. Atatat! Atatat! Robot 3 unleashed a series of precise shots at the white phosphorus giant moth, exhibiting neither fear nor hesitation. The bullets, akin to textbook precision, struck the moth's face. The moth's eyes were exceedingly fragile, yet its visage was marred by jagged, white protrusions that effortlessly deflected all the bullets. Robot 3 continued firing. Upon exhausting 1 magazine, it swiftly replaced it, demonstrating an unwavering patience akin to grinding an iron rod into a needle. Sparks erupted across the moth's face as it grew increasingly irritable at the persistent harassment for what it deemed an insignificant pest. With a powerful flap of its wings, the white phosphorus giant moth dove from the sky, casting a massive shadow akin to that of an aircraft crashing down towards Robot 3. Robot 3 tactically retreated, discarding the assault rifle in favor of the shotgun, and squeezed the trigger. Bang! Bang! The formidable recoil showcased Robot 3's fearless demeanor and indomitable spirit. To the white phosphorus giant moth, Robot 3 was merely an insect that could be crushed at will. After all, there was no sign of disturbance in the area it was monitoring. It considered it a mere source of amusement. The fierce wind bore down. The shotgun's rounds had little effect on the moth, whose massive form resembled that of an aircraft, failing to repel it. Robot 3's trigger pull appeared to be a futile act of resistance in the face of impending doom. However, the white phosphorus giant moth, under the barrage of Robot 3's shotgun fire, closed its eyes. Unbeknownst to it, a figure emerged from the safety door behind Robot 3. Bang! Bang! Amidst the thunderous sound of the shotgun, the roar of the Desert Eagle penetrated the chaos. 2 armor-piercing bullets seamlessly passed through the steel shot, striking the white phosphorus giant moth's unguarded eyes with pinpoint accuracy, utterly unaware that it had fallen into a trap. The moth's neurons were obliterated. A wretched scream erupted. The white phosphorus giant moth lost its balance, reeling in agony as it was flung away. At that moment, the seemingly insignificant Robot 3 surged forth, leaping to embrace the descending white phosphorus giant moth around its neck. Boom! The moth was forcefully slammed onto the rooftop of the building. Boom! Amidst the cacophony of the tremendous impact, another violent explosion ensued. The rooftop suddenly caved in, and the white phosphorus giant moth, along with Robot 3, plummeted into the top floor of the building through a gaping hole created by the high-explosive grenade. The commotion attracted the attention of nearby insect beasts. However, when other white phosphorus giant moths glanced over from a distance, the rooftop was already devoid of any presence. Tian Xiao followed into the building. The white phosphorus giant moth crashed into the structure, flapping its wings in an attempt to rise, but its impaired neurons severely hampered its movements and perception. The height of the building's floors constrained it at every turn. Clang! Bang! A stun grenade detonated beside the white phosphorus giant moth's ear. The situation worsened for the moth. Dazed and disoriented, its mind echoed with piercing, shrill sounds. Wang Yunfei burst from a room, aiming his assault rifle at the bloodied hole on the moth's face, unleashing a torrent of fire. Hot-tot-tot! Hot-tot-tot! Robot 3 slid off the white phosphorus giant moth, drawing the desert eagle, its fire erupting, splattering blood from the moth's eyes. Trapped in this meticulously prepared snare, the white phosphorus giant moth struggled in vain, unable to escape. Despite the presence of an escape hole overhead, it remained invisible. Tian Xiao joined the team. The mind of the white phosphorus giant moth was in utter chaos, with countless bullets having invaded its cranial cavity, causing increasing devastation until it finally succumbed to rigidity, ceasing to breathe. An F-grade white phosphorus giant moth was worth 100 points, which meant 50 points for each of us. How delightful! Wang Yunfei stood before the carcass of the white phosphorus giant moth, his arms raised in exhilaration, trembling slightly. This was the most formidable insect beast he had ever engaged in close combat. An F-grade insect beast. Once, he had envisioned himself triumphantly treading upon the corpse of such a colossal creature. Now, that dream had materialized. Number 3, immediately summon numbers 1 and 2, and prepare to enter Fortress number 7. Commander Wang, stop dawdling. The command center has limited time. We must swiftly seize the Qingyao. Tian Xiao felt a pang of regret. The pancreas of an F-grade white phosphorus giant moth could prove to be a significant boon, offering immense assistance. Yet harvesting it was rather cumbersome and would consume a great deal of time. The white phosphorus giant moth exuded toxic gas and corrosive venom, without specialized tools. It was far less accessible than the pancreas of the black eel insect beast. Thus, they had no choice but to abandon the endeavor. Let's proceed. The two, accompanied by 3 robots, dashed to the location closest to Fortress number 7. 5 grappling hooks silently penetrated the floors devoid of insect beasts. The group soared into Fortress No. 7. The presence of living beings instantly attracted the onslaught of insect beasts within the edifice. There's no rush. Without a Zerg commander, we could take our time. Let us lure them in and eliminate them. Under Tian Xiao's guidance, the group found a room, using themselves as bait to systematically eradicate the insect beasts. The drones confirmed that all threats within the building had been neutralized, simultaneously verifying the integrity of the rooftop shield and the safety of the access doors. Splendid. Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei rushed to the rooftop, automatically assuming control of Qingyao. They did not hastily take off. They remembered the cautionary tale of Fortress No. 8's Qingyao. Following the catastrophic self-detonation at the base security building, aerial supremacy had been irretrievably lost. Taking flight in Qingyao now would result in immediate assault from nearby white phosphorus giant moths, placing them within the sights of lurking E-grade black widows, a perilous predicament. Number 1, Number 2, Number 3 deploy drones for reconnaissance, extending the search radius. As Tian Xiao issued orders, he allowed Qinglong to take control of Qingyao and commanded the release of the drones. 50 drones ascended from Fortress number 7. While the white phosphorus giant moths had seized aerial dominance over the base, the drones, being diminutive, silent, and devoid of vitality, quickly dispersed upon reaching altitude, capturing a comprehensive view of the base's various corners. Numerous split screens filled Qingyao's main display. Flames roared. Insect beasts traversed the base in and out. Gunfire erupted from all directions, predominantly in urban combat. The inferno at the command center had been extinguished, with heavy machine gun fire intermittently surfacing to repel the encroaching white phosphorus giant moths, akin to a feeble patient attempting to fend off surrounding hyenas. 5 Qingyao aircraft hovered nearby, representing the last vestige of aerial strength for the base. Qinglong swiftly completed computations and reported. Chapter 89, Electromagnetic Nightmares. The structural integrity of the command center stood at 71%. There were 177 personnel remaining within the command center. Presently, there were 23 heavy machine gun fire points left. 5 Xiao. The remaining G-grade combat personnel numbered 422. H-grade combat personnel totaled 171. And there were 41 bionic combat robots. Qinglong quickly relayed the current data. The confirmed number of H-grade insect beasts exceeded 23,700. G-grade insect beasts numbered 3,722. F-grade insect beasts stood at 43. E-grade insect beasts, unknown. D-grade insect beasts, unknown. Wang Yunfei listened intently. Haha, splendid. We have acquired the panoramic view of the base. There were still over 600 combat units within the base. If they could rally these personnel, there was indeed a possibility of preserving the base. Wang Yunfei's confidence surged significantly once the comprehensive monitoring system was networked. Tian Xiao remained silent, continuing to fine-tune the drones. The number of drones was insufficient. Overseeing the entire base was a monumental task, bound to yield lapses. Moreover, the most significant threat loomed from outside the base. The D-grade electromagnetic nightmares posed an immense danger to the command center. Wang Yunfei was still overly optimistic. As the drone's lens adjusted, Tian Xiao encompassed the night sky outside the base within the monitoring scope. He also dispatched a drone to venture outside the base, seeking the location of the D-grade electromagnetic nightmares, recalling the primary parameters of the electromagnetic nightmares. Their attack range within the atmosphere extended to 40 kilometers. Yet beyond the atmospheric boundary, their range could surpass 100 kilometers. This was merely the standard electromagnetic nightmare. Within the Zerg hierarchy, electromagnetic nightmares were highly protected, with a significant likelihood of mutation. Should a mutation occur, their firing range and power could threaten C-grade vessels and even higher classifications. In his previous life within Earth's Heavenly Army, encountering electromagnetic nightmares was his greatest dread, for they could obliterate their terrestrial military forces in the vastness of deep space, rendering them an insurmountable threat. Their lives were entirely at the mercy of the ship's captain, a profoundly unsettling reality. Thus, during this dragon-slaying youth operation, from a moment the electromagnetic egg cannon targeted the command center building, he had never ceased contemplating strategies to counter the electromagnetic nightmares. Now, he had merely acquired a tool for engaging with the electromagnetic nightmares, yet they were still leagues away from being adequately prepared. The drone soared swiftly through the night sky. However, he had yet to detect any sign of the electromagnetic nightmares. Fortunately, the maximum effective range of the electromagnetic nightmares within the atmosphere was only 40 kilometers. At the drone's velocity, it could reach the vicinity in 7 or 8 minutes at most. Furthermore, the electromagnetic nightmares would certainly not initiate an attack from their maximum range. A more accurate estimate would place them around 30 kilometers out, positioned at a height conducive to pinpointing the command center's altitude. In this direction, based on the map stored within Qingyao concerning the vicinity of the base, Tian Xiao discerned the sole area where the adversary might be concealed. Minutes passed. Tian Xiao occasionally glanced at his wristwatch. Wang Yunfei noticed that his watch displayed a countdown. What is this? Only 1 minute remaining? He could not help but inquire. Tian Xiao did not respond directly, but calmly stated, "As a graduate of a military academy, you surely understand the standard energy storage cycle of electromagnetic nightmares, which dictates their firing intervals, correct?" 1 hour, Wang Yunfei instinctively replied. Tian Xiao nodded. Precisely 1 hour. Wang Yunfei's expression shifted from confusion to pallor as he gazed toward the command center. Since the first round of electromagnetic egg cannon fire had struck their base, nearly an hour had indeed elapsed. This is bad. Wang Yunfei clasped his head in despair, suddenly realizing Tian Zhao's reluctance to activate Qingyao and instead adjust the drones. 30 seconds later, the drone captured an image of a mountain peak, upon which several colossal figures loomed. Their eyes sparkled with recognition. They had found it. The electromagnetic nightmares. No sooner had the words left their lips than a faint glow began to emerge from the shadowy mountain peak. Streams of luminous energy rapidly illuminated through some transparent conduits, intensifying from weak to strong. Under the gradually intensifying radiance, the electromagnetic nightmare insect, with its body exceeding 100 meters in length, resembled a diminutive vessel, slowly revealing its full form. Its body resembled a colossal light bulb rapidly charging. The brightness intensified. The electromagnetic nightmare insect gradually unfurled its wings. Akin to a fighter jet opening its weapon bays, as waves of blue electromagnetic halos began to pulsate from its surface. Buzz! A dark object emerged from within the giant bulb. Zzz. Zzz. The insect's abdomen began to swell like a balloon, as though something were poised to burst forth. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yunfei was struck with horror. Qinglong swiftly reported, based on the trajectory of the electromagnetic nightmare insect, we deduce that its target is the base command center building. The interception plan has failed. There are no conditions for interception. Our analysis predicts that the electromagnetic egg will strike the command center in 1 minute. Given the defensive strength of the command center, it is estimated that the building may suffer catastrophic damage, with structural collapse exceeding 30%. Analysis indicates that the base will once again endure an electromagnetic radiation shock, causing all electronic signals and energy systems to be incapacitated for over 3 seconds. Further analysis suggests the command center will lose all Qingyao aircraft. Additionally, the base's heavy weaponry points will be obliterated by the white phosphorus giant winged insects. It is also predicted that the command center will face an invasion by the insect beasts. The command center is projected to fall within 10 minutes. Qinglong delivered the cold, merciless information. Wang Yunfei's complexion turned ashen. Tian Xiao's expression was equally grim. At this moment, the countdown reached its conclusion. The electromagnetic egg was primed for launch. Tian Xiao sighed and commanded Qinglong, withdraw all drones, except for the one monitoring the electromagnetic nightmare insect. The others must return swiftly and safely, shutting down the protective shield over the number 7 bunker building. The Qingyao will face the electromagnetic pulse assault in half a minute. The surveillance footage swiftly shifted. The drone monitoring the electromagnetic nightmare insect entered an adaptive hovering state, awaiting reconnection. With all arrangements in place, the electromagnetic egg was launched. Tian Xiao issued a warning to the command center. The second round of electromagnetic eggs has been launched, targeting the command center. Impact in 5 seconds. Please prepare for defense. Then, we shall do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. Chapter 90. Full Firepower Interception. Hot. After Tian Xiao alerted the command center, the last 5 Qingyao circling above it seemed to detect the electromagnetic eggs surging through the night sky, simultaneously unleashing streams of fire. Meanwhile, the heavy weaponry on the 7th floor of the command center opened fire with 23 machine guns, joining the Qingyao in weaving a dazzling web of deadly fire across the night sky. But that was not the end. A more terrifying beam of light emerged from the highest level of the command center. Its firing rate was swifter. The beam was thicker. The momentum was even fiercer. Nearby, 2 white phosphorus giant winged insects were instantly torn to shreds, blood raining down from the sky, their screams silenced before they could even be uttered. F-class close-in weapon system. The base possessed such a formidable weapon. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yunfei was taken aback with astonishment and joy. Tian Xiao's expression also reflected surprise. Just a second ago, he had prepared to face the fall of the command center, but unexpectedly, it concealed a powerful weapon. The automatic interception capability of the F-class close-in weapon system far exceeded that of the heavy machine guns, with a rate of fire and power capable of threatening D-class electromagnetic nightmare insects. As the F-class weapon unleashed a barrage of fire chains, the shells of the incoming electromagnetic eggs were visibly rippling under the onslaught, instantly swallowing thousands of bullets. The electromagnetic egg was detonated in midair near the No. 1 bunker building. Boom! Boom! 1, 2, 3. 3 electromagnetic eggs were destroyed prematurely. The insect beasts below were suddenly engulfed in catastrophe, bearing the full brunt of the electromagnetic storm, each one charred and smoking. A deluge of liquid rained down. Nearby buildings suffered from the corrosive effects of the high-temperature liquid, emitting hissing white smoke. The remaining insect beasts scrambled to escape. The last 2 electromagnetic eggs remained intact. In a flash, 2 Qingyao surged forward, engines roaring with terrifying power, forcibly intercepting the electromagnetic eggs. Boom! Boom! The Qingyao were pierced in midair. The electromagnetic eggs detonated prematurely. The scene was utterly horrific. A powerful electromagnetic pulse swept across the entire base. 3 Qingyao simultaneously lost their propulsion, spiraling out of control as they plummeted. The insect beasts remained unaffected. Following the blindingly violent electromagnetic pulse, all white phosphorus giant winged insects emitted high-pitched howls, rallying all insect beasts to launch a fierce assault on the command center. In an instant, the base erupted into chaos. A multitude of insect beasts burst through windows, surging forth from the building, the alleys, and the underground bunkers, all charging towards the command center building. In the sky, silver giant winged insects also initiated their attacks, although the command center had successfully intercepted the second wave of electromagnetic eggs. All 5 Qingyao had been lost, significantly diminishing their defensive capabilities and emboldening the insect beasts to launch a full-scale assault. Crash! Crash! Insect beasts charged into the command center building, breaking through the windows. The next moment, a cacophony of gunfire erupted from the lowest level of the building. Simultaneously, the 7th floor of the command center unleashed a barrage of fire from high, middle, and low positions, targeting the swarming insect beasts surrounding the command center. Buzz! After a brief 3 seconds of silence, the F-class close-in weapon system unleashed a chilling sound that sent shivers through the insect beasts. A series of intense and terrifying fire lines swiftly locked onto various silver giant winged insects. The white phosphorus giant winged insects displayed expressions of sheer terror, not having the time to evade. Up close, they were punctured on the spot, their bodies riddled with gaping holes. One by one, the white phosphorus giant winged insects screamed in anguish, plummeting to the ground. Upon witnessing this, both Wang Yunfei and Tian Xiao displayed expressions of shock and elation. Holy cow! The firepower points of the command center have all been preserved. All F-class white phosphorus giant winged insects are finished. Wow, the tide has turned, Wang Yunfei exclaimed, his excitement overflowing. Without a moment's hesitation, Tian Xiao reactivated the Qingyao, deploying all drones to regain aerial control over the base, acquiring full surveillance. The battle within the city was intensely fierce. Tens of thousands of insect beasts launched an offensive. The command center unleashed its full firepower. The gunfire on the 1st floor was exceptionally fierce, clearly indicating that all defensive efforts were concentrated on this level. As the assault on the command center commenced, the warriors participating in the dragon-slaying boy operation also realized that the base stood at a critical juncture of survival. They emerged from various directions around the base, launching attacks on the nearby insect beasts. In an instant, gunfire erupted throughout the city, resounding with fervor, akin to a festive celebration. Through the limitless perspective, Tian Xiao observed all the battles within the city and uncovered a shocking revelation. Although the Qingyao had been destroyed, their ammunition capacity had been minimal, and their loss had little impact on the defensive strength of the command center. The insect beasts believed the second wave of electromagnetic eggs would surely dismantle the base command center. But the eruption of the F-class close-in weapon had instantly annihilated all F-class white phosphorus giant winged insects, directly shattering the insect beast command structure. Without the leadership of the white phosphorus giant winged insects, these insect beasts would continue to launch assaults on the command center endlessly, bereft of direction. They would fight until all were vanquished. Did this not imply that the battle was nearing its conclusion? Wang Yunfei came to this realization. Tian Xiao nodded. The base, aside from a few E-class Black Widows, posed little threat. The remaining insect beasts were incapable of breaching the command center. Although he had never held the position of base commander, he was well aware of the formidable defensive capabilities of the forward command center, where every layer was fortified with high-intensity cover, equipped with intelligent control systems, rendering it easily defensible yet difficult to assault. Then what are we waiting for? Let us deploy the Qingyao for an offensive. These insect beasts represent points, Wang Yunfei exclaimed, his urgency palpable. Realizing that the operation was nearing its conclusion, he sought to amass more points. With a hum, the Qingyao ascended into the sky. However, Tian Xiao did not direct it towards the fiercely contested command center, but instead towards the number 5 bunker. At present, the only Qingyao remaining intact within the base was stationed at the number 5 bunker. Upon arrival, Wang Yunfei leapt from the cockpit and seized control of the Qingyao. Formation. The appearance of 2 Qingnios elicited expressions of envy and astonishment from many within the city. Those 2 old-timers are only just taking off now. With the weaponry aboard the Qingyao, their efficiency in harvesting insect beasts would be greatly enhanced. Unbelievable. Do they have no shame? Emerging at this juncture? A chorus of exclamations erupted. Yet, it soon became evident that the Qingyao was not heading towards the command center. Rather, it veered towards the outskirts of the base, leaving many in a state of disbelief. On the streets, Lei Ao, Ku Jingjing, and Glasses turned in unison, watching as the 2 Qingnios surged out of the base and into the vast night sky. Those 2 have some audacity, remarked Glasses. Their target is the D-class electromagnetic nightmare. Glasses murmured in astonishment. The D-class electromagnetic nightmare is worth 10,000 points, and having just endured a round of fire, its body is relatively weak. However, it is still not something an H-class aircraft can easily destroy. Foolish, Lei Ao replied. He's gazi penetraching. In true battle, They merely need to lock onto the coordinates of the electromagnetic nightmare, execute guidance, and they will earn merit. The pilots of the Tian Xiao are highly experienced. Chapter 91. Conclusion and Evaluation. Lei Ao's assessment was accurate. Tian Xiao's objective indeed lay with the electromagnetic nightmare. To ensure a decisive victory, Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei approached closely, sharing the precise location of the electromagnetic nightmare with the command center. A beam from outer space descended, leveling the area where the electromagnetic nightmare resided. The annihilation battle at the command center was nearing its conclusion. Beep beep. A semi-profile of a middle-aged man appeared on the main screen, his expression solemn as he announced, "All insect beasts within and outside the base have been eradicated. The Yunzhong Cup dragon-slaying youth operation is officially concluded. All personnel, report back to the base immediately." Yes. Although Tian Xiao did not recognize the individual, Wang Yunfei was already exhilarated, his demeanor brimming with excitement. As the figure vanished, Wang Yunfei remained immersed in immense joy. It was the executive director of our group. The Yunzhong Cup dragon-slaying youth operation was personally overseen by our Yunzhong group's executive director. My heavens! Executive director? Tian Xiao remained oblivious. No recollection of this individual surfaced in his memory. Observing Tian Xiao's bewildered expression, Wang Yunfei was incredulous. You don't recognize him? He is acknowledged as the youngest and most capable executive director of our Yunzhong group, as well as the youngest A-class ship owner. This individual once single-handedly explored a perilous large resource planet for our group and has a record of purging an entire star region. What is his name? Li Jianan. Wang Yunfei rolled his eyes, fully convinced that Tian Xiao was indeed uninformed. Upon hearing the name, Tian Xiao recalled a vague impression. This person he had heard of. He had served a brief tenure in the Yunzhong group before disappearing from public view. No wonder he had no strong recollection. The current executive director had only held the position for about half a year and would likely resign in a few months, vanishing from the Yunzhong group without a trace. The ascension of the elite remains unfathomable to the ordinary man. Tian Xiao did not dwell on it further. The appearance of this significant figure indicated that the post-battle point tally for the Yunzhong Cup had commenced, and every survivor who persevered until the end would receive an evaluation. The two King Neos began their return journey. Through footage captured by drones, the crowd had gathered at the highest tier of the command center, gazing down at the newly constructed base, which had suffered near total devastation. Wang Yunfei remarked to Tian Xiao, "Thanks to you, our points are sure to be the highest. We might even receive a C grade, or perhaps even a B grade evaluation." Noticing Tian Xiao's puzzled expression, Wang Yunfei promptly elaborated, "I heard from my elders that each year, the Yunzhong Cup dragon-slaying youth operation employs an evaluation system based on the participants' performances. The evaluation grades range from H to S. The lowest grade is H, and to date, no one has achieved it. Merely slaying a G-class insect beast or 10 H-class insect beasts can earn a G-grade evaluation. Furthermore, our valor, cunning, loyalty, selflessness, and command abilities will be evaluated, with multipliers applied, the highest being 150 times. Achieving recognition for valor grants a 10-fold multiplier. Recognition for cunning yields a 20-fold multiplier. Loyalty awards a 30-fold multiplier. Selflessness garners a 40-fold multiplier, while command awards a 50-fold multiplier. If multiple recognitions are earned simultaneously, they all accumulate, culminating in a maximum multiplier of 150 times. Wang Yunfei provided a thorough explanation. Tian Xiao experienced an epiphany. He estimated that he could acquire over 20,000 points from kills, yet he remained uncertain about the conditions for recognition and the rewards stemming from the final evaluation. It matters not, he mused. Regardless, this Yunzhong Cup has already served as an unexpected stepping stone for me. If I can leverage this momentum to elevate myself to the position of the highest commander of the base, I would have reached a height that took me 2 years to attain in my previous life, gaining a platform for rapid advancement. Lost in thought, the two King Neos entered the base. Drones captured images of the command center's pinnacle, where nearly everyone turned to look. Hundreds of gazes reflected envy. They already understood that these two King Neos were the heroes who had guided the base's external support to eliminate the D-class electromagnetic nightmare, securing the highest points in this operation. The Qingyao hovered atop the building. The two stepped from the cabin to join the gathering crowd. Among them, Lei Ao, Ku Jingjing, and glasses displayed expressions of astonishment. Tian Xiao. It's actually him. I knew it. I didn't see him earlier. Turns out he is the pilot of the Qingyao. After a moment of shock, Lei Ao shook his head with a wry smile. As a teammate who had collaborated with Tian Xiao, he was acutely aware of Tian Xiao's formidable capabilities. He had not anticipated that these two sharp blades could vanquish the D-class electromagnetic nightmare. Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei also spotted Lei Ao and the others, nodding in acknowledgement. All right, now that everyone is gathered, we shall commence the final tally. All your kills, along with your performances during the base's invasion, have been compiled and sent to your personal email. You may now check your points, the rewards received, and your specific rankings in this operation via your email. Due to time constraints, we will only reveal the performances of the top 3 individuals with the highest evaluations, along with their corresponding points, rewards, and rankings. The figure of Executive Director Li Jianheng materialized around the building. For beams of light projected, capturing everyone's attention. Tian Xiao was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the first person to appear to be Lei Ao. With a resounding explosion echoing through the air, Lei Ao was jolted awake amidst a shower of glass shards. In a swift, agile maneuver, he rolled out of bed, using the bed frame as a makeshift shield. His reflexes were astoundingly quick. His strength was formidable. The scene shifted to Ku Jingjing, who, along with her glasses, dashed into the corridor, only to encounter 2 black serpent-like beasts crashing in from outside. Bang! Bang! As gunfire erupted, Lei Ao raised a door panel from behind and forcefully struck one of the black beasts, while his combat suit morphed into gloves, allowing him to seize the creature's tail with fierce determination. Observing his own decisive and deft actions, Lei Ao couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The scene transitioned again, revealing a group trailing behind Lei Ao, engaged in a brutal clash with the beasts within the building. Lei Ao sustained numerose injuries. Eventually, the image changed, depicting a black widow on a rooftop shooting webs that ensnared a nearby bionic robot. With keen eyesight and swift hands, Lei Ao grabbed a high-explosive grenade and hurled it at the robot. The machine clutched the grenade tightly, swallowing a whole along with itself into the black widow. Boom! Lei Ao's segment concluded with a score of 2,139 points. Accolades for valor, strategic acumen, and loyalty were bestowed upon him, with a 60-fold multiplier, propelling his score to 128,340 points. See grade evaluation. 3rd place. Chapter 92, Double Control Bluebird, 2nd place. It was evident that Lei Ao had garnered considerable renown from this operation. As the scores and evaluations were announced, murmurs erupted from the crowd. Captain Lei's so valiant, yet he only received a C grade in 3rd place? No commendations for command and selflessness? Indeed, at least he earned his kills honestly, unlike some who merely lurked in the shadows until they could snatch a kill. Exactly. Some individuals don't even show themselves until the very end, and yet they manage to secure a bluebird. If this continues, who will dare to fight on the front lines? Several who had accompanied Lei Ao voiced their grievances on his behalf. Liao, Kijingjing, and the glasses wearer attempted to intervene, but were unable to quell the rising tide of discontent. At that moment, the performance of the individual in 2nd place was revealed. Surprisingly, it was not any of the pilots of the Bluebirds, but rather a girl with long purple hair and an oval face, clad in a combat suit, who appeared at the entrance of the security building with remarkable poise. The explosion at the command center had plunged the entire city into a state of alert. The purple-haired girl deftly maneuvered into the security building, evading the initial wave of impact, and seamlessly blended into the area where the Bluebird aircraft were stationed. Witnessing this, the crowd fell silent in astonishment. This girl had appeared right at the security building's entrance, directly commandeering a Bluebird. One explosive start. Many watched in envy as the operational personnel of the security building took to the skies, granting her full access to the Bluebirds with ease. But that was not the end of it. After gaining control of one Bluebird, she astonishingly seized control of another nearby, forming a coordinated squadron. Her astonishing skills dazzled the onlookers, including Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei. Wang Yunfei stood in shock. Is it really possible to operate this way? Realizing that his failure to make the top 3 was due to the other's extraordinary capabilities, he concluded that her skills bordered on cheating. With one individual piloting 2 Bluebirds, they ascended into the sky, unleashing a textbook-level suppression of the nearby street beasts with heavy machine guns. The accuracy of their ammunition was remarkably high, and the kill count surged rapidly. Within mere minutes, her score surpassed Lei Ao's. Lei Ao, Kijingjing, and the glasses wearer were left dumbfounded. This was an entirely different dimension of combat. This was truly extraordinary. Everyone held their breath, admiring the aerial combat skills of the purple-haired girl. The seamless flight, trajectories, and annihilation capabilities of the 2 Bluebirds silenced all those who had previously defended Lei Ao. Her dual control was astonishingly powerful. Accolades for valor and strategy were assured. Lei Ao's accomplishments were rendered incomparable, especially when the majority of bluebirds were destroyed by the white phosphorus giant moths, while the purple-haired girl's machines remained unscathed, conserving half of their ammunition as they steadfastly defended the command center. Impressive, Lei Ao murmured to himself. Half of the firepower suppression of the last few bluebirds relied on her. Without her diversion, the command center would have succumbed to the beast's assault long ago. More and more individuals began to recognize her abilities. At that moment, the scene shifted again. The second round of electromagnetic eggs surged forth, and the purple-haired girl resolutely activated her bluebird, intercepting the last 2 electromagnetic eggs. Ejecting herself, she was engulfed by the powerful shockwave, crashing into the command building. The final image depicted her body, battered and bruised, covered in lacerations. The scene concluded, and everyone instinctively turned towards a corner where 2 medical robots were tending to the purple-haired girl. Her pale profile remained silent, her back wrapped in white bandages. Facing the crowd, many in the throng were deeply moved, some unconsciously saluting her position. Soon, more and more individuals began to pay their respects. The atmosphere turned solemn. Tian Xiao exchanged a glance with Wang Yunfei, who was also bowing to the purple-haired girl. Li Keqin, clearly moved. The final evaluation was announced. Li Keqin, 16,732 points. Accolades for valor, strategy, loyalty, selflessness, a 100-fold multiplier, elevating her score to 167,3200 points. B grade evaluation. Second place. At this point, no one paid any mind to Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei. In their eyes, these 2 underperformers were certainly not in contention. However, as the scene shifted again, the faces of Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei finally appeared on screen. The base was shrouded in a cold night. Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei stood in a weapons shop, procuring arms. The crowd was momentarily stunned, their focus shifting once more. They had not anticipated that the ultimate first place would emerge from among these 2. As they witnessed the acquisition of firearms, many began to grit their teeth in resentment. The scene transitioned again. Tian Xiao uttered a shocking statement, given the meticulous nature of the Yunzhong group, with 3 days having passed. The current date indicates that the Dragon Slayer operation should have commenced. Tian Xiao pointed towards a building in the night. Completion date, 3 days ago. Inside the building, everyone fell silent, including Lei Ao and his companions, who were incredulous. No wonder they rushed to procure weapons. They had detected the impending operation before it even began. The crowd's gaze shifted to Tian Xiao, their expressions altered. They understood now who the first place was referring to. As the narrative continued, Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei were seated in a dim room, a water glass beside them. As ripples formed in the glass, the command center came under attack from the electromagnetic eggs. This was their first glimpse of the entire ordeal as the command center was besieged. Tian Xiao stood at a drafty floor-to-ceiling window, witnessing the white phosphorus giant moths swooping into the base, observing countless beasts charging inside, and witnessing the horrific fate of many who blindly rushed out of the building, only to be torn apart. The atmosphere was oppressive. Tian Xiao made a motion to raise his weapon, but ultimately hesitated. The 2 darted toward the rooftop. The bluebirds. Everyone realized the implication. However, the bluebirds had already been commandeered by higher-ups. The 4-member team commanded the Azure Bird to take flight, only to be struck down by an E-class Black Widow while attempting to evade the white phosphorus giant moth en route to the command center tower. The scene shifted. 2 members zeroed in on the nearest white phosphorus giant moth. A pair of gunshots rang out, each landing a precise headshot. Everyone's eyes brightened. Subsequently, they activated the rooftop's protective shield and plunged into the escape tunnel. The close-range shotgun blasts intensified the pressure. Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei coordinated their descent. Encountering Lei Ao and his team engaged in a fierce struggle in the corridor. Following Lei Ao, the team soon realized that it was Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei who had launched a surprise attack on the Black Serpent Beast, alleviating Lei Ao's peril. Arm yourselves. Form up. The camera lingered particularly on the first individual. The team grew in strength. Tian Xiao broke away from the formation, returned to the rooftop, and deactivated the protective shield. 7 Black Serpent Beasts were ruthlessly dispatched by Tian Xiao's ferocious gunplay within the escape tunnel. Chapter 93. A-Class Rating. The focus on Tian Xiao continued unabated. The meticulous detail of reactivating the protective shield prompted silent nods from all present. With the absence of the white phosphorus giant moth's command, the closure of the shield rendered the number 8 Bastion Tower entirely secure. At this juncture, Everyone recognized that Tian Xiao's earlier performance was nothing short of valorous, strategic, selfless, and loyal, significantly enhancing their scores. The subsequent contribution of guiding artillery fire against the electromagnetic nightmarish insect would assuredly surpass the million-point threshold, ensuring a B-class rating. In terms of points, he had already eclipsed Li Keqing. However, they deemed the overall excitement rather mundane. Just as this thought flickered through the crowd's minds, the scene transitioned to Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei leaping across two towering edifices, only to be surrounded by a multitude of insect beasts. The two found themselves in a far more precarious situation than Lei Ao's group, facing a horde of insect beasts. Wang Yunfei dashed into the escape stairway, his embarrassment palpable as he buried his face in his hands. Tian Xiao sprinted toward the spacious office hall, dual-wielding desert eagles, standing firm at the center, arms outstretched, adopting a stance of fearless slaughter against the corridors on either side. The crowd inexplicably felt a surge of heat. Lei Ao fixed his gaze intently on the scene outside the building. The desert eagle quivered slightly. A shell clattered to the ground. The exposed black serpent beast had its forehead pierced. There was no slow-motion replay, only the rapid fire of the desert eagle. Tian Xiao remained stationary, constantly adjusting his position and firing. The initial wave of dozens of insect beasts was swiftly annihilated. With Wang Yunfei's involvement, Tian Xiao quickly seized a second modified desert eagle, unleashing a more ferocious assault. In less than a minute, the desert eagle rapidly changed magazines, firing incessantly. Dozens of insect beasts piled up around the office hall, forming a wall of corpses. Gunplay. Impressive, Lei Ao muttered to himself. The gazes of all present toward Tian Xiao transformed. At that moment, no one dared to question Tian Xiao's prowess any longer, nor did they doubt his role as the hidden sixth member. This battle marked the pinnacle. The scene shifted again. Behind Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei stood three bionic robots. On the rooftop, the team witnessed Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei perform their respective roles, luring the white phosphorus giant moth and employing high-explosive grenades to preemptively compromise the structural integrity of the floor, dragging the off-balance creature into the next level's narrow confines for a silent kill. The audience was captivated, never anticipating that after showcasing such exquisite gunplay within the building, Tian Xiao could also eliminate an F-class white phosphorus giant moth. Yet, they had yet to reach the segment they eagerly awaited, the guiding phase. Instead of activating, the Azure Bird released a multitude of drones that thoroughly monitored the entire base. A wave of suppressed gasps swept through the crowd. Even the violet-haired girl, Li Keqing, receiving treatment, couldn't help but lift her head, revealing her smooth face marred with bloodstains as she focused on the external imagery. Command, why didn't I think to deploy drones? The crowd erupted in astonishment. That's a 50-fold reward. Faced with admiration and envy from all directions, Tian Xiao maintained his composure. The drones located the electromagnetic nightmarish insect. The image of the electromagnetic nightmarish insect charging its attack sent a chill through everyone. All drones were recalled, except for the one monitoring the electromagnetic nightmarish insect, which swiftly returned to safely shut the protective shield over the number 7 Bastion Tower. The Azure Bird would face the shockwave in half a minute. In the footage, Tian Xiao's gaze darted between his wristwatch and the main screen, his speech rapid. The drone monitoring the electromagnetic nightmarish insect has entered adaptive hover mode, awaiting reconnection. Ultimately, Tian Xiao issued a warning to the command center. The second round of electromagnetic eggs has been launched, targeting the command center. Impact in 5 seconds. Please prepare for protective measures. This statement once again stunned everyone. No one knew how Tian Xiao managed to swiftly calculate the precise timing for the second wave of electromagnetic eggs after completing the reconnaissance mission. At that moment, including Li Keqing, everyone understood who had provided the base with accurate intelligence, enabling them to seize the opportunity, set up a powerful fire network, and deploy air defense artillery to intercept 3 electromagnetic eggs. Thus, the footage of Tian Xiao still had not concluded. As the second wave of electromagnetic eggs was unleashed, the Azure Bird released drones to monitor the entire base, and then 2 Azure Birds surged toward the outer base. The H-class Azure Bird approached the electromagnetic nightmarish insect, providing the final guidance for the base. A single plasma cannon obliterated all the electromagnetic nightmarish insects. Tian Xiao's evaluation was released. Tian Xiao, 5,589 points, Valor Award, Strategic Award, Loyalty Award, Selflessness Award, Command Award, 150-fold multiplier. The points surged to 23, 338, 350. A-class rating. First place. All uncertainties settled. However, a new wave of skepticism erupted among the crowd. 5D-class electromagnetic nightmarish insects total 50,000 points. How could his original score reach a staggering 15,000? Indeed, this scoring is somewhat perplexing. Based on normal calculations, it should only be around 8 million points, warranting a B-class rating. Among the crowd, there were always those who nitpicked. At that moment, the figure of Executive Director Li Jianhang reappeared. Well, in light of your confusion, I shall clarify on behalf of everyone. The Dragon Slayer Initiative, for those who have made outstanding contributions and turn the tide, typically receives additional hidden bonus points. Initially, in our calculations, you would not have withstood the second wave of the electromagnetic nightmarish insects assault. We were even prepared to initiate the second phase of the mission. Tian Xiao, at the last critical moment, turned the tide, preventing the command center from falling and safeguarding all personnel within. He is awarded 100,000 points. Is there any further doubt? Li Jianhong's authoritative gaze left no room for dispute. No one dared voice any further objections. At this moment, Tian Xiao raised his hand. As soon as he did, he was seized by Wang Yunfei. What are you doing? Wang Yunfei was utterly alarmed. Tian Xiao's rising fame and ascendance were already predictable, and he did not wish for this individual to antagonize the true powers of the Cloud Group at such a juncture. I want to ask for you, why? Having acted alongside me, did you not even make the top 10? I damn well can if I want to. What is it to you? Brother. You're my real brother. I beg you, don't make a scene, all right? Do you want the chairman to broadcast my image and whip my corpse? Though Wang Yunfei had shared many dangers with Tian Xiao and completed numerous kills together, he knew all too well that his performance in this battle paled in comparison to Tian Xiao's, falling far short of Lei Ao and his ilk. In the absence of Tian Xiao leading the team, his presence could hardly be discerned within the imagery. Chapter 94, 3 Addresses. Wang Yunfei ultimately garnered a score of 1438 points, earning accolades for loyalty and valor, and secured the 47th position in the rankings. In stark contrast to Tian Xiao's scores and standings, Wang Yunfei felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Initially, he believed he was exceptionally formidable, confidently anticipating a spot in the top 10 and perhaps an assessment of grade C. However, upon witnessing Lei Ao and Li Kechin's unfortunate disconnections, Wang Yunfei endeavored to maintain a low profile, avoiding the scrutiny of those around him. Returning to reality, Wang Yunfei was content with his current ranking. After all, he had survived and achieved a relatively respectable position. With stability, he could secure an opportunity for ship entry and receive focused training from the Legion. He certainly did not wish for the executive director to suddenly review his performance during this operation, particularly in light of his somewhat passive remarks made throughout the mission. He feared that he might lose the Valor Award. Tian Xiao raised his hand, and with lightning speed, Wang Yunfei urged him to remain calm. Brother, please, let us keep things low-key. After much persuasion, he managed to divert Tian Xiao's attention, as Li Jianhang transitioned into the next topic. The Dragon-Slaying Youth Initiative has concluded. You will receive your evaluations, which you should keep in mind. In due course, individuals will escort you back to the company headquarters. Within 2 months at the latest, you will receive your latest assignments from headquarters. Upon hearing this, the more than 500 survivors felt invigorated, standing tall and attentive, their spirits lifted. All have participated in the Dragon-Slaying Youth Initiative precisely to secure a place on the fast track of the conglomerate. Wang Yunfei and Tian Xiao gazed intently at the imagery. Li Jianhang continued. This year, our group has opened over 2,000 resource planets, recruiting and training hundreds of thousands of talents, including captains, warriors, engineers, and more, bringing together over 10 million personnel to propel the Group's development. The aura of a bigwig's report permeated the air. Yet, these figures and statistics were deeply intertwined with the lives of each individual present. Everyone listened with utmost seriousness. Li Jianhang stated, at the dawn of the new year, our group plans to expand resource planets in the Orion system by an additional 30%, aiming for a total of 3,000 resource planets. The demand for talent will be even greater than this year, and you, as the young elites nurtured by our conglomerate, will undoubtedly bear the weight of this responsibility. The crowd stood with their chests puffed out, their breaths heavy with the gravity of the moment. Tian Xiao was no exception. At its zenith, the Yunzhong Group commanded over 100,000 resource planets, not accounting for the lost colonial planets beyond the protective reach of the Earth Alliance. The scale of the Yunzhong Group once reached hundreds of millions, with the number of robots exceeding 100 million, boasting its own arms factories, robotic assembly lines, weapon supply depots, and transition points. The power of the Yunzhong Group was such that the Earth's celestial military had to schedule appointments to enter their territory. Out of respect, this is the Yunzhong Group. The highest-ranking head of a base could directly assume the role of a company commander in times of crisis. Yet the real authority lay above that rank. Li Jianhang, the executive director of the Yunzhong Group, held a position comparable to a general in the Earth's celestial military. This is the Yunzhong Group. Perhaps. Li Jianhong's voice continued to resonate in the ears of the crowd. In the future, there is a high probability that you will become the heads of bases or perhaps captains leading the charge for our group, emerging as heroes of our organization. But I implore you to remember this day. Remember, valor, wisdom, loyalty, selflessness. Only by embodying these qualities can one become a qualified commander, free to traverse the vastness of the cosmos. Here, in my capacity as the executive director of the Yunzhong Group, I extend my congratulations on your perseverance and fortitude in forging the stars for humanity. Salute. Li Jianhang rendered a salute. With a resounding clap, over 500 individuals returned the gesture. The scene crystallized as the dragon-slaying youth initiative concluded, and with the descent of a colossal vessel, all embarked. Greeted by the sight of a plethora of Class D spacecraft within. One ship per person. The crowd, brimming with enthusiasm, boarded the vessel. Before departing, Wang Yunfei repeatedly urged Tian Xiao to stay in touch upon their return. Tian Xiao smiled and agreed. Upon entering the ship, they encountered a bionic robot. Mr. Tian Xiao, since you have resigned from your previous position, we can provide you with 3 addresses for your return journey. The first is your family residence. Base City 370 on Shakalong Star in the Milky Way. You may wish to return home for a brief respite before your new appointment, as you may find yourself stationed in the Orion system for an extended period, with little chance to return home. Rest assured, for your newly appointed position, regardless of location, the group will personally arrange for transportation, ensuring you are not burdened with travel. The Yunzhong Group had planned meticulously. The bionic robot continued with the second option. Your second choice is the Union Academy, the 151 branch where you studied in the Fairy Star system. If you wish to visit your alma mater, we can facilitate that as well. Moreover, we have several high-ranking company officials with connections there who can arrange for you to return and deliver lectures to your juniors. We have prepared materials for you as well. At this, Tian Xiao felt a tinge of bewilderment. He observed the bionic robot beginning to project clips of his commendations for achievements at the base, intermingled with scenes from the Dragon-Slaying Youth Initiative, resembling a documentary chronicling the rise of a significant figure. That sense of pride and accomplishment stirred his heart. Even after 2 lifetimes, if such footage were to be played at his alma mater, it was easy to foresee many underclassmen becoming enamored and inspired, while seniors would be motivated to embark on their own paths to seek employment with the Yunzhong Group, commencing a diligent life of labor and resource extraction. The conglomerate truly had a cunning strategy, winning hearts while enticing a wave of fans from Union Academy into their ranks. And what the final address? Tian Xiao did not immediately make a choice. The bionic robot responded. The last address is your company address, the headquarters of the Yunzhong Group. The bionic robot placed its hands respectfully over its abdomen, speaking in an official and courteous manner. Should you choose to return to the headquarters, you will enjoy all benefits of a middle-level reserve cadre during your time there, with all your needs catered to by the group. You will have the opportunity to engage in various learning experiences within the company, as well as access to training camps, data repositories, and various simulation training vessels. Even opportunities for practical internships. Let us do this. First, send me back to my hometown. I will stay there for 3 days. Then arrange the lecture at Union Academy. And after the lecture concludes, return me to the headquarters to apply for an opportunity for frontline internship. Tian Xiao made his final decision. Very well, Mr. Tian Xiao. The bionic robot bowed. Chapter 95, the first number. Inside the ship, within the vast command center, Li Jianhang stood before an enormous screen, exuding an air of authority and solemnity. Dozens of staff, evidently bionic robots, were diligently processing feedback from over 500 vessels. Vessel number 239 has chosen to proceed to the group headquarters for study. Vessel number 110 has opted to return home for rest. Vessel number 091 has selected to attend the school lecture. All participants in the Dragon-Slaying Youth Initiative were unaware that their decisions made post-mission would also form part of the group's evaluation of them. Following the selections, participants would be categorized into different tiers, with those opting for the school lecture being assigned to the lowest tier. All those who chose to study at the headquarters of the group were placed in the penultimate tier. Next were those who opted to return home for rest. Occupying the highest tier, over 500 individuals had largely made their choices. Li Jianhang observed the selections of everyone above him, his expression devoid of emotion. Suddenly, the safety door of the command center slid open with a click, and a purple-haired girl, her arms heavily bandaged, entered and approached Li Jianhang's side. Li Kakin, The second-place contender of this dragon-slaying youth initiative, Li Jianheng, catching a glimpse of her bandaged face reflected on the screen, spoke without turning. You promised you would secure the top position in this dragon-slaying youth initiative. You have failed. First place is abnormal, Li Keqin retorted. Based on my analysis of his historical records and capabilities, his skills and experiences are insufficient to account for such an impressive performance at the base. There are no parasites in his mind. Li Jianheng replied with a tone of mockery. Li Keqin let out a cold snort. I will uncover the truth. This individual undoubtedly harbors secrets unknown to others. You may investigate, but you cannot renege on our wager as father and daughter, Li Jianheng said, casting a sidelong glance at his daughter. Li Keqin is indeed the daughter of Li Jianheng, the executive director of Yunzhong Group, age 24, and a graduate of the prestigious Tianlong Military Academy. This institution is reputed to be a cradle of generals and rulers of small nations. Li Keqin, having graduated from the Tianlong Military Academy, had initially believed she would undoubtedly excel in this dragon-slaying youth initiative, outshining all others, only to be outdone by an ordinary individual of unremarkable background. I accept the wager. I can abide by your request to temporarily refrain from serving in the Earth Army and remain with Yunzhong Group. However, once I uncover the secret behind number one's victory, you must allow me to depart at any time. The stakes of Li Keqin's bet with Li Jianheng were contingent upon her securing the top position, which would determine her next steps, whether to remain with Yunzhong Group or join the Earth Army. Very well, Li Jianheng smiled. Li Keqin gazed coldly at the large screen. What is this? Why categorize them into different tiers? What is the purpose? Despite her exceptional talent, Li Keqin felt a profound curiosity regarding the selection methods employed by Yunzhong Group. Naturally, Li Jianheng would not withhold information from his daughter. Pleased that she had agreed to stay with the group, he generously shared. The participants selected through the Dragon-Slaying Youth Initiative are ranked based on a scoring system. However, we place greater emphasis on their hidden qualities and character. These individuals will one day bear the responsibility of pioneering tasks on the front lines, leading teams of thousands, managing the operations of a base, or ensuring the safety of a fleet. They may spend years, even decades, in other star systems without the opportunity to return to their homeland. The group grants them time to bid farewell to their hometowns as a test of their resolve. What kind of test? Li Jianheng's gaze deepened, venturing into the depths of space, far removed from the Emperor. Only those who hold a deep affection for their homeland and kin can truly be of service to us, preventing them from straying down the wrong path. We have encountered 37 instances where captains succumbed to becoming interstellar pirates, leading their followers into a life of crime. The most daunting threats arise from those highest-ranking officials at the base who lose their sense of self in the vastness of space, causing even greater harm. He did not elaborate further. Li Keqin understood. The leaders of frontline bases, caught between life and death, may forsake their true selves. Some may abandon everything for their own sake, while others might even choose to collaborate with the insectoid species in the face of mortality. Numerous horrific examples exist, though they're suppressed by the Earth Army and various major groups. In the shadows where darkness prevails, only by rectifying oneself can one remain untainted by malevolence. As Li Jianheng spoke, he pointed to the group at the bottom. Those who do not choose to return home, along with some who are driven by vanity, will be promoted according to regulations, but will not be entrusted with significant responsibilities. They will be assigned to relatively rearward resource planets as base leaders or as crew members for transport tasks. Only in times of dire need will they be called upon for frontline combat missions. Li Keqin nodded in understanding. Li Jianheng then pointed to those in the penultimate tier. What about them? They chose the company over lectures, so they must be relatively proactive. This is a highly ambitious group. They are industrious and goal-driven. We will promote and employ them, but they will also be closely monitored and thoroughly vetted before any appointments are made. Li Jianheng answered every question posed. He then voluntarily addressed the tier above, where individuals chose to return home. This group has ties. We will prioritize their selection and offer rewards and incentives as circumstances permit. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly noticed a name had emerged above this tier. The previous top tier had been re-ranked to second place. The foremost name bore only a number, 1. Li Keqin's expression grew grave as she glanced at her father. Li Jianheng appeared momentarily stunned before bursting into hearty applause. Bravo! Excellent! This is precisely the kind of individual I have long sought to uncover. Li Keqin asked, what did he choose? All options, Li Jianheng replied without hesitation, rubbing his hands together, a look of delight on his face. Is that even permissible? Li Keqin was taken aback. What could possibly be impermissible? I never stated only one choice was allowed. Li Jianheng beamed with joy. if this young man has not undergone similar trials. He is indeed someone who perceives issues beyond the confines of rules. This is true talent, possessing ties while also alleviating the group's talent shortages and seizing the opportunity for self-improvement. At this point, he turned to his daughter. Aren't you eager to investigate him? Here's your chance. I'll arrange for you to join the training camp simultaneously with him. Get to know this person well. You might truly uncover some secrets from him.